Chapter 1: The Pursuit of Immortality. In the 30-year off Zing Pingeroth Great Way, during the winter season, on Thevioth New Year, heavy snow fell like Slishgemaden scattering flowers, binding Thebrin Kazan din vlopping Thurthan a pristine white blanket. In a quaint untain villaginus old Bithwater, there a studawooden cabin Bethele quayside. A thismament, the door sand windows were a tight lie shut, keeping Thebeting wind dan swirlings now at bay. In Sideri side Deun Gladanda large orange cat, companions for a decade, relying on each other for survival. 10 years prior, on a frigid night, after Chinuza comid toilness in his bed, have found himself transported into a fantastical world, inhabiting Thebadiafe Zevin or a tie-year-old Bagar. This realm was steaming with formidable beings, capable of moving mountain sand fillingses, while celestial beings spread above the clouds, gazing down upon the mortal realm. Warriors with boundless civital exertethir strength across he seized ties, world wasvistan splendid. When Chinu arrived, a voice coeden in his mind, presenting him with a co-acito becami, thun revol champion oft-world, subduing all adversaries, ordo embrace mortality, leisurely observing the blossoms in the courtyard as they bloomed wither, drifting amidst the clouds beyond. Twoptions materialized before Chinu, and after much contemplation, Hekasit hepathof immortally, reasoning that as long as she continued to live, becoming the world's greatest champion would merla the mature of time. Having passed away at the tender age of 20 in his previous life, Chinur solved to live to theme dof days in this new existence. Thus, an attribute Penel manifested before him. Name Chinu. Lifespan max. Talent intermediate C. Strength 0.3. Speed 0.4. Defense 0.2. Martial arts none. Skills none. Longevity points 0. System space small gift bags 1. Without hesitation, Chinu opened the small gift bag, revealing an ordinary orange cotinhitions. Congratulations, host, for acquiring longevity cat. The longevity catis no bound to the stand can share a the system. Please treat kindly if well cared for. This cat can assist the host in transcending a mechanical voiceresonate Donsmarie. Ari Eucading? I can hardly sustain myself, and no supposetto care for a cat. Chinur torted, nearly mashing the tattered bowl, accused for begingen frustration, viewed upon reflection, has spared it, for it washes in lipossession. At that moment, a message appeared in Chinyuzmand. The longevity system allows he hosto acquire own longevity point each year. Longevity points can be allocated o an attributier you said to purchase CTMs from the system store. Glancing at the system store, Chinu's expression darkened the price ses were exorbitant dishpateth plethora of items. Among the martial arts category, the cheap stone a timey version cost 10 points. 10 points? That mean would need to survive for an entire decade. Thus, in pursuit of Teshbist martial art, Chunya wondered with the orange cat. 3 years prior, the great we encouraged all vagabonds to cultiva to the land and establish new villages, offering a 3-year tax exemption. At the time, Chinu and Dave Wother young Bagars, led by a seasoned beggar, arrived at this location, constructing the village while luring Gother wanderers to Kuldaland, resulting in the present-day Xinghua village. Over the years, Chinu had transformed from Asmal child into Ayamin, while it he orange cathad grown significantly. During this time, the scruff orange cathad been stolen by vagrants on several occasions, desperate to tethir hunger. However, Italways managed to return the next day, as these wanderers typically up to fill their bellies rather than harm the cat. Fortunately, the twases to tinato evadi danger, a wario fautoscape, and possessed the ability to instant liar turn to the system space. Despite the challenges faced over the years, they had survived, albeit the cathad become a somewhat emaciated. A thismament, Chunyuske zuas fiked intently on the system panel. On the stakiakir, the system would dispense in longevity point. Name Chinu. Lifespan max. Talent intermediate C. Strength 0.7. Speed 0.8. Defense 0.6. Martial arts none. Skills none. Longevity points 9. System space none. Now, With 9 points accumulated, Hanida just stone marito purchase C basic cultivation technique from the system store. Thir Anjikat, Perchadonthatable, all saga Z intent liatites attribute panel, having Navir experience said at a off illness in the past decade. On several occasions, ithid narrow lie escaped becoming gamil itself. Had it not been for the ability to swift liar triada the system space, it would have been reduced tomer bonus by now. Today, Thiagerly await a Thir of Alof longevity points. A time passed, the howling wind dan swirlings, now outside failed to distract the focus said woe. Longevity points 10 points. The longevity point scolum non the attribute panel flickered, changing from Natoten. Chinulia pedupan excitement, having go waiteth his moment for so long. His stream was finally within reach. With exhilaration, he opened at the system store, read a topperch's the cultivation technique, Butash's finger hovered over the button, hesitation gripped him. I femadetha purchasino, hueled beleft defenseless. These world was fraught with peril not only were rather aloft cultivators, butyl so malevolent demons wreaking havoc. Just last year, their village had nearly fallen victim to bandits, hath great wise officialese not arrived in time, Chunyu would have fled for his life. If Urito purchased the technique and bandit sadak the village short lie the reefter, what would he do? With longevity points in hand, Hahadrevius lie felt secure in life-threatening situations. Haku Dalo cap points to strength or speed. Running difficult in fight. Beautiful spent them, Hued beleft without a trump card. Big Orange, Sholdwe proceed? Chunyuing queer doff the arranged cat. The cat no dead slightly. It's greeny esga aiming with wisdom. Perhaps who should save up for no 3 years? If you cite no, we will have no longevity points for defense, Chunyu pondered aloud. How about Theseus use your longevity points first, and with savers for a backup? After all, you can escape a TOE system space, right? You should exchange for a cultivation technique first, Chenyuza gestedo theorin cat. Secret lie admiring Isown cleverness. Meow. The cat contemplate dan si medto agriatways essential tortent and mean soft defense, considering their long lifespan there ruis no need to rush. Thus, their angikatston longevity points vanished in an instant, and a technique appeared in its mind. Cheer refining technique, one-time version, not a becirculated. This size stem truly wasn't scrupulau saging la technique required them to place at weiss. Observing Theoringikat's expression, Chanyu understood that Thysonetum eversion could not have shared, and displanto have a theka teach him if Terrach training had failed. The technique acquired couldn't abuse behem. Looking gatha sonton longevity points, hidesi dead to hold dantatham for na the ruis norush. Hanidi. Least 3 points remain in for defense. A 7ing approached, thes no continu ediful, yet he did not deter Thoringi cap from his cultivation, leaving you almost envious. Damn it, this wretched system. Where's Michigan? That scoundrel has stolen Michigan. On New Year's Eve, I don't wish to curse yon. Beautif the thief doesn't return Michigans, they shall know to escape him your wrath. On New Year's Eve, Chunyu had intended to fetch a couplio feg from Thekup, hoping to adopt cha festividad the occasion. However, up on arrival at Thekup, have found that his 3 hinge had vanished without a trace. Those zur rethra precious gickens, after all. Onoft him ways a prolific clayer, consistent like producing an egade, and Chunyu had nurtured at Lakazen, fear and jit might stow playing if it were in a bod mud. Chapter 2 System. Allocate points. Chunyu's outburst reverberated throughout Hivalaj. Villagers spoke at their heads out, curious stow witness the commotion. In the dead of winter, with no crop stow tinned and little entertainment, as in scandal was worth savoring. What solve this ruckus? Summoning spirit sheer? Yulo stay, futchikins, and do it like ye Vela Stahorse, a burly man retorted, seemingly well prepared for the confrontation. Chinura Cognizadimas the village bully, who, along with his 2 brothers, had joined the village at Wayur Sego. The trio, also wearing figures, had relied on their brutish strength to intimidate others, becoming the village tyrants. Didio Ustiel Mickens, you worth Lesker? Others may fear ya, but tide not. What gives Yao the right to bark at me? Chinyu declared, aware they could not show weakness. Those who had survived in the tumultuous to me soft had passed few ears Renato betrifled with, had it not been for the truce between he great Y and great Chin, allowing this border region action to recuperate, there would been a village edel. Perhaps do nights theft way same dat preen go now vulnerable youth, thinking Hymeus etably. I faltered no. Exposed as week, no tonly woodalos his skickins, buth his meager landan storage rain wood like clibbices a day swell. Thievin transpired so sudden light hatching you had little time for reflection, but he understood the theme must stand firm. If Hesh Howden is seen off cowardice tonight, the ruined brothers woocher lit of wormhole. Xiao Yu, what's the commotion? Y'all thisn was eat such an whore? An elderly manable dover, and the surrounding villager spartet home quay for him. The villagechief, surnamedly, had long forgotten his given name. Once a beggar, hadless staping can dear Ned Thinnick name Lyses, Hilithy four-fingered. Village chief, my chicken shave beanstalin, and I suspect it was Ruinandus brothers, Chinya stated, regardless of t truth he amid ta suspicion. You little rascal, don't ga pointing fingers to Tevrion. What doesseth the vita do with him? Village chief, you won't believeth this kid's nonsense, will you? Ruan retorted, turning to Thevilagefic. Idison correct to assert, Thottenite, 7 ceremerly at Stoff Marizaliancy or Thatai, ace a victim, am of little consequence. Rather, Idis Atrial oft he village chief saw authority within the commonity. Observing Thidamineroff Master Wan, Chinyuka Klai grasped the situation. Should the chief's reputation be excessively high, Master Ruin would like Klibak down this event and conversely. If this standing is insufficient, or if the majority of villager remains in Tanmer spectate, Chinyu firmly believed that the position of village chief would soon be usurped by Master Wan. Before a Thievillage established, he had accompanied the current chief in his Begin Jindever 7 after the village's founding, I was perceived as his direct subordinate. Furthermore, being gun encumbered in solitary, I served he perfect scapegoat. Master Wan, you have beneath the village for a year or 20, correct? I am aware of fire misdeeds, yet he have refrained from intervening. However, Tostiel from an orphanon New Year's of ice were reprehensible, is it not? What was Saparento Chunyaweza evident to the village Akif? Hence, Heffelt compelled to stand up the night if it turned a blind eye on some more, he might soon meet Tragus in his own home. Master Chief, do not be deceived be through ill fabrication soft as a young rascal. Why would Westy lis poultry? Countered one heir. Indeed, my brother Sandy Haven ever engaged in such petty thievery, echoed Rwan San. Little you has grown under me watch few like know his character well, and would not falsely accusation. After moment of silence, observing the majority of villagers adopting respectatorstance, that chief sigid internally, lamenting the abundancy of self-righteous individuals. Most cowed see the truth, yet none or wished tope the fierce to speak out high rapathai reflected as a reader reman involved. iPhone lie they would consider tat should the chief saw authority undermine tonight. What future prospects would they have? Master Chief, might it be thought you have grown old and door vision has dulled, allowing this rascalto deceive you? Master Ruin chuckled, noting the reluctancy of the villager sto take stand. He understood human natural told tonight was thirenly opportunity townite, and should themis it, they would find themselves as reduced fervated in the future. A this moment, Master Ruin reveled in hiskening. System upgrade activated. 3-point stow strength, 1.0 defense. Name Chinyu. Lifespan max. Potential grade B. Strength 3.7. Speed 0.8. Defense 1.6. Martial arts none. Skills none. Longevity points 6. System space none. Chinyu activa tethys system panel. Feeling Gazer Joff Vitality coursing through his body. As if Hekud vanquishavel a single punk. Return me chickens, doyo harm? Ash spoke. Chinyu's of totus thixton toff his new-found strength he needed to ensure he possessed enough power to overwhelm them. Hes lapidus spell magain stay nearby stonable, resulting in a thunderous crackasit shittered. Theffer says startled even Chanya was, 3-point soft strength, Trilithis formidable? A martial artist, Master Ruin's pupils dilate dash a struggle to swallow, realizing that thestake shade escalated dramatically. How old have I imagined that this seeming lihermless youth, perpetually wearing gasmal, weighs indeed a martial artist potentially a remarkable level? Though Master Ruin wasn't to martial artist themself, he hadn't countered them before. A this moment, heckled notice certain Chinyustra strength, but the display weighs, not instill fear ordinary individuals, could and are stonable with a mere hand. The village Ekifin numerous villagers stern at higher attention to Chinyu, as if seeing him forth a fierce dimethi seemingly indestructible stonable lay in ruins. Are you Almut? Speak up where remikikins? Chinyu snapped, shaking his hand, pondering if he hadn't jured himself the process. Rwan air, truly, during sick festive times, why must you just with our young brother? You should be returning, skicken spost hasteth as is the spirit of New Year. I apologize, dear brother me second brother simply enjoys mischief, Master Ruan said, feigning gasmal. Il estado tala fortukin sa you must return 5-tomed. If I find only 6-penting, it will personally comatoy or home totem and missivan kickens, and it will no longer be matter of merely chickens. Chinyuglered coldly at one air, already contemplating methods to eliminate tetha triafailing to do so all chilities. How many exactly? Rawan San began to inquire, but Wasselin said by a glance from Master Wan. For now, they would seek Tao Yather the storm and dad dress matters later. As Master Ruin and his companions departed, the crowd dispersed, realizing the ruisna for their entertainment Tobe had. The village Ekif patted Nyus Halder 3 times, uttering nothing before retreating to his home. Big Orange, how does it feel? Doya sense a theprawa sofa master? Chinyu a skedashari turned to his wooden cabin, addressing the lethargic feline sprawled under the blanket. Meow, Big Orange responded we clibofori, attempting to resimites meditative estate. So, after all that cultivation, it yields nor salts? Chinyu Cyodine exasperation a chef lip thekatover, given jadavigorub. Not to mention, the texture is soon deniably delightful. However, this martial art seems rather sparnier litwo horseshave past, Annie have grasp the fundamentals. Chapter 3. Vital energy and blood pack your belongings immediately. We must leave tonight, swiftly. The elder Juan, freshly returned home, began to organize his belongings, eager to vacate the village without delay. Didn't Tiwi agree to return his chicken? Why the sudden departure? Ruan Air was taken aback. This fellow concealed his intentions too deeply. If we do not leave now, I fear we may not see the light of day tomorrow. Surely it cannot be that dire? Ruan-san expressed skepticism. Do you understand nothing? Do you know what it means to be an intruder in this realm? The combined wealth of this village might not even be sufficient to sustain a martial artist. That lad might very well have entered the realm. Who knows the depths of this situation? This is not a matter for us common folk to meddle in. Hurry, gather your things, the elder Ruan urged. Uncertain whether the boy had actually crossed over, yet convinced of the inherent peril, it cannot be that serious. We can simply maintain our distance from him and live in peace till we have finally found a semblance of stability. Can you not think? How does he dare to practice martial arts with such meager resources? What if there are powerful figures involved? Are we the sort to get entangled in such matters? Move quickly, do not hesitate. Thus, the 3 members of the Ruan family hastily gathered their possessions and vanished into the swirling snow and wind. Meanwhile, Chinyu remained at home, testing his strength, but he felt stronger than ever. Yet a gnawing hunger plagued him. Without delay, he lit the stove to prepare a meal. The village chief's 3 taps on the table implied he wanted to see him tonight, but there was no rush. First, he must satisfy his hunger before addressing other matters. Chinyu noted something seemed amiss. He usually felt sated after a single bowl of rice, yet he had just devoured 3 and still felt a lingering hunger. At this rate, the meager supplies at home would not last until the next harvest, that I cannot continue eating like this. It will lead to starvation, he thought, resisting his desires and tidying up the dishes. At that moment, the Jew, his cat, was deeply engrossed in its training, oblivious to the missed dinner. Chinyu set aside some rice and vegetables for the cat, intending for it to eat upon waking, and ventured out to inquire of the village chief. The snowstorm continued to rage outside as Chun Yu tucked his chin into his collar and hastily approached the chief's home, knocking on the door. "Come in." The elder opened the door, gesturing for him to enter. "What brings you here, Chun Yu?" he asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "That it seems you have encountered a stroke of fortune, perhaps a martial arts manual? Don't be so quick to dismiss it. It may not be anything beneficial to, and no matter how talented one may be. Without financial resources, it will ultimately lead to starvation." That Licg continued, ignoring Chun Yu's feigned ignorance. "Surely it cannot be that severe." Chun Yu's composure faltered at this revelation. As a being of longevity, the thought of starving to death was utterly humiliating. "What do you believe martial arts entails?" "Practitioners refine their vital energy and blood. But where does this energy come from? One must first temper the body to a certain degree before converting it into vital force. The stronger the martial artist, the more nutrition they require. The dietary needs of a first-tier martial artist alone could impoverish our village. You must have noticed your own appetite has increased. Yes? Licg stated with certainty. "Indeed, my appetite has grown considerably." "Is there no remedy for this?" Chun Yu's expression darkened. Was this truly the path of martial arts? Moreover, he had not sensed any vital energy or blood. What on earth was that? "The solution is simple. Money can resolve it." "But do you possess any?" "Our ancestors have long proclaimed that the scholarly are poor while the martial are wealthy." "Do you think that was mere jest?" "Ah, does that mean the more powerful a martial artist becomes, the more vital energy they require? At some point, would they not need to eat continuously?" "Not quite. Have you heard of spiritual food? High-level martial artists consume such fare, which is not available for money, as it is monopolized by major families and sections. I once experienced a similar fortune. But after exhausting my family's resources on a manual, I was forced to abandon my martial practice to avoid starvation." "Then why not continue training and avoid the need for excessive food? With your current appetite, can you sustain yourself? The stronger your body becomes, the more you will need to eat. With your limited resources, you will be broke within a month or two. Your fortune perhaps incomplete. Dare you practice with such a flawed text? It is truly astonishing you have reached such a level." That Licg was at a loss for words. "What am I to do now? Your current state surpasses my own from years past. You must either disperse your energy or refrain from training for the time being. Consider learning to hunt, or you will inevitably starve. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed village chief." "Was your experience similar?" "Though my family was not wealthy, we were not destitute. That I once stumbled upon a manual in a dilapidated cave and trained diligently day and night for 3 years, attempting to cultivate vital energy, yet without success. Another 3 years later, I found myself impoverished due to my relentless pursuit. If it were merely a first-tier martial artist, some wealthy families would employ you to guard their homes, providing food and shelter. However, reaching the second tier is elusive and no one would take notice that I sold my home to buy provisions in an attempt to break through to the first tier. Yet I failed. Left destitute, I wandered as a beggar during the conflicts between the Wei and Qin dynasties, ultimately forced to abandon my martial aspirations to avoid starvation. Do you think I would willingly endure such hardship after so many years of training? It is no wonder, village chief, your tale is tragic. During my time as a wanderer, I encountered many like myself, stuck at the threshold of the first tier, believing themselves to be exceptional, only to find their ambitions led to ruin. You, young one, are clever. Reflect on this. The true protagonists are the emperors of Wei and Qin, not as common folk." Having shared these heartfelt sentiments, Licg fell silent, knowing that such words were reserved for those he had watched grow. "Village chief, I understand that I shall contemplate this carefully. Before I proceed, I must visit the Ruan family. I need to reclaim what is mine. To be cautious. You have not yet entered the realm of martial arts. If they choose to deceive you, it could lead to your demise. Do not underestimate those 3. Shall I take other villagers with me tomorrow?" Chun Yu pondered aloud. As a being of longevity, it would be unfortunate to let ordinary folk suffer due to his actions. "Those fence-sitters may serve a purpose. Go tomorrow. Ensure your doors and windows are secured tonight. Of course, I understand that I will take my leave now." Upon returning home, he found the Jew devouring his meal voraciously. The manual remained incomprehensible. As per the Jew's assessment, mastery would take at least another week. Chun Yu felt relieved that he had not recklessly exchanged all his longevity points. Had he done so, he would have faced dire consequences. However, the growing appetite was a source of concern. How could this be resolved? The system only allowed for increases, not decreases. Would he truly starve himself? Chapter 4. Venturing out in the dead of night. Chun Yu awoke once more, ravenous, his body persistently signaling hunger. Unable to endure any longer, he reluctantly rose to stealthily prepare a meal. The sensation of hunger was unbearable, as he stepped out of bed. A wave of soreness washed over him, reminiscent of the fatigue felt after a strenuous day of exercise. Enduring the discomfort, he cooked a large pot of rice, barely managing to quell his hunger. Gazing at the scant food supplies, Chun Yu sighed. At his current consumption rate, he feared he would not survive the winter. The following day, Chun Yu led a group of villagers to the Ruan household. Without taking action, he would surely starve. Upon arrival, they discovered that the Ruan brothers had fled the previous night. Fortunately, they had left behind some provisions, which Chun Yu eagerly claimed. The villagers, having witnessed Chun Yu's strength the night before, refrained from competing with him and began to loot other furniture and belongings. Thus commenced a grand feast of division, and by midday, the Ruan household was nearly emptied. Chun Yu also reclaimed his 3 chickens, along with 4 or 5 that belonged to the Ruan family. With this bounty, he managed to endure the winter. As spring approached, marking the time for planting, Chun Yu also acquired the Ruan family's fields. However, life did not improve significantly. The 3-year grace period for the new settlers had ended, and the Wei dynasty demanded taxes. After 3 years, they were required to pay a tax of 30% on their harvest. But due to various fees, they ended up paying 50%, 2 of which were labeled as fire expenses. This meant that half of Chun Yu's 12 or 13 acres of crops would be surrendered. After a year of hard work, once taxes were paid and food set aside for the next year, it felt as though he had returned to square one, losing an entire year of effort. This was under the assumption of a good harvest. Should calamities like locusts or drought strike, he could end up losing money. However, Chun Yu, possessing great strength, worked diligently despite his increased appetite, but he often ventured into the wilderness to hunt. Unable to tackle tigers and leopards, yet capable of occasionally catching rabbits and roe deer to offer to the gods at this moment, Chun Yu lay upon the grass beneath a large tree, using his straw hat to fan himself, while a languid orange cat lounged beside him. "The Jew, take a good look. This is the kingdom your father has built for you." With one hand clutching a rabbit's leg, Chun Yu nibbled on it while boastfully recounting to the orange cat the fertile fields he had cultivated over the past few years. Since acquiring more land, Chun Yu found himself increasingly overwhelmed, often dividing responsibilities with the orange cat. While the cat took charge of laundry, cooking, and delivering meals to the fields, he toiled daily, wielding a hoe to plow, weed, and fertilize. Although the meals often arrived with a sprinkling of cat fur, he made do, for given his circumstances. Not eating would surely lead to starvation. "Don't look over there. That area hasn't been harvested yet," he quickly interjected as the orange cat turned its head away. "Meow," the orange cat replied, seemingly unimpressed. "What good is having more land if you have no idea how much you eat?" With the passage of 40 years marked by the changing seasons, there were indeed matchmakers who attempted to introduce Chun Yu to young women, considering him a minor landlord. Yet, the role felt burdensome, as he had land but no laborers to tend it. The primary reason for this was his inability to afford help, with food costs so high. He dared not increase his expenses. If he were to hire 2 tenants, he mused, life might be a tad easier, but you'd have to pay taxes for them, and the tax burden would rest solely upon your shoulders. As for meeting women, Chun Yu dismissed the notion without a second thought. He could barely sustain himself and a cat, let alone take on another. The village chief had passed away 2 decades ago, having intended for Chun Yu to succeed him, but Chun Yu's aspirations lay elsewhere, leading him to decline the offer. The current village chief treated Chun Yu with a degree of courtesy, or perhaps fear, given that Chun Yu retained the youthful visage of a lad with rosy lips and pearly teeth, a sight that unsettled many villagers. Observing the suspicious and wary faces around him, Chun Yu realized it was time to depart. Remaining in the village meant stagnation, a struggle against insufficient food, and an unwillingness to increase his meager lifespan points. All while taxes climbed annually, leaving him with a mere 3 parts of the harvest, the rest claimed by the state. Despite his relentless labor, the paltry share barely sustained him for half a year, with the remainder supplemented by fishing and hunting. Over the years, he had honed skills in rock throwing and trap making, easily catching small game. Yet his innate talent was dismal, and the village, lacking in spiritual essence, offered little in the way of cultivation. Indeed, during his years there, he had scarcely sensed any influx of spiritual energy, and the Qi training method he possessed was the worst of the worst. With such overwhelming negative factors, even the mightiest celestial being would find it impossible to attain enlightenment. Without spiritual energy, a worthless method, and dismal aptitude, how could one hope to cultivate? Unlike Qin Yu, however, the orange cat seemed to possess some hidden potential, inexplicably advancing in its cultivation despite the dual setbacks of a harsh environment and a subpar method. Chun Yu could only marvel at its remarkable prowess. Glancing at his meager lifespan points, he felt it was time to venture forth and explore the wider world beyond his village. Whispers had begun to circulate in the village, claiming he was a monster in human guise, while the orange cat suffered similar slander, rumored to be a cat demon that roamed at night preying on humans. Thus, in the depths of autumn, just after the harvest, Qin Yu and the orange cat began to pack their belongings: pots and pans, clothing, shoes, benches, tables, beds, and all provisions, into a spatial system. The house was stripped bare, save for the wooden structure itself, leaving it cleaner than a bandit's raid. Alas, he felt sorrow for the dozens of acres left behind, uncertain who would benefit from them. Why choose to leave in the autumn? Quite simply, it was to harvest the crops early and evade taxes that amounted to a staggering 70%. Peering at his attribute panel, he noted name: Qin Yu lifespan, max aptitude, C strength, 6 speed, 2 defense, 3 method, Qi training technique skills, none lifespan points, 36 with such a lackluster aptitude and a method unworthy of mention. He had trained for nearly 30 years without making a breakthrough. His circumstances, poor talent, daily labor in the fields, and the need to hunt in winter, had left little room for progress. The environment was far from favorable. This desolate place boasted no renowned mountains or rivers, nor any spiritual richness. The Qi training technique could be evolved or enhanced, yet the cost was steep: 10 lifespan points for a single evolution. The better the technique, the higher the cost, leading to the conclusion that resources were scarce. This exorbitance made Qin Yu hesitant to attempt any evolution that asked for enhancing his attributes. He had never dared, as a warning hovered beside the points allocation, indicating it carried slight danger. "Come, orange cat, let us venture forth into the world," Qin Yu declared, lifting the cat by the scruff of its neck and resting it upon his shoulder. He cast a wistful glance back at the abode he had known for so long before waving his hand and setting off down the main road, after spending so much time in the village. Stepping outside felt akin to emerging from a dream. Qin Yu had no particular destination in mind. He simply followed the road, stopping to rest whenever fatigue set in. Ideally, he hoped to find a sect dedicated to cultivation, where he could linger for a century before claiming his age as an excuse to move on to another. Along the way, the orange cat proved restless, chasing butterflies and insects, frolicking joyfully. Qin Yu paid little mind. Let it play. For what harm could it do? Yet soon, he would pay the price for indulging the cat, as it unwittingly provoked a nest of hornets, leading to a frantic chase that lasted 2 miles. "Where are you headed, young man?" A voice called from behind as a procession of horse-drawn carts approached. That a middle-aged man seated atop one of the carts smiled at Qin Yu. "Would you care for a ride to Tianfeng City? We are a merchant caravan. I am Zhang Qi. Come along. It's a fair distance, and for just 51, you'll have the protection of our martial artists. The road isn't safe and without assistance. I fear it may be difficult for you to reach Tianfeng City. 51. That's rather steep," Qin Yu mused, rummaging through his pockets. At most, he had 501, and spending 1/10 of it on a ride felt ludicrous. "Young man, it takes at least 2 days to reach Tianfeng City from here. 51 is not excessive. Never mind, I prefer to travel alone. Thank you for your offer." Since the young man was so ungrateful, Zhang Qi decided to take matters into his own hands. "Seize him," he commanded. "Don't harm the young man. Such a fine specimen, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, is favored by the elders that if he gets hurt, he won't fetch a good price." The caravan members closed in, intent on capturing Qin Yu. What the hell? Qin Yu spun on his heels and fled. Was the outside world truly this perilous? He had barely been out for a day before encountering human traffickers. "Quite fast, aren't you?" a burly man mocked as he blocked Qin Yu's path, clearly underestimating him. "Let me go. Let us pretend we never met, or I fear none of you will survive this encounter." Qin Yu had already accessed the system panel. His speed had increased by 5 points and was nearly complete. You can't escape to ITS only because you look too good that we're after you. And this rough-spun attire suggests you have no backing. Just come quietly, and consider it a stroke of luck if the elders take a liking to you. Zhang Qi sauntered closer, dismounting. Luck, my foot. Chen Yu hurled a punch at the burly man, sending him flying with a single blow. Did they think his nearly 6 points of strength was for show? The orange cat leapt into action, scratching at the man's groin. While the cat may not have been reliable in a fight, it was certainly adept at exploiting weaknesses, and the man's anguished cries confirmed the orange cat's effectiveness. Martial artist? Wang, come forth. Zhang Qi's expression turned icy as he gestured toward a cart. Just a fledgling with no cultivation. A grim-faced elder emerged from the cart, scrutinizing Chen Yu. Yet at this age, such strength indicates promise. Chapter 5. Just entering the Jianghu, already leaving. We have no enmity. Why resort to violence? Chen Yu pleaded, encircled by henchmen. The elder offered no response, merely raising his fist and charging at Chen Yu. The overwhelming presence of his blood and energy could be felt from a distance, marking him as a formidable foe. Farewell. Chen Yu realized he stood no chance. The elder's energy radiated the unmistakable aura of someone who had attained a higher level of cultivation. Chen Yu had no martial skills to speak of, only brute strength. What could he possibly do? At that moment, his speed enhancement completed. Chen Yu kicked aside the man blocking his path and bolted, questioning why he would wait around to DIES for the orange cat. No worries. It had a unique ability to return to the system space. Lightness technique? Interesting that if I were to attain a breakthrough, you might just escape. The elder pursued relentlessly, their distance narrowing. Damn, old man, don't think I'm truly afraid of you. If you keep chasing, I might just retaliate. Chen Yu frowned, reluctant to part with his lifespan points, which had dwindled to 31. However, for the sake of his life, he decided to allocate 10 points, the two figures, one pursuing, the other fleeing, quickly vanished from sight. Without cultivation, you are but an ant, the elder remarked, his massive fist aimed at Chen Yu's back. That you're the ant. Your entire family is an ant. You're a mere first-level martial artist. Yet you speak as if you were at the pinnacle. Chen Yu had already allocated 10 points to his strength during his escape, eagerly awaiting the culmination of the heat surging within him. As soon as the boost expired, he retaliated with a punch against the decrepit old man. The elderly figure, underestimating Chen Yu in his desire to capture him alive, did not exert his full strength. Consequently, Chen Yu was forced to stagger back 3 steps from the recoil, while the old man was pushed back 2 steps. However, in that moment of confusion, a ginger cat darted past and clawed at the old man's groin, eliciting a horrific scream that made him curl up in agony. Although it was uncertain whether this old man in his 50s or 60s could still perform, it was undoubtedly out of the question now. Chen Yu, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a flurry of punches, mercilessly beating the old man to death. What are you pretending for? At your age, being merely at the first realm is a disgrace, Chen Yu remarked as he rummaged through the corpse. The ginger cat meowed in exasperation. You're not much younger yourself. MD, let's go back. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I was almost sold off. While speaking, Chen Yu stashed away the old man's silver notes and other belongings into the system space, picking up several stones before dashing toward the location of the carriage. Wang Shi hasn't returned yet. Could something have happened? One of the henchmen voiced his concern. Wang Shi is a realm-entrancing martial artist. What could possibly go wrong? Don't worry, he is probably just delaying because he fears that if he damages that kid too much, he won't fetch a good price. Zhang Qi replied calmly. Your grandpa Chen has come to exact revenge. Chen Yu charged from a distance, hurling 2 stones at them, but he then retrieved 2 more from the system space to continue his assault. It was worth noting that Chen Yu's strength had now reached 16 points, making his stone throws as forceful as a catapult. Anyone struck would meet their end, with none left injured. Run. All day hunting geese, but unexpectedly got my eyes pecked out. Zhang Qi lost his composure at the sight of Chen Yu, turning to mount a horse and flee to I am from the Duanmu family. You can't kill me, he shouted as he galloped away. A large stone crashed into Zhang Qi's back, killing him instantly. Chen Yu then casually picked up a knife. Wielding one in each hand, 1 knife, 1 stone, like a tiger among sheep, he attacked those nearby with his Nai Chen Yu, with an unflinching demeanor and not a hint of breathlessness, deceitfully observed the countless individuals struggling to ascend the platform. Many succumbed to the mounting pressure and were unceremoniously cast down, only to rise again and charge towards the summit. That it was, indeed, a spectacle of remarkable amusement. After a prolonged wait, a young lad finally managed to reach the stone sphere. Whereupon he took a dagger from the side and made a small incision on his finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall onto the stone. To his astonishment, the stone absorbed the blood without any further reaction. Unqualified, declared a nearby young Taoist, casting a calm glance at the scene. This proclamation extinguished the boy's spirit, sending him careening off the platform. Chen Yu mused that if he had a watermelon in hand and a small stool beside him, he could easily spend the day observing the unfolding drama. His sense of disconnection from the frenzied crowd did not escape the notice of an elder Taoist, who was holding a floating dust. While others frantically sought a wisp of celestial fortune, this individual merely wore a look of detached amusement, unaffected by the throngs that surrounded him, prompting the elder to exclaim how intriguing it was. Not a martial artist, lacking any signs of condensed vitality, nor a practitioner, devoid of spiritual energy, that a special constitution. Innate divine strength, the elder scrutinized Chen Yu with his divine sense, while Chen Yu, blissfully unaware, began wagering with the Jew on how many would successfully pass through the test. As one after another was eliminated, the remaining contenders dwindled, leaving only a frail youth, hunched over, who was now scrambling towards the stone sphere, his eyes brimming with yearning. Witnessing the boy's tenacity, Chen Yu found himself cheering for him. It was remarkably inspiring. After all, if his mouth was already bleeding, why persist in cutting his finger? At the moment the blood fell, a radiant light emanated from the stone. The young Taoist, with a smile, declared, "Qualified. What is your name?" "Wang Zhan." The boy felt the weight of pressure lift instantaneously, bracing himself on the ground as he gasped for air. "Very well. Rest behind me for a while and await the conclusion of this endeavor. I shall guide you to sever your earthly ties." "Thank you, esteemed immortal," Wang Zhan replied respectfully. Soon after, several others approached the stone sphere, yet none elicited any glow from it. As dusk approached, a small, plump boy rolled his way to the stone. Dripping blood upon it, a faint glow appeared, albeit not as vibrant as the one from Wang Zhan. "Qualified. A hint of cleverness in resisting spiritual pressure. What is your name?" the young man asked, a smile gracing his features. "Du Wei. My name is Du Wei," the chubby lad exclaimed excitedly. "Stand with Wang Zhan. I shall guide you to sever your earthly ties." "Thank you, esteemed immortal." "Thank you." Du Wei felt the burden lift from him, immediately kneeling and bowing 3 times in gratitude. Even the composed elder Taoist couldn't help but glance at the boy, finding him somewhat interesting. As the sun set behind the mountains, few remained standing. Most sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Only Chen Yu and Diju, a person and a cat, sat at a distance with their chins resting on a large stone they had somehow procured. "Young friend, why not come up and give it a try?" A voice resonated in Chen Yu's ear. He looked up to see the elder Taoist smiling at him. "My goodness, you startled me," Chen Yu exclaimed, his heart racing, feeling his hairs stand on end. Who wouldn't be frightened by such an unexpected voice? "Will there be food and lodging?" he inquired, rising to his feet, eager to explore the celestial gate. Provided that his sustenance was assured, as his provisions were running low. "Eat as much as you wish," the elder replied with a smile and a nod. "That settles it." With one foot stepping onto the platform, a wave of spiritual pressure bore down on Chen Yu's back, compelling him to bow his head. Yet, in mere moments, he adapted and began striding towards the stone sphere. What a robust physique, a mere mortal effortlessly resisting spiritual pressure. If he were to pursue martial arts, he would surely be an unparalleled genius. The elder mused inwardly as he regarded Chen Yu in the 3rd category. The young man prepared to announce a disqualification upon seeing the faint glow emanating from the stone, as the 3rd category would only lead to stagnation within the celestial realm, likely capping one's potential at the foundational stage. "Qualified?" the elder Taoist interjected. "May I bring my cat along?" Chen Yu asked. If not, he would have to seek another path. Of course. "What is your name?" The elder smiled. "I am Chen Yu. And this is Diju." He gestured towards himself and then to the orange cat lounging on the stone. "Not bad. 3 with potential for the celestial realm. Let us depart. I shall guide you to sever your earthly ties. You may address me as Master Yuan. These are my disciples, Huang Shi and Huang Qi. The elder Taoist rose and spoke to Chun Yu and his companions. Wang Zhan, an orphan who had grown up on the kindness of others, found himself free of any earthly ties needing resolution. Chun Yu was likewise solitary, while only Du Wei had both parents present. "Mom and Dad, I've been chosen by an immortal," Du Wei exclaimed loudly upon entering. Meanwhile, Chun Yu trailed behind Huang Qi, observing his surroundings, ultimately concluding that Du Wei's plumpness was innate and unrelated to his family's wealth. Master Yuan sat high above, as if to suggest that such trivial matters should not require his direct involvement. After all, what need was there for disciples? Commoners pay their respects to the three esteemed immortals. A middle-aged man bowed nervously before Yuan and the Huang siblings that there's no need for such formality. "We are here solely to assist Du Wei in severing his earthly ties, that if you consent to let him accompany us back to the mountain, please accept this 100 taels," Huang Qi offered, producing a silver note. "This sum represents the severance of earthly ties, and accepting it signifies consent for your child to join the celestial realm, freeing him from the mundane world's tribulations. 100 taels, if spent judiciously and devoid of vices such as gambling or indulgence, would suffice for a stable life. That I refuse. This boy has been a sly trickster since childhood. He must have employed some underhanded means to deceive the esteemed immortal." Just as Du Wei's father hesitated, a man sprinted over, exclaiming loudly. Previously bored, the person and cat perked up, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Huang Shi regarded the synchronized actions of the pair with a bemused expression, though she struggled to maintain her composure as a lady. "Third uncle, what are you saying?" Du Wei glared at the approaching man, named Du Ji, who owned a small tavern that Du Wei's parents had, through Du Ji's sweet words. Sent him to work at this tavern for the lowest wage, enduring the most arduous tasks, often subjected to harsh scolding from his uncle. Seizing an opportunity, Du Wei had secretly slipped away from the tavern, cleverly passing the spiritual pressure test. "Come back to the tavern. You, a muddy-footed lad, cannot associate with immortals." Du Ji, brimming with jealousy, tried to drag Du Wei back. Upon learning that Du Wei had passed the celestial assessment while his own son had faltered, envy ignited within him. "Why should this boy possess such fortune to enter the celestial realm while my son does not? Our Fian sect has its own standards for accepting disciples. When did it become the place for a mere mortal to voice his opinions?" Huang Qi found the scene amusing, akin to a farce. "The esteemed immortal speaks the truth. I have watched this boy grow and know him to be cunning. My concern is that the esteemed immortal may be misled by this rascal." Du Ji, quaking with trepidation, replied, "Silence. You are tiresome." Huang Qi frowned slightly, gesturing with a finger as a beam of spiritual light struck Du Ji's chest, knocking him to the ground, unconscious. Chun Yu stifled his laughter nearby, thinking this man must have lost his mind to speak so freely, effectively insulting these two powerful figures. "Father, please let me go. I do not wish to toil my life away in that wretched tavern." Du Wei pleaded with his father, who had always been compliant with his uncle's demands. That as for the uncle who lay unconscious on the ground, Du Wei couldn't even bear to look at him, having long understood his true nature from years of working at the tavern. "But your uncle only wishes what is best for you, and he once promised that if you worked at the tavern, he would eventually give you half of it when he is older, so you and his son could manage it together. Furthermore, I have heard that cultivators seldom return home. If you leave..." Du Wei's father hesitated, attempting to lift the unconscious Du Ji. "Let the boy go. He is destined for greatness." "You old fool. What do you understand?" Du Wei's mother arrived, snatching the silver note from Huang Qi's hand and casting a disapproving glance at her husband. After being conned by her brother-in-law numerous times, she was well aware that the tavern held no future for her son. "Thank you, Mom," Du Wei exclaimed, enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace. "Your uncle isn't such a bad person. He just tends to be overly calculating." Du Wei's father murmured that do not listen to your foolish father. Go to the celestial realm and cultivate diligently. That if you achieve great abilities, return to visit your mother. If you do not attain fame, return anyway. Do not fear embarrassment. We will await you at home." "Yes, Mom, I am leaving." Du Wei wiped away his tears, feeling a twinge of reluctance. This melon is disappointing. Its quality leaves much to be desired. It pales in comparison to the excitement of the village elders quarreling. Chun Yu quietly complained to Diju. "Meow." Diju nodded solemnly. "Is this the legendary celestial crane?" Is it reliable? Chen Yu gazed at the imposing celestial crane station before them. A flicker of fear in his eyes. Its size could easily swallow Daju in one bite. Come aboard. I will take you three back to the mountain gate. Huang Lin leaped onto the crane's back and spoke. After a disdainful snort directed at Chen Yu, Wang Zhan took a running leap onto the celestial crane, leaving Chen Yu utterly perplexed. Had he inadvertently provoked him? Du Wei gathered a pile of stones, managing to clamber up with great effort, while Chen Yu found it remarkably easy, truly believing that so many longevity points were simply bestowed upon him. He jumped up effortlessly without needing a run-up. Chapter 8, The Flying Vessel, I'm Flying. Once the celestial crane took off, Du Wei shouted as he looked down at the town shrinking beneath them, "Did I ask this the way back to the celestial gate?" Chen Yu exclaimed loudly, "The wind is fierce. Why not add a wind shield to the crane?" "No, we must gather with the others. There are 9 groups in total, representing the 7 peaks of Feiyun sect, the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Elder Council, that we are merely one of the batches. We must return together," Huang Lin explained with a smile. "You seem to have some issues with your constitution. How can you still speak at this altitude?" Huang Shi asked, puzzled. "What? You can talk. I thought you were mute." Chen Yu exclaimed in shock at the girl. "Sister, calm down, calm down. You're a lady, a lady." As Huang Shi rolled up her sleeves, Huang Lin quickly embraced his sister, signaling Chen Yu to apologize promptly, lest he face dire consequences. "Ahem. How about I lend you my cat for a bit?" Chen Yu suggested, aware of his faux pas. The plump Jew, who had been sheltering from the wind in Chen Yu's clothing, exclaimed, "Who cares?" Huang Shi replied with exasperation, yet she still picked up the Jew and cradled him in her arms. "Good brother. Once we arrive, I'll treat you to some dried fish." Chen Yu watched as the Jew struggled, his eyes signaling, "Where's Master Zhiyuan?" "The master is a formidable 6th realm expert. He is always present, though you cannot see him," Huang Lin replied. Huang Shi resumed, petting the cat in silence, releasing a wind-repelling spell to shield them from the gust that Du Wei, who was laboriously moving behind Huang Shi, sought refuge in her wind barrier. Wang Zhan seemed to have taken a disliking to Chen Yu, steadfastly resisting the wind and gripping the crane tightly, without budging. "Did I ask this how it is every time disciples are recruited? What if a physically weak but exceptionally gifted individual gets overlooked due to this method? And at such heights, with such strong winds, what if a newly accepted disciple gets blown off?" Chen Yu pondered, overwhelmed by a multitude of questions. Were the trials imposed by the sect too extreme? It's merely to discern between martial and celestial paths. Those who cannot endure will suffer little more than a chill and will have their arrogance tempered. But do you truly believe that individuals of grade A or saintly quality can emerge from the mundane world? Huang Lin offered, perhaps out of convenience for conversation, or perhaps believing the wind held no consequence for Chen Yu, as he waved his hand to cast another wind-repelling spell. "Isn't talent innate? Shouldn't there be a small probability of it occurring?" Chen Yu questioned, intrigued. "Grades below A are indeed innate, but grades above A are not. They require the nurturing of powerful beings from the moment of conception with various rare resources. And even then, it is merely a possibility. Can poor talent still be nurtured with various resources? Indeed, for instance, the daughter of the 5th Peak Master is grandly titled the Holy Body of Combat." A sudden cough echoed from an unknown source, causing Huang Lin to sit up straight, wary of continuing the idle chatter. Chen Yu feigned interest, glancing around to mask his embarrassment, only to notice Wang Zhan behind him, frozen and shivering, his nose running. Chen Yu mused that the boy might be a bit off in the head, that it was unclear how long the celestial crane had been in flight, but it finally began its descent, landing on a large platform where several other cranes awaited. "Huang brother, how many do you have over there?" A girl brightened upon seeing Huang Lin and approached him. "Fairly good luck, 3, one of which possesses grade B talent." "How about Duan Qin?" Huang Lin replied with a smile. "5. Although their talents are not impressive, the best is only grade B lower," Duan Qin sighed. "Brother, are you all right?" Chen Yu asked Wang Zhan, who appeared utterly spent after disembarking from the crane. "Umph." Wang Zhan turned away, quietly moving to the side to stretch his stiff limbs. "That he is like that. He has been scorned since childhood, so he is a bit reclusive, but he is actually quite nice." Du Wei explained as he approached Chen Yu, still shivering from the cold, "that I thought I had offended him. It left me quite bewildered. That it's fine. Just move around a bit. We'll all be colleagues now. And we should look out for one another." Du Wei attempted to bond, that they chatted, several more cranes landed, and the platform soon buzzed with voices as the trial participants began to explore their surroundings with childlike curiosity. The Jew remained in Huang Shi's arms, appearing utterly disenchanted, continuously signaling to Chen Yu that their agreement about the dried fish was far from settled. "Are we all ready? Let's board," when a massive flying vessel slowly descended from the sky. Huang Lin concluded his conversation with Duan Qin and approached the three that the vessel was a staggering 1,000 meters long and 100 meters high, radiating a gentle glow with occasional shimmering runes flashing along its hull. "Wow, wow, wow!" Chen Yu could only express his astonishment through exclamations, lacking the vocabulary to convey his feelings adequately. After all, even the aircraft carriers of his previous life measured only a few hundred meters. In comparison, this vessel was minuscule. Truly, grandeur is the romance of men. Once I accumulate wealth and become powerful, I shall acquire such a massive vessel and travel the world with the Jew. The thought alone is exhilarating. "Board," a commanding voice echoed from the vessel, prompting everyone to enter in an orderly fashion. "Please leave the cat with me. I'll return it to you at the mountain gate," Huang Shi said to Chen Yu before turning away. It seemed they would be spending the night aboard. After room assignments were made, Chen Yu declared, "I call dibs on this bed." So comfy," Du Wei, feeling carefree, flopped onto the bed, groaning with delight that "I'm fine with anything." "Wang Zhan, which bed do you want?" "Whichever," Wang Zhan replied nonchalantly, choosing a bed and lying down. Perhaps due to exhaustion from the day, both of them fell into a deep slumber shortly thereafter that a night passed without incident. And the next morning, a groggy Chen Yu wondered aloud, "Is this journey really so long? We've been traveling all night and haven't tea arrived yet. Why would the sect recruit from such a distance?" Upon reaching the deck, he found a large crowd gathered, engaged in a cacophony of voices. After eavesdropping for a while, he learned that the Celestial Masters were missing, and 3 people had died the previous night. What a small matter, right? That system. How many longevity points for a parachute? I'd like to purchase one. System. System, stop playing dumb. Hurry and give me a parachute and a user manual. Chapter 9. Humanity, we can't get out. The vessel is sealed. There's a barrier we can't see. It must be some celestial technique. A youth stretched out his hand toward the deck, seemingly feeling something that prevented him from reaching further. "Monsters! Help! Help!" As panic erupted on the deck, a voice filled with terror echoed from the cabin. The crowd turned their fearful gazes toward the darkened cabin entrance, which appeared to be a gaping abyss that devoured all courage. None dared to venture inside to rescue anyone. Chen Yu quietly found a corner to hunker down, realizing he couldn't connect with the system or access the system space. Perfect, it was likely yet another trial. Another illusion. It seemed endless. All he desired was to find a place to linger for a few centuries, yet it felt so arduous. Was this the norm for sex in this world? Just to enter. And yet there are so many convoluted trials. Chen Yu was intensely curious, sensing something was amiss in this cultivation realm. What are we to do now? Are we just to stay on the deck? A youth asked, his face pale with fear, while several others began to cry out for their parents, pleading to return home. "Calm down, everyone. Let's just wait on the deck. The Celestial Masters will surely return." "But what if that monster comes out? There are so many of us. Strength in numbers will surely protect us. Help." Wu Duwei burst forth, tears streaming down his face, revealing 3 deep claw marks on his back, from which blood flowed freely. "This illusion feels remarkably real," Chen Yu remarked, intrigued by the unfolding chaos. Seeing Chen Yu, Du Wei sprinted toward him, pursued by a bizarre creature, crimson all over, with sharp claws. "Chen brother. Save me! Save me!" Du Wei cried, running for his life. The very crowd that had just claimed strength in numbers scattered at the sight of the beast, fortunate that the vessel was spacious enough to accommodate their frantic escape. "This is truly troublesome." As he spoke, Chen Yu had already begun to flee, thinking it absurd to attempt a rescue. That's something I ought to be doing. Let's assign a few creatures to this fellow. Behind the scenes, Zhi Yuan's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. He had just been boasting to his colleagues about this lad's innate strength, only for him to make a hasty retreat without even daring to engage. After Zhi Yuan's arrangements, several other strange beasts emerged from the cabin, pursuing Chen Yu. Meanwhile, Du Wei lay sprawled on the ground, his abdomen slashed open, likely doomed. What a bunch of useless cowards. They don't even dare to fight.
These giant clawed beasts only possess slightly greater strength than ordinary people. An elderly man in the background furrowed his brow and remarked, "Come on, Lao Qing, back in the day when we both took our assessments. Who was it that wet his pants in fear, saying his legs were weak and had me carry you away?" Another old man, showing no regard for face, retorted, "Did I cower during the Abyss battle? I wielded the Crimson Stone Sword and fought at the front lines for 3 days and nights without retreating an inch. Enough bickering. Look at the individual Jabrat. He truly possesses something intriguing." A youth clad in white, with hair and beard both silver, hurriedly intervened to halt the squabbling elders. "Do you truly think I fled out of fear of you?" Observing the 4 or 5 giant clawed beasts closing in, Chen Yu swiftly retaliated with a punch, obliterating one of their heads. Pathetic, they appear fearsome, yet their strength is comparable to that of an ordinary person. Chen Yu frowned slightly. These creatures were all show and no substance. "Help me, my family is wealthy. Save me," a fellow, being hunted, cried out to Chen Yu as if he were a divine savior. "I have 7 or 8 of them on my tail. I was counting on you to rescue me." Chen Yu cursed under his breath, while more monsters continued to pour from the hatch, charging towards the crowd, revealing both the darker and brighter sides of human nature. Some fought valiantly to protect those around them, battling the giant clawed beasts with all their might. Others, in a desperate bid for survival, deliberately tripped their fleeing companions to buy themselves a few more moments before the beasts caught up. There were even those too terrified to resist, simply begging for salvation. These monsters, while intimidating in appearance, were not overly powerful. United, they could be defeated. I am He Tsong, of modest means. Today, I offer 50 taels of silver for those who fight beside me, and 100 for the families of the fallen. That a youth on the deck, having ripped off a giant claw as a weapon, proclaimed after dispatching 3 of the beasts. Upon hearing this, the surviving individuals on the deck seemed to find a pillar of hope. Gathering around Ekong, this lad is commendable. He speaks no empty words. In times like these, cash is the most pragmatic incentive, commented the elderly onlookers from behind the scenes. Indeed, indeed. Look at what is occurring in the cabin." An old man replied, somewhat distracted, his gaze fixated on a particular scene within. There, a woman stood, unfazed by the giant claw piercing her abdomen, wielding an iron bar she had taken from the bed. She fiercely thrust it into the throat of a nearby beast, piercing it cleanly through. However, she succumbed to her own injuries from excessive blood loss. Beside her lay 4 or 5 slain giant clawed beasts, all vanquished by her hand. "Did I want her? I admire the fierceness in her eyes. What is her name?" A scarred elder spoke with satisfaction. "Dream on. Lu Xiaolin is under my command. I am the Lord of Floating Peace Peak." Gu Ping snorted dismissively, asserting his claim, "I am the Lord of Heavenly Fire Peak." Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiangtian could no longer contain himself, his face reddening with indignation. "Why are you all arguing? How about this? The girl named Lu Xiaolin will come to the main peak to avoid a ruckus," proposed Yang Yu, the head of Feiyun's sect, with a smile. "Stay away. Don't even think about it." Gu Ping and Yuan Xiangtian retorted while squabbling. "Damn it, who else is there? I ask again, who else?" Chen Yu shouted, standing atop a pile of 7 or 8 giant clawed beasts with his hands on his hips. "Assign this fellow a dozen more. I want to see his limits." The pressure on the others increased, especially on He Tsong's side, as that group began to falter. The youth with silver hair observed Chen Yu's defiant demeanor with displeasure. "Isn't that a bit excessive? A dozen is too many," he murmured. "That lad hasn't even suffered a scratch. One punch takes down one beast. That a dozen seems insufficient." Ji Yuan remarked quietly. "Such raw power in a mere mortal. I have never encountered anything like it before. My brother, please do not fight alone. Why not ally with us?" He Tsong proposed earnestly. "It's more dangerous over there. I want to go." Chen Yu had discerned that this was an illusion. In such a large group, he would undoubtedly be targeted first, preferring to fight solo rather than risk becoming a shield for others. While the others remained oblivious, Chen Yu observed with clarity from a distance. A few cunning individuals were not contributing, instead squeezing into the center of the group, creating disarray. Only a few naive souls on the periphery believed that they were genuinely helping one another, as he predicted, once those on the outside perished. The schemers at the center would likely turn on their teammates. Just then a massive wave of giant clawed beasts burst forth from the hatch, at least 70 to 80, with a dozen charging towards Xinyu and the remainder heading for He Tsung's larger group. What the hell? So many are coming for me. Xinyu was exasperated. Such numbers were quite flattering. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of hesitation, dispatching each beast that approached with ruthless efficiency, and soon, a small hill of corpses began to form beneath his feet. Meanwhile, He Tsung's group disbanded due to various acts of betrayal, each individual desperate to survive. At that moment, the darker aspects of humanity emerged, as those once noble had perished in the initial chaos. Some used their former allies as shields, while others knelt in surrender, trampling those in their way to escape, and even some rushed towards Shan Yu seeking refuge. However, these individuals fell before they could reach him. For Chun Yu was encircled by 4 or 5 circles of giant clawed beasts, standing atop a veritable mound of bodies. Chapter 10. The assessment concludes Chun Yu was drenched in sweat. The entire deck devoid of life, yet the giant clawed beasts continued to surge forth, advancing toward him. At this moment, Chun Yu gripped a severed claw in each hand. Any beast daring to approach his hill met a fierce strike. Though with his strength of 16 points, no creature could withstand even a single blow. The sheer number of opponents was overwhelming, and they charged heedlessly. Damn it, I finally understand what it means for ants to overwhelm an elephant. After more than 10 minutes, Chun Yu's arms felt nearly too fatigued to lift, yet he persisted in defending his position atop the mound. This lad, how is he so powerful? He shows no signs of chi or blood condensation. Yet he seems stronger than a first-level martial artist. Look at that fist. It lacks any form, but the strength is undeniably immense. 1 punch per beast. Once all others had perished, the powerful figures behind the scenes turned their attention entirely to Chun Yu, who fought alone, each one expressing astonishment. Even a first-level martial artist couldn't sustain this level of endurance. They would have exhausted themselves long ago. And look at his skin. Not even a red mark from a claw strike. He is yet to be injured. Where on earth did this freak come from? Yuan Xiangtian glanced at Ji Yuan. Picked him up off the street. How about he comes to my Qi Shao Peak? I'll take him as my true disciple. Jin Yang, with a smile, interjected. His aptitude is only of the 3rd tier. Are you sure about that? Ji Yuan countered. Let me think. Upon hearing this, Jin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Talent aside, even if he is well suited to martial artists have short lifespans. Moreover, my Qi Shao Peak focuses on sword cultivation, and without a foundation in the immortal path, that one do. For instance, I, Jin Yang, am at the 6th stage of the immortal path with a lifespan of 3,000 years, while a martial artist at the same 6th stage has only 1,200 years. Give him a 10-minute break. After that, send a black magic cockroach to fight him, that if he wins, I'll take him into Qi Shao Peak, but I'll only allow him entry into the inner sect. True disciples depend on his future performance. After a moment, Jin Yang gritted his teeth and spoke that in his view, this individual was indeed a promising prospect. Such a powerful physique indicated that, if he desired, he could reach the 1st level of martial arts within a month. Moreover, in the lower 3 realms, with this innate strength, he could practically be invincible at the same tier and even face opponents a level or 2 above him without issue. Have you made up your mind? This can't be changed with so many witnesses present. Just the inner sect. My Qi Shao Peak can afford 1 inner sect disciple. Finished killing? Chun Yu himself was unaware of how long he had been slaughtering. Consumed by his fervor, he only regained his senses once he found the ground littered with corpses that moment. Disregarding the bodies strewn about, he sat heavily atop the mound, gasping for breath. Young man, you are currently in an illusion. You have 10 minutes to rest. Soon, a 1st-level abyssal beast will arrive. If you win, a grand opportunity awaits you. A voice echoed in Chun Yu's ear. It was Ji Yuan's voice. Abyssal beast? Is there an abyss in this world? Is this not a Chun Yu sense that matters had escalated? This world seemed to harbor depths far more profound than he had anticipated. He decided to cease his worrying, for as a mere insignificant figure, it served little purpose. His priority was to deal with the abyssal beast. Have you communicated with it? Xian Yang inquired, observing Chun Yu as he began to gather the enormous claws. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, after all, it was merely a creature with greater strength. A 1st-tier abyssal beast had already surpassed the limits of trial, and was it not permissible for it to prepare in advance? Ji Yuan, the sage, chuckled amiably. 1 by 1. The giant claws were pried off by Chun Yu and placed on the ground. 10 minutes is neither long nor short. At the very least, he managed to wrestle down 30 or 40 claws. Before long, a commotion arose within the cabin as a colossal black mantis emerged onto the deck. Its two forelimbs were so sharp that Chinyu had no doubt they could sever him in two. Upon witnessing this creature, without a moment's hesitation, he seized a giant claw from the ground and hurled it with conviction, thinking to himself, "Do they really believe I am so easily bullied after 20 years of arduous training in the art of stone throwing?" The black mantis swung its scythe-like limbs to intercept the incoming claw. Although it succeeded in cleaving the claw, it was nonetheless jolted back by the force contained within it. Chinyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Victory was within reach. Smash it. He continued to throw claw after claw, driving the black mantis into retreat, until one of its forelimbs was forcefully shattered by his assault. "That I'll crush you," Chinyu taunted, throwing the claws with abandon. "This is still a first-tier beast? Pathetic. Seize its claws," Xianyang declared sternly, his face darkening that if this continued, the first-tier black mantis would become a laughingstock, having never touched a foe, yet being obliterated instead. Understood. A disciple adjusted the illusion, causing all the giant claws and the surrounding environment to vanish without a trace. "That I'll smash you. I'll smash you." Chinyu continued to excitedly throw the claws, only to find the ground suddenly devoid of anything. What the hell? Is this cheating? Observing the now pristine deck, once littered with corpses, Chinyu's mood soured considerably. However, the black mantis was not idle, being merely a manifestation of the illusion. It possessed no sentience. The instant the claws vanished, it charged directly at Chinyu, swinging its remaining forelimb as though intent on cleaving him in twain. "At least give me a sword or a knife. A simple iron rod would suffice," Chinyu exclaimed as he turned to flee, shouting to the heavens. "How am I supposed to fight a 3-meter-tall mantis barehanded?" "Throw him an iron rod," Xianyang instructed. As Chinyu dashed forward, an iron rod materialized before him, hovering on the deck. They really did provide one. He grasped the rod and whirled around to confront the black mantis. Upon the collision of the iron rod and the mantis's scythe, the recoil split Chinyu's palm, forcing both to stagger back several paces. Again, Chinyu steadied himself, gritting his teeth as he charged once more, resulting in another clash of force that sent vibrations through the rod, causing his entire arm to tremble. "I refuse to believe I can't do this." Again, with another resounding crash, Chinyu felt his arm fracture under the strain, blood streaming forth, yet the black mantis was equally affected. Its remaining scythe hand shattered. "Die, you beast!" Chinyu roared as he leapt high, channeling all his strength to smash the black mantis's head, shattering its skull. "You are weary. Rest now," a gentle voice resonated, causing Chinyu to lose control of his body as his consciousness sank into darkness, and the illusion shattered at that moment. Upon awakening, he found himself in the bedroom of the flying vessel. Unscathed, after the illusion's disintegration, the influential figures behind the scenes began to select their disciples. Despite Chinyu's remarkable performance, he had already been earmarked by Xianyang. However, Xianyang needed to offer some benefits to Zhi Yuan, as Chinyu had originally been sought by him. Apart from Yuan Xiangtian, the others showed little interest in Chinyu, primarily due to his limited potential, possessing merely brute strength. While he might have an advantage in the early stages, once they embarked on the path to immortality, his talent would quickly be eclipsed. "You claim to be invincible at the first tier, yet I shall advance to the 4th and 5th tiers. And you still boast of being invincible at the 1st and 2nd tiers. What good is that? Can't I simply crush you, a mere 1st or 2nd tier nuisance?" The most contention arose from a young woman named Lu Linxia, who possessed excellent potential and was bold in her endeavors. Several peak masters expressed willingness to offer her a position in the inner sect, but ultimately, she was accepted by Gu Ping, the master of Floating Peace Peak. The second was a young man named He Tsong, who had mid-tier potential and showcased decent abilities. However, his indecisiveness led to him being taken in by Du Hui, the master of Qingping Peak. A few others remained within the cabin, having not appeared on deck, yet they too were notable and were accepted by various peak masters, that as for the rest, as long as they refrained from actions detrimental to their fellow disciples, such as sabotaging others, they could all become outer disciples. Those who resorted to unscrupulous means to save their own lives were duly noted and relegated to the ranks of miscellaneous disciples. Though miscellaneous disciples were not barred from cultivating, they faced a greater burden of menial tasks. Nonetheless, they too could rise to become outer disciples, provided they issued challenges to outer disciples and emerged victorious. Should they lose, the outer disciples were permitted to use lethal force during the challenges. Ultimately, 7 individuals, including Qinyu, were accepted into the inner sect, while 26 were admitted as outer disciples and 54 as miscellaneous disciples. Chapter 11. Selection of Cultivation Methods. Disembark. The moment all awakened from the illusion, a voice resonated in their ears. "Why didn't you save me?" Du Wei lamented, looking at Qinyu with a pitiful expression. "What could I use to save you? The moment you died, I would have perished as well." Qinyu feigned indignation. "That you're lying? I saw you defeat all the monsters single-handedly," Du Wei retorted, pouting. "Cough, cough, cough. You could see that." UV made me a bit embarrassed. Qinyu turned his head away, unable to suppress a blush. "Upon death, it offers a rather peculiar perspective, witnessing your grand display of power. By the way, how did Wang Zhan die?" Qinyu deftly shifted the topic. "When I awoke, I found you all missing. As soon as I opened the door, everything went dark," Wang Zhan replied grimly, having no idea what had transpired as he was caught in the cabin. The 3 of them chatted as they walked, and upon exiting the cabin, they discovered that the flying vessel had landed atop a mountain peak. In midair, a group of exalted figures stood on the clouds, surveying the assembly below. Silence. As the crowd continued to bicker, a voice boomed like thunder, silencing all chatter. Amidst a sense of trepidation, beams of spiritual light descended from above, enveloping the 7 individuals, including Qinyu, and drawing them upward into the clouds. "I am Xian Yang, the master of Qishao Peak. From this day forth, I shall be your mentor," Xian Yang proclaimed with a smile as he gazed at Qinyu. "Disciple Qinyu pays respects to my master." Qinyu immediately responded with utmost reverence. "Excellent. Would you prefer to watch the upcoming tedious initiation ceremony here, or accompany me back to Qishao Peak? I shall follow my master wherever you go." "Then let us return to Qishao Peak. I have observed this event for hundreds of years. It holds little interest for me. I will have your senior sister take you to the scripture pavilion. Inner disciples are entitled to freely study 2 texts, but thereafter, you will need to earn contributions to the sect if you wish to learn more. The mental cultivation method will be imparted to you shortly by your senior sister. There is no need to exchange it at the scripture pavilion." Xian Yang waved his hand, and the floating clouds beneath them glided toward a mountain gate. "Does my master have any recommendations?" "Follow your own inclinations. Choose what appeals to you." "Thank you for your guidance, master." "Xiaoya, this new junior brother is entrusted to you," Xian Yang said, before casually dropping Qinyu before a young girl practicing swordplay. Then gracefully departing, "Greetings, senior sister." I am Zhangya. Follow me. I will first take you to collect your robes and tokens," the girl said, sheathing her sword and casting a cursory glance at Qinyu. "Senior sister, how many people are there in our peak?" "There are a total of 7 senior brothers and sisters, and you rank 8th. However, let us see how you fare in the upcoming newcomer competition in 6 months. Many inner disciples have been demoted in the past. Newcomer competition? Yes, the outer disciple competition will also assess the newcomers. Only those strong enough can secure their positions. There are outer disciples eager to drag down inner disciples. And your competition in 6 months will be their prime opportunity. The competition within the sect so fierce." Qinyu expressed his desire for a peaceful existence within the sect, not wishing to engage in conflict. As he was confident he would be invincible in a few millennia, it must be so. Without contention, where would the resources come from? The benefits enjoyed by inner disciples are tenfold compared to those of outer disciples. Each month at the beginning, you can receive 30 spirit stones as salary from the Deacon Hall, and upon entering the inner sect, you will receive a Qinquan bag. You have no idea how envious the outer disciples are of these privileges. System. How much do spirit stones cost in the shop? Qinyu inquired curiously in his mind. Click on Longxing Point for a spirit stone, 100 Longxing points for a mid-grade spirit stone, and 10,000 Longxing points for a high-grade spirit stone. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Damn. You're truly unscrupulous. This ISNTA system shop, it's a black-hearted shop. Have you heard of the Duanmu family? Senior sister, I have heard of them. They're the local tyrants of Dinjing City. Why? Have you offended them? Zhangya asked curiously. No, just asking casually. How do they compare to our Feiyun sect in terms of strength? Any peak could crush them. Yet they are backed by imperial power, and our paths do not cross, that if you truly provoke them, it is of little consequence. Simply clarify the matter with your master. Upon observing that Chun Yu had no intention of elaborating, Zhang Ye refrained from further inquiry. After all, it was merely the Duanmu family, not particularly significant. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Hearing this, Chun Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Had he not been on the run, it was precisely because of that Duanmu family, was it not? After both received their tokens and garments, they proceeded to the scripture repository. Upon presenting their tokens, Chun Yu was granted entry. The first floor housed miscellaneous texts available for casual perusal, while the second floor permitted selection of only 2 volumes. One should ponder carefully what to choose, as access above the second floor was prohibited. After issuing a brief warning, the disciple guarding the repository ceased further inquiries, for there were formidable arrays in place that would thwart any attempts to ascend beyond the second floor. The first floor was filled with assorted writings, histories, poetry collections, novels, and the like. Chun Yu cast a glance before swiftly moving on, intending to retrieve the manuals from the second floor first. He would return to the first floor later, as he held a keen interest in the history of this world. The various martial arts were categorized on the second floor, and Chun Yu immersed himself in the section on evasion techniques, seeking a suitable method for retreat. Defeating others was inconsequential. It was paramount to be able to flee. Each book bore a concise summary, at least providing insight into the strengths and weaknesses of the techniques. 5 elements evasion technique, heavenly evasion technique, flowing cloud steps, phantom steps, fire element star snatching steps. Chun Yu was dazzled by the plethora of choices, yet he felt that these evasion techniques were still too slow, lacking the requisite swiftness. After searching for quite some time without satisfaction, Chun Yu decided to explore other categories until a line of text caught his eye. Illuminating his thoughts, life-burning forbidden techniques. This section contained text that could only be utilized by sacrificing one's lifespan, and Chun Yu dove headlong into it, feeling as though this division was crafted specifically for him. Life sacrifice was precisely what he lacked. He had an abundance of longevity. A multitude of forbidden techniques unfolded before him, so engrossing that he failed to notice a woman beside him, gazing at him with curiosity. "Do you harbor some deep-seated grudge?" she inquired, observing Chun Yu's persistent exploration of the life-burning forbidden technique section to know, "I merely seek a particularly potent evasion technique." Chun Yu replied, taken aback, as he recognized the woman next to him. She too had been directly guided into the inner sect by the spiritual light. Why not venture to the evasion technique section? It seems that the techniques here require life as a trade-off to "I am Lu Linxia," she said, remembering him as the one who pierced through the entire illusion realm. What situation necessitates the use of an evasion technique? Chun Yu countered. When one cannot win, when fleeing for one's life, Lu Linxia pondered, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. Indeed, if you are unable to contend, it indicates that your opponent is certainly stronger. Utilizing a standard evasion technique will not suffice, as your opponent likely possesses their own. You may not escape. However, if you employ a technique that consumes your lifespan, while your opponent uses a conventional one, do you not stand a chance of survival? Chun Yu coaxed, instant death or a decade less of life. What do you choose? What if your opponent does not know evasion techniques? You cannot gamble your life on such a possibility. Can you? This line of reasoning began to take root in her thoughts. As a result, the section transformed from Chun Yu searching alone to both of them exploring together. Actually, you might consider studying conventional evasion techniques, Chun Yu suggested, feeling slightly awkward as Lu Linxia plunged into the section with determination. "That I have an infinite lifespan to expend. We are not the same." "I believe you are correct." Lu Linxia remained undeterred, continuing her search among the life-burning forbidden techniques. "Oh no, this is disastrous. Will my master punish me severely for this?" Chun Yu's heart raced with apprehension. Soon after, several more individuals entered the second floor. All new, inner disciples of the Feiyun sect. Seeing Chun Yu in the life-burning forbidden technique section, they eagerly followed suit. After all, he was the man who had traversed the entire illusion realm. Aligning with such an individual could hardly lead to error. Ultimately, Chun Yu offered a few words of caution, but none heeded his advice. So he resigned himself to continue his search in the end. He selected a technique named Blood Red Sky, a life-burning method whose description was quite simple. Each breath consumed a year of lifespan, yet it unleashed a 100-fold burst of speed. This was the fastest technique Chun Yu could find. Stealthily avoiding the others, he activated the Blood Red Sky technique with his token, and a complete message instantly appeared in his mind. Chenyu continued to browse the section discreetly, fearing that this group of miscreants might choose to learn the same technique, which would spell doom for the entire current cohort of the Feiyun sect. He would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After a brief interval, Chenyu meandered out of the life-burning forbidden technique section and into the sword techniques area. As his own Qishao Peak was dedicated to swordsmanship, naturally necessitating the study of a sword technique, in fact, there was a technique called Blood Demon Sword within the life-burning section that he found quite appealing. However, if he selected two techniques that consumed lifespan, he might be regarded as peculiar and attract unwanted attention. Chenyu had no desire to stand out. He simply wished to lead a quiet life. Is this world akin to a League of Legends? Chenyu mused, contemplating the treading forward slash he had just unearthed in the sword technique section. Wasn't this technique exclusive to the Happy Wind Man? Glancing at the description, while it may not be an exact match, it was certainly strikingly similar. Which man could resist such temptation? He resolved to learn it without hesitation, once more using his token to activate it. And another complex message flooded into his mind. With that, he had completed his studies of the two techniques, but to learn further techniques, he would need to undertake various tasks at the mission hall to earn sect contributions. After descending from the second floor of the scripture repository, Chenyu initially intended to take a few history books to read, only to be informed that while the first floor's books were free, they were strictly for in-house reading and could not be taken out. Chenyu decided against it. The cat remained in the possession of a senior sister named Huang Shi. He was hungry, and he still needed to find a place to stay. There were many matters to attend to. He could return to peruse the books later. After all, they wouldn't sprout legs and run away. Are you done? Let us go. I will take you to find a place to stay, Zhang said, flipping through a casual book she had picked up. Senior sister, may I inquire where Huang Shi resides? I wish to reclaim my cat, Chenyu said, somewhat sheepishly. That a cat? You keep a cat? Yes, it has been my companion since childhood. Troublesome. She is on Lingshu Peak. Ascend on the flying sword. Zhang snapped her fingers, and a flying sword emerged from her Qinquan bag, instantly enlarging. She stepped onto it and gestured for Chenyu to follow. This thing's safe. Chenyu hesitated, eyeing the sword devoid of any protective measures. Surely it should at least have a railing. Do not worry. I will fly low, and you won't fall to your death. Hurry up. How about you fly slowly, and I'll chase after you? Chenyu timidly suggested, feeling that the flying sword seemed rather unsafe. Wait here for me. I will return shortly. Zhang frowned and vanished without a trace. How fast? Chenyu marveled at Zhang disappearing into the horizon. In the span of a joss stick's burning time, Zhang returned, carrying the large orange cat and tossing it to him. Let us return to the mountain. Do you have any specific requirements for your accommodation? Preferably close to the dining hall, Chenyu said, cradling the trembling large orange cat, attempting to soothe it. Then it shall be at the foot of the mountain. There is a lake nearby, and the spiritual energy there is quite decent. Shall I take you to see it? Zhang contemplated, stowing the flying sword. That would be perfect. Chenyu's interest peaked at the mention of a lake. It was a paradise for fishing enthusiasts. How about this, at the foot of the mountain, beside a lake? Zhang proposed. Thank you, senior sister. This location is just right, Chenyu replied, surveying the lake and the few slightly dilapidated cottages nearby, feeling quite satisfied. At the beginning of each month, the master will deliver teachings at the mountain peak. Be sure not to be late. I shall impart to you the sect's heart method, the Ziwei Gudyuan heart technique. Cultivate diligently, lest you be eliminated in 6 months. For now, you need not undertake any tasks. After 6 months, you must complete one task, which can be accepted at the bounty platform. As Zhang spoke. Her fingers gently tapped Chenyu's forehead, and an obscure and profound mental technique manifested in the depths of Chenyu's mind. After a considerable time, when Chenyu finally emerged from this intricate mental state, he discovered that his senior sister had vanished without a trace. However, during their idle conversation, he had gleaned a general understanding of the structure of the Feiyun sect. Throughout the vast Wei dynasty, Feiyun sect could undoubtedly be ranked among the top 10 sects, with its leader, Yang Yu, being a formidable figure at the 7th realm of the immortal path, the Void Realm, within the inner sanctum of Feiyun sect. There existed 7 branches, the principal peak being Feiyun Peak, presided over by the peak master Yang Yu. The peak where Chenyu currently resided, Qishao Peak, was ranked second in terms of strength. The third was Ziyun Peak, led by Master Qing Wei. The fourth was Lingshu Peak, under the stewardship of Master Zhi Yuan. The fifth was Qingping Peak, with Master Du Hui at the helm. The sixth was Tianhua Peak, presided over by Yuan Xiangtian. And the seventh was Fuping Peak, led by Gu Ping. Additionally, the sect boasted various facilities such as the Law Enforcement Hall, the Scripture Repository, the Treasure Pavilion, the Refinery Hall, the Apothecary Hall, the Spirit Beast Garden, the Spirit Herb Garden, the Bounty Board, and the Martial Arts Arena. The outer sect was comparatively simpler, divided into 6 courts, primarily overseen by the outer sect elders, with an annual grand competition. The top 3 contenders in this competition could select a principal peak to enter the inner sect. With only 3 spots available each year, the intensity of the competition could only be described as brutal. Apart from the grand competition, another means of entering the inner sect was to challenge newly admitted inner sect disciples. For Chen Yu's cohort, there was a 6-month grace period. After this duration, another grand competition would take place simultaneously with the outer sect competition that be wide, defeating newcomers like Chen Yu in this contest. One could gain entry into the inner sect as Chapter 13 unfolds. Chen Yu declared, "I shall first dine, and upon finishing, I will return to conduct a thorough cleaning," casting a glance at his somewhat dilapidated new abode. He vigorously rubbed his cherished orange cat. It would be wise to refrain from bringing Daju to the dining hall. Instead, I shall pack a meal for Daju to enjoy later. After all, this place is unfamiliar, and it is prudent to avoid drawing attention. Meow. Daju shot Chen Yu a sideways glance. "What about my dried fish? Patience, my friend. Do you see that lake over there? It shall be yours in the future, so fret not about lacking treats," Chen Yu replied, gesturing towards the nearby lake. The Jew, satisfied with the view of the water, allowed Chen Yu to stroke its fur. The dining hall of Feiyun sect was divided into 3 levels. The first level offered complimentary meals, where patrons consumed whatever was served, though wastefulness was strictly prohibited and would incur penalties and sect contribution points. The second level permitted ordering dishes, contingent upon possessing sect points. Thus, a novice like Chen Yu, with little to his name, could only subsist on the offerings of the first level. The third level was generally reserved for special occasions, such as when 2 disciples formed a partnership or when a prominent figure celebrated a breakthrough in their cultivation, allowing for lavish feasts at great expense. "Oh my, this, and this. I'll take 5 portions of each," Chen Yu exclaimed as he arrived at the dining hall, drooling at the sight of meat, beef and lamb, a taste he had nearly forgotten after years of poverty. "Very well, brother, but do keep in mind that ordering too much may lead to a deduction of points," cautioned the attendant responsible for serving food. "Not to worry, serve me. This will merely whet my appetite," Chen Yu replied, swallowing hard, reminiscing about the years he had gone without such delicacies. As the food was served, Chen Yu found a table and began to devour his meal ravenously, not having indulged in such a manner for countless years. After satisfying his hunger, he packed a portion for Daju and left with a light-hearted demeanor. While dining on-site was free, taking food away incurred a charge. However, Chen Yu had recently come into some silver notes, and Daju's appetite was not significant. Upon returning, Daju began to feast while Chen Yu set about cleaning the premises, repairing the somewhat unstable structure of the house to prevent any unfortunate incidents during inclement weather. After a busy afternoon, he had managed to reinforce the house and organize the kitchenware and furniture from the system space. Lying back in a rocking chair that had accompanied him for decades, he pulled Daju onto his stomach and stroked it while basking in the warm sunlight. Chen Yu sighed contentedly. "Now this is life. What's the point of all that fighting and killing?" Feeling exhausted from the day's labor, he decided against practicing cultivation. As he drifted into slumber under the warm sun, he awoke to the cloak of night enveloping the world. Urged on by Daju, he stumbled with his fishing rod and rocking chair to the lakeside to begin his night fishing. Such a vast expanse of water, to neglect it for a day felt like a crime. He casually dug up a few worms, baited his hook, and reclined in his rocking chair, declaring, "Tonight, if the moon is awake, so shall I be. I am but a night owl." An hour passed, then another, with Daju anxiously darting about. "Are we catching anything? Is it even possible to fish here?" Chen Yu consoled the frantic cat. "This lake may be newly cultivated. Perhaps it lacks fish." That moment, several large fish leaped high from the water, tracing elegant arcs in the moonlight before splashing back down, as if mocking Chen Yu. "Meow. Did you not say there were no fish? What are those?" Daju's wide eyes gazed up at Chen Yu, expressing a desire for fish. "Just wait and see," A fisherman never returns empty-handed. With that, Chinyu shed his clothes and plunged into the water, unable to tolerate the fish's teasing that it's time for these foolish fish to learn the meaning of terror from a standing ape. After another half hour, Chinyu emerged from the water, bedraggled that the Jew looked at him expectantly, only to realize he had caught nothing and collapsed in disappointment onto the rocking chair, its tail drooping. This human pet is useless. Too incompetent. I told you a fisherman never returns empty-handed. Wait here. I shall fetch a net, and we will fish together tonight. Several fish leaped from the water, seemingly mocking Chinyu in silent laughter. As dawn approached, Chinyu and Daju remained in the water, attempting to ensnare even a single fish. Yet not a single catch was made, leading Chinyu to seriously suspect that the fish of Feiyun's sect had attained sentience. Gazing at the fiery red streak painting the horizon, Chinyu realized his fishing venture was about to end in failure. Thus, in the name of a fisherman's dignity, he resolved to contest with the lake. As long as he did not reel in his line and return home, his fishing endeavor would not be deemed a failure. Days turned into weeks, with Chinyu spending his time eating and sleeping, only to return to the lake to pursue his fishing passion. The fish were adept at provoking his nerves, circling and leaping around his fishing rod, yet never taking the bait, leaving him exasperated as each time the bait was devoured. Not a single fish was hooked. Chunyu's frustration escalated. He could endure no more. Had it not been for the impracticality of diving into the water and casting a net, the lake's vastness would have compelled him to draw water. Tell me, do you not cultivate? Do you spend your days fishing for us while your master remains unconcerned? One fish swam to the shore, breaking the surface to speak that be why the heavens. Fish can talk. Chunyu gaped at the loquacious carp, astonished. Of course. You think I'd waste my breath otherwise? The fish shot a jet of water at Chinyu, soaking him entirely, its humiliation more potent than its lack of lethality. In retaliation, Chinyu stripped off his clothes once more and dove into the water, prepared to battle the fish in a protracted duel. Fool, do you truly not cultivate? The new moon approaches. Does your master not scold you during lectures? As Chunyu submerged, the carp swam away and called out, The new moon? By the heavens, I've lost track of the days. What date is it? Chunyu's heart sank as he suddenly realized he had squandered over half a month, embroiled in a futile contest with these wretched fish, neglecting the 3 mental techniques that had yet to be explored. Today must be the 27th. There are only a few days left until your master's lecture. I fear for your fate. The carp warns solemnly that I shall return to fish for you next month. Chinyu clambered onto the shore, turning to issue a parting threat. Whether I return next month remains uncertain. But I must maintain my dignity. Next time, do not use worms. We're tired of them. Change up the flavors. Another fish surfaced, watching Chinyu and Daju as they departed. Chapter 14. The Lecture, Effort, and Striving. This time, Chinyu resolved to dedicate himself to seclusion for several days, immersing himself in the cultivation of the Ziwei Guiyuan heart method, aiming to at least grasp the fundamentals, otherwise in a few days. During the master's lecture, he would be subjected to a progress check and might find himself chastised for indulging in distractions, potentially leading to expulsion from the sect, that if he were to be cast out of Feiyun's sect. Where would he find the daily delicacies of beef and lamb? How could he maintain such a leisurely existence? For an entire day, Chinyu remained behind closed doors, fervently contemplating the heart method, reminiscent of his fervor while preparing for the Gaokao examination. Time swiftly elapsed, and 3 days had gone by. Chinyu felt immensely grateful for having learned a Qi training technique years ago, allowing him to bypass the stage of sensing spiritual energy. Now he could barely manage to absorb spiritual energy and circulate it through a full cycle, albeit with little retention. That he was also fortunate that Feiyun's sect was abundant in spiritual energy, enabling him to absorb it despite his mediocre talent. Early the next morning, before dawn, Chinyu ascended the mountain with a heart full of trepidation. Upon reaching the summit, he found that the sun had just begun to rise, and his senior sister, along with several unfamiliar senior brothers and sisters, awaited him. This is your second senior brother, Sun Qi. This is your third senior sister, Shinju. Your fourth and fifth senior brothers are still away on a mission. The sixth senior brother is traveling the world. And this is your seventh senior sister, Chu Xiaoi, introduced his senior sister, Zhangya, as she gestured towards each of them. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. I am Chinyu, your junior brother, that I humbly seek your guidance. He declared it so. I am not the youngest anymore. He added with a chuckle. Little junior brother, you are quite handsome, exclaimed Chu Xiaoyi, scrutinizing him with a playful grin. Indeed, quite handsome, though perhaps just a tad less so than myself, Sun Qi remarked, stroking his cheek with a self-satisfied expression. Haha, how shameless. Shinju rolled her eyes, fully aware of her self-absorbed senior brother. Junior brother, tell me, who do you think is the most handsome among us? Sun Qi inquired earnestly. Of course. Senior brother, you are the most handsome. Chinyu promptly flattered him. Very good. Junior brother has discerning eyes. Here, take this as a token of our meeting. Put in some effort during this period. In 6 months, don't let yourself be expelled. Our Qishao Peak attracts a multitude of aspirants every year, Sun Qi said with a chuckle, tossing a fruit to Chinyu. Accept it. That is a Qingxian fruit. Consuming it will enhance your capacity to absorb spiritual energy for a while, Shinju added with a smile. Why are we still giving meeting gifts? Honestly, junior brother, take this. Since he has given you something, we cannot be outdone, Chu Xiaoyi said, rummaging through her bag before finally handing Chinyu 3 twigs. This is Zixin wood. Soaking it in water daily can slightly accelerate your cultivation speed. Dante, look at me. Your senior sister has nothing but a sword, Zhanya remarked, slightly exasperated by Chun Yu's eager gaze. She had barely survived a perilous mission in the abyss half a year ago. Her Mogu sword having been shattered, To repair it. She had exhausted all her possessions, leaving her in debt, with no funds to offer a meeting gift. Come, junior brother, take this that I'll give you my senior sister's share, Shinju said as she produced 2 pills and tossed them to Chinyu. These are awakening pills. One can maintain heightened mental focus for 3 days, making both cultivation and martial arts practice far more effective. Thank you, esteemed senior sisters, Chinyu said cheerfully as he accepted the gifts. After a brief wait, a radiant sun rose over the horizon, and a figure materialized on a large stone slab at the summit. It was none other than Xianyang Daoist, the master of Qishao Peak. Greetings, master, the group bowed in unison. Today we will primarily discuss the concept of talent and the lower realms of both the immortal path and martial arts. Xianyang began, settling into a meditative posture. That it was well understood that this lecture was primarily intended for Chinyu. As every new disciple underwent a similar introduction, as Xianyang elaborated, Chinyu began to grasp the distinctions between the 2 paths and their respective cultivation methodologies. Talent, often referred to as one's roots, is classified into 9 grades: divine, holy, A, B, C, D, and so forth. However, those ranked below C are generally considered unworthy by the major sects, as such talent would likely never reach full mastery in the Qi refining stage. What purpose would that serve? Talent represents one's affinity for spiritual energy. During a full cycle of Qi circulation, a portion of the energy inevitably dissipates, while another portion enters the Dantian, transforming into one's true Qi. Dissipation is an unavoidable aspect. Even for those with divine-level talent, albeit in varying amounts, that if one can retain between 70 to 79% of the energy for conversion into true Qi, one is deemed to possess divine-level talent. This level typically boasts a success rate of approximately 90% for breakthroughs, and when paired with certain elixirs, the success rate can reach 100%. That he who retains 60 to 69% of energy is classified as holy level talent. With a breakthrough success rate of around 80%, 50 to 59% corresponds to A-level talent, with a success rate of about 70%. 40 to 49% denotes B-level talent, at a 60% success rate. 30 to 39% indicates C-level talent, with a 50% success rate, and 20 to 29% signifies D-level talent, with a 40% success rate. For instance, Chinyu's talent is categorized as mid-C level, meaning that in comparable conditions, only about 35% of the energy he circulates is successfully converted, whereas Wang Zhan possesses B-level talent, achieving approximately 48% conversion with each cycle. The disparity between the two becomes evident even after just a few circulations. Moreover, should one fail to break through, it could lead to a regression in cultivation level. Minor setbacks may not cause severe harm, yet failures in major breakthroughs can result not only in a decline in level, but also in backlash, potentially shortening one's lifespan and leaving one stalled for life. However, talent is determined from birth, with only rare and precious natural treasures having any effect on altering it. Most individuals are born with their inherent talent, and achieving B-level talent is already a natural limit. To attain A-level talent, considerable effort from one's parents is required, as for holy and divine levels. Such aspirations exist only in legend. Xianyang had never encountered anyone of such caliber in reality. In the realm of the immortal path, talent is paramount. Possessing strong roots allows for rapid advancement in cultivation. The immortal path primarily focuses on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish the Dantian. The first stage of the immortal path is Qi refining, divided into 10 layers. The first 3 layers constitute the early stage, the middle 3 layers represent the mid-stage, the last 3 layers signify the late stage. And the 10th layer is the pinnacle of the first stage, at which point one may begin consuming foundation building elixirs. Foundation building, as the name implies, refers to laying the groundwork. This phase is the first critical process in cultivation, serving as the foundation for all subsequent advancements. Only upon successfully completing foundation building can one truly be considered to have embarked on the path of immortality. The strength of one's foundation building directly influences future advancements. Much like constructing a building, if the foundation is poorly laid, how can one hope to erect a tall structure? Therefore, foundation building is also categorized into 9 grades, requiring 9 iterations. Of course, even a single successful foundation building can lead to a breakthrough into the golden core stage. But such a golden core would remain at the lowest tier for life, unless one is willing to self-destruct their path and start anew, in which case they would face a lifetime of stagnation. Moreover, the greater the number of foundation buildings completed, the more significant the benefits for future cultivation. Likewise, each subsequent foundation building becomes increasingly challenging. The first layer can be completed in about a year. The second layer requires 2 years. The third 4 years. The fourth 8 years. The fifth 16 years. The sixth 32 years. The seventh 64 years. The eighth 128 years. And the ninth 256 years. According to legend, the 10th foundation building would take 512 years. For instance, Xianyang achieved the golden core after 7 rounds of foundation building. He had no choice, as failure to break through would lead to the end of his lifespan, given that the foundation building period only allows for a maximum of 200 years of life. Xianyang was not from a prominent family, nor could the sect provide him with the rare treasures needed for 8 rounds of foundation building. Thus, 7 rounds of foundation building are the common choice for most cultivators, while the 8th and 9th rounds require vast quantities of life-extending treasures, along with considerable time. For example, completing the 9th foundation building necessitates 256 years, totaling 1,023 years when combined with previous times. How many life-extending treasures must be expended to keep a foundation building cultivator alive for over 1,000 years? How many sects would be left destitute? After foundation building, one enters the golden core stage, where the quality of the golden core is influenced by the foundation building process. The lowest tier is represented by the white core, achieved by those with a single round of foundation building. Following this are the red core, orange core, yellow core, green core, cyan core, blue core, purple core, black core, and the legendary golden core of those who have undergone 10 rounds of foundation building. According to tales, the martial emperor from 40,000 years ago and the current sword immortal from the sword pavilion achieved what is known as the legendary golden core, though whether this is true remains a mystery. In comparison to the martial path, the immortal path is a gradual and methodical approach to cultivation. Its advantages include longevity and minimal resource requirements in the early stages, along with a lack of rigorous tests of will. However, in terms of physical prowess, the immortal path is significantly weaker than the martial path, akin to a fragile mage in a game, relying on various spells and formations for offense and defense. In the realm of martial arts, should a master find themselves within striking distance, death is inevitable. The standards of aptitude in martial arts diverge significantly from those of the celestial path. The former necessitates a robust physique, honed through relentless training to cultivate one's vital energy and blood essence. This vital energy, in turn, nourishes the body, rendering it even more formidable, akin to a warrior in a game, boasting high health, formidable defense, and potent attack capabilities, yet lacking in ranged abilities. However, martial arts possess the advantage of formidable combat prowess, rapid advancement, and a focus on acquired skills rather than innate talent. Its shortcomings, however, are threefold. Firstly, life expectancy is limited. Even the 9th realm of martial arts only permits a lifespan of 4,000 years. Secondly, the initial stages are prohibitively expensive, with various medicinal baths and ingredients that the average person cannot afford. Thirdly, martial arts practitioners face a decline in their later years. Their vital energy may deplete, leading to regression in their realms, while lingering injuries from youth gradually resurface. This is the inevitable plight of those who train their bodies through martial arts. Some prodigies seeking greater strength typically cultivate both paths, with one serving as the primary focus and the other as a supplementary endeavor. Those with superior aptitude, such as those possessing grade A bones, often prioritize the celestial path in pursuit of longevity, while treating martial arts as a means of self-defense. For instance, Xian Yang, a master of the fifth realm in martial arts and the sixth in the celestial path, can contend with seventh realm celestial masters with both skill and resilience. Conversely, individuals born with insufficient talent, who absorb the spiritual essence of the world at a sluggish pace, may adopt the celestial path as secondary and martial arts as their primary focus. Xian Yang intends for Chen Yu to pursue a similar route, emphasizing martial arts while treating the celestial path as a supplementary endeavor. According to Xian Yang, with Chen Yu's exceptional physique, if he successfully cultivates his vital energy, he would undoubtedly be invincible among those of the same realm in the initial 3 stages. Beyond that, it would depend on personal fortune. As the lecture concluded, Xian Yang ceased speaking, allowing his new disciple time to assimilate the information. How is your cultivation of the Ziwei Guiyuan heart technique progressing? After a brief silence, Xian Yang inquired that I can barely manage to circulate a complete cycle. Chen Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Xian Yang fell into a contemplative silence. While he understood that this disciple's talent was somewhat lacking, it was disheartening that after more than half a month he could only just grasp the basics. The fact that he could only manage a single cycle of the technique left Xian Yang at a loss for words. He had encountered individuals with inferior talent before, yet none had been this inadequate. For now, focus on honing your martial arts. With your physique, once you successfully cultivate your vital energy, the upcoming disciple competition in 6 months should pose no challenge. Xian Yang advised. Which 2 techniques did you select from the scripture library? With a sigh, Xian Yang continued, the forward slash and bloodline of the celestial abyss. The forward slash is a commendable technique, crafted during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han.As for the bloodline of the celestial abyss. Do you harbor any deep-seated grudges? Xian Yang's expression turned peculiar, that I cannot conceal it from my master. During my wanderings, I inadvertently uncovered the human trafficking operations of the Duanmu family in the City of Shadows and managed to rescue a group of those being sold. Did I ask that all? Even if the Duanmu family discovers that we, the Feiyun sect, are responsible, do they dare to confront us? Do not practice that bloodline of the celestial abyss. Your celestial aptitude is already lacking, and you won't live many years. Why pursue that path? Will you be the one to provide for me in old age, or shall I bear your funeral? Xian Yang said, somewhat irked. Master, you speak wisely. Chen Yu replied respectfully, though inwardly he mused that as an immortal, it would indeed be he who would provide for Xian Yang in the end. The trivial bloodline of the celestial abyss, a mere longevity-diminishing technique, held little significance. He also intended to learn the blood demon sword technique. And once he accrued enough contribution points, he would exchange for it, focusing on a rebellious combat style. Circulate the technique once, and let me observe for any errors or omissions, Xian Yang instructed, rising to place his hand on Chen Yu's pulse. Allowing a strand of true essence to flow into Chen Yu's body to observe the direction of his spiritual energy, as Chen Yu stumbled through a complete cycle, Xian Yang remained silent. Was it truly this arduous? Was the technique so challenging? Do not fret, do not fret. It is only natural for a newly accepted disciple with slightly inferior talent to struggle. Xian Yang reassured himself, suppressing his rising frustration at the thought of losing his temper with Chen Yu. Given the pace of progress, Xian Yang believed that Chen Yu had only practiced for 2 or 3 days. Surely, circulating a complete cycle could not be so difficult. Just follow my true energy. I will guide you through it, Xian Yang finally said after a moment of silence, taking a deep breath. Several senior disciples discreetly stepped back a few paces, sensing that their master was about to erupt and wishing to avoid any potential fallout. Subsequently, Xian Yang's true energy coursed through Chen Yu's body, guiding him to retrace the cycle, forcibly correcting the detours and missteps along the way. After completing another cycle, Xian Yang instructed Chen Yu to attempt it independently while he provided guidance. Yet, Chen Yu soon returned to his previous state of stumbling, with the only improvement being that he had avoided the previously misdirected energy pathways. Xian Yang's expression softened slightly. He had nearly resorted to drawing his Qing Foam sword to teach Qin Yu the meaning of the bond between master and disciple. From now on, replace your sleep with circulating the heart technique at night, and during the day, train in the martial arts hall to cultivate your vital energy. With your physical strength, you should be able to enter the vital energy realm within a month. If you do not break through by next month, I shall personally assist you in your advancement. Master, is a month not too short? Qin Yu tentatively asked. It matters not. Should you fail to break through next month, I shall provide you with a most delectable reward. Xian Yang replied with a broad smile, patting Qin Yu on the shoulder, causing the latter to shiver involuntarily. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint you, Qin Yu declared earnestly, inwardly lamenting the loss of his leisurely time, fearing that his bold words to the few troublesome fish might go unfulfilled. As for the martial arts techniques, present your sect token. I shall allocate you 500 contribution points that go to the scripture library and find another technique. Should you dare to continue practicing those life-threatening forbidden arts, I shall have no choice but to discipline you. Thank you, Master. You are too kind to me, Qin Yu said, tears welling in his eyes. You must repay me later. Now you may leave, Xian Yang instructed after allocating the contribution points, waving Qin Yu away to train. Lamenting the waste of such a fine physique. All of you, come here. Why are you all standing so far away? After Qin Yu departed, Xian Yang beckoned to the disciples who had kept their distance. We were merely concerned about disturbing Master while he educated the junior disciple. One said, We're coming. We're coming. Chu Xiaoyi cheerfully approached Xian Yang. Are you preparing to descend into the abyss? Xian Yang gently patted Chu Xiaoyi's head, his eyes reflecting concern. Yes, I may not be able to attend Master's teachings for quite some time. Live well. Do not trust anyone in the abyss. Prioritize your safety. Use forbidden techniques if necessary. Your life is paramount. Do you understand? Xian Yang cautioned Chu Xiaoyi. Rest assured, Master, I will return alive. It is merely 5 years, and I can endure, Chu Xiaoyi assured him, thumping her chest confidently. Old Fourth and Old Fifth are also stationed in the abyss. You should learn from them as they have been there for 2 years longer and possess greater experience regarding the various situations within, Xian Yang advised once more. Understood, Xiaoyi knows. Furthermore, as a girl, you must exercise caution and not be easily swayed by the sweet words of those outside. Understood, Xiaoyi knows. Xian Yang continued to impart numerous pieces of advice to Chu Xiaoyi, sharing tales of the dangers and opportunities he had encountered during his own time stationed in the abyss. Take this. Repay your debts and be cautious in the abyss at your age. I should not have to worry about you. After the other disciples had departed, Xian Yang tossed a high-grade spirit stone to Zhang Ye. His eyes filled with a sense of loss at parting with such a precious item. Thank you, Master. I knew you cared for me the most, Zhang Ye said without hesitation, happily rushing over to massage Xian Yang's shoulders. Get lost. Get lost. Looking at all of you is exhausting. None of you are a source of peace. Xian Yang waved his hand, a gust of wind blowing Zhang Ye off the mountain. Looking at the empty peak, he sighed and slowly returned to his cave dwelling. Meanwhile, Qin Yu gazed at the contribution points on his token, nearly splitting his face with a grin. Having a master who provides such generous support is truly delightful. Upon arriving at the scripture library, Qin Yu aimed to find a martial arts technique first. If it was reasonably priced, he would consider exchanging for the blood demon sword technique, which he had coveted for quite some time. As he reached the second floor, he spotted Lu Xiaolin, who was also searching for something. They exchanged a brief glance before feigning ignorance, both aware that they were beneficiaries of their master's generosity, resulting in an awkward moment akin to a secret being uncovered. Qin Yu then hurried to the martial arts section, eagerly flipping through the books, yet his gaze repeatedly wandered toward the forbidden techniques. It seemed as though they held an irresistible allure. Surely there are powerful martial arts techniques over there, techniques that yield swift results. A fleeting thought crossed Qin Yu's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. If I choose another one, Master might very well lose his temper with me. Then I'll just take a look. I want to exchange anything, merely satisfying my curiosity, as he surveyed the martial arts section filled with diligent and painstaking tomes. Qin Yu suddenly found it dull and uninviting, unconsciously gravitating toward the forbidden techniques once more. Are you really going to that section again? Did your master not scold you? Lu Xiaolin couldn't help but ask as she watched Qin Yu delve into the forbidden section once more. He did, but I'm just taking a look this time. I won't choose anything. Did you also receive a scolding? Yes, but Master's attitude was somewhat strange. He encouraged me to practice, but forbade me from using it. Is that my fault? Well, I chose this path myself. I won't blame you that I'm going to check the talisman section. I need to prepare for the upcoming competition in a few months. You may go. I shall continue to wander in the realm of life and death. Chenyu gazed longingly at the myriad of captivating books within the realm, his mouth nearly watering at the thought of them. These tomes were perfectly suited to his interests. What is this life exchange for heavenly skills, trading one's lifespan for innate talents? And myriad hearts, which allows one to condense a heart of creation by sacrificing years, serving as a second heart to double the circulation of vital energy. Not to mention ghostly flames of the netherworld, where one uses their own lifespan as fuel to ignite fierce ghostly flames, simultaneously burning their own life while incinerating their adversaries. This philosophy of mutual destruction has utterly captivated me. I wonder which genius conceived such a technique. And then there's the great 1,000 records. Never mind, I can't afford that. Unable to choose, he resolved to complete tasks in the future and select later when he had accumulated wealth. For now, he would head to the martial arts district. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze away, for the allure of these techniques was nearly irresistible. The martial arts district, however, offered little in comparison. One could say it was like heaven and earth. It was a realm of relentless training with no distractions, merely a focus on physical improvement, with different disciplines emphasizing various aspects such as body, legs, or hands. After much deliberation, Chenyu ultimately selected a technique called Battle Guardian Technique. This method had no noteworthy qualities except for one. It was incredibly resilient. Its defensive attributes were maximized, while others were nearly non-existent. No speed, no strength, only pure defense. Chenyu felt this technique quite befitting for himself in the event of an actual confrontation. He envisioned his strategy. He would close the distance with Crimson Line of Heaven and withstand the onslaught through his technique. Before switching to ghostly flames of the netherworld to engage in a life-for-life exchange with his opponent, challenging who would falter first. Whoever hesitated would be deemed cowardly. This strategy of life-and-death combat left him invigorated. Chapter 16. The fellow villager. The Battle Guardian technique cost Chenyu over 400 contribution points, leaving him with insufficient points to exchange for the ghostly flames of the netherworld, so he decided to save up for future endeavors. After descending the stairs, he began searching for miscellaneous books in the first floor of the library, including works on Liu Bei, a pursuit he had long intended to undertake but had forgotten amidst his previous distractions. Now, he seized the opportunity to satiate his thirst for knowledge, for training at the martial arts arena. He resolved to defer that until tomorrow. For today, he would take a final day of rest, reading in the morning and enjoying the pleasant weather while fishing and basking in the sun in the afternoon. The thought of it brought him immense comfort. With a few miscellaneous texts and a table at his disposal, Chenyu commenced his reading session. That he first stumbled upon a book that elaborated on the realms of martial arts and immortal cultivation. The 9 realms of martial arts are categorized as follows: vitality, muscle transformation, bone forging, marrow cleansing, organ training, golden body, divine power, 1,000 mountains, and myriad phenomena. Conversely, the 9 realms of immortal cultivation include chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation of spirit, integration, void exploration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. In terms of lifespan, practitioners of the martial arts can only live for around 4,000 years, while those of the immortal path can extend their lives up to 20,000 years. Yet, martial artists possess the ability to overpower immortals in combat, and challenging opponents of higher levels is second nature to them. Thus, many martial artists will also cultivate a bit of immortal techniques, utilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish their vital essence and prolong their lifespans. However, the majority still adheres strictly to martial arts, as the immortal path necessitates innate talent, which most lack. Of course, aside from martial and immortal paths, other forms of cultivation exist, such as the Buddhist path of incense, the demon cultivation path within the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the bloodline path in the Endless Sea. Before Chenyu could fully grasp the intricacies of these various paths, a collection of poems by Emperor Wu of Han caught his eye. Intrigued by the ruler of a bygone era, he casually picked it up and began to peruse its contents, growing increasingly astonished and dismayed with each line. The do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return. Do you not see? The bright mirrors of high halls mourn for white hair, Morning like black silk, evening turned to snow. 10 steps to kill a man. 1,000 miles leave no trace. That if two hearts are to be long-lasting, why concern oneself with morning and night? If life were only as it was at first sight, what need is there for the autumn wind to mourn the painted fan? As Chenyu absorbed these verses from Emperor Wu, he felt a strange numbness. Good news. There exists a fellow villager in this realm, and he happens to be the foremost figure of the previous era. Bad news. This villager has plundered all that could be appropriated, from poetry and prose to literature. Nothing has been left for Chenyu, the younger generation. Subsequently, Chenyu began to delve into the historical accounts of Emperor Wu, his unease growing with each revelation. After unifying the heavenly Xian continent, this fellow villager found the various dialects and scripts cumbersome and complex, so he directly created Chinese characters and pinyin, even authoring a Chinese dictionary. Indeed, it was the very writing and phonetics from his past life, forcefully propagated throughout the heavenly Xian continent. Any dissent was swiftly suppressed. He spent 500 years achieving a uniform written and spoken language, establishing a single tongue across the continent. Chenyu could only shake his head in disbelief. This individual disregarded the martial ethics, even appropriating the pinyin, truly leaving nothing behind. Yet he was equally astonished by this individual's audacity. Indeed, he was remarkable. Following this, the villager began to suppress all sects and families, trampling through the martial world while authoring texts and establishing academies, composing the Analects, and claiming the title of Sage of Confucianism. He commenced the promotion of propriety, righteousness, benevolence, wisdom, trustworthiness, forgiveness, loyalty, filial piety, and brotherly respect to fortify his regime. After 200 years, under Emperor Wu's promotion, academies proliferated like bamboo shoots after rain. Thus, the imperial examination system was initiated, assessing students from various academies for entry into the court, with all dissenters facing execution and those obstructing secretly annihilated to the 9th generation. The subsequent century was exceedingly unfriendly to families and sects, with countless clans being bloodily purged over trivial matters and numerous sects facing fabricated charges. During this time, Emperor Wu seemed to stand in opposition to the world, at odds with all, intent on unifying the thoughts of the entire heavenly Xian continent. Resistance from various families and sects was ceaseless. Rebellions erupted continuously, and the court was rife with turmoil. Even the demon clans within the 10,000 great mountains began to stir, contemplating stepping out once more. Many sought to overthrow this tyrannous absolute rule. Unfortunately, such efforts were futile, resulting only in further casualties. At this point, Emperor Wu's strength had reached an unassailable zenith. Aside from time itself, no one could rival him. No one knew how many lives were lost during that century. The three mightiest armies under Emperor Wu, the Divine Martial Army, the Han Court Army, and the Northern Defense Army, were either seizing assets or en route to do so. Countless lineages were severed, innumerable sects were annihilated. Even the time-honored martial sanctuary, Mount Wansheng, fell before Emperor Wu's might. In fear, the Kunlun Sacred Land and the 10,000 Buddhist Sacred Land set aside their grievances to unite in a desperate attempt to withstand Emperor Wu's onslaught. However, as time passed, their defeat became inevitable. If not for the emergence of the Abyssal Rift, it is likely that within a few hundred years, all sects and families in this world would have been bloodily purged by Emperor Wu. With all martial and immortal texts seized into the imperial treasury, and all extraordinary powers suppressed at that time, even if Emperor Wu were to pass away, none would be able to shake the enormity of this bloated dynasty. As the tale reaches this juncture, no further accounts can be found. The text is torn from this point, as if someone had violently ripped it from the pages. Chenyu began to search for records regarding the abyss, only to find that most were mere fragments, shrouded in ambiguity, clearly concealed by those with ulterior motives. Equally obscured were the accounts of the fall of the Han dynasty and the fate of Emperor Wu. With not a single coherent detail available, time to depart. Observing the sun, now high in the sky, Chenyu knew it was time to head to the cafeteria for a meal and bring food back for the big orange cat. There were still many texts left to explore in the library, but he would have to return another time. Nevertheless, learning of the existence of a fellow villager in this world left him with mixed emotions. Based on the timeline, if this fellow villager were not an immortal being, he would have likely passed away by now. After all, the Han dynasty lasted for 40,000 years, and its fall occurred 3,000 years ago. Calculating, if the villager were indeed alive, he would now be 70,000 years old, while the Great Ascension stage permits only a lifespan of 20,000 years. What level of cultivation could sustain one for 70,000 years? Chun Yu was uncertain, yet he was confident that barring any unforeseen circumstances, living for 70,000 years should pose no issue for him. Time to eat. He resolved to fill his stomach before pondering these matters. After all, he had not yet reached even the first realm, and thus had no capacity to alter the world. Moreover, he simply sought a place to relax and live a good life, showing no interest in revolutionizing the world like this fellow villager. Nonetheless, Chun Yu held a deep admiration for this villager's ambition, unifying the thoughts of a cultivation world. Such audacity is something most would dare not even dream of. After finishing his meal, as per routine, he packed a portion for the big orange cat, then reclined in a rocking chair, rod in hand, ready to relish the leisurely afternoon hours. Why are you using earthworms again? Can't we switch things up a bit? Don't you use bait when fishing? A grass carp surfaced, bewildered. Shut it. How can I lure you in without bait? Well, how would you know without trying? The carp replied earnestly that I in everything. Once you act, there lies the potential for success. However, without action, the chance of success is zero. That are you trying to feed me some motivational nonsense? Just answer. Will you use bait or not? Not using it. I want tea. Only earthworms. Take it or leave it. Chun Yu gazed at the grass carp with a defiant spirit, asserting that this was the last remnant of dignity for a fisherman, that as long as he refrained from baiting the spot. He could not claim to have fished with full effort. Thus, it was entirely reasonable not to catch any fish. Chapter 17. The challenges of each peak. What realm must an animal reach to speak? With one hand stroking the large orange cat, Chun Yu inquired of the fish in the water. His own orange cat had already reached a certain level, yet it remained unable to articulate, merely meowing throughout the day. Generally, one would expect that by the third realm, speech would be attainable. The grass carp, while expelling water jets and shooting at small insects, replied, Big Orange, did you hear that? You can speak at the third realm. Meow. The orange cat began to retreat in a panic. What nonsense. These fish in the water have reached the third realm. I am not Chun Yu, that fellow with a loose screw who still hasn't realized that the fish in the water can talk. Dante run. Observing the big orange retreating hastily left Chun Yu bewildered. Why are you running? Indeed, one cannot fathom a cat's thoughts. Wait, you fish at the third realm? Ba ba ba. Old fish, you're at the third realm? Chun Yu finally came to his senses, rising in astonishment. Not really, the grass carp replied languidly. Then how can you speak? Because I am at the seventh realm. Old fish, you truly have a sense of humor. Chun Yu nearly knelt in disbelief. How could a mere fish in the water be at the seventh realm? That's impossible. First of all, I am not a fish. I merely inhabit a fish's body to converse with you. Secondly, you have a knack for changing your expression. Another white carp emerged, flipping onto its back to speak. And who, pray tell, are you? Chun Yu tentatively asked, realizing that his days as a fisherman were numbered. I am the spirit of this water. You may call me Lake Spirit. Dozens of fish leapt from the water simultaneously, their voices harmonizing eerily, sending shivers down Chun Yu's spine under the blazing sun. Oh, it is the Lake Spirit. How disrespectful of me. Can lakes indeed give rise to sentience? Originally, they could not, but the reason for my birth is not something a little shrimp like you could comprehend. I am quite curious about how the people of Feiyun sect managed to recruit you. Your lifestyle is utterly incompatible with their rigorous training. Look around, who isn't diligently cultivating, seizing every moment. Only you, lounging in the sun or fishing, that I in all my years of Feiyun sect, I have never seen a disciple as leisurely as you. Does your master not concern himself with you? Aren't you worried about the upcoming competition for new disciples in a few months? Of course he does. My master has instructed me to break through to the first realm this month, or I shall face dire consequences. Then why are you still here fishing? Well, it's already afternoon, half the day is gone. And the sun is so delightful. Let me rest one more day, and I shall begin tomorrow. I can already envision you being bullied by others in a few months. That's unlikely. Tomorrow, I will certainly attend the martial arts hall that he spoke. Chun Yu reclined once more in his lounge chair, squinting his eyes to bask in the afternoon sun. Initially apprehensive upon hearing that the Lake Spirit was a seventh realm entity, He quickly reasoned that such a significant matter could not have escaped the notice of the sect. If there were any danger, it would have been addressed long ago, and such a vast body of water would not be left unguarded. With this thought, Chinyu felt reassured that he would take each day as it came. Tomorrow's concerns could wait. This was his consistent approach since arriving in this world. He had ample time and no need to rush. The lake spirit, witnessing Chinyu's unambitious demeanor, chose not to comment further, silently consuming the bait he had prepared for fishing, occasionally tugging at the fishing line as if to alert Chinyu that he was out of bait and should replenish it. "You treacherous cat! Lacking any sense of loyalty, you abandoned me." Upon returning home that evening with an empty wooden bucket, Chinyu seized the orange cat and began to rub it vigorously. This creature was utterly unreliable. Meow! The orange cat struggled desperately, yet could not escape the disarray of its fur as Chinyu's hands wreaked havoc upon IT. IT could only retreat to a corner, licking its fur in an attempt to restore order. Resolving silently, it vowed to flee at the first sign of trouble in the future, for even a moment's pause could be seen as a disrespect to its own life. After giving the disloyal cat a thorough rub-down, Chunyu ignored it and proceeded to wash up and prepare for bed, rejuvenating himself for the next day when he would collect his wages, purchase medicinal baths, and begin refining his vital energy to practice the Battle Heaven protective technique. In this world, martial arts could not solely rely on arduous training. It required the infusion of various medicinal baths to nourish the body. Both medicinal baths and food were indispensable, epitomizing the saying that scholars are poor while martial artists are rich. Without money, one could hardly practice martial arts. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Chinyu leisurely rose, washed up, and made his way to the logistics hall to collect his wages and witness what spiritual stones looked like. Broadening his horizons to AT this moment, a throng of people queued at the logistics office, engaged in idle chatter. Upon Chinyu's arrival, a group of individuals discreetly scrutinized him. For this individual who had recently made a name for himself in the illusionary realm. The inner disciples from the other peaks were quite curious. After all, they all had traversed that path, and the difficulties of that stage were well understood. The sense of despair and pressure from the endless, boundless giant claw beasts was universally felt. Moreover, it was rumored that the master of Qishao Peak had specially summoned a first-realm abyss beast for this person, only to be bested, leaving many in awe. However, the reason for the multitude of gazes now was due to another matter. Traditionally, each peak would hold a sermon on the first day of the month, followed by their newly inducted disciples. "I hear you are called Chinyu?" The newcomer king, a somewhat balding inner disciple, approached Chinyu with curiosity to me. The newcomer king. Chinyu was utterly taken aback. Did he really hold such esteem? "Naturally, you are quite famous among the inner disciples now. My junior brother heard your advice and selected a book called Heavenly Demon Disintegration from the Scripture Pavilion. I am Zhao Luo, a disciple of Tianhua Peak." Heavenly Demon Disintegration? Chinyu pondered. Indeed, there was such a book in the Flame Life region, a spell that sacrificed a portion of one's body to gain incredible speed, though it did not consume one's lifespan. After a brief glance, he dismissed it. The cost was too great and unsuitable for him. Chinyu understood what Zhao Luo was referring to. It was the incident on the first day of his entry, when he had inadvertently led the other new disciples to the Flame Life region. Clearly, this senior brother had come to address the matter on behalf of his junior, that I did advise them against it. But they didn't listen, that I can't be blamed for that, can I? Of course not. We of Tianhua Peak are reasonable, but your junior brother squandered an opportunity at the Scripture Pavilion. Therefore, in 5 months, I shall challenge you. Regardless of the outcome, this matter will be settled. Zhao Luo stated leisurely. Tianhua Peak was notoriously protective of its own. When their junior brother was wronged, it was the responsibility of the senior brothers to intervene. Currently, Chinyu was under protection, and thus no one would come to trouble him. However, once that grace period expired, the peaks would not prohibit mutual sparring. I too, from Lingshu Peak, share the same sentiment. Chin junior brother, your actions were indeed not very commendable. In 5 months, I shall come to seek your unique insights on evasion techniques. Another inner disciple stepped forward. I am Wu Kai from Qingping Peak. I also wish to assist my junior sister in reclaiming her honor. I hope, by then, you will not tarnish the title of newcomer king. Suifeng Peak shares the same view. I, from Fuping Peak. One by one, the inner disciples from various peaks approached Chinyu, their words seemingly polite but laced with an underlying tension. Chapter 18. Training. Have I offended the entire Feiyan sect? Chun Yu found himself engulfed in self-doubt, questioning why he would awaken to such an ordeal. To be confident. Remove that self-doubt. Rest assured, the worst that may happen is that you'll be bedridden for 2 months. But it won't be too severe. A senior brother named Fong, he said kindly, patting Chun Yu on the shoulder. Chun Jr. brother, go collect your resources. Work hard during this period. That I prefer that when we eventually clash, you are not already defeated before I can even intervene. With Wu Kai's words, the disciples from various peaks synchronously parted to allow Chun Yu to advance and collect his resources. Isn't that unnecessary? We can simply queue like everyone else, Chun Yu replied, feeling awkward to go on. Your time is limited. This polite demeanor won't lighten the blow when we strike in a few months. It's better to gather your resources quickly, save time, and become stronger. Zhao Luo gestured for Chun Yu to expedite the process. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Chun Yu's face flushed, and he hurried into the logistics office, retrieving his token to collect his resources: 30 spiritual stones, 2 clear heart pills, and 2 heavenly spirit herbs. Clear heart pills could be consumed during cultivation to enhance one's ability to convert spiritual energy, and the effects would last a day and night. The heavenly spirit herb resembled a leaf and was a stimulant. Holding it in one's mouth could invigorate the mind, facilitating focused cultivation. Spiritual stones, akin to jade, emitted a faint glow, but this was not the moment to admire them. Right there, Chun Yu exchanged 20 of the 30 spiritual stones for over 40 portions of the medicinal herbs required for his baths. Big Orange. We are being targeted. Upon returning to his small abode, Chun Yu pinched the belly of the large orange cat and exclaimed. The large orange stared back at Chun Yu, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Isn't this quite delightful? Daily indulging in beef, lamb, and pork, all without the toil of laboring in the fields. Have you perhaps gained a bit of weight during this time? I can't shake the feeling that your belly has become noticeably rounder. Chun Yu curiously pinched the pudgy belly of Daju, who promptly swatted his hand away and leaped onto a nearby table. In our feline realm, being plump signifies health and strength. Do you understand? Just take a look at this. Do you desire it? Chun Yu waved a spirit stone tantalizingly in front of Daju. That Daju's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Chun Yu. What is this? It glows. I must play with it. After all, cats have an irresistible attraction to luminous objects. It's a spirit stone. Do you comprehend? Simply hold it in your palm and circulate your energy to absorb the spiritual essence within. As he spoke, Daju's paw had already pressed against the stone, which began to dim at an observable rate, eventually losing its luster and transforming into an ordinary piece of jade. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. You wasteful creature, Chun Yu exclaimed, springing to his feet. That I only have 10 of these, and you've already consumed one. So quickly, meow. Daju looked somewhat unsatisfied, his large eyes innocently fixed on Chun Yu as he licked his paw. I must head to the training grounds. If I don't cultivate, not only will my master be furious, but the other disciples will be eager to beat me as well. After frolicking with Daju for a while, Chun Yu tossed the remaining spirit stones to Daju and said earnestly, If I don't grow stronger, I genuinely fear I might end up bedridden for months. This situation is utterly absurd. I had warned those fellows, yet not a single one listened. Now I bear the brunt of their negligence, and I can't even explain WHYAS for why I'm giving the spirit stones to Daju. He is at the first level of the immortal path, while I am just a fledgling, unable to absorb the spirit stones myself until I reach the next level. Otherwise, they would be useless in my hands. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Chun Yu found only a handful of disciples scattered about. Only those at the first level or lacking any cultivation would come here, as cultivators at the second level and above typically have personalized training rooms tailored to their techniques and do not need to frequent this place. Let us begin. Observing the array of equipment, Chun Yu commenced his training based on the exercises from the Battle Heaven Guardian technique. He could not deny that his physique was far from ordinary. After completing a set of martial movements, he remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Thus, Chun Yu began to bind chains around himself to increase the burden. Most martial arts techniques are quite similar in the early stages. They require the activation of the latent vital energy within the body, which can only be unleashed through extreme exertion that exhausts every ounce of energy. As he repeatedly practiced the movements of the Battle Heaven Guardian technique, beads of sweat began to form on Chun Yu's body, and his breath grew heavier. How exhausting. Why is martial training so taxing? Is there no more leisurely technique, perhaps one where I merely eat and sleep all day without having to exert myself, yet still grow stronger? Chun Yu lamented inwardly as he trained. The sun ascended high into the sky before gradually descending, and an entire day slipped by quietly, without pausing for anyone, that as night fell. Chun Yu was drenched in sweat. His body is soaked as if he had just emerged from the water. Where is my vital energy? Why can't I sense anything? I feel utterly exhausted. Chun Yu continued his movements, though his mind began to wander. He hadn't paused for a moment throughout the day, yet all he felt was fatigue, devoid of any sensation of vital energy. To be why the time night deepened, Chun Yu returned to his small dwelling, dragging his weary body inside. The moment he arrived, the Jew eagerly bounded over, circling Chun Yu. Where's my food? Where's my food? You little rascal, do you wish to starve this cat? You haven't brought me anything to eat all day. And now I'm on the brink of starvation. I forgot. Can we wait? How about I feed you tomorrow at noon? At this moment, Chun Yu was too fatigued to even lift his hand. Utterly uninterested in petting the cat, all he desired was to lie down and sleep soundly. That I don't care. I demand my meal. I will tell others that you are mistreating this cat. The Jew, frantic, darted about that a cat is made of iron. Food is steel. Missing a single meal is unbearable, especially since it has been 2 meals already. Fine, I'll check the cafeteria. I'm unsure if they're still serving at this hour. Prepare some bathwater for me. I need a medicinal bath tonight. Glancing at his feline companion, Chun Yu sighed and resigned himself to another trip. Rest assured, I've got this handled. The Jew chirped, giving Chun Yu a reassuring glance before bustling off to heat some water. The sight of a cat walking on 2 legs, clutching a bundle of firewood, was undeniably bizarre. When Chun Yu arrived at the cafeteria, he was relieved to find it still brightly lit, with several disciples dining inside. Among them a few familiar faces, including one who had challenged him to a duel that morning. Upon seeing Chun Yu, the others merely smiled in greeting, their expressions friendly, all too evident of their anticipation to see him bedridden in a few months. He has been far too lax. At this rate of training, he will never hope to reach the first level within a year. Observing his body, I sense only fatigue. He hasn't even approached his limits before stopping. After Chun Yu departed, a disciple named Ma Rue from the Tian Peak frowned, remarking, "It's as expected. Without a powerful will, the path of martial arts is not so easily traversed. Heaven bestowed upon him a fine physique. Yet he was not granted the corresponding determination, a pity indeed. Let us eat." As Chun Yu returned with his meal, the Jew rushed out to greet him. "Enjoy your food. Remember to wash the dishes afterward. I am off for my medicinal bath." After handing the meal to the Jew, Chun Yu began placing the herbs into the bath barrel before stripping off his clothes and leaping in. A refreshing aura seeped through his skin, permeating into his body. Chun Yu glanced at his system attributes. After a day of training, there was no increase in his stats, yet several new techniques appeared under the cultivation category. Qi cultivation technique, first layer. Ziwei, Guyuan heart technique, not yet mastered. Bloodline of the Crimson Sky, not yet mastered. Forward slash, not yet mastered. Battle Heaven Guardian technique, not yet mastered. Looking at his longevity points, Chun Yu suddenly considered adding them to the Battle Heaven Guardian technique to test its effects. He had always allocated them towards strength, speed, and defense, never attempting to apply them to a technique. Curiosity piqued at the slight danger noted on the inscription. Chapter 19. Burdened with debt long ago. Chun Yu was aware that longevity points could be directly applied to techniques, yet he had never tried it, mainly due to a lack of urgency and the warning about the slight danger. However, at this moment, he was incredibly eager to experiment with what would transpire if he applied longevity points to a technique. Without further ado, Chun Yu silently activated the longevity points within the system panel, directing them toward the Battle Heaven Guardian technique. Countless memories cascaded through his mind like a rushing river, as if an entire year of memories had been inexplicably added to his consciousness. Filled with relentless training of the Battle Heaven Guardian technique. While Chun Yu was immersed in these memories, he failed to notice the visible reduction of the medicinal bath and the transformation of his muscles until he felt an intense heat coursing through him. The Jew, add more water and herbs for me. Chun Yu suddenly sensed that his body was on the verge of being drained, as a force within him ravenously consumed everything, causing him to visibly lose weight. On the system panel, his defense began to steadily increase, rapidly rising from 3 points to 7 and continuing to grow. This sensation felt akin to having undergone a year of extreme training without any nutritional intake. And now his body was demanding that year's worth of sustenance that the Jew, who had been leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg at the table, noticed Chen Yu's emaciated form and hurriedly discarded the chicken leg to rush over. Pulling a new medicinal packet from his supplies and tossing it into the water barrel, that as soon as the herbs and hot water were added, they were swiftly absorbed by Chen Yu's body once more. The Jew was left with no choice but to keep adding water, but with no hot water available. He could only add cold water. Of little difference, really. Chen Yu's body was heating up as if it were being steamed. The cold water quickly began to boil and was again absorbed. Hurry. Take me to the lake. Toss me and the barrel in. Just throw the herbs into my mouth. I feel as if I am being drained dry by this force within me. Chen Yu was now gripped by an overwhelming fear. For the first time since arriving in this world, he felt death looming close. Without hesitation, the Jew stood upright, lifting the wooden barrel with his forepaws and sprinting towards the lake. Upon reaching the shore, he unceremoniously tossed Chen Yu into the water, even stuffing a few packets of herbs and a chicken leg into his mouth. Meow. Observing Chen Yu's continued emaciation, the Jew dashed about in a panic. Utterly perplexed by the situation. What on earth is happening? I have lived for so long and have never witnessed such a scenario that a pufferfish swam up to Chen Yu, observing him curiously. Help me. Elder Water Spirit. I feel as if I am on the brink of death. Chen Yu pleaded desperately as he gazed at the pufferfish that I cannot intervene directly. Have your cat seek your master. Your condition is rather peculiar, that I ask that vital energy within you. Whereunto you devoid of it just yesterday. How could it manifest so swiftly? Moreover, IS&T vital energy supposed to emerge gradually. It feels as though a year's worth of vitality has suddenly been bestowed upon you. And this overwhelming life force begins to extract the nutrients from your body to sustain itself. What peculiar technique is this? Although Hu Ling is unable to intervene, being a formidable figure of the seventh realm, her mental prowess quickly discerns a disturbance within Chen Yu's body. After several millennia, encountering such a technique is truly unprecedented, and no method of rapid cultivation achieves results at this pace. A single day surpasses what others accomplish in a year. Is the heavens serving nourishment on demand? Senior, I am famished at this moment. Chen Yu, now gaunt as a skeleton, gazes with a predatory glint in his eyes at the pufferfish that I am a pufferfish, toxic and spiky. Please remain calm. Your pet has already ascended the mountain. Endure for now, or perhaps drink some water. It's quite filling. The pufferfish wags its tail and distances itself from Chen Yu. Meanwhile, the Jew desperately races towards the peak of Qi Shao Mountain. Having lingered at its base for days, it has a rough idea of the whereabouts of several of Chen Yu's seniors and heads towards the closest one, Shenju. Upon reaching Shenju's dwelling, the Jew howls and crashes against the door, leaving Shenju, who is meditating inside, utterly perplexed that a quick scan of her surroundings reveals the frenzied feline at her door. This cat she recognizes as her junior's pet, though she wonders what madness has possessed it to act so wildly at this late hour. Upon opening the door, before she can utter a word, the Jew seizes the edge of Shenju's garment and drags her towards the mountain's base. Observing the Jew's urgency, Shenju surmises that something must have transpired with her junior, and swiftly scoops up the cat, leaping onto her flying sword to speed down the mountain. Upon arriving at the lakeside, Shenju scarcely recognizes her junior, who is transformed into a ghastly apparition, his form resembling a mere collection of bones submerged in the water, surrounded by swirling eddies, the result of his body voraciously absorbing every available nutrient. What is this predicament? Has he fallen into a state of demonic deviation? It is unheard of for someone who has not yet entered the realm to suffer such a fate. Shenju begins to scrutinize Chen Yu with her mental energy. Unable to fathom the cause of his condition, she tosses a few snow ginseng pills into his mouth. Though the reason for his plight is unclear, it is evident that if he does not replenish his strength soon, he will exhaust himself entirely as the pills enter his system. Chen Yu feels the insatiable force within him momentarily relent, yet it remains insufficient. This energy demands all the nutrients he would require over an entire year. Can you speak? What is happening? Shenju inquires of the nearly unrecognizable Chen Yu in the lake, that I have no idea. I merely train for a day and then return to soak in a medicinal bath. And this is the consequence. Chen Yu laments, nearly brought to tears by his own folly, that if you choose not to explain, so be it. However, each snow ginseng pill costs 100 contribution points, and you just consumed 4. So you owe me 400 points. You will need to repay me later, but given your current condition, for pills seem insufficient, the DOU require more. As your senior, I shall not charge you interest. Yes, how many do you have left? I want them all. 1 for 2. Chen Yu expresses his gratitude, touched by his senior's generosity in lending such costly pills without interest, though he knows he cannot truly forego repayment. Their bond is one of camaraderie, yet they have only known each other for a brief time. It is rare for someone to be so magnanimous towards a recent acquaintance that I can offer you 5 more. But if that proves inadequate, I am at my limit. Shen Zhu declares, tossing the last 5 pills into the water where Chen Yu resides, that I cannot afford to deplete my resources entirely in rescuing you. I still have tasks to attend to in the coming days, and elixirs are essential. Spending them all here might jeopardize my return. Did I ask the master not present? I wish to borrow some more from him. Chen Yu, with a woeful expression, assesses his condition. Insufficient, vastly insufficient. The master is absent, and I am currently destitute. However, my second senior does possess a modest sum. Shall I inquire on your behalf? Shen Zhu ponders aloud. I would be most grateful, and please inform my second senior that whatever amount is borrowed, I shall repay double. Very well, I shall ask. With that, Shen Zhu retrieves a communication talisman, and as she infuses it with spiritual energy, it vanishes into the night sky. Chapter 20. The eve of the grand competition. After a while, the bewildered Sun Qi floats over, swaying slightly. Junior, what has transpired? Did you visit a brothel and get drained dry? Shen Zhu succinctly recounts the situation to Sun Qi, who without hesitation rummages through his storage pouch and produces some spare elixirs to toss to Chen Yu at a total of 1,400 contribution points. Just repay me what you can, no need for doubling. However, judging by your current state, it seems you will owe me for quite some time. Sun Qi grimaces, waving his hand dismissively as he turns to leave, primarily to avoid betraying his emotions. Thank you, seniors. The immense kindness of my seniors will be etched in my heart. As Chen Yu feels the devouring force within him gradually cease, he expresses profound gratitude. Do contemplate how you will earn back the contribution points, and it would be prudent to wait for the Master's return to explain your condition. Shen Zhu advises before departing. This junior seems to harbor some secrets. Could it be similar to my own situation, carrying an old man with him? Shen Zhu muses with curiosity that it seems unlikely. It resembles the effects of the sands of time that an ancient voice echoes within Shen Zhu's mind. The cost of the sands of time is exorbitant, far from worth it. Upon hearing the mention of the sands of time, Shen Zhu loses interest, while the treasures of the river of time are undeniably valuable. Few can withstand the price that seek the power of the river of time. One must be prepared to pay with their life. It is also possible that a great being is slowly unraveling their own seal through reincarnation. Though I am more inclined to believe this fortunate lad has acquired a few grains of sands of time or time grass. The ancient voice continues. Let the master deal with the headaches. We shall feign ignorance that I in the dead of night. Chen Yu lies in bed, his eyes vacant. Having added a point to his longevity, he nearly brought himself to the brink of death. Though he survived, he is left in a state akin to death. Unable to muster even a modicum of strength, this moment, he can only summon his attribute panel to see if the mountain of debt has yielded any gains. Name: Chen Yu. Lifespan, max talent, grade C strength, 0.1 weak, speed, 0.1 weak, defense, 20 cultivation technique. Qi cultivation method, first level. Ziwei Gue Yuan heart method, not yet initiated. Battle Heaven bodyguard technique, first level, great perfection skills. Bloodline of the Scarlet Sky, not yet initiated. / not yet initiated, longevity points. 20. After reviewing his attributes, Chen Yu finds it difficult to ascertain whether his emotions are filled with joy or sorrow. Achieving great perfection in the first level of the Battle Heaven bodyguard technique signifies that he has stepped into the first realm. 1 realm per day. Who else could achieve such a feat? The reduction of strength and speed to 0.1 is likely due to his body being drained. As he gradually recovers, his original strength should return. However, he currently owes his third senior 900 contribution points. His second senior 1,400 contribution points, and with that doubled, it amounts to 4,800 points. And there are also the 500 points owed to the master, totaling 5,300 points. Gazing at this astronomical figure, he realizes that he will likely be indebted to these two for many years to come. Yet for Chen Yu, this is not a significant concern. His future is long. Having a small goal is quite wonderful. System: open the shop and search for one-time treasures that enhance strength. Should the master inquire about tonight's events, a reasonable explanation is necessary. And for that, he must find a suitable treasure, perhaps something precious he has previously acquired. After silently wishing, the attribute panel before him shifts to reveal the system shop, filled with an unfathomable array of items. First, he eliminates anything unrelated to the world of cultivation, such as T-Virus and G-Virus, and discards treasures that are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. What remains is a plethora of items that Chen Yu seeks. 9-leaf lotus, time grass, Emperor's essence, sands of time, moonstone. Viewing the despair-inducing prices, the cheapest Emperor's essence requires over 10,000 longevity points. Chen Yu can only gaze at the descriptions of these items, pretending to possess them, and prepare an explanation for the master. In the following days, he refrains from training, his body far too weak. He can only manage minimal movement, occasionally fetching a meal and attempting to cultivate the Zi-Wei Gui Yuan heart method. However, his innate talent appears to be lacking, as he has yet to initiate it. The initiation involves circulating the great cycle to fill the Dantian with energy, then compressing it once to transform the true qi into liquid form for storage in the Dantian. Compressing it once signifies the first level of qi cultivation, while compressing it twice denotes the second level. After nurturing his injuries for over 3 months, he finally recovers. His strength reaches 17 points. Speed 9 points, and defense increases once more to 27 points. Fully revitalized, Chen Yu observes the torrential rain outside, silently moving a rocking chair to the doorway to recline, petting Daju while watching the raindrops cascade from the heavens, splashing upon the ground and creating myriad water droplets, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that light up the gloomy sky. Chen Yu relishes this lifestyle, this sense of leisure and tranquility, free from the burdens of daily sustenance. Has always been his greatest dream. Daju, you truly need to lose weight. Just look at you now, as rotund as a little pig, gently pinching the chubby face of a large orange cat. Chen Yu mused that if this fellow continued to gain weight, he might soon be unable to lift it. Whose cat weighs over 30 pounds. When it leaps onto him, it feels like a heavy airdrop. Particularly at midnight, this lazy cat enjoys lounging on his chest, often leading him to believe he is being pressed down by a ghost. Meow, I am not fat. After finally enjoying a few good days. What is wrong with me eating a bit more? Moreover, I am an orange cat. Do you understand? In 2 months, the new disciple competition will commence. Do you think I might be eliminated? Calculating the time, I have already been at Feiyun's sect for over 4 months. After 2 months, regardless of the competition results, this leisurely life will likely vanish, and I will have to undertake tasks to repay my debts. As I still owe my senior brothers and sisters 4,800 contribution points. During these months, my master has not returned. It has been my second senior brother who has been addressing my doubts regarding cultivation. Life has been tranquil and uneventful, that I've been practicing the blood-colored ether every now and then and refining the Zi-Wei Guyuan heart technique at night, living a delightfully comfortable life that no one has provoked me or challenged my peace. And apart from the mundane, I find great pleasure in this simplicity that as the sect competition approaches. Each meal feels imbued with a palpable tension, as everyone unconsciously quickens their pace to save time for cultivation. Meow. Chapter 21. Competition rules. With the competition merely 3 days away, Chen Yu had managed to heal his injuries. This moment, he exerted a slight force, unleashing a surge of vital energy that enveloped him, marking his formal entry into the first realm of martial arts. However, he did not merely reach the initial stage. He leapt directly into the mid-stage of the first realm. One must admit that directly augmenting martial arts techniques provides a significant boost, albeit with considerable side effects, having confined him to bed for several months. Should he be better prepared next time, he could gather some heavenly materials or supplementary elixirs in advance, preventing a repeat of the last incident where he nearly drained himself dry. That night, while he continued to familiarize himself with the application of his vital energy, a paper crane appeared before him. Come to the mountaintop. It fluttered, speaking. Master? Chen Yu inquired tentatively, gazing at the paper crane. Yes, please wait a moment, he replied, hastily dressing before following the paper crane up to the peak of Qishao, mid-stage of the first realm. Not bad. Have you practiced the forward slash yet? Upon reaching the summit, only Master Xianyang was present. After assessing Chunyu's level, he spoke. Not yet. Chunyu replied meekly that I've been recuperating in bed and then focused on the blood-colored ether.as for the forward slash. I truly haven't had the chance to practice. I was planning to accumulate a few years' worth of experience and then directly enhance my skills. With this enhancement, I was hoping to benefit without exerting much effort. Then practice now. The competition is in 3 days. Do you truly believe you can maintain your inner sect disciple status purely by brute strength? If you were relegated to the outer sect, I would suffer great embarrassment. Xianyang tossed a steel sword to Chunyu, beginning to instruct him in swordsmanship as the peak master of Qi Shao and a swordsmanship expert of the 6th realm. Xuanyang's guidance made the foundational sword techniques feel like child's play. Thus, under his tutelage, Chunyu began to learn the proper grip and drawing techniques, while Xianyang elaborated on the 13 basic sword moves: diagonal slash, horizontal cut, thrust, upward strike, vertical hook, diagonal stab, reverse thrust, horizontal wipe, downward sweep, downward jab, upward burst, return hang, and ascending cloud. At this stage, Chunyu was not yet qualified to learn these foundational moves. According to his master, he needed to first grasp how to hold and draw the sword, as these were the basics and cornerstones of swordsmanship. Without mastering these, there was no point in learning anything else. Master, what is the strongest sword move? Chunyu asked curiously while practicing. Aiming too high. You can't even hold the sword steadily, and you're already thinking about the strongest move? I'm just curious. Could you share it with me? Focus on your practice. Concentrate, or I will strike you, Xianyang said with a frown. How would I know? I am merely a seeker of the vast sword arts. If anyone knows, it would probably be that individual at the sword pavilion. Upon hearing that he might be struck, Chunyu quickly consumed a clarity pill to enhance his focus. Observing Xuanyang's growing displeasure, he realized that this extravagant indulgence was unwarranted. His master had not been so wasteful in his own training. Consequently, Xianyang became even stricter. Any slight mistake would earn a swift kick, by dawn. Chunyu returned home in a daze, unsure of how many kicks he had endured, feeling as if he were questioning the meaning of life. The large orange cat gazed at Chunyu's disheveled state and licked its paw, lamenting that being a cat was indeed preferable. No worries about food or clothing, and no need for daily rigorous training or beatings. In the past, he had to plow the fields in the village. After all, they had a glutton at home and could not afford to raise a cow, so he had to step in. But now, he didn't even need to plow. This was the life he had always desired. With this thought, he stealthily unearthed a mouse that had somehow strayed into his domain, beginning to play with it. It was the same one that had come by last night, plump enough to make the orange cat salivate. However, the orange cat was no fool. This creature was obviously well fed and groomed, likely a beloved pet. Thus, it only dared to play, refraining from eating it for fear of offending some powerful sect member, which would jeopardize its leisurely lifestyle. That night, he continued to ascend the mountain, practicing the grip, draw, and sheathing of the sword. The grip must be steady. The sword is an extension of the body that if one cannot hold it firmly, a mere flick can disarm them. Moreover, drawing the sword must be swift, precise, and fierce. All three are indispensable. It must be executed as effortlessly as a leaf falling from a tree, without touching the ground, and then slashed through. Sheathing the sword requires concealment, embedding one's intent within the sword, nurturing the sword's essence. Indeed, Chunyu could not achieve any of the aforementioned points. He often pricked his hand while sheathing the sword, resulting in further kicks from his master. According to Xianyang, he had never encountered such a clumsy disciple. He mused that he could teach a pig faster than Chunyu learned. He wondered what had possessed him to accept this student into the inner sect. For 3 consecutive days, Chunyu faced relentless criticism, making him question whether he truly was a hopeless case. Tomorrow is the competition. Do not embarrass me. Do not think of any fanciful techniques. Just focus on one move. Draw the sword and then slash. Do you understand? My opponent should also be at the same realm, right? Chunyu cautiously inquired. That I end the formation. You will be constrained to the same realm, but the martial prowess of the outer sect disciples will not be overly suppressed. Moreover, some have already reached the 2nd realm, and their techniques, moves, and insights are far beyond your current capacity. Furthermore, you may not be facing a single opponent, but rather a group assault. Chunyu was taken aback. Isn't it supposed to be a one-on-one competition? Didn't you read the rules? Xinyan gazed at his disciple in disbelief, astonished by his ignorance. How vast is your mind if you didn't even glance at the competition rules? Were you planning to merely go for a stroll? I thought I would just attend the competition tomorrow, Chenyu awkwardly admitted, having assumed it would follow the traditional format of one-on-one duels typical in tales of immortal heroes. Go read the rules now. If you don't even make it through the first stage tomorrow, I will immediately expel you from the sect, Xinyan shouted, gripping Chenyu's ear in anger. After realizing this still did not soothe his irritation, he kicked Chenyu down the mountain. After all, this lad was merely a first-realm martial artist, practicing a defensive technique like the Battle Heaven Guardian technique, so he was not in danger of serious injury from the fall. When Chenyu limped his way to the training grounds displaying the competition rules, he was utterly bewildered that it was evident that this was a scheme devised by the martial emperor himself. He could only marvel at the martial emperor's ingenuity, truly deserving of being a figure who dominated an era. This was no ordinary competition. It resembled an eternal cycle of trials akin to an endless realm of cultivation. All participants were drawn into a vast illusion, their realms suppressed to the initial stage of the first realm, each carrying a token. The tokens displayed the locations of every participant within the illusion. Upon death, one would be expelled from the illusion, leaving their token behind. The 3 individuals who collected the most tokens would gain entry to the inner sect. However, Chenyu and his companions were considered special personnel. As long as they survived until the end, their token count was irrelevant. Of course, should they perish, their tokens would still be treated as special. With their few tokens, they could directly enter the inner sect, meaning that if they eliminated Chenyu and the other 6 newcomers, they could allow up to 10 individuals into the inner sect. Moreover, only weapons, talismans, spirit stones, and other items randomly generated within the illusion could be used. The more Chenyu pondered the rules, the more he felt they were exceedingly unfavorable to him. However, the sole advantage was that the few newcomers in the inner sect could band together to face the challenges from the outer sect. After all, they did not need to compete for rankings. Survival was their only goal. Reflecting on this, Chenyu suddenly realized that it had been 4 or 5 days since the competition rules were announced. Yet no one had approached him to form an alliance. Could it be that he was disliked by the other newcomers? Chapter 22, The Great Competition, begins at the break of dawn on the second day. The chimes of Fian's sect resonated through the air, signaling to Chenyu that the grand competition was about to commence. The usually expansive training ground was now teeming with people, as the masters of each peak had gathered. Seated high above in the clouds, engaging in meditation and awaiting the arrival of the inner disciples. However, not many inner disciples had yet arrived. After all, each peak had only a handful, at most a dozen, while some were still on missions in distant lands, such as several of Chenyu's senior brothers, whose appearances he had yet to behold. Yet, the outer disciples were plentiful, divided into 6 houses, each housing around 200 individuals. They surged into the training ground like a swarm, all vying for the coveted 3 spots, while simultaneously casting covetous glances at Chenyu and his 6 companions. After all, those were 7 precious tickets. Senior Chen, long time no see. Would you be interested in a collaboration? As Chenyu found himself idly awaiting the start of the competition, Lu Linxiao approached him with an invitation. Has anyone sought your collaboration these past few days? None. Alas, that my master has been forcing me to practice talisman drawing at home. Talisman arts? I believe those aren't permitted inside. Are they? Within, one might stumble upon random blank talismans. How about this? In the early stages, you protect me, and later, when I have an abundance of talismans, I'll protect you. Lu Linxia extended her hand in invitation. That is not out of the question, but since entry is random, how can we ensure we'll encounter each other? Senior, take me along. I can cast Fireball, which is immensely powerful. However, it does require some casting time. If we form a trio, we shall be invincible. Another newcomer dashed over, eager to offer his services, casting a glance at the fellow's face. Chenyu felt a flicker of recognition, though the name eluded him. Yet he recalled that this lad hailed from a wealthy family. Which one are you? What is your name? Chenyu inquired, genuinely perplexed. Senior Chen. Truly a forgetful person. I am Yitsong, a disciple of the esteemed Du Hui from Qingping Peak. Yitsong awkwardly introduced himself. Yes, a bit of wealth, if I recall correctly. You two have been coerced by your master to practice Fireball these days. Haven to you. Chenyu patted Yitsong on the shoulder. Indeed. We are in high demand right now, and everyone wishes to take a bite. If we do not work hard, we shall get nowhere. I haven't had a moment's rest in the past 6 months. It's the same for me. Beyond meals, it's all been training. Ever since stepping into the first realm, I've had to practice my mental techniques even while sleeping. Fearing expulsion from the inner sect. You too, Senior Chen? In the mid-stage of the first realm, I am certain you have put in considerable effort. Lu Linxia sighed. Perhaps, let us discuss how we shall rendezvous within the illusion. Chun Yu suggested, shifting the topic to avoid divulging his own prolonged dormancy in the first realm. That MY Master has said that the area within is not vast. We simply need to run towards a corner. Say the southeast corner. With a bit of luck, we shall meet. That if fortune frowns upon us and we are eliminated midway, there is naught we can do to there no better strategy. Chun Yu questioned, finding this method rather precarious. What if he randomly ended up in the northwest corner? Wouldn't he that require traversing the entire map? There is none. The token merely indicates how many people are within the illusion and their general locations. But it does not specify who occupies which position. It is purely a matter of luck. What about the other inner disciples? Should we not gather them for collaboration? 7 individuals cooperating would significantly enhance our survival chances. He Tsung suggested, scanning the training ground for their remaining companions. Finding them would be wise, for we face a multitude of opponents, Lu Linxia remarked, her gaze sweeping over the thousands of outer disciples. A shiver of anxiety coursing through her. Each of them harbored intentions of seizing intersect tokens. Consider the benefits of the intersect. Storage bags, 30 spirit stones monthly, no mandatory missions, elixirs, and guidance from masters. What of the outer sect, wishing for a storage bag? One must purchase it with 100 contribution points, non-negotiable. Only 3 spirit stones per month, and one must complete a task each month without a 6-month grace period. Nor any guidance from masters. Only a monthly lecture from an outer sect elder. Queries? Bribery is required for answers, and if the bribes fall short, one is merely told that cultivation is a personal endeavor. Moreover, with the age limit set at 35 years, many disciples aware of their stagnant prospects in advancement have begun forming factions within the outer sect, amassing wealth. For instance, the likes of Wang Zhan and Du Wei are frequently oppressed, forced to surrender a quarter of their contribution points for each task to various factions, and another quarter to bribe elders. That in the end, after toiling tirelessly, they are left with barely enough for their own sustenance. Let us search together. With over 1,000 rivals, we shall surely perish if we do not band together. Inform those willing to cooperate to gather in the southeast corner. Those unwilling need not bother. Likewise, I shall search to the left, and I to the right. Silence. With the elder from the law enforcement hall speaking, the entire training ground fell into a hush, the previously raucous sounds dissipating into silence. After a while, Chen Yu and the others managed to locate 3 individuals, while one remained elusive, seemingly vanished from existence. Meanwhile, the sect leader, Yang Yu, gracefully descended from the clouds, exuding an aura of celestial wisdom, and began to elucidate the rules and restrictions of the competition. That a colossal mirror materialized in the sky, the sect's treasured artifact, the 8th grade spiritual treasure, the illusionary spirit mirror. Chen Yu and the others ceased their search, settling into a quiet anticipation for the sect leader's exposition of the rules and the commencement of the competition. Now, all sat in meditation, striving to adjust their states for optimal performance. After a quarter of an hour, the illusionary spirit mirror shimmered with ethereal light, and the gathered disciples fell into a deep slumber atop their cushions. Upon awakening in a desolate landscape, Chen Yu conducted a brief assessment of himself. His physical strength seemed slightly diminished, though not significantly. His speed remained intact. Observing the token at his waist, he noted a swarm of numbers fluttering across its surface. There were at least 40 to 50 people nearby. Fortune favors me. An outer disciple, clad in the outer sect's attire, spotted Chen Yu and rushed towards him, excitement evident on his face. Fool! Seeing the approaching figure, Chen Yu swiftly delivered a kick, for among those of the same realm, he felt no fear. Did this fellow truly believe that his 27 points in defense and 17 in strength were mere embellishments? Yet the lad reacted swiftly, evading the kick with a deft sidestep, and lunged forward to grapple Chen Yu in a takedown. Chen Yu hit the ground, still reeling from the impact. The disciple aimed a knife-hand strike towards his throat. Chapter 23, Everyone shouts to attack, alright. I should not have been so careless. Chen Yu grasped the incoming knife hand, having suffered such a significant setback upon arrival. Were it not for his robust physique, the takedown might have sent him packing. His head still spun slightly. Damn it. How could he possess such strength? Aren't we all in the initial stage of the first realm? The external disciple attempted to retract his hand, his face reddening. But alas, his right hand remained firmly gripped by Chen Yu, immovable. With a swift pull, Chen Yu brought the lad crashing to the ground, delivering a punch that caved in his chest. Watching as the disciple dissolved into a burst of white light. Only a solitary token fell to the ground. Upon retrieving it, it merged with his own token, transforming the display from 0 to 1. There are inner disciples here. He is mine. A throng of individuals on the barren land, upon recognizing Chen Yu's inner disciple garb, surged forward with fervor, some wielding weapons. Time to flee. Witnessing the horde charging toward him like a pack of wild beasts, Chen Yu knew he had to escape or risk being torn apart. No matter how strong he was, he would not withstand a mob's assault. In an instant, Chen Yu turned and ran, his blood and energy swirling around him as he carved a swift path across the ground. Vanishing from sight, leaving behind a cacophony of outer disciples clamoring in pursuit. The remaining disciples hesitated, exchanging glances before commencing a brutal conflict among themselves, for while they could not slay an inner disciple, they could at least strive for a kill count. They had come this far. Surely, they could not leave empty-handed. After a brief period, Chen Yu halted, not due to exhaustion, but because he had been cornered. Just as he was gaining momentum to dash towards the southeast corner, an arrow shot forth from seemingly nowhere, aimed directly at his path. Had he not stopped, it would have struck true. This esteemed inner disciple. A humble lady wishes to extend her greetings. Might you sit and converse with me? A petite yet strikingly charming girl, bow in hand, aimed her arrow at Chen Yu, her smile bright as she spoke. Thank you, but I must decline. Urgent matters await me. Chen Yu replied hastily, contemplating activating his bloodline escape technique to make a hasty exit. Charging through was not feasible, as he was not yet proficient in the technique and could only maintain a straight course. With no means to navigate turns, facing an archer, dashing straight ahead would only invite disaster. Thus, he resolved to offend the young lady. The bowstring twanged lightly, and a sharp arrow materialized before Chen Yu, who barely managed to evade it. However, a subsequent barrage of 7 or 8 arrows followed swiftly, with several sealing off his escape routes, while the remainder aimed directly at his vital points, leaving him no respite, a crimson line in the heavens. In a mere breath, Chen Yu transformed into a streak of sanguine light, reappearing 100 meters away, then vanishing without a moment's hesitation into the desolate wilderness. Indeed, the inner sect proved to be a formidable adversary. Such forbidden techniques surely come with a hefty price. Yet, does one need to pay a price within the realm of illusion? The girl pondered as she observed Chen Yu's disappearance, tilting her head in contemplation. Despite her musings, her hands remained in motion, unleashing 6 arrows in succession, piercing the hearts of several outer sect disciples who had just arrived in pursuit of Chen Yu's trail. This time, Chen Yu dared not flee recklessly. Half an hour had elapsed since the grand competition commenced, and most participants had found suitable weapons, while he remained empty-handed, having not even stumbled upon a feather. Feeling it was time to scavenge for resources, even a few large stones would suffice. His technique of throwing stones remained quite powerful. Glancing at the token, he noted that the strongest contender had already claimed 22 lives. Although he was quite distant from that individual, surrounded only by 0s and 1s, utterly unperturbed. After several minutes of searching, he acquired a 9-ring dagger, several spirit stones, a pile of blank talisman papers, and some seemingly mundane stones. He secretly yearned for a sword, given that his Qi Shao Peak was renowned for its swordsmanship. If his master were to see him wielding a 9-ring dagger, he would surely be furious. Yet there was little he could do about the lack of options. In truth, Chen Yu was quite satisfied with the dagger's heft. He favored such powerful and weighty weapons as long as he wielded it. Any adversary that approached would meet their demise. Except for that broad-minded woman. Her arrows were indeed swift and precise, impossible to withstand. Dear sister of the inner sect, abandon your futile struggles. Escape is beyond your reach. At this moment, Lu Linxia gripped a short dagger in her right hand, while her left held a talisman poised for action. Her brow furrowed as she contemplated how to break free from the encroaching circle of outer sect disciples. Lu Linxia had enjoyed a stroke of fortune at the outset. Upon entering the illusion, she had found several blank talisman papers and a dagger, a stark contrast to Qin Yu, who had been on the receiving end of blows from the start. However, as she made her way southeast, she attracted a substantial following. It is crucial to understand that within this illusion, Lu Linxia and her 6 companions were coveted by all. Anyone who spotted them yearned to take a bite. And despite her cautious attempts to conceal herself, some keen observers took note. Once discovered, no one would be willing to relinquish their ticket. Initially, only 2 or 3 had pursued her, but the numbers grew rapidly. And now she was besieged by 30 to 40 individuals. Fortunately, unlike the lethargic Qin Yu, Lu Linxia had diligently trained for 6 months, now at the early stage of the first realm of immortality. Coupled with her proficiency in the first-level wind-walking talisman, the puppet talisman, and the divine power talisman, she had managed to break through several encirclements. Yet, she was down to just 3 talismans that if this continued, she would surely be exhausted here. Even if you kill me, the token is singular and insufficient for all of you. No need for you to concern yourself, sister. This is our own affair. Interrupted a youth wielding a spear, lunging toward Lu Linxia's throat. With a flash of brilliance from her talisman, the earth trembled as a massive earth elemental puppet coalesced, blocking the spear while it swung a fist at the attacker, sending him staggering back. However, Lu Linxia was not unscathed. Her spiritual energy had been significantly depleted, and the puppet's duration continued to drain her reserves. After silently calculating the time, she realized that she had a maximum of 5 minutes. Should she fail to escape within that time frame, the earth puppet would drain her entirely. Without hesitation, she leaped onto the puppet's shoulder and pressed onward towards the southeast, knowing that if she wished to avoid elimination, she must quickly regroup with others. Alone, she was certain to perish. Those blocking her path were sent flying by the earth puppet. But soon, water elements began to gather around her, as an outer sect disciple summoned a water puppet to assault the earth puppet, while also preparing a tunneling talisman, ready to escape with the token at the first opportunity. Chapter 24. Reunion. This water puppet seemed to serve as a signal, prompting other outer sect disciples to cease their concealment and unleash their trump cards. One talisman after another was activated. Earth puppets, wood puppets, and golden-armored warriors. The martial cultivators no longer stood idly by. They seized their weapons and charged at Lu Linxia. The outer sect disciples controlling the puppets began to guard against each other, as everyone desired to be the one to reap the rewards, unwilling to assist another or become a target themselves that might be eliminated. If so, I must take a few down with me. Observing the encroaching puppets and the oppressive formation surrounding her, Lu Linxia ceased her attempts to escape. It was no longer possible to at this moment. Directing her earth puppet toward the nearest adversary, she was halted midway by a golden-armored warrior. Yet Lu Linxia leaped into the air, dismounting the puppet, her dagger poised for a swift strike at the individual before her. "Sister, cease your futile resistance," exclaimed the outer sect disciple with a smile, as he formed seals with his hands, conjuring a shield of ethereal energy to block her dagger. Watching her dagger halted by the shield, Lu Linxia's expression remained unchanged, as though she had anticipated this outcome. Anyone daring to approach her so closely would surely possess some skill. However, she was not limited to merely employing talismans. It is worth noting that during her initial entry into the Sutra repository, Lu Linxia had studied 2 manuals. One was a forbidden technique, which her master forbade her from using, and the other, titled 3 Phantom Kills, focused on 3 lethal techniques with the dagger. The talisman arts were learned later under her master's private tutelage. 3 Phantom Kills. First move, Dark Strike. A mysterious step began to unfold, and Lu Linxia's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing at the disciple's right side, her dagger plunging into his neck before she withdrew it and moved on to her next target without pause. "No, no, no. How can I lose?" I still have the disciple clutched his throat, yet could not stem the flow of blood. Disbelief etched across his face. He still possessed trump cards, and his ultimate talisman had yet to be activated. Why had he inexplicably fallen? 3 Phantom Kills, second move, Ghost Strike. At this moment, Lu Linxia was enveloped in a crimson glow, and in an instant, she brushed past another disciple, her dagger slicing through his neck. Slash. As Lu Linxia dispatched 2 foes and began to feel fatigued, A hefty curved blade swung toward her back. She neither dodged nor could she evade. At this juncture, she could only execute 2 moves of the 3 phantom kills before becoming exhausted, leaving her no strength to evade the ferocious blow. Yet, before being eliminated, she resolved to take a piece of flesh from another. As she braced to block the incoming blade with her body. She prepared to deliver a final. Chunyu glanced at the token. The highest kill count nearby was 35, and the estimated distance was approximately 4,000 meters. There was no need to worry, as the markings on the tokens of these inner disciples were indistinguishable from those of ordinary individuals, lacking any special distinctions. Only those outer disciples who caught sight of the inner disciple attire would realize their true identity. As for shedding clothes or changing garments, apologies, but that was not feasible. Half an hour later, Lu Linxia had absorbed 2 spirit stones, replenishing some of her spiritual energy, and inscribed 7 or 8 talismans. The 2 of them set off together, heading southeast. Along the way, they encountered another inner disciple named Xierinjia. The 3 of them stealthily made their way to the edge of the illusion. This place was equally perilous. Hitsong and 2 other inner disciples were being relentlessly pursued by a large group. Upon seeing Chunyu and the others, they were nearly brought to tears with excitement. 3 more have arrived. 6 slots. Haha, an outer disciple wielding a halberd, upon spotting Chunyu and his companions, wore an expression of exhilaration. With so many inner disciples around, was he not destined to enter the inner sect? There would be no need to compete with Li Chan and Yang Hu for a spot any longer. Brother Chen, that fellow behind us is named Feng Wei, at the 3rd level of martial arts. It seems his physical form is not heavily suppressed within this illusion. Hitsong shouted as he rushed towards Chun. Is there a 3rd level among the outer disciples? Chunyu furrowed his brow, flexing his wrists. It seemed a confrontation was inevitable. Yes, he's 35 this year. This is his last chance to participate in the grand competition. If he fails this time, he will have no hope for the rest of his life. Leave none of them alive. Feng Wei quickened his pace, swinging his halberd horizontally towards Hitsong's waist, that if the strike landed, Hitsong would undoubtedly be cleaved in 2. Chunyu let out a quiet sigh. They could not afford to lose anyone now, as their side was already weak and could not withstand further losses. Crimson Line of Heaven, activate. Divine Power Talisman, Wind Walking Talisman, apply. In that moment, Chunyu transformed into a crimson streak, wielding the 9-loop blade and swiftly closed in on Feng Wei, intercepting the incoming strike. Get lost. You all run ahead. I will follow shortly. Chunyu sensed the force behind Feng Wei's blow. It was indeed substantial. He nearly faltered in blocking it due to the impact. Come on. Feng Wei's initial surprise turned to delight as he transitioned from a sweeping motion to a direct thrust, aiming straight for Chunyu's face. Meanwhile, Hitsong and the other 2 inner disciples made their way towards Xierinjia and Lu Linxia. Chunyu barely managed to raise his blade in defense. That was the first time he felt the inadequacy of his skills. Feng Wei's reactions and adaptations were swifter than his OWIN, just 2 exchanges. He had nearly lost his life that a clang of metal echoed as Chunyu was pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the thrust. Struggling to maintain grip on his 9-loop blade, Tio reached this level in just half a year. Truly a genius of the inner sect. Feng Wei charged at him again, wielding his halberd with the intent to claim Chunyu's head. Crimson Line of Heaven. Chunyu was forced to retreat once more, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. Having activated both the divine power and wind walking talismans, he had barely escaped death. If he continued to clash head-on, he would surely be eliminated. Utilize the forbidden technique quickly. This fellow is too strong for me to withstand. I must flee. Chunyu could save others as long as it was within his capabilities. But if he was outmatched, there was nothing he could do. He could not risk his own life for those he did not know. However, before retreating, he felt compelled to issue a warning, knowing that those inner disciples had a forbidden technique in hand. Whether they had trained in it was beyond his knowledge. Brother Chen, give me a ride point 50 spirit stones. Plus I owe you 50 contribution points. Hitsong, battered and bloodied, was evading a throng of outer disciples. Coming, little brother. Hearing this, Chunyu immediately turned back, scooping Hitsong up and fleeing. Brother Chen, 200 contribution points. Lu Linxia did not hesitate to speak up. Coming, little sister, with 1 disciple in each hand, Chunyu charged through, unperturbed by anyone except Feng Wei. Take me along. I can contribute 200 as well, urged an inner disciple named Shui that I cannot carry any more. Brother, You must believe in yourself. You are the best. Chunyu had already vanished into the horizon, yet his voice still carried on the wind. I want one of those slots. Feng Wei addressed the remaining inner disciples, unconcerned with Chunyu's disappearance. His sole desire was to enter the inner sect. Any inner disciple's token would suffice, regardless of whose it was. Brother Chen is not deceiving me. Indeed, learning an extraordinary evasion technique proves beneficial. Xiaoranjia sighed. Then suddenly sacrificed his left arm, transforming into a streak of black light and vanishing from the encirclement point. One of the remaining disciples lost his token to Feng Wei, while another perished, and his token was snatched away, leaving its current possessor unknown. Brother Chunyu, in a desolate spot, He Tsung gazed at Chunyu, whose hair had turned white and face wrinkled with age, unsure of what to say. Chunyu also recognized something was amiss. Glancing at his aged hands and touching his cheek, he pondered how many years he had aged. Did I end this illusion? It seemed one must pay a price, that he was not a being of eternal life, merely an ordinary person. Hence the aging. That it seems the crimson line of heaven cannot be used any longer. If I continue, I shall perish in this illusion. And oh worries, this is merely an illusion, that we shall return. But the life-burning technique cannot be employed again. That it appears only the three of us remain alive. Chunyu felt fatigued and sat down on a stone. The illusion lasts for a total of 12 hours. There are still at least 6 hours remaining, Lu Linxia calculated. Let us hide, observe the tokens, and avoid confrontation whenever possible. That we should take a brief rest first. Chunyu examined the token in his hand, noting that the surroundings were relatively safe, with no one possessing an excessively high kill count. For the next hour, the trio sought out secluded areas, swiftly eliminating anyone they inadvertently encountered, ensuring no delays. After an hour had passed, very few remained alive in the illusion, with the top 3 kill counts being 320, 145, and 141. Upon viewing this leaderboard, Chunyu inwardly grumbled. Who on earth was such a monster capable of such slaughter? The combined kill counts of the second and third place were still less than that of the first, continuing towards a more remote area. Chunyu was relieved that the illusion did not shrink. Otherwise, they would have truly been at a loss. As he contemplated this, the ranking on the token fluctuated again. First place, 321 kills. Second place, 142 kills. Third place, 91. Good heavens, did the first place eliminate the second? At that moment, the token signifying the first place, with a kill count of 465, surged towards the newly promoted second place. It was a game of predator and prey. The second place, noticing this, began to distance itself without hesitation. Though Chunyu was not present at the scene, he understood from the movement of the light points that it was a thrilling chase. Another hour passed, and the light points of the second and first place drew closer. Then the first place's kill count increased to 322, prompting Chunyu to exclaim in admiration. Incredible! Now that is a true powerhouse, the real protagonist. Meanwhile, I am still hiding away, while they are wreaking havoc. It seems that even in the illusion, forbidden techniques come with a cost. Thankfully, the young lady did not hastily attempt it. A sharp arrow struck the ground an inch from Chunyu's foot, clearly having been deliberately softened. Chunyu quickly turned towards the source of the sound. It was indeed the broad-minded young woman. Though her voice was ethereal and melodious, the taut bowstring she held was anything but friendly. Greetings. I'm Li Chan. I have met the three of you. I wonder if you might be interested in a trade? A trade? Are you suggesting one of us voluntarily surrender our token? Certainly not. For the duration of this illusion, I shall protect you all until the very end. However, right before the illusion concludes, I hope you will eliminate me. Li Chan spoke slowly. Why would you want that? What is your aim? He Tsung was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the intentions of the young woman before him. Was she mad? To rid myself of the relentless pursuit of a madman, the individual occupying first place on the leaderboard. As you all surely noticed, he is a psychopathic stalker who has been obsessing over me ever since he laid eyes on me a year ago. His incessant spying, stalking, and attempts at conversation have become unbearable. This grand competition, he informed me that he would ensure my entry into the inner sect. However, I feel nothing for him and do not wish to owe him any favors, having rejected him multiple times. Yet he seems unable to comprehend my disinterest. Thinking our relationship has progressed, it is absolutely absurd and vexing that Li Chan spoke. Her tone grew increasingly agitated, revealing just how weary she was from a year of harassment. Your current kill count seems to be merely 17. Does that not imply he intends to eliminate everyone with a count above that? Is he truly that formidable? Chen Yu exclaimed in shock. This is nothing short of a predatory nightmare. The prowess of that individual is indeed formidable. However, the young lady remains uncertain whether he can achieve his goals. Thus, at the last moment, should he still occupy a position on the leaderboard? You are to eliminate her. Conversely, if he is absent from the rankings, then the three senior brothers and sisters must bear with her indiscretion. That Li Chan spoke earnestly, that I in other words, if he gains entry into the inner sect. You will remain in the outer sect, and if he does not, you will eliminate us from the inner sect. Chen Yu replied, somewhat speechless. Indeed, my astute senior brother, that is precisely the case. Should there be any offense taken? I sincerely apologize. Li Chan smiled, her chest quivering gently, prompting Chen Yu to think of a phrase. Magnificent and grand. Chapter 26. Collaboration. I believe such matters could be clarified directly with him. Couldn't they? Lu Linxia hesitated. The young lady has already conveyed her thoughts quite clearly. However, he pays no heed, and instead, he seems pleased that I have taken the initiative to converse with him. This individual's mind is rather perplexing, leaving one baffled as to what thoughts occupy him throughout the day. Li Chan remarked darkly. Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. This sycophantic yet formidable wolf is indeed a troublesome entity. The most problematic aspect is that if we were to eliminate Li Chan, would that not be akin to making an enemy of that sycophantic wolf? Upon returning to the inner sect, would we not be harassed time and again? As they conversed, a shard of ice shot from a distance. Yet Li Chan did not even glance in its direction. In an instant, she unleashed two arrows. One shattered the incoming ice shard, while the other pierced through the hidden assailant. The young lady believes that without my protection, the three senior brothers and sisters would find it difficult to endure until the illusion concludes. For instance, this white-haired senior brother. Your forbidden technique should no longer be viable, correct? If you continue to employ them, you would likely perish within the illusion, leading to your elimination. If I were to protect you, then regardless of the outcome, at least two of you among the three would remain in the inner sect. I perceive this collaboration to be quite advantageous for you. Li Chan smiled at Chen Yu as she spoke. Can we refuse? Hitsong timidly inquired. It seems I have indeed been too gentle. Let me rephrase. The three of you are now under the young lady's captivity. Of course, you may attempt to resist. After all, managing three individuals is rather challenging. One will suffice. Li Chan sighed inexplicably, then drew her bow, aiming at the three. At this moment, Li Chan stood at least 10 paces away from Chen Yu and the others. With such distance, she was confident that the three before her would be shot down before they could reach her. Hitsong and Lu Linxia exchanged glances with Chen Yu, silently questioning whether to engage. We cannot defeat her. We encountered her earlier on the road, and back then, I could only flee. Not to mention, now I am nearly bent over with age. Chen Yu, attuned to their unspoken communication, candidly admitted, this is indeed the first time in my 2 lifetimes that I have felt the frailty of old age. It turns out that aging feels like this. My vitality wanes, my muscles and bones slacken, and a distinct odor of age emanates from my body. Every movement requires more exertion than usual. I feel that if I were to engage in vigorous activity now, I might fall apart. Kidnapping sounds rather unappealing. Let's call it a collaboration instead. I genuinely believe she can facilitate your entry into the inner sect. By the way, what is this fellow's name? I shall make sure to steer clear of him in the future. Chen Yu glanced at the token, noting that the previous second-place contender had been eliminated, and a new second-place contender was currently being pursued. Xiao Han, 3rd realm of martial arts, 2nd realm of immortal path. That name certainly exudes the essence of a protagonist. Remember it well, and avoid him in the future. Bring that fellow out of the illusion. He has passed, outside the illusion, the sect leader of Feiyun sect. Yang Yu observed the rampaging Xiao Han and remarked, if he continues to slay at this pace, then there will be no need for this competition. Simply declare him the victor. Understood. A disciple responded, promptly manipulating the array disc in hand. In the blink of an eye, the previously dominant Xiao Han was expelled from the illusion, becoming a mere spectator. Chen Yu? What is going on? We just agreed to collaborate, and you were eliminated. Watching as the first place Xiao Han's achievements vanished from the token, Chen Yu felt a surge of disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be the protagonist? Where has he gone? He seems to have been eliminated. Chen Yu asked uncertainly. That is truly splendid. However, our collaboration must come to an end. Senior brothers and sisters, will you take action yourselves, or shall I randomly select one? At this moment, Li Chan noticed the disappearance of the number representing Xiao Han and redirected her, bowed towards Chen Yu and the others. Wait a moment, the first place only has 77 kills. The four of us can continue to collaborate, that we three will assist you in securing kills, as we do not require them ourselves. There are still 4 hours left until the illusion concludes. We should have ample time, that if we truly run out of time, you can always eliminate us afterward. Hitsung hastily interjected. Indeed. Chen Yu quickly concurred that it is best to avoid conflict if possible, aside from a select few. He truly fears no one else within this illusion. Despite my current frailty, I am confident I could fell a bull with a single punch when it comes down to it. That does hold some merit. Then, I shall heed my senior brother's advice, just this once, that Li Chan smiled and released the bowstring. Without further ado, let us begin our search. Liu Linxia glanced at the token, observing scattered individuals around them. Among them, some had yet to secure any kills, likely new disciples participating merely for experience, to familiarize themselves with the rules in preparation for future competitions. Given that I am currently in the best condition, I shall venture into areas with more people to my attire is rather eye-catching. So you three can remain here and await my return. By the way, how many individuals do you believe you can defeat? Dear junior sister? Hitsung inquired. You may bring back as many as you can manage. Within this illusion, aside from the sword madman, Feng Wei, and Yang Hu, any additional individuals are of little consequence, even if those few were to engage me. I have confidence in my ability to dispatch them should I have assistance in delaying them, that Li Chan asserted confidently. Then, Chen Shixiang and Lu Shimi, I shall take my leave now. Await my swift return. Hitsung took a deep breath. Take care, brother he. Here, take these talismans. They may prove useful. That Liu Linxia handed a bundle of talismans to Hitsung, wishing him well. Understood. I shall take my leave. Hitsung glanced at the token, selected a direction, and sped away. Li Chan observed Hitsung's retreating figure and curiously asked, Do you all trust him so completely? Are you not concerned he might simply flee? This fellow's character is quite reliable. As Chen Yu spoke, he made his way toward the unfortunate individual who had just been shot, intending to scavenge for any useful items. That on the ground lay a long sword, a handful of talismans, several spirit stones, and ultimately, only a token remained lying there. Tossing the token to Li Chan, Chen Yu could not help but mutter, What a miser. After all this, just this meager bounty. I had such high hopes. Lu Linxiao remained silent, diligently seeking a place to begin inscribing talismans in preparation for the impending battle. As Hitsung ran, he hesitated, contemplating whether to simply flee and not return to the current illusion. With its vastness and sparse population, if he focused solely on evasion, he might genuinely endure until the competition's conclusion. However, upon reflecting on how Chen Yu and Lu Linxia had allowed him to escape without obstruction, he couldn't help but slap himself, cursing his own pettiness for harboring such thoughts. Inner sect disciple. A disciple who had initially come merely for the experience and to join the fray spotted Hitsung's presence. His eyes lighting up, that he charged toward Hitsung with a fervent cry, hands forming seals as a small fireball began to coalesce. Flying toward Hikong, the fireball, however, was slightly misdirected, as long as Hitsung was not foolish enough to deliberately collide with it. He should be safe. That Hitsung did not even bother to dodge. Upon seeing that the individual behind him was merely a novice, he noted that it took them 3 or 4 breaths to conjure a single fireball, whereas he could unleash 2 within a single breath. As Hitsung continued to flee, he noticed more and more figures pursuing him, and those in the distance observed the multitude of light points converging on a single point and began to head in that direction. Even a fool would recognize that this situation indicated the discovery of a rare inner sect disciple. Although they were aware they could not compete in strength, what if? What if by chance they managed to seize the token? What if they were the chosen one? That should suffice. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. This moment. Hitsung rode atop a massive earthen puppet, not daring to glance back, entirely focused on his escape. Chapter 27. The Undetermined One. It seems they have indeed discovered an inner sect disciple over there. This year's luck is remarkable. Perched upon a large tree, a strikingly handsome youth. disheveled and carefree, reclined against the trunk, taking a leisurely rest. Are you not going? Beneath the tree stood another individual, leaning back casually while crossing his legs. He was none other than Feng Meng, the last inner sect disciple whom Chun Yu and his companions had searched for in vain prior to entering the illusion. I shall not go. However, it is rather disappointing that Xiao Han has been eliminated. I had anticipated his arrival to test my swordsmanship for quite some time. Among the new inner sect disciples, who is the strongest? It should be that fellow named Chun Yu, born with divine strength, capable of single-handedly taking on a first-realm abyss beast even before entering the sect. Currently, he resides on Qishao Peak. Once you join the inner sect, he may very well be your senior brother. However, I have heard that his aptitude is not particularly high. He is destined for martial arts alone, with no connection to the immortal path. Feng Meng remarked. The sword madman? Are you not interested in mingling with the crowd? A burly man, hastening towards Chun Yu, halted his steps to gaze at the leisurely youth perched upon a nearby tree. No need to go. There isn't a single soul worth drawing my sword against. Yang Hu, haven't you amassed enough kills yet? The sword madman paused momentarily, a hint of confusion flickering within him, given Yang Hu's prowess. It was rather unexpected that he had only achieved 15 kills thus far. He himself had surpassed 30 without much effort. That I had some dealings with Wang Jin, but after all the trouble of sending him up there, he ended up being eliminated by that fellow Xiao Han. What a waste of my time. Who is this inner sect disciple beneath the tree? My brother, Feng Meng. And how do you intend to enter the inner sect? Your kill count of over 30 is still insufficient, is it not? Yang Hu had initially assumed that this individual was so composed because he held ties with an inner sect disciple, only to discover that he was merely the sword madman's younger brother. Surely, this man would not eliminate his own brother to secure a spot, would he? Although brotherly bonds often pale in the face of self-interest. Yang Hu was well aware of the sword madman's character. He was not the sort to engage in such treachery. That I'm designated for admission. I have been granted a pass, the sword madman replied, shifting to a more comfortable position as he continued to recline against the tree, his tone languid. Were it not for the need to protect his younger brother, he would hardly feel inclined to slay over 30 individuals. Striking down the weak held no appeal for him. Damn it! Yang Hu exclaimed, turning on his heel to depart without a trace of hesitation. While everyone else was fighting for their lives, suddenly encountering someone who declared their assured admission was infuriating. Was it a matter of our lack of effort? Or perhaps our inadequacy? One must understand that such designations require the endorsement of an outer sect elder, followed by the approval of the inner sect peak master and the elder council, with at least 2/3 agreeing that the individual possesses the strength to undoubtedly succeed in the competition before being granted a pass. The number of individuals designated by Feiyun's sect was exceedingly rare. Yang, who had been in the sect for nearly a decade and had only witnessed one such individual, the sword madman, whom he had previously thought to be a mere legend. However, after contemplating the sword madman's profound understanding of the sword path at the second realm and his comprehension of sword intent at the third, it was indeed justified for him to receive such a designation. Hence, it was advisable not to compare oneself with others, as it could easily bruise one's self-esteem. Brother, it seems he has been affected by your words. Feng Meng remarked, observing Yang Hu's retreating figure, his gaze peculiarly contemplative. And what of it? A fool's distress is of no concern to me, came the indifferent reply. Meanwhile, Chun Yu had already engaged in battle, and it was estimated that 70% of those within the illusion were converging towards his location. However, there was little they could do, with the sight of so many individuals gathering on the token. Whether seeking kills or the identity of an inner sect disciple, they had no choice but to head in that direction, aside from a few who came merely to lounge about and familiarize themselves with the rules. Anyone with even the slightest ambition to enter the inner sect had to move forward, for if one did not strive, others would, and those in the top 3 positions must come forth to secure their standing. Lest they be surpassed in kill count, Hitsong rode atop a massive earth golem, emitting boisterous cries, with at least 40 to 50 people trailing behind him, accompanied by a flurry of arrows, talismans and spells aimed at him. The air crackled with energy as fireballs, ice spikes, and arrows rained down upon Hikong were it not for the defensive talismans adorning his person and the protective assistance of the earth golem. He would have surely been overwhelmed that as Hitsong led a throng of individuals towards them. Chun Yu and Li Chan felt a surge of excitement. once these people reached an opportune position. Li Chan drew her bow, and the arrows, like phantoms, flew towards the oncoming crowd. Chen Yu, meanwhile, gathered an array of talismans and charged forward. Despite being in his 70s, he was still quite formidable for the majority of those present. It would take but a single punch to subdue them. Though 40 to 50 seemed a considerable number, for Chen Yu and Li Chan, it took merely a few minutes to dispatch the majority. Damn it, a trap. It's Li Chan. Only a few astute outer sect disciples, sensing danger from Li Chan's poised bow, turned to flee. For those who understood arrow intent knew they lacked the capability to even approach. However, most did not manage to escape for long before being slain by the next wave of participants eager to join the fray, securing free kills. For why not take advantage of such an opportunity? More are coming. We must clear the battlefield swiftly and collect arrows and tokens. Chen Yu noted, observing the throng of people converging upon them, and quickly took advantage of the lull to scour the area. Li Chan stood atop a height, scanning the surroundings to prevent any ambushes, for the three engaged in clearing the battlefield were effectively working for her, and it was crucial to safeguard them. Reliable tools were hard to come by. Gradually, more individuals arrived, yet all were swiftly felled by Li Chan's arrows. As some began to notice anomalies with the tokens, they hesitated at the periphery, preparing to observe. 37 tokens. What shall we do? Should we take the initiative? Chen Yu inquired, tossing the token to Li Chan with his keen eyesight. He could see a large group watching from a distance, yet hesitant to approach. Caught between their desire for Chen Yu and the others' tokens and their wariness of Li Chan's arrows. There are too many people gathering, Li Chan remarked, her brow furrowing. With so many, I feel my arrows may not suffice. Is this a fishing expedition? Yang Hu, who had arrived, frowned upon seeing Li Chan in the distance. He could not comprehend why this individual, possessing 3 inner-sect disciples, would go to such lengths when he could simply slay one of them. Yang Hu is here too. Be cautious that if a fight breaks out, do not confront him directly. In your current state, he could defeat you with 3 punches, Li Chan cautioned Chen Yu, having spotted Yang Hu not far off. The most robust among them, what realm is he? First realm of the immortal path, third realm of the martial path. Then the illusion cannot be suppressing them much. While there is some suppression, it should not impede the manifestation of mid to peak third realm martial prowess. This battle for tokens is unlikely to be easily won. There are simply too many people. Should we find a way to break through? Chen Yu pondered, gazing at the increasingly crowded tokens with a frown. Wait, they will inevitably engage in conflict themselves. With so many present, harmony is impossible. Once they start fighting, I will take advantage of the chaos. You all must remain back. If you approach, they will target you first. Li Chan asserted calmly as time passed. These individuals would undoubtedly turn on one another. With only a limited number of spots available, anyone harboring ambition to enter the inner sect would find it impossible to remain passive. Their current restraint was merely due to a desire to avoid being the first to stand out and attract hostility. Indeed, the gathering crowd had become quite substantial. Should a confrontation erupt, none could guarantee their survival until the end. What if they charge at us? He Tsong expressed worry as he observed the multitude of light points converging. You should pray that there are no what-ifs, Li Chan replied cryptically. That is indeed the case. With 2 hours remaining, by the final hour, it is certain that no one will be able to contain themselves. The question remains whether they will clash amongst themselves first or all surge forward together. Chapter 28. Breakout. As time gradually slipped away, the outer sect disciples at the periphery began to grow restless, yet they maintained a commendable level of restraint, all wishing to play the role of the clever sparrow rather than the mantis or cicada. Gazing upon Chen Yu and the other inner sect disciples in the distance, they were visibly envious. Yet with Li Chan present, none dared to advance. During this time, there were attempts to rally others to take the lead. But they were met with the retort, "Why don't you go first?" which silenced them. That a few individuals approached Yang Hu, attempting to flatter him in hopes of having him lead the charge. Yet they were met with swift retribution as he decisively quelled their ambitions. Seizing their tokens and cursing them for their ulterior motives, as the final hour approached, Yang Hu began to feel anxious. It was absolutely out of the question for him to take the lead. If he did so, Li Chan would undoubtedly focus her attention on him, and in such an open space, evading her arrows and breaking through to her side would be exceedingly difficult. While he held confidence that Li Chan could not kill him, she could certainly hinder him. If he were blocked, Others would not be grateful for his sacrifice against her arrows. The result would be that 3 intersect positions would slip through his fingers, leaving him as nothing more than a mere pawn, an unappealing prospect Yang who was unwilling to accept. Left with no choice, he sought out Feng Wei, attempting to negotiate with him. After all, he was the second in command of one of the 2 major factions in the outer sect, the Spirit Gang. That if the remaining members of the Spirit Gang were willing to assist, Yang would find the endeavor considerably easier. You want my men to charge ahead? That's feasible, but I can't have my brothers working for free. Can I? Feng Wei regarded Yang, who with a bemused expression, fully aware that he currently held an intersect disciple position and felt no urgency. Even if the grand competition concluded now, it would not affect him in the slightest. What are your demands? Speak freely, Feng Wei replied, unhurried. However, Yang, who was growing increasingly anxious as time slipped away, how could he not be? 2,000 contribution points. I must provide some benefits for my brothers, after all. Agreed that it's a deal. Yang, who nodded in immediate agreement. This time, Feng Wei's expression turned conflicted. Damn it, you accepted so readily. I'm losing out here. You should at least pretend to deliberate a bit. Your quick acceptance makes it seem like I'm the one getting the short end of the stick. Fine, I'll notify the others that I'll organize at least 60 individuals for the first wave. Beyond that, I won't concern myself with what happens. Whether you secure the position depends on your own capabilities. Feng Wei lamented inwardly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort despite having made a profitable deal. Much appreciated. Yang Hu, having spoken his piece, turned and departed, preparing to conserve his strength. They were getting ready to charge. You 3 should count your blessings that as Li Chan watched a multitude of luminous points gathering on the token. She let out a sigh, steeling herself for battle, while a surge of murderous intent began to rise within her, contemplating whether to casually eliminate one of Chen Yu's group. After some thought, she decided to wait a while longer. It wasn't time yet. Have you 2 practiced the burning life technique? Chen Yu inquired quietly. No, I've been too busy with my training to have any time for that. At me neither if things go south. We should just run. If one can escape, that's a win. Chen Yu replied, already wavering on whether to continue using the Crimson Horizon technique, pondering if a few more breaths would lead to his demise and disqualification. One couldn't deny that Feng Wei's efficiency was impressive. Within a short span, around 50 to 60 people had been summoned and were rushing toward Chen Yu and the others. This act served as a signal, causing other disciples lurking nearby to swarm in like sharks catching a whiff of blood. Eager to seize the opportunity that as these individuals entered Li Chan's range, she wasted no time, swiftly nocking an arrow. In an instant, she unleashed a flurry of 5 arrows, obliterating 2 golden-armored warriors along with those hiding behind them. However, the token was immediately snatched away by those nearby. Another volley followed, and several more fell. Yet none retreated, madly charging toward Li Chan and her companions, that as those who perished along the way were stripped of their tokens and equipment. Chen Yu refrained from recklessly advancing, having spotted Yang Hu lurking at the back of the crowd. Fearing an ambush, instead he sought refuge to hurl stones. After all, his 20 years of honing the art of stone throwing were not for naught. Yet in comparison to Li Chan, his prowess paled significantly. She could take down at least 1 with each arrow. And with a fortunate angle, perhaps 2 or 3. Conversely, Chen Yu struggled to fell even 1, only able to target those who cultivated light and not martial arts, as the latter would effortlessly shatter the stones with a mere slap, rendering them harmless. That He Tsung's fireball technique also had its merits, producing 2 fireballs with each breath. But after 7 or 8 breaths, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, forcing him to retreat and quietly recover while clutching his spirit stone. Lu Linxiao remained still, serving as the last resort for Chen Yu and He Tsung. If the situation turned dire, they would have to rely on her earth puppets to facilitate their escape. Feng Wei's group was equally relentless, unleashing a barrage of long-range talismans, while spears and arrows rained down upon them, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. That Lu Linxia, Chen Yu called out, observing the bizarre array of remote talismans and weaponry. The left flank is the weakest. Let us break through from there. That a massive earth elemental had just coalesced when it seized Chen Yu and the others, desperately propelling them toward the left flank in an attempt to break free from the encirclement. On the shoulder of the earth puppet, Li Chan unleashed arrow after arrow, her hands moving in a blur, systematically destroying all flying talismans and weapons that could reach her and her allies in midair. With a sharp crack, the bowstring in Li Chan's hand finally succumbed to the strain, snapping back and severing her left hand, leaving a gruesome gash on her face. "Miss Li, I'm fine. Just escape." Li Chan clasped her bleeding hand, beginning to administer a makeshift bandage. Yes, the second wave of projectiles loomed. Chen Yu sighed inwardly, uncertain whether the Crimson Horizon technique would be his end, but he was certain he wouldn't perish just yet. Once more, the Crimson Horizon was activated, and Chen Yu swiftly lifted the three of them, transforming into a crimson comet that barreled through, carving a bloody path. After 5 breaths, he halted in a dense thicket. Utterly spent, finding it difficult to breathe, his eyes glazed, and his features gaunt. "Still alive. I thought this would be the end for me. Miss Li, how many kills do you still need?" Chen Yu collapsed to the ground. "Speaking weakly, 50 more. The third place is 72, and that number is still rising. They seem to be engaged in chaos over there, but a group is heading straight for US.L. I Chan frowned slightly. In her current one-handed state, she could no longer use her bow. I can draw the bow. Can you shoot? Hitsung suggested that no, we can't coordinate at all. The bow would be unstable, and what good arrows could we produce? Li Chan promptly rejected the idea without a second thought. All right then. Brother Chen, how are you holding up? Lu Linxiao approached Chen Yu with concern. I can manage until the assessment ends. After that, it's up to you. I'll just lie here. Chen Yu quipped weakly that I hope Yang Hu doesn't come. Can those on the ground still fight? Li Chan gazed at the approaching lights, drawing a dagger from her waist and twirling it in her hand. Preparing for the worst, that I'll cheer you on from the back. Chen Yu said, exasperated, can't you see I'm on the verge of collapse? Chapter 29. The end of the tournament, 50 to 60 people. How about letting me eliminate you? It's clear you're bound to perish lying there, Li Chan remarked, observing Chen Yu, who appeared on the brink of death. We can't burn bridges. Can we? I believe I can still be salvaged. There is half an hour left until the tournament concludes. I think you can secure a third place by claiming those 50 to 60 tokens. Let us see if Yang Hu is pursuing us. The four fell silent, awaiting the arrival of those pursuing them. After a prolonged moment on the ground, Chen Yu finally managed to rise with Lu Linxiao's assistance. Resting against a large rock, he couldn't help but lament how unfriendly this illusion was to him. Outside, he could utilize the Crimson Horizon for an entire day and night without issue. 3 disciples, what say you? A one-handed opponent cannot best me. The first to catch up was Yang Hu, who upon seeing them, slowed his pace, approaching with deliberate steps, his powerful aura surrounding him as the towering figure exuded an intimidating presence. Well, a fight is inevitable. After all, he did just save a young lady, if it comes to it. The young lady can't be blamed. Li Chan sighed, gripping her dagger and charging at Yang Hu, determined to interrupt his gathering momentum. If he were to fully prepare, there would be no chance of victory. At that moment, Li Chan dashed toward Yang Hu, her petite frame contrasting sharply against his imposing stature, resembling a child charging at a grown man. Give up. Without a bow, you're no match for me. That I merely seek a spot as an inner disciple. That it was evident to all that Li Chan, having lost a hand, stood no chance against Yang Hu, yet he refrained from striking her down, merely defending himself while pushing her back. The others are closing in. None of you will survive. Surrender one of your spots, and I'll depart without further conflict. Yang Hu's brow furrowed slightly, growing impatient that I've been lenient. If you push your luck, you'll regret it. That Li Chan frowned. She could not win. The disparity in their close combat abilities was insurmountable. And she had no choice but to step back and yield. That I want to interfere with your affairs. I'll choose my path. That as he spoke, Yang Hu swung a fist toward Chen Yu's chest. Hitsung and Lu Linxiao attempted to intervene, but were unable to keep pace with Yang Hu's speed, being forcefully repelled by his overwhelming vigor. At that moment, a sword flew in from a distance, prompting Yang Hu to hastily retract his fist. Had he not, he was certain his arm would have been severed. The sword embedded itself firmly into a nearby rock, presenting Yang Hu with a formidable challenge. You can't kill him. Find someone else. The sword mad strolled over nonchalantly, appearing utterly bored. Following closely was Feng Meng, who had sustained no injuries thus far. You want to protect him? Aren't you supposed to have a predetermined fate? Yang Hu narrowed his eyes, fixating on the approaching sword mad. Who do you think decided my fate? Unless something unforeseen happens, this person is my senior brother. If I see him, I'll naturally lend my protection. The sword mad casually selected a spot to sit, adjusting himself comfortably. Fine, I'll grant you this favor. But the other two can be dealt with, right? Yang Hu inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anger. Do as you wish. I'll not interfere. The sword mad waved dismissively, appearing entirely uninterested, having done all he could by saving one. Any further assistance would stray from camaraderie and venture into obligation, despite the sword mad's nonchalance. Both Yang Hu and Li Chan were keenly aware. Yang Hu gazed at He Tsung dissipating into the ether, picked up his token, absorbed its essence, and inquired, I desire the quota for these 50 or 60 individuals. Assist me, and I shall offer 1,000 contribution points. That Li Chan interjected, why seek distant shores when the shore is near? Yang Hu, with veiled implications, replied, a young woman has her own convictions. Will you assist or not? 1,005, she countered. That is excessive. At most 1,001. 1,004 that if they scatter and flee, it will be difficult for me to eliminate them. 1,002 at the very most. Very well. Consider it an act of benevolence on my part. Yang Hu flexed his wrist, beginning to bide his time. How dull. Jian Fengzi cast a glance at the two before returning to his feigned slumber upon a large stone. Soon, those whom Yang Hu had distanced himself from had caught up, yet upon sighting Li Chan, Yang Hu and Jian Fengzi, none dared approach. The outer sect had its rankings, and these three were undoubtedly among the top 5. Attempting to confront them would be akin to courting death. As the time for the assessment approached, there was no point in contention, for there would be another opportunity to compete. Yet, the allure of the inner sect disciples was hard to resist, and many rushed towards this direction, for time was indeed of the essence. Yang Hu, not one to waste time, took the money and diligently set to work. In that moment, he resembled a tiger among sheep. Those who charged forth were no match for him in a single bout, especially with Li Chan flitting through the fray, executing surprise attacks. Unfortunately, Chen Yu and Lu Linxia found themselves in a predicament, with Lu Linxia having to carry Chen Yu, dodging the relentless pursuit. Ultimately, Jian Fengzi could no longer bear to watch. With a wave of his hand, the iron sword embedded in the rock surged forth, sending the dozen-odd pursuers crashing into Yang Hu's vicinity in an instant. Goodness! Chen Yu exclaimed, filled with admiration. Such an ostentatious sword technique. I must learn it. Damn, sword cultivators truly disregard reason. Yang Hu cursed as he observed Jian Fengzi strike. Moments later, the majority of the disciples had been slain. Some no longer cared about fleeing. After all, in mere moments, the competition would conclude, and it was better to finish swiftly. They sought to test the strength of the outer sect's top 5. Pondering over the mistakes made and the areas lacking in their martial arts for the next year's competition. Hurry, the competition is nearing its end. That a multitude of tokens were presented before Li Chan, who absorbed them, raising her kill count from 50 to 117, securing the second position. With the toll of a bell, the illusionary realm seemed to pause, and all surviving souls transformed into streaks of light, shooting skyward. The entire illusion gradually fell into desolation, descending into a profound silence. Outside, those seated in the martial arts hall began to open their eyes, some filled with joy, others with sorrow. Chapter 30. The exasperated Xian Yang, Chen Yu opened his eyes. Feeling invigorated, brimming with vitality and youthful exuberance, his body felt neither sore nor fatigued, simply delightful. Thank you for your care, Brother Chen. I do not possess many contribution points at present, but I shall transfer them to you in 2 months. Beside him, He Tsung wore a grim expression, forcing a smile that resembled a cry, and spoke, I don't know what to say. Chen Yu, at a loss for words, merely patted He Tsung's shoulder. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Within 3 years, I shall return. He Tsung took a deep breath, stood up, and consoled himself, striding towards the exit to gather his belongings and prepare for his time in the outer sect. Take care, Brother Chen. I will return your spirit stones and contribution points once I complete my tasks. That Lu Linxia also opened her eyes, her expression complex as she said, Take care. Chen Yu pondered for a moment and added, Of the 7 inner sect disciples, only 4 successfully passed the competition. Lu Linxia, Chen Yu, Feng Meng, and Xie Rinjia. Upon seeing Xie Rinjia's success, Chen Yu felt disbelief. He had thought the fellow would be eliminated by Feng Wei. Yet he had managed to escape. After utilizing the heavenly demon disintegration technique twice, he had evaded detection through sheer luck. Xie Rinjia looked at his now intact arm and chuckled, Learning an unconventional evasion technique truly pays off. The new inner sect members included Xiao Han, Feng Wei, Feng Jian, Li Chan, Zhu Yang, Yang Hu, Zhang Zhiji, and Zhang Ye. Among them, Feng Jian was pre-selected, while Xiao Han was kicked out of the illusion midway by Yang Yu, thus securing a direct nomination. Zhu Yang led in kills with 135, followed by Li Chan with 117, and Zhang Ye with 108. Feng Wei, Yang Hu, and Zhang Zhiji were fortunate to obtain inner sect disciple tokens. Particularly Zhang Zhiji, who had initially come merely to observe. Little did she know that fortune would smile upon her, as she seized an inner sect token amidst a battle involving Feng Wei, and managed to escape unscathed. Subsequently, due to his pre-selection status and expertise in swordsmanship, Feng Jian was naturally taken in by Qi Xiao Peak. Then came Xiao Han, who was accepted by the sect leader Yang Yu at the main peak. Li Chan was taken in by Gu Ping at Fuping Peak, while Yang Hu and Feng Wei joined Tianhua Peak under Yuan Xiantian. Zhang Zhiji was accepted at Cuyin Peak by Qing Wei, and Zhang Ye at Lingshu Peak by Zhi Yuan. Zhu Yang was received at Qingping Peak by Du Huizhenren. Unfortunately, Zhao Lung, Sun Lu, and He Tsong were not so fortunate, having been eliminated and forced to start anew from the outer sect. Upon learning of Xiao Han's successful entry into the inner sect, Li Chan appeared despondent, enveloped in a state of existential despair. After the competition concluded, subsequent matters would be handled by the stewards. Those entering the inner sect and those relegated to the outer sect would generally be given 3 days to manage their affairs. Keep your distance from my beloved Li Chan. Take a good look at yourself before approaching her. For she is not someone you can match, that if I catch wind of you getting close to her, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Xiao Han whispered a threat into Chen Yu's ear before striding towards the sect leader Yang Yu. Within the illusion, all eliminated individuals would observe others' battles from an observer's perspective, and naturally, Xiao Han had witnessed Chen Yu carrying Li Chan away, nearly bursting with rage that I in Xiao Han's mind. Li Chan was his possession. Any proximity from another would invoke his ire, let alone Chen Yu's brazen act of carrying her away. Having yet to even hold Li Chan's hand, this interloper dared to so intimately abduct his woman. Were it not for the restraint imposed by the various peak leaders, he would have longed to sever Chen Yu's hands that trouble, that carefree life I once had is gone forever. Chen Yu lamented as he watched Xiao Han's retreating silhouette. Bewildered by the unfolding events, ignore him. He's just a madman. Li Chan reassured as she approached, patting Chen Yu's shoulder before heading towards Fuping Peak, clearly aware of Xiao Han's threat towards Chen Yu, and coming to offer comfort. However, her actions did not escape Xiao Han's notice, as jealousy threatened to overflow in his gaze that I, Xiao Han, a prodigy of heaven, am inferior to this waste at the first realm? Why this coldness towards me, yet such warmth for a mere acquaintance? During the subsequent disciple selection ceremony, Chen Yu did not witness it, as he was dragged away by his master, along with Feng Jian, the sword madman. Chen Yu knew that his master disliked such formalities. Why complicate the process? Along the way, Feng Jian was unceremoniously discarded at this moment. Only his second senior brother, Sun Qi, remained in the mountains. And he was entrusted with Feng Jian, instructed to familiarize him with Qi Xiao Peak's customs, which essentially boiled down to having no fixed rules, emphasizing that cultivation is a personal endeavor. Kneel. Chen Yu was directly brought to Xian Yang's cave and unceremoniously tossed outside. Do you understand what it means to have a terrible start? Do you grasp the concept of squandering a promising hand? Reflect on how poorly you performed in this competition. When you finally come to your senses, you may rise, that if you cannot, then remain kneeling here. Xian Yang stormed back into the cave, fearing he might lose his temper and strike this foolish disciple, with Chen Yu's physical prowess within the illusion. He had no equal except for a select few. Even if he couldn't best those few, there was no one to impede his escape from the blood-colored celestial realm. This competition was practically a sure victory for him. Yet what did he do? He ran amok, recklessly unleashed the blood-colored celestial realm for every trivial purpose. Rescue, travel, combat. Treating this forbidden technique with utter disregard, ultimately bringing himself to the brink of death. Had it not been for Feng Jian's understanding of his intention to join Qi Xiao Peak and lending a helping hand, he would have been eliminated by Yang Hu, squandering a prime opportunity. Xian Yang vowed never to accept such a foolish disciple again. Did he not understand that collaboration is essential, yet one must consider whether their partner can provide assistance? to risk oneself or another while unable to secure one's own safety. Knowing the allure of his inner sect disciple status, he still chose to attract fire while accompanying Li Chan, truly believing himself invincible, only to find himself ensnared and foolishly waiting for a stroke of luck, hoping others would quarrel amongst themselves that as they fled, he should have abandoned Li Chan. She needed to enter the inner sect. And with her kill count insufficient, did he wish to hasten their demise? Why not escape with Yi Tsong or Lu Linxia? After narrowly escaping from peril, one would naturally continue to flee rather than linger in anticipation of an impending assault from pursuers. Li Chan's hand is severed, your lifespan dwindles, and your vitality is waning, that Yi Tsong and Lu Linxia might manage to fend off 3 or 4 adversaries. But what means do you possess to confront the remaining ones? Is there truly no awareness of the gravity of the situation within you? Having witnessed the entirety of the grand competition, Xian Yang nearly succumbed to exasperation, contemplating what kind of folly he had brought back. How could one be so foolish? If only one had made the right choices, the outcome would not have been so dismal. Utterly pathetic, indeed, to the point where he could hardly bear to look at his own face throughout the ordeal. Chapter 31. Being strung up for punishment at this moment, Chenyu knelt outside the cave dwelling, trembling in fear, pondering where he had offended his master. Was it due to secretly practicing the scarlet line of heaven? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it could not possibly be that. The world is rife with forbidden techniques, so numerous that they could make one's scalp prickle. The Feiyin sect possesses at least 70 to 80 such techniques. And the sacred grounds and royal families likely hoard even more. Furthermore, these tomes are stored on the second level of the Sutra repository, not at a higher tier. It is crucial to note that the Sutra repository comprises 7 levels. If the intention were to prevent lower-ranking disciples from learning, one would simply place them on a higher floor. There is also the fact that Li Chan had previously disclosed she possessed a forbidden technique, albeit one with a significant cost, which she was reluctant to employ lightly. This indicates that acquiring a forbidden technique as a safeguard is entirely normal in this world. Thus, if the issue does not pertain to forbidden techniques, it must stem from his dissatisfaction with his performance within the illusion. Chenyu began to meticulously review his actions. From the moment he entered the illusion, his negligence had nearly led to his demise. This was likely the first source of his master's discontent. That outer sect disciple was weak and posed no threat. Yet he almost fell victim to a shoulder throw. Then, encountering Li Chan and employing the scarlet line of heaven was defensible, as he truly could not contend with her. The sole flaw was his reckless abandon. He should have ceased once out of the archer's range. After all, that technique consumes a year of one's lifespan with a single breath. He must have squandered at least a dozen breaths, equivalent to over a decade of life. Next came the attempt to rescue Lu Linxia. Again, he erred to know he should not have collaborated from the outset. This cooperation might have benefited others, but for him, it was wholly detrimental. A few inner sect disciples gathered together, presenting an overwhelming temptation. Alone, he was a small target, capable of both fighting and fleeing, making it nearly impossible for anyone to capture him. Following this was the partnership with Li Chan. He should not have allowed Yi Tsong to lure outer sect disciples for hunting, that he and several others had underestimated the allure of inner sect disciples for their outer sect counterparts. Perhaps they should have changed locations immediately after the first wave of combat, rather than lingering there in the dead of night. After revealing the results of his contemplations to his master, Xian Yang finally permitted Chenyu to rise from his kneeling position. Instead, he produced a rope and bound Chenyu to the beam of the room, hoisting him up for punishment. "Master, striking me will not resolve the issue," Chenyu cried out, writhing in midair, still daring to retort. Xian Yang lashed out again, causing Chenyu to convulse in agony as he dangled from above. "I am well aware that beating you does not solve the problem. However, if I do not strike you, I shall remain unsatisfied. Indeed, this method has greatly improved my mood." Uncertain how many lashes he had delivered, Xian Yang continued until Chenyu lost consciousness, after which he discarded the whip and leisurely descended the mountain. When Chenyu awoke, it was already midday of the following day. His second senior brother had released him from the beam, by the time he returned to the lakeside, a new dwelling had been erected. At that moment, Feng Jian was busy embellishing his new home. "Good morning." Feng Jian, not mentioning Chan Yu's numerous injuries, simply greeted him politely. "Thank you for your assistance within the illusion." Chenyu felt somewhat embarrassed. realizing that without Feng Jian's intervention, he would have been eliminated. Merely a trifling matter. However, several individuals have come seeking to challenge you, that it would be wise for you to prepare early. Chen Yu's heart sank. He had nearly forgotten that his protection period for newcomers had elapsed. He hurried to the task hall in search of a suitable assignment, one that would allow him to avoid the spotlight. As soon as he entered his home, the large orange cat rushed over, meowing loudly. "Where have you been? Do you wish to starve me to death? Were it not for my slight reserves, I would surely have withered away." After giving the large orange cat a thorough rub, Chen Yu proceeded to the task hall to seek out jobs that offered abundant rewards, minimal effort, proximity to home, and light responsibilities. However, he discovered that all the available tasks were low-paying and labor-intensive. For instance, one task involved assisting the government in apprehending a fugitive, offering a mere 50 contribution points. Such a hazardous endeavor warranted far more compensation. Chen Yu lamented that this pittance was hardly sufficient. He also encountered a few decent tasks, but they had all been claimed. Most tantalizing was a position at the Feiyun sect's mountain gate, which primarily involved greeting visitors and maintaining the sect's reputation. An ideal opportunity, offering 100 contribution points per month. Unfortunately, this task was reserved for the internal affairs of the enforcement hall, making it inaccessible to him, just like the management of the Sutra repository and the martial arts arena. These routine tasks, which came with contribution points, were privileges reserved for disciples of the enforcement hall. A peak master disciple. Chen Yu could only dream of such opportunities. For herbal collection, exploration, and material gathering tasks. Chen Yu was disinclined to pursue them. They seemed too troublesome and often perilous. After much deliberation, he still failed to find a suitable task. In his quest, he finally stumbled upon a few relatively acceptable assignments, such as one for mining spirit stones, which promised 50 contribution points per month. Moreover, it was a long-term task devoid of danger, allowing him to earn contribution points with minimal effort, essentially a chance to acquire 50 contribution points each month with little more than a bit of labor. Another task that piqued Chen Yu's interest involved assisting an elder who required an apprentice. This task offered no tangible reward. Rather, the reward was the knowledge he would glean. However, after considerable thought, Chen Yu ultimately resolved to take on the mining task. As he possessed virtually no knowledge of medicinal herbs and could not identify many plants, that he had no foundational understanding to acquire knowledge from an elder. Mining, on the other hand, presented a different scenario. The Feiyun sect boasted 3 mining veins, including one for medium-grade spirit stones and 2 for low-grade spirit stones. Mining merely required brute strength. Diligent labor in the mine would yield returns, albeit modest ones, as most spirit stones unearthed were required to be surrendered. Each miner in the medium-grade spirit stone mine was required to submit 80 spirit stones monthly. Any excess would belong to the miner. Falling short of this quota meant one would have to cover the deficit from their own pockets. Typically, a diligent miner could extract over 90 spirit stones in a month, meaning one could expect to earn at least 10 spirit stones monthly. Additionally, if fortune smiled upon them, they might unearth a medium-grade spirit stone, resulting in substantial profit. Conversely, miners in the low-grade spirit stone mine were obliged to submit 50 spirit stones each month. Generally, one could extract 70 to 80 spirit stones with dedicated effort. However, the low-grade spirit stone mine would not yield medium-grade stones, thus eliminating the chance for windfall profits. The choice ultimately lies with the individual. Chen Yu's decision to undertake this task was motivated by a unique advantage, one that only he could exploit. Entry to the mine required registration, and the spirit stones submitted depended on the number of registered miners. For instance, if Chen Yu entered the low-grade spirit stone mine alone, he would be expected to submit 50 spirit stones. However, Chen Yu could enter first, then utilize his spatial system to bring the large orange cat along, allowing both of them to work together while only paying for one miner. This arrangement promised substantial gains. Moreover, the task would yield 50 contribution points monthly, a veritable windfall. Chapter 32. Off to mine, junior brother. Are you certain you wish to undertake this task? A disciple from the task hall regarded Chen Yu with a peculiar expression. An inner sect disciple going to mine. Is he truly the rumored fool? Typically, only menial laborers or newly initiated outer sect disciples ventured to the mines. Few who had reached the first realm would willingly engage in such labor due to the arduous work, meager rewards, and the grimy, chaotic conditions of the mines. After toiling for a month, one might only acquire a handful of spirit stones, all while sacrificing precious time that could be spent cultivating, aside from those with no prospects. It was difficult to fathom who would voluntarily venture to the mines. Absolutely. Please proceed with the registration. Chen Yu confidently handed over his sect token, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he prepared to embark with the large orange cat to become a diligent little miner. Will you be heading to the medium-grade spirit stone mine or the low-grade one? Having already given a gentle reminder, the task hall disciple felt he had done his duty, thus refraining from further counsel. Medium grade, of course, Chen Yu declared with unwavering confidence, convinced that his and the large orange cat's combined efficiency would yield over 100 spirit stones each month, a truly lucrative endeavor, should fortune favor him with a medium-grade spirit stone. It would be an even greater boon. Your registration is complete. Please await the small flying vessel for departure. The disciple of the task hall subtly reminded once again that the flying boat requires funds. And the price is not low. The fare for the round trip is not reimbursed. However, it was evident that Chen Yu did not take this to heart. After retrieving the token, he proceeded to the cafeteria to bring food for Daju, and simultaneously discuss with Daju how to exploit the bug. Daju, I have found a lucrative venture. Shall we go to mine spirit stones tomorrow? The more we extract, the more we earn. Everything will be yours, Chen Yu declared while rubbing Daju's chubby face that Daju's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Is this for real? Such good fortune exists. It was well known that Daju was envious whenever Chen Yu returned with 30 spirit stones each month. Yet being in the second stage of the Immortal Dao, the Foundation Establishment stage, he felt too embarrassed to snatch from Chen Yu, who had yet to embark on the path of the Immortal Dao. Thus, he could only drool in secret. After all, Chen Yu's medicinal baths required spirit stones for exchange. Now, the prospect of mining spirit stones, where whatever they mined would be theirs, was something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. Absolutely. How could we deceive you? Chen Yu replied with pride. After finishing their meal and packing their belongings, they prepared to set off. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, momentarily startling Chen Yu, who became a tad wary. Primarily due to the fear of an impending challenge, to IT was well known that this mining expedition was primarily to avoid conflict. After all, no one wished to be beaten for no reason. Open the door. Open the door, a rough voice called out, causing Chen Yu to feel a sense of foreboding. Nevertheless, he approached to open the door, as the flimsy door seemed insufficient to deter anyone upon opening the wooden door. He was met by a woman clad in a long robe. Presumably a woman, though her well-defined muscles and towering height of nearly 2.5 meters, paired with arms thicker than Chen Yu's thighs, made him gulp involuntarily. May I inquire who you are? Chen Yu felt that this woman could easily turn him into a pancake with a single punch. My treasure-seeking mouse appears to have wandered over to your side. May I kindly request its return? The woman slightly lowered her head, surveying the interior, primarily due to the door being rather low, that a treasure-seeking mouse. Is such a creature real? It hasn't been fed to Daju. Has it? Chen Yu turned to glance at Daju, his eyes filled with inquiry. To that moment, a plump mouse darted from a nearby cabinet and leaped onto the woman's shoulder, even waving a paw at Daju, leaving Chen Yu utterly bewildered. What is this? Cats and mice can actually get along. Then I shall take my leave that I am Yang Xian, and I appreciate your care for Xiao Bao these past few days. Yang Xian, seeing the mouse safe and sound on her shoulder, spoke more courteously, waved her hand, and departed with the treasure-seeking mouse that, of course, no trouble at all. Chen Yu watched as she left, inexplicably reminded of Neza from the webcomic 10,000 Cold Jokes. Deciding not to wait until evening, Chen Yu resolved to take the flying boat immediately and head to the mining area to avoid any lengthy delays. After placing Daju into the system space, Chen Yu arrived at the market at the foot of the mountain. Feiyun sect is divided into inner and outer sects. The inner sect primarily consists of the 7 peaks, while the outer sect is centered around the 6 courtyards. At the foot of Feiyun Mountain lies the market, primarily focused on various transactions and trade. For instance, engaging in alchemical trades with some wandering cultivators, or renting stalls in the market to maintain stability. Among other activities, Feiyun sect manages 8 or 9 such markets, one at the mountain's base, one near each of the 3 spirit stone mines, and several scattered in towns, overseen by various elders. Every 3 years, they audit the accounts to prevent embezzlement. However, as long as one does not go too far, the sect usually turns a blind eye. Hence, Being assigned as an Elder S assistant in charge of operating the market has become a coveted position in Feiyun's sect, a task that elders dream of for a comfortable retirement. The market frequently sends people to the mining area, as many laborers and wandering cultivators seek to earn a meager living. However, seeing Chinyu dressed as an inner disciple momentarily stunned the disciples managing the flying boat operations. What is this? An inner disciple heading to the mining area for an experience. They silently assessed Chinyu, pondering the various dramas of the inner sect. Perhaps this inner disciple was bullied and harassed in the inner sect. Vowing to rise above his circumstances by mining top-tier spirit stones, reversing his fortunes, marrying a beautiful and wealthy senior sister, and reaching the pinnacle of the sect. What are you waiting for? When is the departure? Chinyu observed the dazed individual before him, feeling perplexed. Please wait a moment. This friend arrived a bit early. The flying boat departs at 8 in the evening, and the fare is 20 spirit stones. You may rest on the flying boat in the meantime. Glancing at the sun, it was only around 3 in the afternoon. Chinyu didn't think much of it and paid to board the flying boat. Don't ask why it operates on a 24-hour schedule. It's the work of the martial emperor. Chinyu, upon boarding the flying boat, an uncertain voice called out, tinged with surprise, "The Du Wei." Chinyu turned towards the source of the voice. Recognizing the chubby figure of Du Wei, a fellow disciple who had entered the sect alongside him, now waving in greeting, "It's been a while. How have you fared during your time in the outer sect?" Chinyu inquired with curiosity as he sat beside Du Wei. I was too naive that I thought that entering the immortal sect would mean soaring to great heights, becoming a revered immortal. However, I soon realized that it's not quite like that. It is not much different from the mundane world, that we small characters are destined to struggle and toil. Du Wei sighed heavily, his eyes reflecting a sense of despondency. What's wrong? Is the competition in the outer sect that fierce? Chinyu expressed confusion, feeling that the atmosphere in the inner sect was quite pleasant. Even those who wished to confront him did so politely that it's complicated. Let us not discuss this, speaking of which. How did you end up in the mining area? Isn't it required to complete a task each month? This is my first task, so I thought I'd detest the waters with something low risk. Chinyu explained with a smile. Who told you that the mining area is devoid of danger? Haven't you heard of cave collapses? Du Wei looked at Chinyu in shock, wondering what kind of thought process led him to abandon the favorable conditions of the inner sect for this desolate place. Can mines really collapse? Chinyu was equally shocked. He had been careless. Is it too late to rescind my task now? I'm quite anxious. Of course, it's too late. I've been mining for 3 months. A month ago, there was a collapse that resulted in 3 wandering cultivators being suffocated to death inside. Why would you still go to the mines under such dangerous circumstances? Chinyu was unaware of the perilous nature of the mining area. But Du Wei was fully informed. Where else can I go? At least in the mining area, I can earn some spirit stones to support my cultivation. Plus, if I go there, I need to complete 3 tasks for a month. Then why aren't you at the mining area now? Why are you on the flying boat, returning for the grand competition? I came to mingle, familiarize myself with the rules. Moreover, during the grand competition, those of us at the Immortal Dao as preliminary stage will temporarily gain the strength of one realm, which aids in better breakthroughs. It's a hidden benefit, I suppose. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't great. I hadn't been inside for 2 hours when a sword came flying out of nowhere and killed me. I didn't even see who wielded it. You've had a rough time. What about Wang Zhan? How is he faring in the outer sect? He defected. Du Wei fell silent for an extended period before finally speaking. What happened? Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling caught off guard. There are rumors that during a pursuit mission, he acquired something extraordinary, which led to his departure. Whether it's true or not, I can't say for sure. How have you been in the inner sect? With your strength, you should be quite notable, right? Just as so, I barely stepped into the first stage of martial arts. The two refrained from delving further into the matter regarding Wang Zhan and instead engaged in casual conversation while awaiting the departure of the flying boat. As night fell, the flying boat gradually ascended, and with a sensation akin to being thrust back, it shot forth like an arrow towards the mining area. This flying boat would fly throughout the night. In the latter half of the night, feeling stifled within the flying boat, Chinyu stepped onto the deck to enjoy the breeze. Not far away, a young couple whispered sweet nothings, so Chinyu moved slightly away to gaze at the starry sky. Feeling the vastness of the world and his own insignificance, he occasionally reminisced about the once familiar Xinghua village, the faces of those he remembered becoming increasingly blurred. He wondered who would ultimately benefit from the several dozen acres of land he had painstakingly cultivated. System, what do you think is the meaning of life? Chunyu pondered, addressing the system with a hint of melancholy. Did I have a purpose for living here? I can sell you a meaning of life for 5,000 longevity points. The system responded immediately that you've got to be kidding. If I had 5,000 longevity points, would I be here enjoying the cold wind with you? I could just add points and show you the limits of the human body. Don't you think you can profit from me in your shabby store? Chunyu suddenly recalled something and curiously asked, does your store sell everything? Indeed. It encompasses all. There is nothing I cannot sell here. The system replied instantaneously, its voice mechanical. Can I buy a longevity quota? Certainly. How much does that cost in longevity points? Chunyu was astonished, realizing that the system truly had everything for sale, and he eagerly inquired. 100 quintillion longevity points, the system replied. What 100 quintillion? What kind of unit is that? 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, 100 billion, trillion, quadrillion, what comes next? Regrettably, in my earlier years, I had not acquired sufficient knowledge. I had never before heard of the terms. 100 million is referred to as E. 100 trillion as Zhao, 100 quadrillion as Jing, and 100 quintillion as Guy. This can also be expressed as 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, string of zeros materialized before Chinyu. This unit, if I were to accumulate such a sum, would not all things in this world, including this universe, descend into utter oblivion? Will I be alive to witness that moment? Theoretically, you could be. The system's mechanical voice echoed again, leaving Chinyu in a state of confusion. That in truth, when I chose the immortal system back then, my sole desire was to live, to exist for an exceedingly long time. The exact duration was nebulous to me. Yet now I find myself somewhat shaken, realizing that even the vast cosmos does not surpass my lifespan. That is this a shock to the cosmos from an immortal? Flora may wither, dimensions may decay, and even the celestial expanse may succumb to profound silence. If I were to still be alive then, would it not be an overwhelming solitude? Would I exist alone amidst eternal desolation? No, I am not alone. I have Daju. My previously somber mood brightened instantly as I retrieved Daju from the system space, giving it a hearty rub. Truth be told, this chubby feline, though having grown plumper, feels delightfully comforting. Meow, what madness is this? Staying up late simply to pet a cat. While you remain awake, the cat still needs its slumber. After giving Chinyu a playful swat, Daju returned to its cozy nook within the system space to continue its slumber. Chinyu gazed at the scratch marks on his hand, deep in contemplation. What a jest, with my 27 defense points. How could a mere swipe from you break through? Be honest, what level are you at now? Chinyu once again brought Daju forth, eagerly inquiring. Meow, meow, meow. Is it wrong to let a cat sleep at night? The system I also possess. You know, I merely infused a smidgen of power. And attaining the second realm of immortality is entirely reasonable, all right? Wait, how did you establish your foundation? Where did you acquire the foundation-building pill? Chinyu, who had been somewhat elated, suddenly froze that he recalled that a book he once read had noted that breaking through to the foundation stage required a foundation-building pill. Without it, the attempt was fraught with peril. Even if one were to succeed by sheer luck, they would be inferior to those who consumed the pill. Both the quantity of spiritual energy within and the expansion of the body's meridians would be slightly lacking, leaving one without hope of transcending to the divine transformation stage for a lifetime. Chinyu now harbored a deep-seated fear that this wretched cat had forcibly ascended. Meow, the shop, 30 longevity points for an immediate exchange. I am not foolish. This clever cat knows better. You fool. If you wish to establish your foundation, you ought to inform me. Damn it, prodigal. You exchanged 30 longevity points for a mere foundation-building pill. How could you be so wasteful? This item is readily available at the Pill Pavilion. 1,000 contribution points for a single pill. You. Chinyu is utterly speechless, having never realized that Daju could be so extravagant. 30 longevity points. That is the culmination of 30 years of effort. And just like that, it was gifted to the system's unscrupulous shop. What a loss indeed. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat relieved, as long as it was not a forced breakthrough. 30 longevity points were just that. Let us accumulate them slowly. There is ample time ahead. Chapter 34. The mining area. As dawn broke, the flying vessel, suspended among the clouds, began its gentle descent, landing amidst towering mountains. With the vessel reinitiating its journey, 4 to 5 dozen individuals were left behind, including Chun Yu and Du Wei. This is the mid-grade spiritual stone vein of the Feiyun sect, shrouded by a 7th-grade formation. Accessible only via this route. Du Wei explained to Chun Yu that if I work for a day inside, I still owe 80 spiritual stones. Chun Yu gazed at the surrounding peaks, soaring like swords piercing the heavens. Colossal and imposing, resembling a slumbering dragon. Approximately so. However, we have yet to enter. You could still take the flying vessel back now, but once inside, it would be challenging to turn back, having come this far. Let us proceed and register. Chun Yu was not overly concerned. After all, it was merely mining, nothing monumental. Who does not know of my innate strength? What fear could a mere mining area hold? The line of 4 to 5 dozen people was not particularly lengthy. Chun Yu and Du Wei chatted to pass the time as they ambled forward. Name: Are you a disciple of the sect? The registrar, an elderly man, asked without lifting his gaze at Du Wei. Outer sect disciple. Show your token for registration. Those coming to mind included not only disciples of the Feiyun sect, but also lower-tier wandering cultivators seeking a meager income. However, the treatment for wandering cultivators was naturally inferior compared to sect disciples, and they had to pay more spiritual stones. Nonetheless, they could still earn something. It was merely a matter of how much. Wandering cultivators were also issued temporary tokens, specifically for their sustenance within the mining area, while sect disciples could use their sect tokens directly. Name: Are you a disciple of the sect? It was Chun Yu's turn, and the same inquiry arose. Chun Yu, inner sect disciple. Present your token for registration. The elder rarely raised his head to scrutinize Chun Yu before recording his token. Each month, 80 spiritual stones were required, with a maximum extension of 3 months. The elder returned his gaze to his work, stating the routine protocol as for what would happen if one failed to pay after 3 months. The elder did not elaborate, but those in the know understood. This is the first barrier, also known as the market area. Behind it lies another barrier, which leads to the mining area. The market area allows free entry and exit, including various wandering cultivators coming to sell their wares. Generally, such individuals do not need to enter the mining area. It is advisable for newcomers to rent a room upon arrival, although accommodations here are not inexpensive, costing around 100 taels for a month. For a superior cave dwelling, one would need to spend spiritual stones. In the mining area, mundane currency is still quite useful, as basic necessities require silver. Within the market area, there are also places to exchange spiritual stones for silver, with a conversion rate of approximately 1 to 1,000. Thus, 1 spiritual stone can be exchanged for 1,000 taels of silver. However, reverse exchanges are prohibited, meaning you can exchange spiritual stones for money, but not the other way around. So expensive? Chun Yu questioned, skeptical about whether ordinary individuals could truly earn a living through mining. There's no other option. If you don't reside here, someone else will. Tomorrow, I'll take you for a day, teaching you how to mine. However, there are rules in the mining area. When bringing a newcomer, the newcomer must offer 10 spiritual stones as a token of gratitude. Given our relationship, you can just give 2 as a gesture. But if others inquire, you must not disclose that only 2 were given. Breaking the rules could lead to complications. Du Wei whispered, no point 10 spiritual stones it is. We cannot break the rules. Chun Yu promptly replied, primarily to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude, for such debts are notoriously difficult to repay. Du Wei did not dwell on this matter. If he could sell a favor, that would be wonderful. But if not, establishing good relations is sufficient. Ultimately, he would not suffer any loss. Following this, Du Wei guided Chun Yu through the area, familiarizing him with the surroundings and assisting him in locating accommodation. Du Wei had a rented room here, but it was shared with others, so naturally he could not bring Chun Yu there. They were also to purchase some mining tools, torches, pickaxes, ropes, markers, etc. Chun Yu deposited all of his several hundred taels from years past into the sect token. After a day of busyness, Chun Yu finally secured a reasonably decent room, paying 120 taels for a month. It truly is a case of every inch of land being worth its weight in gold. 120 taels could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Here, it merely suffices for a month's rent. Thankfully, I had a windfall from years ago that remains untouched. Otherwise, I would truly struggle to afford such an amount. As for the condition of the room, well, it was adequate enough, sufficient for shelter from the wind and rain, comprising one room and one hall. Chinyu paid little heed to these details. The only concern was that the mining area lacked any lakes or rivers, rendering the fishing rod he had brought along utterly useless. That evening, Chinyu invited Du Wei out for a meal. After all, he had been tirelessly assisting him throughout the day and deserved a proper expression of gratitude. Upon returning to the rented room later that night, with no one around, he discreetly released Daju, who had been cooped up in the system space all day, as soon as it emerged. Daju began to rub against everything, eager to leave its scent in this new home, moving from the corner of the table to the bed, from the bed to the kitchen, shedding fur all over the place. Tomorrow, I'll learn how to mine from Du Wei. You can take a day to rest. Once I've mastered it, I'll teach you. However, according to the mining area rules, newcomers must present 10 spiritual stones as a token of gratitude. This is the protocol. Though our relationship stands as it is, the rules cannot be broken, correct? Chinyu declared, cradling Daju. Meow. Daju responded with a swift kick to Chinyu, implying that it was the one who would ultimately present the 10 spiritual stones. Right? While I may not be human, you certainly are a dog. It's merely a rule. Just 10 spiritual stones, after all. You must consider the bigger picture. Together, we shall strive for greatness, creating a brilliant future. Within a month, we can at least earn several hundred spiritual stones, and over the course of a year, several thousand. What is there to fuss over concerning these trivial spiritual stones? Wouldn't you agree? Chinyu hastily painted a grand vision for the foolish cat. Upon hearing this, Meow Daju's eyes widened, and its tail perked up, as if it could already envision itself rolling amidst a pile of spirit stones in the future. After a night of silence, at the break of dawn the next day, Chinyu rose early, accompanying Du Wei towards the mine. Before arriving, Du Wei had already recounted the general rules of the mine. Firstly, the mine is riddled with countless pits, with a labyrinthine network of paths. Even seasoned miners who have toiled there for over a decade would hesitate to claim they would not get lost. Thus, purchasing signposts is imperative that if you carve out a mining route that overlaps with another's, you must plant a signpost to avoid confusion. Secondly, the mine is devoid of light. Torches must always be at hand, serving both to illuminate and to gauge the air quality within. Should a torch extinguish, one must turn back immediately, even if one stumbles upon a prime spirit stone. Lingering is not an option. The 15th of each month is the deadline for submitting spirit stones, with a maximum extension of 3 months, that if one fails to pay after 3 months, the authorities will send individuals to locate you. To ascertain whether you are alive or dead, that if deceased, all matters cease. If alive, you must not only pay the outstanding spirit stones, but also compensate for the manpower expended in searching for you. In the mining area, there is no room for idlers that do not be under the illusion that you can hide from others. A marking was placed upon you as soon as you entered the mining area. And with a simple activation of the formation, you could be unearthed from your hiding spot, but do not think about keeping the spirit stones for yourself. If the time comes and you cannot submit them, the consequences will be dire. Lastly, and most importantly, do not form a team with unfamiliar individuals. That it is best to seek out an acquaintance you know well. If that is not possible, it is wiser to mine alone to avoid potential treachery over the allure of wealth, as money can corrupt the heart. Although there are overseers in the mine, they cannot be everywhere at once. It would be a grave loss to perish over a single spirit stone. Chapter 35. In the small mine. Dig, dig, dig. I began my descent at the entrance of Tunnel 79, and from there, the method of excavation was entirely up to personal preference. Whether digging at an angle, horizontally, or vertically, any overlap with another's tunnel must be marked with a signpost. This is crucial. After entering the mine, Du Wei reiterated this point. How many tunnels are there? Exactly. Has the entire underground been excavated? Chinyu gazed at the dense array of openings, resembling a beehive, feeling a wave of claustrophobia wash over him, and could not help but inquire, I don't know, but I've heard that the mining area is alive, that if a tunnel remains unmined for too long, it gradually heals and disappears, eventually giving birth to new spirit stones. I'll take you along the path I often mine, that I end here. It's purely a game of luck. No one knows if the next swing of the pickaxe will yield a spirit stone. Yet once you uncover one, you can begin to expand your excavation in the surrounding area. There are surely more spirit stones nearby. Du Wei, holding a torch, followed the designated signposts as he navigated with Chenyu. Weaving through the maze of paths, Chenyu lost count of how many overlapping routes they traversed, but each intersection bore a signpost indicating the way that I'll demonstrate how it's done. Upon reaching the end of this path, Du Wei began to swing his pickaxe, simultaneously explaining how to exert force, showcasing the principle of harmonizing one's waist and legs. After watching for a while, Chenyu took out his own pickaxe to give it a try. It was not overly difficult. This task relied primarily on brute strength, and one merely needed to excavate slowly. However, today appeared to be an off day, as not a single spirit stone was unearthed throughout the day. Eventually, two mud-covered, dust-laden fellows paused, exchanging glances and sharing a chuckle before finding a spot to take out their rations and water. In the mine, no one monitored whether you were working or slacking off. Without sunlight, one must keep track of the burning time of the torches. That a typical torch lasts about an hour. That I allocate 3 torches for lunch, 3 for dinner, and then it's up to the day's harvest whether to continue working or return to rest. Du Wei explained while munching on a flatbread. It seems today's yield is rather poor. Quite normal. That's how it is in the mining area. Sometimes you might go 7 or 8 days without a single find. Du Wei shrugged, having grown accustomed to the reality of empty days in the mine over the past few months. After satisfying their hunger and resting for a while, they resumed their excavation. Time passed, and as Chenyu struck down with his pickaxe, his hands felt a peculiar sensation, a hardness unlike that of stone transmitted through the tool. "I think I've struck something. Du Wei, Du Wei," Chenyu called out as he began to clear the rock surrounding the spirit stone, excitement coursing through him. This was the first spirit stone he had ever unearthed. Surely it deserved to be kept as a memento. It's coming. It's coming. Not far off, Du Wei, still digging, swiftly rushed over to assist Chenyu in extracting the spirit stone, weighing approximately 7 taels. It was a substantial find, enough to be exchanged for 7 low-grade spirit stones, although the minimum exchange was 5 pounds. That Du Wei weighed the irregular stone in his hand, smiling as he remarked, "Still need to exchange it. Indeed, this is the true form of a spirit stone, that we can use it directly without issue. But if we wish to trade it, it must be refined first, reshaped to match the standard size issued by the sect, where a single spirit stone weighs 1 tael. Once you accumulate 5 pounds, you can seek out the authorities to exchange them directly for 50 low-grade spirit stones. However, a fee for torch consumption will be deducted, typically 5%. Thus, for 5 pounds, you would lose 3 stones, and for 10 pounds, 5 stones. That I usually exchange 10 pounds at a time to minimize the loss. Shall we continue?" Upon hearing this, Chenyu felt invigorated. 7 taels in a day meant 70 taels in 10 days, and 700 taels in 100 days. Wasn't he becoming a billionaire just within reach? This place could yield even more if we expand the cavern. There may be more surrounding us. After Du Wei tossed the 7 taels of spirit stone to Chenyu, he resumed swinging his pickaxe with renewed vigor. Both men now displayed a newfound energy, their pickaxes dancing with fervor. As midnight approached, having burned through 7 or 8 torches, the 2 men had yet to uncover anything. "Let us call it a day. I can hardly keep going," Du Wei panted. "All right, it is indeed getting late." Chenyu calculated the time. They had been mining for 15 or 16 hours. While he could endure, Du Wei was struggling, his physique considerably weaker than Chenyu's. "Whether in the realms of celestial or martial paths, tomorrow, you should be ready to set out on your own, carving a new path in a different direction." That MY route was also established from a branch opened by an experienced miner. "Just remember to place signposts." "Thank you, Brother Du," Chenyu expressed sincerely, offering 10 spirit stones in gratitude for Du Wei's diligent guidance throughout the day, without any oversight. "Why the formality between us? In the future, let us look out for one another. That if you find solo mining tedious, come to me, and we can work together." Du Wei chuckled, accepting the spirit stones and waving goodbye as he made his way back to his rented quarters. That night, after taking a bath and changing into fresh clothes, Chenyu brought out the large, irregular spirit stone he had unearthed, eliciting a gluttonous gaze from Diju. "Tonight, let us have a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you to mine for spirit stones. Remember, be cautious. Your existence must not be discovered by others." Chenyu cautioned earnestly. That the Jew gulped in anticipation, its eyes brimming with dreams of spirit stones. 2 months later, in a certain mine, A figure indistinguishable as human and a cat hardly resembling a feline tirelessly swung their pickaxes that as rocks were pried loose. The path gradually extended ahead. This duo had been in the mine for 3 days and nights without feeling a hint of fatigue, instead brimming with exhilaration. Last night, they had unearthed a medium-grade spirit stone, weighing approximately half a tael and no larger than a pinky finger. Yet the vibrant aura it radiated and its jade-like hue rendered them impervious to fatigue. Their minds consumed by a singular thought. They had struck gold. They had struck gold. In this tiny mine, dig, dig, dig. Chapter 36, A Stroll. How many pounds of spirit stones do we have now? In the dead of night, a solitary figure and a cat commenced the meticulous task of inventorying their recent acquisitions. The reason was straightforward. The time to submit their spirit stones was fast approaching point one by one. The spirit stones were transported by the orange tabby to the weighing scale. While Chinyu diligently recorded the weight of each stone with a PEN.AS, the tabby moved various stones in and out of the system space. Chinyu was astonished to discover that, over the past 2 months, they had amassed such a considerable quantity of spirit stones. A full 40 pounds of low-grade spirit stones and half a tael of mid-grade spirit stones. Should they choose to redeem them, that would translate to 400 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the 160 stones required for the past 2 months and the 20 stones for consumption, both Chinyu and the tabby would each receive approximately 110 stones. Earning over 100 spirit stones in 2 months was remarkable, not to mention the half-tael of mid-grade spirit stone. Truly a windfall. The pair exchanged a knowing, conspiratorial smile, planning to submit their stones the following day and enjoy a well-deserved day of rest. After 2 months spent in the spirit stone mine, where their days consisted solely of eating, sleeping, and digging, they were beginning to feel the strain that the orange tabby, laden with a significant portion of the spirit stones, retreated into the system space to sleep. Chinyu placed the remaining stones into his chinquan bag. These were meant for redemption and submission, and the thought of having to surrender the majority of the fruits of their labor over the past 2 months tugged at his heartstrings. After all, this was money. The next morning, Chinyu soaked his filthy miner's uniform in water, washed up, and set out. The weather had begun to turn cooler. As soon as he stepped outside, a gust of cold wind made him instinctively huddle his shoulders. He recalled the days spent in Xinghua village, where during winter, he and the tabby would remain snug in bed until well past noon. There was little incentive to rise, as winter brought no farming to be done, and the warmth of their blankets was far too inviting to abandon. Upon arriving at the Spirit Stone Exchange, Chinyu handed over 30 pounds, which was exchanged for 285 spirit stones. His heart ached at the loss. Just like that, 15 spirit stones vanished. However, redemption was imperative. The monthly submission required finished spirit stones, not raw ore. Chinyu estimated that among those 15 stones, at most only one could be attributed to consumption, with the rest likely pocketed by others. After all, in such a remote area, if one couldn't profit, who would bother coming? This was common knowledge, yet no one dared to speak of it openly. What one might call an unspoken rule. Once he had submitted the spirit stones for the past 2 months, Chinyu felt an even greater pang of regret, while the tabby in the system space began to roll on the ground in anguish. That was my money, the fruits of 2 months of hard work. After wrapping up the morning's tasks, Chinyu meandered into the market. Now that he had a bit of money in hand, it was high time to purchase some supplements and nutritional items to consider enhancing his capabilities. Adding longevity points to his cultivation method seemed to yield the greatest returns. However, this enhancement came with a caveat. One needed to ensure an ample supply of nourishing food to sustain oneself post-enhancement. The required nutrition would amount to approximately a year's worth of food, but ordinary fare would be insufficient. He would need potent medicinal ingredients to avoid starvation. The market was not far from the mine. Or rather, it had been built to exploit the meager earnings of the thousands of miners. Some stalls were run by independent cultivators who only had to pay a modest stall fee each month, while others were operated by the Feiyun sect in these places. Thanks to his status as an inner-sect disciple, Chinyu could enjoy a 20% discount while purchasing goods that was quite simple to discern whether a stall was run by an independent cultivator or affiliated with the sect. Those with a cloth spread on the ground, displaying a hodgepodge of items, were likely independent, while those with a storefront and decor were typically run by the sect. Chinyu's goal was clear. He sought various supplements such as ginseng and deer antler. Alchemical potions were far too extravagant. He still owed his senior brothers and sisters money, and the contribution points he had earned over the past 2 months needed to be saved to repay them. He wondered how long it would take to accumulate enough. Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with? A young attendant in a pharmacy under the Feiyun sect approached Xinyu. Noticing his aimless wandering within the store, do you have any potent supplements? Supplements, you say? Please follow me. May I inquire if you seek those for replenishing energy and blood, or perhaps something to bolster overall health, or gentle remedies for weakness? The attendant led Xinyu to the elixir section as he inquired. Something for overall health. Please take a look at this. Shui Xinwan, the ultimate choice for restoring health. It costs 100 spirit stones per piece, an unparalleled option. Upon seeing this elixir, Qinyu's expression darkened. It was this very item that had led him into debt with his senior sister. He had no idea when he would ever pay it back. Perhaps you might consider this instead? Xiao Huandan, available for just 10 spirit stones. Noticing Qinyu's discontent, the attendant quickly introduced a second option. Is there anything cheaper? I'm looking for regular ginseng, perhaps 3 to 5 years old? Ginseng, you say? Upon hearing this, the attendant's smile waned slightly, but his professionalism remained intact, and he continued to think of ways to extract as much money as possible from the impoverished Xinyu. After all, 3 to 5-year-old ginseng was hardly valuable. The sect cultivated it in their medicinal fields, and such ginseng could be harvested in just 6 months. Yes, we do have some, but esteemed guest, if ginseng is not refined into an elixir, much of its medicinal properties will be wasted, and it takes longer to take effect. Eating 10 ginseng roots may not be as effective as consuming 1 Xiao Huandan, which shows results immediately upon ingestion. I don't need it. How much is the ginseng? Wasteful. With the level of my body after enhancing, it wouldn't waste a thing. It would be digested the moment it enters. 3-year ginseng is 1 spirit stone for 10 roots. 5-year ginseng is 1 spirit stone for 2 roots, and 10-year ginseng is 3 spirit stones for 1 root. That I personally recommend that you purchase 10-year-old ginseng. 3-year-old ginseng has little medicinal effect. And once digested, there's hardly anything left. How is the medicinal effect calculated? Xinyu asked, intrigued. This humble one is not entirely sure. That's knowledge for alchemists. However, I do know that refining rare herbs into elixirs ensures that their medicinal properties can be absorbed by the body to the fullest extent. If one were to consume the herbs directly, the efficacy would be greatly diminished, and some trace toxins could enter the body, accumulating over time and potentially leading to blockages in the meridians, hindering one's cultivation. Elixirs, while maximizing absorption, also neutralize these toxins, ensuring that what your body absorbs is harmless. This humble one is not an alchemist. I merely relay what I've heard. Consider it a light-hearted tale. Can the toxins be removed? Xinyu nodded thoughtfully, but privately furrowed his brows, learning of this issue for the first time. This humble one knows not, the attendant chuckled. System, can the toxins be removed? I have a 5-year alchemical guide and a 3-year elixir exam. Available for just 3,000 longevity points. Would you like to purchase it? It contains detailed explanations. Get lost. I knew this broken system was unreliable. Does ginseng also have toxins? Esteemed guest, you are truly putting this humble one in a difficult position. However, in the realm of cultivation, few dare to consume rare herbs directly. It's both a waste of their properties and a risk of accumulating toxins that I would still recommend you purchase various elixirs instead. You are quite the salesman. Your words have tempted me. Do you have anything cheaper than Xiao Huandan? Xinyu, upon hearing this, hesitated to consume ginseng directly, given the daunting idea of toxins. Chapter 37. The Qingquan bag is lost. Esteemed guest, does someone nearby require supplements for weakness? Yes, ideally, I need inexpensive yet potent elixirs, and the quantity is somewhat large. Do you have such options? If it's merely for supplementation, the Sijun Zidan is quite good. But, at this point, the attendant fell silent, merely gesturing toward Xinyu with his eyes. Thank you for your patience in answering my questions. Please accept this small token of gratitude. Xinyu immediately understood and placed 2 spirit stones in the attendant's palm. The Sijun Zidan is crafted from Dang Shun, Fu Ling, Baizhu, and Gan Chao, simmered into a single elixir. The medicinal properties of these 4 herbs complement each other, making it an excellent choice for supplementation. And it is reasonably priced. This humble one suggests that if you choose to buy, the best option would be to select those made from herbs around 10 years old. The attendant, feeling the weight of the spirit stones in his hand, immediately beamed and began enthusiastically recommending options to Chenyu, treating him with utmost friendliness. Then how much for 50 of each? Si Junzi Dan. About 100 spirit stones. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. You need such a large quantity? After a brief mental calculation, he continued, I heard that intersect disciples receive a 20% discount, correct? Chenyu produced his intersect disciple token and spoke up. Upon seeing the token in Chenyu's hand, the attendant was momentarily stunned. Are you bored and dressed like a country bumpkin just to tease me? Sir, you should have mentioned this earlier. Truly, we are of the same family. If you wish to purchase, I advise you to buy ginseng directly. It has no toxins. The small attendant, with a beaming smile, bent low to return 2 spirit stones as if it were merely a robe deceiving him. It could be overlooked. After all, with his backing from the Feiyun sect, who would dare to harm him? However, if the deception were to befall an inner disciple, the stakes would be drastically different. What if this inner disciple eventually came to realize the ruse? Would he still retain his position as an outer sect servant? Although his life might be destined to remain humble, living poorly does not equate to courting disaster. Furthermore, seeking death in such a manner is hardly the way to go about it. It would suffice if someone had a reason to eliminate a mere servant like him, as for the spirit stones. He could keep them. Was the ginseng truly free of poison? Chenyu began to comprehend that he had been duped all along. What should have been resolved with a handful of spirit stones nearly cost him over 100 that nevertheless. Chenyu refrained from accepting the offered spirit stones. The attendant merely sought to profit a little more. This could at most be deemed as unscrupulous business practices. It would be unreasonable to harbor a grudge over such a trivial matter, let alone proclaim, "You have chosen your path to death," and dispose of the fellow. He was not a sadistic murderer. He was merely somewhat irked, feeling a touch of discomfort within. However, observing the attendant's current demeanor, cautious and apologetic, his ire had nearly dissipated. There was no need to quibble with a lowly servant. Rest assured, my friend, ginseng is a restorative herb that significantly boosts one's vitality. The worst side effect from overindulgence would be mere bloating and a slight loss of appetite. In such cases, consuming a bit of yuan hu suo or mu xiang would aid in promoting gastrointestinal motility, ensuring that the restorative effects proceed smoothly without causing bloating or appetite loss. The attendant spoke rapidly, almost like pouring out beans, his back still bent, a smile plastered on his face, though a hint of panic lingered in his eyes. Very well. Fetch me 105-year ginseng, Chenyu declared, handing over 40 spirit stones. Certainly, my friend. Please have a seat while I retrieve them for you. The attendant took the spirit stones and hurried to the back room, leaving Chenyu to continue his browsing. After a short while, the attendant returned, carrying a small box filled to the brim with ginseng, alongside some mu xiang. Here are the ginseng, please count them. All right, our transaction is settled. I shall take my leave. Chenyu noted that there were approximately 54 ginseng in the box, along with the mu xiang placed beside it. He understood that the attendant had included it out of fear of him causing trouble. So he said nothing further and left with the box in hand. Scared me to death. Once Chenyu had departed, the attendant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exhaling heavily. It had been quite terrifying. He had come perilously close to losing his life, in his earlier days as a servant in the outer sect. Before being assigned to this location, he had witnessed too many servants perish at the hands of outer disciples, let alone the inner disciples. After completing his purchases and placing the ginseng into his system space, Chenyu resumed his exploration of the market, primarily scouting for stalls, hoping to unearth treasures akin to those encountered by protagonists in novels, such as the heavenly bottle or fragments of the bronze cauldron. Yet he found himself utterly unacquainted with the so-called rare materials and treasures touted by the various vendors, merely listening to their extravagant tales as if they were stories. For instance, he currently held a rusty iron sword in his hand, which was being hawked as the Qing Suo sword, once wielded by a legendary sword immortal. The vendor spun an elaborate tale, and had it not been for the copious rust that fell off with a mere scratch, Chenyu might have been convinced. Little brother, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This truly is the Qing Suo sword. 200 years ago, the esteemed sword immortal divided the Qing Suo sword into myriad pieces, scattering them across the lands. Each fragment contains 9 sword formation techniques. Mastering them grants access to the sword immortal's legacy. Once comprehended, one can join the sword pavilion and become a disciple of the sword immortal. Joining the sword pavilion would mean ascending to greatness in one fell swoop. The vendor earnestly elaborated to Qin Yu, making it seem as though purchasing his dilapidated sword would grant immediate entry into the prestigious sword pavilion. I would believe the rust on this sword is 200 years old, but that it is the Qing Suo sword? Not a single punctuation mark of that do I believe. Would you part with such a treasure? Qin Yu was at a loss for words. It appeared nothing more than an ordinary, rusted iron sword devoid of any spiritual aura at all. This little brother simply does not understand that my talent is insufficient to grasp such supreme sword techniques. However, I see that you possess remarkable martial potential. You will surely not remain a mere fish in a pond. Our meeting is a stroke of fate. For 200,000 spirit stones, I will bestow upon you this unparalleled sword path. 200,000 spirit stones? 2 would be more reasonable. Qin Yu replied, utterly speechless. Deal. The vendor promptly extended his hand, eager to complete the sale, fearing Qin Yu might retract his agreement, that I never said I would buy. Qin Yu hastily set down the sword and made his escape. Just a few steps later, he instinctively checked his waist and realized his Qingquan bag had been stolen. How could this be? Why should this happen to him? The protagonist effortlessly stumbled upon treasures while he, merely strolling through the market, ended up with nothing. His Qingquan bag had vanished. Surveying the bustling market, he felt lost amidst the throngs of people. Where could he possibly find it? Report to the authorities. I must report this. Is there no law? Is there no justice? This is utterly lawless. As an inner disciple of the Feiyun sect, I was robbed of my Qingquan bag in my own market. The worst part is that I do not even know when it was taken. Although most of his possessions were safely stored in the system space, his Qingquan bag was a decoy. Yet it contained at least dozens of spirit stones, not to mention its considerable value, along with his identity token as an inner disciple. If it were lost and his master found out, he would surely be beaten to death and expelled from the sect. Xianyang could not afford to lose face over this. Chapter 38. Jose, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu dashed towards the Feiyun sect's market's administration hall. Intent on filing a report, he had to report it. Even if it meant facing his master's wrath, he was determined to catch the thief. That in his lifetime, he had never suffered such a significant loss. There were at least 40 spirit stones in there. How long would it take him and Diju to earn that much? Who was this scoundrel, robbing the hard-earned money of miners? It was utterly inhumane. Halt! This is the administration hall of Feiyun sect. If there is no urgent matter, you cannot enter. Upon arriving at the hall, he was stopped by the guards, who informed him not to loiter without purpose. I was merely visiting the market when my Qingquan bag was stolen. Does this matter concern your market? Qin Yu replied, suppressing his anger. Your Qingquan bag was stolen? Understood. Please leave a sound transmission talisman and await our news. We will handle this matter fairly. The guard, without lifting his head, casually responded after listening to Qin Yu's account that I am an inner disciple of the Feiyun sect. Please watch your tone. Qin Yu knew that without revealing his identity, he would never recover the lost items, especially since it involved 40 spirit stones. Please present your inner disciple token. Upon hearing this, the guard's demeanor shifted that it was stolen along with my Qingquan bag. I am truly sorry. Without proof of identity, I cannot allow you entry. However, you may wait here while I go in to report. Whether the esteemed individuals inside choose to see you is beyond my control. The guard pondered for a moment before speaking. Regardless of whether the individual was truly an inner disciple, it was of no concern to him. Let the important figures inside deal with it. This matter was neither great nor small. It was simply a lost storage bag. However, it was significant because it belonged to an inner disciple. If it had been an ordinary rogue or servant, it would not have stirred up such a fuss. Thank you for your assistance. Not a problem. May I inquire which peak you belong to? It would help me provide a proper report. Qi Shao Peak. Under the guidance of Xianyang, Qin Yu understood that today his dignity was lost, but he could not afford to lose face and suffer such a loss. However, he had no other options. If the sect token was lost, he would have to return to the sect to replace it. The round trip would cost him 40 spirit stones, and the time wasted would only add to his losses. Please wait. As the guard spoke, he entered the administration hall. Elder Zhou. The guard respectfully addressed an elderly man in his 60s upon entering the inner hall. There is a person outside claiming to be an inner disciple of the Feiyun sect, stating that his Qingquan bag was stolen, along with his sect token. I am uncertain of his identity, so I request your judgment. An inner disciple. Is he mad? Which inner disciple would venture into this desolate mining area? And how could his Qinkuan bag be stolen? Elder Zhou replied, utterly bemused. He claims to be from Qi Shao Peak, under the tutelage of Xianyang. What nonsense! Is such a fool truly one of our Qi Shao Peak's disciples? Tell him to wait in the hall. I shall attend to him shortly. I am curious to see what sort of disciple Xianyang has produced. Elder Zhou paused, waving the guard away. Understood. I take my leave. The guard bowed respectfully and exited. Old Xian, your disciple seems to be going downhill with each passing day. This is the first time I have heard of sending inner disciples to the mines for training. What is this? A lesson in hardship? And this foolish disciple even had his Qinkuan bag and sect token stolen. What a disgrace. Truly disgraceful. I feel embarrassed just hearing that he claims to be from Qi Shao Peak. When did our sword cultivators become this foolish? I have served as an elder in this mining area for over 300 years, and this is the first time I have heard of an inner disciple having their Qinkuan bag stolen. Truly a sight to behold. You have opened a new chapter. Haven to you. How can you continue to lead the peak? Can you even teach your disciples? If not, step aside and let someone else take your place, lest you tarnish our master's reputation. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Zhou activated the communication talisman, initiating a transmission to Xianyang, who was far away at Feiyun Sect. Regardless of the authenticity of the situation outside, he decided to launch a wave of mockery first. Following a hearty session of derision, Elder Zhou exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of utter relief, a euphoric satisfaction that could hardly be encapsulated in mere words. This was a reminder of when he had once contended for the position of Peak Master, and how Xianyang had dared to vie for his junior sister. Moments later, the communication talisman in Elder Zhou's possession trembled, emanating a faint glow. However, he didn't even glance at it, for he understood Xianyang all too well, that in their past disputes over the position of Peak Master, they had exchanged barbs frequently, that it was evident that the contents of the message would be nothing but a torrent of insults, and exceedingly vulgar ones at that. But as long as he refrained from looking, he could escape the scorn, leaving Xianyang to bear the brunt of the verbal onslaught alone. Meanwhile, at Feiyun Sect, atop Qi Shao Peak, Xianyang crushed the communication talisman in a fit of rage after reading Elder Zhou's message, veins bulging on his forehead, that it was clear who was currently in the mining area. Who else but that iron-headed Chenyu? It was no wonder he hadn't been seen these past 2 months. He had likely gone off to mine that a distinguished inner sect disciple, reduced to scavenging alongside a horde of miscellaneous workers and rogue cultivators. Of all the mines to choose from, he had to go to the one overseen by Zhou Zhe, that old rascal who was forever coveting the position of Peak Master beneath him. And to think he could even lose his Qinkuan pouch and sect token while merely perusing a marketplace. Was his martial cultivation truly that of a first-realm practitioner? Had he become a mere muscle-bound fool devoid of wit? The worst part was that Zhou Zhe would certainly find out about this incident. The relationship between Xianyang and Zhou Zhe was anything but simple. Long ago, when the position of true disciple at Qi Shao Peak had been vacant, these two had been the most promising inner sect disciples vying for the title. After the old Peak Master passed away, the two had been embroiled in a fierce contest for the position. In the end, Xianyang outmaneuvered Zhou Zhe, securing the title of Peak Master with the substantial assistance of his junior sister, while Zhou Zhe was relegated to the status of sect elder, dispatched to manage the sect's affairs elsewhere. Since then, their encounters had devolved into a cycle of mutual derision and occasional skirmishes, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Xianyang could wager that once Zhou Zhe caught wind of Chun Yu's misadventure in the marketplace, the entire Feiyun sect would be abuzz with the news by tomorrow at the latest. Here was the esteemed Xianyang, master of Qi Shao Peak, whose disciple was reduced to mining and falling victim to a petty thief. What would become of his dignity as a sixth-realm cultivator? At this moment, thoughts of expelling Chun Yu from his tutelage crossed his mind, and the reason was simple. This disciple was a source of immense embarrassment, and he was simply intolerable. Xianyang rubbed his cheeks, taking a deep breath to calm himself, reminding himself not to succumb to anger. I shall bring him back to face 100-fold punishment, with several messages sent into the void. Xianyang knew that Zhou Zhe was being deliberately troublesome, but he found it impossible to contact Chun Yu, that foolish disciple who had focused solely on muscle gains and neglected his intellect. Even now, he had yet to enter the first realm of the immortal path and was incapable of using the communication talisman. Xia, Go to the mid-grade Spirit Stone mine and fetch that rascal Qinyu back. This time, I'll let him experience the trials of bone forging firsthand. Realizing he was indeed unable to reach Qinyu, Xianyang resorted to sending a message to Zhang Ye, who was practicing swordplay on the mountainside. Chapter 39. Rumor Xianyang. I hear your disciple has been sent to mine. Came a message from Qingwei, accompanied by a tone of amusement that I also heard he got robbed in the mining area. This was from Du Hui, who had apparently heard several iterations of the tale. Just moments ago, Old Wei had informed him that Xuanyang's disciple had gone to the mines to rob others and had subsequently been robbed himself. The rumors only grew more ludicrous with each retelling, yet they did nothing to alleviate Xuanyang's growing frustration with every message he read. It seems 100 beatings might not suffice. Perhaps I should double that. Disciple of Qishao Peak, Xuanyang's disciple? Zhou Zhe meandered into the hall, observing the fidgeting Qinyu with a smirk, clearly relishing the spectacle. Qinyu, disciple of Qishao Peak, pays respects to the elder. Qinyu respectfully addressed him upon noticing the visitor's attire. The clothing within Feiyun's sect varied according to rank. Black robes with a white cloud for miscellaneous disciples, red for outer sect disciples, orange for inner sect disciples, yellow for sect stewards, green for true disciples, blue for elders, purple for the sect master, and finally, white robes adorned with 9 golden clouds for the supreme eldered. That moment, Qinyu recognized the visitor was clad in blue, indicating his status as an elder. You must have taken the back door into Qishao Peak, didn't you? A peak master's disciple, and yet you were robbed of your Qinkuan pouch by a mere thief. How on earth did you manage to cultivate to your current realm? Qinyu lowered his head, feeling too ashamed to respond. Truth be told, he still had no idea how his Qinkuan pouch had vanished. It had been securely tucked away in his bosom. What brings you to the mining area? Zhou Zhe inquired, observing Qinyu's silence. Mining, of course. You jest. The most you could earn in a month is a few spirit stones, which is less than your allowance. What are you doing here? I genuinely came to mine, thinking to complete a task and earn some contribution points and spirit stones. Has Xianyang lost his mind? How did he let you into Qishao Peak? What kind of reasoning is this? Had you simply pursued a kill or capture mission, you'd have earned far more than what you make here. Once you find your Qinkuan pouch, you should just roll back to the inner sect. What's your objection? Zhou Zhe admonished as he observed Qinyu's silence. I dare not oppose. I simply know what I am doing. Qinyu replied with a tone of humility and resolve. With your first realm cultivation, what do you truly understand? Wasting your most vigorous years over trifles. And yet you think I am challenging you. Seeing you silent like this, Zhou Zhe exclaimed that I do not dare to oppose, elder. Your words are for my own good, that I understand this in my heart. But the path I choose is my own, that I am not like others. I have endless time and need not worry about declining vitality. Moreover, while mining, I can exploit a bug to do the work of 2 while paying for just 1. If I persist for a few more years and accumulate some medicinal supplements, enhancing my longevity points, this is undoubtedly the fastest way for me to strengthen my abilities. Mining is, without a doubt, a lucrative venture for me. Truly, you are a disciple of Xianyang, possessing a commendable spirit. Let me see how you will tread this path. Zhou Zhe declared, already launching a fist towards Shan Yu. Did I ask this elder out of his mind? Why meddle in my affairs? What does my mining concern you? Qinyu thought as he faced Zhou Zhe's fist, unable to evade in time and resorting to shielding himself with his arms. With a thunderous crash, Qinyu was sent sprawling backward, colliding with the hall's wall. This lad possesses remarkable physical strength. Zhou Zhe mused in astonishment. His punch had been delivered with the force characteristic of a second-realm martial artist. Intended to injure Qinyu and send him back to the inner sect, lest he tarnish the reputation of Qishao Peak. Yet, the blow landed with little effect, leaving Qinyu merely bruised, which Zhou Zhe found quite absurd. Why is the Qishao Peak not accommodating of underperformers? If you wish to mine, you should go to the outer sect, and remember to refer to me as second uncle. I am a brother to your master. Qinyu was bewildered, having never heard of such a title from his master before. Enough of your questions. Let me see your limits. With another powerful punch, Zhou Zhe unleashed a gust of wind aimed at Qinyu. This one even more forceful than the last. Qinyu wished to dodge, but found all avenues of escape blocked, forcing him to take the hit head-on. Another resounding crash echoed through the hall. Yet Zhou Zhe did not relent, throwing punch after punch, each one harder than the last. Unable to muster any resistance, Chinyu F. As Jose walked further away, Chinyu finally let out a sigh of relief. It was nothing short of a calamity, utterly inexplicable. He merely wished to quietly mine, so who had he offended? The day had been fraught with misfortunes. First, he nearly fell victim to a shopkeeper's deceit. Then his Chinkoan bag was stolen. And now he had endured a beating that it was simply outrageous. That be why the time Chinyu returned to the mining area, night had fallen. He began preparing hot water for a bath and planned to consume some ginseng to replenish his strength. Surely, with 100 ginseng roots, he would have more than enough. Meanwhile, Daju commenced preparing dinner, his small paws grasping the spatula as he stood upon the stove, his expression focused, cooking with impressive skill. Chapter 40. Adding points again as the water boiled. Chinyu settled himself into the bathtub, adding some specialized blood-activating medicinal herbs for martial arts training that he accessed the system panel and allocated a point to his /. Subsequently, a torrent of memories surged through his mind. Among those memories, he recalled training tirelessly in swordsmanship day and night, beginning with drawing and sheathing the sword. As he grew more adept, he proceeded to practice the 13 fundamental sword techniques: diagonal slashes, horizontal cuts, thrusts, upward lifts, straight jabs, diagonal stabs, piercing strikes, sweeping motions, downward sweeps, upward thrusts, countercuts, and ascending clouds. Again and again, he practiced, progressing from clumsiness to proficiency, while his body began to wither away. However, he had prepared for this and did not panic. At that moment, while absorbing the memories flooding his mind, he gnawed on a ginseng root, consuming over 40 of them before the internal devouring force finally subsided. Suddenly, the influx of memories ceased, leaving no new recollections to surface. Where was the /? What about my exclusive ability as a joyful wind man? After a moment of contemplation, Chinyu deduced that the / was a technique dependent on a solid foundation in swordsmanship. Since he lacked even the basics, he could not directly cultivate it. Practice the /. He needed to master the fundamental skills first. It was akin to calculus. One must learn differential, integral, and functional analysis as a foundation. Without this groundwork, even if the answers were presented, they would be incomprehensible. The same applied to the /. Without a foundation in swordsmanship, one could not practice it. Chinyu glanced at the remaining ginseng in his hand and decided he could add points once more. Gritting his teeth, he allocated the points. Another wave of memories surged into his mind, this time continuing from his previous training, but instead of rigid practice, he engaged in various adaptations, interspersing techniques with countermoves. Feints and deceptions. Once again, the memories came to an abrupt halt. 2 full years of recollections had passed without learning the /, merely mastering and applying various fundamentals. Chinyu fell into silence for a while, unsure of what to say, and examined the system panel. Name: Chinyu lifespan, max talent, average strength, 17 speed, 9 defense, 27 cultivation techniques. First layer of Chi refinement technique, Ziwei return to origin heart technique. Battle heaven bodyguard technique. First layer great perfection, skills, vitality power, bloodline of the crimson sky, beginner. / not yet initiated. Swordsmanship, initial understanding, longevity points. 18 system space, a heap of junk. Well, still not initiated, that I gained 2 years worth of swordsmanship basics for nothing. It feels somewhat regrettable. Yet what could be done? Without that foundation, I cannot practice sword techniques. The remaining ginseng was dwindling, and despite consuming so many, his body had grown noticeably frail. Notably, the points for strength, speed, and defense had not increased at all. He remained as he was before. However, he did acquire a new skill in swordsmanship, which was not entirely a loss. Daju, how many longevity points do you have left? Chinyu inquired of the orange cat beside him, who was busy devouring fish. Meow. After a moment, Daju pondered and drew a 7 on the table with his paw. Look at how much you've lost. A foundational pill costs so much. Next time, don't be so impulsive when buying. Save up, and if there's something you want, let me know that we can discuss it together. Even spending it on adding points is better than going to that unscrupulous shop. Chinyu said as he emerged from the bathtub, drying himself off. Originally happily eating fish, Daju felt the weight of his loss upon hearing this, his tail drooping and ceasing to wag. However, he continued eating, finishing off the fish in just a few bites. Tomorrow, I'll head to the market. You stay put in the system space that we probably can't linger in the mining area any longer. Chinyu said while grooming Daju, he sighed inwardly. If he were to remain in the mining area for another 4 or 5 years, he could undoubtedly convert his current techniques into real strength. Currently, he lacked not in techniques but in resources. For instance, in the mining area, he earned over 100 spirit stones in just 2 months. What a delightful situation! There was no danger, no challengers, and each day spent alongside spirit stones was nothing short of a dream for a cultivator. The thought of being unable to continue as a miner, and likely facing beatings upon returning to the inner sect, gave Chinyu a headache. He would have preferred to be eliminated during the grand competition. At least then he could continue happily mining. Miao Daju pulled out a spirit stone, examined it, and then put it back. Starting tomorrow, his joyful days of mining spirit stones would be over. No worries, don't rush. Once we return to the inner sect, we can lay low for a few months. When our master isn't paying attention, we'll sneak back here. Worst case, we can go to the lower-grade spirit stone mining area and keep a low profile while mining. Upon hearing this, Daju's eyes lit up, and his tail perked up again, starting to sway restlessly. That a night passed without incident, and Chunyu slept until the afternoon before returning to the Elder Hall to inquire about the recovery of his Chinkuan bag. "Junior brother, please follow me." Upon arriving at the Elder Hall, the same guard from yesterday greeted him respectfully, though internally puzzled by Chunyu's visible weight loss since they last met. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts. Why concern himself with such matters? Small characters have their own ways of living. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their end. This was an unchanging truth. Inside the Elder Hall, the guard retrieved a Chinkuan bag and handed it to Chinyu, saying, "Elder Zhou specifically instructed that this item be returned to its rightful owner upon your arrival." "Did they catch the thief?" Chinyu exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, "that I must give him a good beating to avenge yesterday's grievances." No. The junior brother lost the Chinkuan bag himself, and it was found by a kind-hearted person. Since they couldn't locate you, they brought it here to the Elder Hall. The guard emphasized the words lost and kind-hearted significantly. Chinyu immediately understood the implication. It was merely a suggestion for him to let the matter rest, and a reminder that the mining area held deeper waters, with some aspects not meant for him to meddle in just yet. Although the inner sect disciples were the future of the sect, that was merely a future, not a present. After a brief inspection of the Chinkuan bag, he found everything intact, some spirit stones, a sect token, and a few changes of clothes. Nothing more, nothing less than I understand. Thank you. Chinyu thought to find the wretched thief and give him a good thrashing, but alas, his strength was insufficient at the moment. With the words of that senior uncle still echoing in his ears, he had already been given face. Turning to leave now indicated prudence and wisdom. Persisting in stubbornness to inquire further would only be seen as ungracious. Chapter 41. Arrival of Zhang Yu. Upon exiting the Elder Hall, Chinyu glanced at his Chinkuan bag. That it was for this trinket that he had endured that senior uncle's brutal beating. And now his master had learned of it. He would likely face another punishment upon returning. Who had he offended? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a familiar young woman standing before him. "Junior brother, you're in serious trouble this time. Master is very angry, and the consequences are dire." "Hello, senior sister. What brings you here?" Chinyu greeted with a forced smile, his face betraying his unease. "Master sent me to bring you back. He wants to skin you alive," Zhang Yu said earnestly. "Surely it can't be that Siryu returning back, or what?" As she spoke, Zhang Yu patted her Chinkuan bag, and a flying sword emerged, enlarging and coming to a steady halt before Chinyu. "Shall we take the flying boat instead? This seems rather unsafe." Chinyu gazed at the empty flying sword, devoid of railings, handholds, or any protective measures. Fear etched across his face. What if it soars into the sky and I lose my footing and fall? What is there to fear? Just hop on. You won't die from a fall. Riding the flying boat costs 20 spirit stones, and you are not aware of how broke your senior sister is right now. Zhang Yu jumped onto the flying sword, urging him onward. "Then how about I treat my senior sister to the flying boat? This thing genuinely terrifies me." The mere thought of soaring on a sword with no safety measures made Chunyu feel utterly uneasy. "What? Have you started making money in the mines?" A small profit. The 40 spirit stones I finally recovered have vanished again, spent on the flying boat." Reflecting on it, he mused it would have been better not to chase the thief at all. He could have snuck back to the sect, replaced his inner disciple token quietly, and then sneaked back, continuing to linger in the mines for another 7 or 8 years. "Sister, have you been on any missions recently? I haven't seen you for ages." The atmosphere on the flying boat was a bit awkward. So Chinyu tried to make conversation that I went to the abyss and nearly died in there. Zhanya replied nonchalantly, as if it wasn't her life that had been in peril. The abyss. Chinyu frowned, having heard this term before. During his time in the Illusion of Fiend sect, he had encountered a beast from the abyss at the first realm. But he was unsure if this abyss was the same as the one he knew. Yes, when you reach the fourth realm, you'll understand. Knowing now won't benefit you. Focus on your cultivation. The world is vast and splendid. But only the strong can truly appreciate its beauty. Could you share a bit about it with me? I came across fragments of information regarding the abyss on the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion, and I'm quite curious about it. Chinyu inquired tentatively that I cannot say. The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes for you. Work hard. Once you reach the fourth realm, you'll understand why then. Even if you don't want to know, you won't have a choice. All right then. What should I do to please master upon my return? Do you have any clever tricks? Chinyu asked eagerly. Have you been practicing your swordsmanship lately? Have your martial skills improved? Has your realm ascended? I suppose I've practiced a bit. Chinyu replied uncertainly. He had been working on the treading forward slash for 2 years. That should count as practice, right? Practiced is practiced. Not practiced is not practiced. What do you mean by I suppose? Follow me to the deck. Let me see that if you can't even hold a sword steadily, you're doomed when you return. Skinning and beating, hanging you from the beams for 7 days and nights. That kind of punishment. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. Back in the day, Fifth Senior Brother provoked someone at the Heavenly Fire Peak and lost. And that's exactly how Master punished him, Zhanya said as she walked toward the deck. Fifth Senior Brother? Hey, sister, wait for me. Chinyu hurriedly followed that on the deck. Zhanya wielded a 3-foot sword along with its sheath, twirling it effortlessly that a strand of her hair was lifted by the wind. Her beautiful face illuminated by the moonlight, appearing even more delicate. Truly, skin like cream, face like white jade. Simply stunning. Are we really going to fight? Chinyu stealthily pulled out an iron sword from his chinkoan bag, spinning it with grace, as if he had practiced it countless times, his muscle memory evident. Here is your chance to strike first. Make haste, Zhanya said nonchalantly. Were it not for the 20 spirit stones she had spent on the flying boat ticket, she wouldn't bother at all. Please instruct me, senior sister, Chinyu declared, thrusting his sword forward, applying only 3 parts of his strength, reserving energy to change his move that in swordsmanship. A direct thrust is the fastest, yet most challenging to defend against. But it heavily tests the stability of the arm. If the hand is unsteady, the sword will be too, leading to an inaccurate thrust. Not bad. You have some skill. Observing Chinyu's stance, Zhanya noted that he had indeed put in some effort. The swords of ordinary people wouldn't be so steady. With a gentle upward flick of her 3-foot sword, she struck the sheath against Chinyu's sword, nearly causing him to lose his grip. However, in the next instant, Chinyu decisively changed his attack from a thrust to an upward slash, stepping forward while the sword aimed to strike Zhanya. Zhanya smiled at the change. Appearing unfazed, her sword smoothly countered his incoming strike, deflecting it before thrusting directly at Chinyu's chest, landing a solid blow that sent him flying. Very good. You can change your moves. Come again. You're still too inexperienced. Focus your intent. Let your will flow with the sword. Zhanya praised as she watched Chinyu, who lay on the ground clutching his chest. Getting back on his feet, Chinyu charged at Zhanya once more, again opting for a direct thrust, but he preemptively altered his move to a horizontal slash before she could react, completely unbothered about potentially injuring Zhanya. Chapter 42. Another beating, a flash of sword light cut through the air. This sudden change finally prompted Zhanya to take Chinyu seriously. Her unsheathed 3-foot sword slightly parried the incoming iron sword, and then the ink-black sword eerily entwined itself around Chinyu's iron sword, sending a spiraling force from the hilt. This caused Chinyu to lose his grip, the iron sword slipping from his hand and clattering to the ground. Not bad. You can change your moves now. You must have put in a lot of effort during this time. Zhanya chuckled, gently flicking her 3-foot sword to lift the iron sword from the ground and tossing it back to Chinyu. You're too kind, senior sister. What was that move just now? It felt like there was a spiraling force. Chinyu inquired, puzzled. That is a technique called twist, which serves only one purpose, to disarm. That it's a bit early for you to learn this now. Your main focus should be on integrating the 12 basic sword forms into your instincts and also on firmly grasping your sword. This disarming technique exists for nearly every weapon, with halberds, spears, and pikes being the most prominent. When dueling at the same realm, if you encounter such weapons and let your guard down, you could easily be disarmed in a single exchange. Thus, below the foundation establishment stage, halberds and spears rarely meet their match. And above foundation establishment, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can choose to pursue spell cultivation, talisman cultivation, formation cultivation, or sword cultivation. For instance, we at Qishao Peak are of the sword cultivation lineage and need to nurture a personal flying sword. Using the Naiwan Palace to nurture and control the sword, a flying sword can be summoned to take someone's head from 1,000 miles away. In such cases, what could you use to disarm me? However, the sword cultivation path has its drawbacks. The personal flying sword is closely linked to the cultivator that if the personal sword is damaged, the cultivator will face significant issues. Lightly, they may regress in realm. Severely, they may suffer grave injuries or even death. Consequently, personal flying swords are rarely summoned lightly. Once summoned, it's a matter of life and death. Zhang Yu explained that there are actually two types of sword cultivators. One is the Immortal Path Sword Cultivator, and the other is the Martial Path Sword Cultivator. Exactly. There are sword cultivators in the martial path as well, but they are at a disadvantage compared to weapons like spears and halberds. So there aren't many practitioners. Therefore, when people refer to sword cultivators, they generally mean those of the Immortal Path. However, Immortal Path sword cultivators must also understand swords, comprehend sword momentum, and grasp sword intent. In the martial path, the status of the sword is somewhat awkward. It's neither here nor there. Its attack range is inferior to spears. Its defensive capability is less than that of knives. Its attack strength is not as potent as hammers. Its agility is lacking compared to daggers, and its attack speed is slower than dual daggers. Although it is balanced in every aspect, being overly average in every capability is also a form of mediocrity. Hence, true martial path practitioners rarely use swords. Most prefer knives, spears, or halberds. Zhang Yu candidly explained that I understand now. Thank you for clarifying, senior sister. Shall we continue? Qin Yu flexed his wrists slightly, gripping the iron sword tightly. Whether martial or immortal path, he believed that given enough time, he would surely become invincible after hundreds of thousands of years, that if not, he would wait for yet another hundreds of thousands of years. Come on, show me all 12 forms. Zhang Yu said dismissively, guiding Qin Yu with her peak fourth realm prowess. It felt akin to playing with a child. Qin Yu's sword posed no threat, not even compelling her to shift her position. Such was the vast disparity between them. Then, Qin Yu endured an entire night of beatings. Were it not for his sturdy physique, his bones might have shattered under Zhang Yu's relentless assaults. They fought until the flying boat returned to Feiyun Sect, at which point both Zhang Yu and Qin Yu ceased their sparring, with Qin Yu not managing to touch the hem of Zhang Yu's garment throughout the entire ordeal. The familiar mountain gate, the familiar Qishao Peak, and the familiar lake were all present. Yet today, Qishao Peak was particularly boisterous, with a cacophony of wails echoing from afar, audible from 3 to 4 miles away. Upon a large tree, a figure was suspended upside down, while beneath stood a young man clad in white, with hair and beard as white as snow, wielding a long whip and vigorously striking. This was none other than Qin Yu and his master. Xianyang, with Qin Yu bound to the tree and howling in distress, that you realize your mistake. As soon as Qin Yu returned to Qishao Peak, Xianyang had him tied to the tree without uttering a word, immediately taking out his whip to strike. Each lash left a crimson mark, mercilessly beating Qin Yu until he was battered and bruised before Xianyang finally ceased. I was wrong. I was wrong. I regret it. I truly regret it now. Master, spare me. Qin Yu cried out in desperation. Master! Master! The little junior brothers shouted with vigor. Clearly not. Qin Yu was left with profound doubts about whether these two senior sisters had ever been caught in the rain. Hence their current inclination to tear down someone else's umbrella. Master, I have endured enough, truly enough. If you strike me again, I might perish. I genuinely will die. Hanging from the tree, Qin Yu struggled frantically, but the rope, made of an unknown material, grew tighter with each attempt. Master, look how lively the junior brother is. His movements are vigorous. Surely he hasn't been beaten enough. His skin still itches. Let him off this time, or he will dare to do it again next time. You two, get lost. If not, I will have both of you hanging up for a beating, with a glance at the two disciples who were watching the spectacle. Xianyang cracked the whip in his hand, creating a loud crack that echoed through the air. As soon as these words were spoken, two flying swords shot out in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Now tell me, how could you, a mere first-realm martial artist, allow someone to steal your Chinquan bag? Moreover, you were in the mining area. Why would an intersect disciple go to mine, with so many tasks in the task hall? Why weren't you sent to accomplish them? Which task does not offer rewards more generous than those from the mining area? Only hopeless disciples would venture there. Xuanyang's temper flared again, and he lashed out with the whip once more. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Master, please calm down. Another strike, and I might be dead. Calm down. Who doesn't know that I have taken in a foolish disciple? How can you expect me to remain calm? Xuanyang's frustration only grew as he watched Xinyu spin like a top from the tree, his irritation mounting with each glance at his foolish disciple. Master, I have not been idle during this time. I have been diligently practicing my swordsmanship, not neglecting it at all, Xinyu said through gritted teeth. Enduring the pain, you have been practicing your sword, have you? Excellent. In 10 years, there will be a sect exchange competition in Dawei, primarily to assess the strength of the lower 3 realms across various sections. As for me, I have no demands. Just secure a top 3 finish for me that if you fail, I will whip you for 10 days and nights. Do you understand? I understand. I promise. Xinyu, nearly dazed from the beating, could only agree for the moment, as it was a matter a decade away. Refusing would likely lead to his immediate demise at the hands of his master. Don't agree so readily. If you fail to qualify, you should inquire about the detailed rules from your senior and third senior sister. Just seeing you irritates me. After saying this, Xuanyang waved his hand, causing the rope binding Xinyu to fall away and fly into his sleeve. At the same time, a small vial also dropped from Xuanyang's sleeve, landing before Xinyu. However, at that moment, Xinyu was still reeling from the beating, unable to recover for quite some time. Chapter 43. The Medicine After Much Effort. Xinyu finally managed to rise from the ground and noticed the small vial before him. Indeed, his master still cared for him. He opened the vial and caught a whiff of a rather pungent odor. It was not a pill, but a liquid medicine. However, Xinyu had no idea what kind of medicine it was, as he had not studied this area much. He speculated it might be for external injuries, given that he was covered in bruises. Wobbling along, limping back to the small wooden cabin at the foot of Qishao Peak, he released the large orange cat from the system space. The bewildered feline was still gnawing on a chicken leg. After glancing at Xinyu, who lay battered on the bed, the cat hesitated for a moment before jumping over and offering the now bare chicken leg bone. You're truly filial. Couldn't you bring me a fresh chicken leg? Xinyu replied, exasperated. This greedy cat was becoming increasingly stingy, its storage space in the system comprising 2/3 of its food reserves. Meow, come, stop eating, and help me apply this medicine. Xinyu stripped off his clothes, revealing the numerous whip marks on his body, and handed the small vial to the large orange cat. The cat looked at the medicine in its paw, cautiously poured a little onto Xuanyu's wounds, and instantly the small wooden cabin was filled with screams akin to a pig being slaughtered. It hurts too much. This medicine must be meant to kill. Xinyu writhed on the bed in agony. However, the wounds where the medicine had dripped began to scab and heal rapidly, that in just a short while, a gory wound had turned into a faint scar. Though painful, it was indeed effective. Xinyu was drenched in cold sweat, biting down on the pillow as the large orange cat applied the medicine to his other wounds. System, what kind of medicine is this? Xinyu knew it was unlikely he would get an answer from the system, which was notoriously greedy. Without money, one couldn't expect to benefit from it. However, engaging in idle chatter with the system could help distract him, as the pain from the medicine was unbearable, making him feel faint. Dear host, for just 500 longevity points, you can purchase a comprehensive guide to medicinal pills, guaranteed to answer all your queries about them. Wait a moment. This system of yours has wildly unreasonable prices. You charge 5,000 for a mere book on the meaning of life, yet a guide to medicinal pills is only 500. Dear host, that is not the case. The meaning of life is not of this world. Transporting it from another realm incurs handling fees. Whereas the guide to medicinal pills belongs to this world, so purchasing it does not require any handling fees, making the price absolutely reasonable. The system shop is honest and fair. The system's mechanical voice explained to Xinyu. Your handling fees are exorbitant. Xinyu internally lamented, enduring the pain. Not at all. All prices in the system shop are the most reasonable and fair. Fair my foot. Your unscrupulous shop is the most exploitative. A basic chi refining technique costs 10 longevity points, and it's just a common item, hardly worth anything. Don't ask how Chinyu knew this was a common item. In the mining area S market, one could see it at various stalls. Just a little purchase would get one a free chi refining technique. That is simply because the host has yet to truly come to terms with being a longevity practitioner, which is why you find it expensive. This statement left Chinyu momentarily stunned, but he had no time to ponder further as the pain in his backside interrupted his train of thought. That place was definitely off limits. This was the last thought Chinyu had before he fainted from the pain. The large orange cat, applying the medicine, was taken aback. Was it truly that painful? Now filled with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, the cat used its paw to scratch a small wound on its own belly, then took out the vial to pour a bit of medicine onto its paw. After placing the vial down, it smeared the medicine onto the small wound on its belly. Wow, meow. In an instant, the large orange cat went wild, jumping around the cabin, knocking pots and pans everywhere. After a while, the cat lay exhausted on the ground, its tail wagging, with green eyes shedding tears of regret. Regret. Indeed, it was overwhelming regret. That damned curiosity had led to its demise. Once the pain subsided, the large orange cat glanced at the still unconscious Chinyu and hurriedly got up to tidy the scene. Fearing discovery, the next day at noon, Chinyu finally awoke from his stupor. After a brief examination, he found only faint scars remained. All his wounds had healed. Though the pain was significant, the results were undeniably impressive. He picked up the vial from the table, noting it still contained half its contents that he decided to keep it. This was a precious item. However, the thought of being unable to gather resources was troubling. The tasks were far too perilous, and the safer ones were in the law enforcement hall, where he had no means to participate. With so many longevity points in hand, he couldn't just let them sit idly. It seemed more beneficial to invest in enhancing his skills. Yet enhancing skills required resources, and he was sorely lacking in that department, not to mention the mountain of debts he still owed. The more he thought about it, the more his head throbbed. He couldn't come up with a solution. Perhaps he should visit the task hall in a couple of days to see if any suitable tasks were available. Nothing too demanding. Preferably without risk, and just a little profit would suffice. For the next few days, he would feign injury, rest, bask in the sun, and fish a bit. Winter was approaching, and sunny days would soon be rare. He couldn't waste such good sunlight. He forcibly lifted the slothful large orange cat from the bed and, armed with a fishing rod, returned to his familiar spot, with the lounge chair set up and the fishing rod cast. A new day began. Hey, this is too much. In the past, at least there were some worms or something. This time, you just toss a hook with no bait. A shad poked its head out of the water, looking incredulous. This is like Jiang Taigong fishing. Those willing to bite will take the bait. As he spoke, Chinyu pulled out a meat pie from his Chinkuan bag and began to eat. Tossing a piece to the large orange cat, one man and one cat basked in the warm sun, enjoying their meal, living a delightful life. Did I ask this stuff tasty? The shad asked, eyeing the pie in Chinyu's hand. Delicious. It's made with pork filling. Exceptionally good. Then let me have a taste. I'll know if it's good or not. Then hold your breath and listen closely. Listen to what? The shad fidgeted restlessly in the water. Listen to how delicious I sound while eating and the smacking of my lips. Chinyu boasted. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged from the lake's edge, crashing down on Chinyu and the large orange cat, sweeping them both into the water. As winter approached, despite the pleasant sun today, the lake water was chillingly cold, forcing Chinyu and the large orange cat to scramble towards the shore, forgetting all about the meat pie and fishing rod. If they didn't make it to the shore soon, they could freeze to death. In the end, even a first-realm cultivator was still merely immortal, having just taken the first step on the path of cultivation. Although the large orange cat was in the second realm, in the presence of the lake spirit, the second realm meant nothing. It was instantly stripped of its cultivation, becoming no different from an ordinary cat. After much effort, they finally crawled onto the shore, where a gentle breeze sent shivers down their spines, prompting both man and cat to dash towards their small wooden cabin. Little thing, do you really think I have no temper? At this moment, the silver carp in the water, indulging in a meat pie, gleefully addressed the disheveled duo of a man and a cat. Chapter 44. The Mission. Returning to the lakeside cottage, I changed my attire and took a moment to dry off the shivering orange cat, silently cursing the lake spirit for its lack of sportsmanship. After all, it was merely a meat pie. Today's fishing venture was destined for failure, so I decided to bring out a lounge chair and bask in the sun, perhaps earning some spirit stones, and postpone everything for a couple of days. The early winter sun was pleasantly warm, casting a comforting glow upon me. If only I had a smartphone to scroll through videos or catch up on my favorite shows. It would have been even better. Lying on the lounge chair, I closed my eyes and let my mind wander that a mission was posted in the task hall concerning a village suspected of a zombie infestation. I was to undertake it. Just as I was leisurely savoring life, a paper crane flew in, carrying the familiar voice of Xian Yang, startling me to the point of nearly leaping off the lounge chair. Master, how can there be zombies? Isn't this task overly perilous? Could I possibly exchange it for another? I ventured cautiously. It's merely a white zombie. What are you afraid of? If you fail, I'll break your legs. Now hurry up, he retorted. After uttering this, the paper crane spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes upon landing. Alas, my predicament is dire, I sighed. The sun was no longer enjoyable. I glanced around, noticing that the orange cat had wandered off to play. But I paid it no mind. After all, this plump feline was unlikely to get lost. Upon arriving at the task hall, I indeed found the mission my master had mentioned, offering a reward of 200 contribution points. Located in a place called Daoxiang Village, a mundane settlement within the jurisdiction of Feiyun sect. After accepting the task, I pondered the inherent dangers of tackling it alone. Facing zombies was no trifling matter. I had watched enough of Uncle Ying's movies in my childhood to understand the gravity of the situation. What if I ventured forth alone and were to be bitten? Ultimately, after much deliberation, I headed to Fuping Peak, intending to find Lu Linxia to accompany me. Venturing alone was simply too intimidating. That my choice to seek her out was due to our somewhat familiar rapport, as I was a stranger to everyone else. Feiyun sect did not prohibit group missions. After all, the reward remained the same. 200 contribution points, whether undertaken solo or as a group. Unlike the casual atmosphere of my own Qishao Peak, Fuping Peak was much more orderly, with its buildings systematically arranged and a clear hierarchy observed. Even the path leading up the mountain had been meticulously maintained, with stone steps laid out in perfect alignment. Lu Linxiao's abode was significantly superior to my humble wooden cabin, resembling a quaint villa. Brother Chen, it has been a while. I came looking for you last month, but you were not home. Upon knocking on her door, the girl who answered paused momentarily, then greeted me with a smile. How long have you been staying up late? I inquired, noticing the pronounced dark circles under her eyes. You were at the qi refining stage. How did you manage to look so exhausted? Oh, the art of talismans is exceedingly challenging. By the way, I haven't given you the contribution points from the last assessment. I've completed some tasks over the past few months and earned a bit as she spoke. She led me inside and waved her sect token. Let us set that aside for now, that I've accepted a task regarding a suspected zombie in Daoxiang Village, and I'm not confident going alone. Would you be interested in joining me? Junior Sister Lu, I casually surveyed the 3-story villa, which was exquisitely decorated, spacious, and equipped with every conceivable amenity. I couldn't help but acknowledge the stark contrast in living conditions. How could there be such a disparity among disciples of the same peak? Our Qishao Peak had nothing but grass huts and wooden cabins, with the best dwelling being Master Xian Yang's cave abode, which could barely be considered a small courtyard. Why was the gap between individuals so vast? Was our peak truly that impoverished? Zombies? I suppose I could join, but can we set off tomorrow instead? I need to catch up on some sleep that I'll find you early in the morning. Is that all right? Also, please bring the sect token so I can transfer the contribution points to you. That works. We'll depart tomorrow morning. Rest well, junior sister, and we shall split the contribution points that I remarked. Admiring the pleasant environment she resided in, which made me almost consider transferring to Fuping Peak. You should know that we Fuping Peak are also referred to as Talisman Peak. The entire peak specializes in talisman crafting, and the talismans produced by Feiyun sect are primarily made here. So, of course, we enjoy a bit more financial comfort. Lu Linxiao explained with a light-hearted laugh that drawing talismans lucrative. Absolutely. Talisman masters, alchemists, artifact refiners, and beast tamers are among the most profitable professions in the cultivation world. With talent, one can amass great wealth. That I can't believe it. You've become quite the little rich lady, I joked. It's just a modest gain. Talisman practitioners cannot compare to the sword cultivators of Qishao Peak. Please don't mock me, brother. Everyone knows sword cultivators are unrivaled in combat. Lu Linxiao replied with a yawn, her eyelids drooping as if they could barely remain open. Let us not linger on this. Please rest well. Junior sister, that I must return to prepare, I said, noticing her drowsy demeanor and refraining from further interruption. Take care, brother. After I departed, Lu Linxiao rubbed her eyes, exhausted from days of drawing talismans. However, the thought of selling them for a substantial amount of spirit stones brought a satisfied smile to her face as she drifted off to sleep. Just as I was preparing to descend from Fuping Peak, an individual blocked my path, causing me to recall that a group of inner disciples had once proclaimed their intent to confront me. The person before me was one of them, whose name I vaguely remembered as Wang Han. Did I ask there any way to avoid this confrontation? After all, I did bring your junior sister to the grand competition. I lamented, exasperated that such matters were still being recalled after all this time. This isn't about that. I'm simply feeling a bit restless that we are both at the same realm, that I'm at the pinnacle of the immortal path, while you are at the mid-stage of the martial path. This isn't truly unfair, Wang Han declared. Isn't that's still considered unfair? You're 2 realms above me. I replied incredulously, perplexed as to why this was not deemed bullying. In the cultivation world, it was universally acknowledged that those of the same realm who were stronger would overpower their foes, and this was not an exception. How shall we proceed? I asked, loosening my wrists and retrieving an iron sword from my Qinquan bag. If we're to fight, then let us do so head-on. Do you think I accumulated all these longevity points for nothing? Wang Han ignited a talisman in his hand, and in an instant, a towering 3-meter-tall golden-armored warrior materialized, charging toward me. Behind this golden figure, Wang Han held a dozen talismans, poised for action that as the golden warrior lunged at me, I swung my long sword, crashing it against the warrior's chest. With a sharp crack, my sword shattered, for it was merely an ordinary weapon bestowed by Master Xianyang for practice before the competition. Engaging a creature of such stature in a direct clash was ill-advised. However, despite my sword breaking, the force of the impact caused the golden warrior to stagger back. Seizing the moment of its unsteadiness, I discarded the sword's hilt and executed a throw, using my strength to hurl the massive figure to the ground. Yet, in the next instant, all of Wang Han's talismans ignited, unleashing fireballs and freezing spells that shot toward me. Seeing the barrage of spells approaching, I hurriedly dodged, even though I possessed high defenses. I had endured relentless beatings from the elders, the senior sister, and my master, leaving me questioning my own resilience. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of spells was overwhelming. Some would inevitably land. When the first strike hit me, I was momentarily stunned to my surprise. It didn't hurt. Meanwhile, the fallen golden warrior rose once more, charging at me, but I had already approached Wang Han, seizing him by the neck and lifting him high. Still not finished? Those spells may appear formidable, but their actual power is rather mundane, that a mere ice spike couldn't even breach my skin, that I in such circumstances. Why should I even bother dodging? I stated, releasing Wang Han as the golden warrior dissipated behind me. What cultivation technique are you practicing? How can one possess such a physique at the first realm? Wang Han exclaimed, rubbing his reddened neck in disbelief. Am I really competing against such a person for a spot in the exchange competition 10 years hence? How could I possibly contend with this? Take your time to ponder that. I have matters to attend to, I replied, turning away without a backward glance. It struck me as absurd that he would halt me for a pointless brawl. What sort of madness was this? A decade hence, the grand intersect competition of the Great Way will not only serve as an illustrious platform for renown and fortune, but also as a veritable gateway for the carp to leap into the Dragon's Gate. This magnificent event convenes once every 50 years, attracting nearly all sects within the Great Way. Notably, the rewards bestowed by the court for the top 3 in each realm are exceedingly generous. Each sect is entitled to 3 slots per realm, and Wang Han has resolved to temporarily remain at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage to secure one of the coveted slots for the Feiyun sect in the first realm. Wang Han has previously engaged in sparring with the outer disciples of the Feiyun sect in the first realm and found none to be his equal. However, the inner disciples of the first realm present a different challenge. Figures such as Zhong Xiu from the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Disciple Li Xiong, Wu Xin from Feiyun Peak, Chen Yu from Qishao Peak and Gao Beibei from Tian Peak are formidable opponents, the one Wang Han perceives as the most easily defeated. Chen Yu is already impressively strong, leaving Wang Han apprehensive about contending with the others. As for breaking through to the first realm, he anticipates that in 10 years, he will merely attain the third layer of Foundation establishment. Attempting to compete in the Foundation establishment arena would be tantamount to courting disaster. It is abundantly clear he would face certain defeat. Yet, should he choose not to break through, a decade would slip away, and he might find himself without even a slot to participate in the exchange event. Would that mean his 10 years of effort would be in vain? Caught in a quandary, Wang Han pondered deeply, but found no resolution. It is evident that securing a slot in the second realm is an unattainable goal, as there are far more seasoned practitioners there than in the first realm. Conversely, breaking through would allow him to avoid stagnation, advancing his cultivation. That if he refrains from breaking through, honing his combat prowess in the first realm may yield a chance to secure a slot, thereby shining brightly in the exchange event and obtaining rewards that could elude him for a lifetime. However, a single defeat could render his 10 years futile, allowing his peers to outstrip him significantly. This is a gamble. At this moment, Wang Han feels akin to a gambler, contemplating the life table before him, unsure of how to place his bet. Nevertheless, all of this bears little relevance to Chen Yu at present, who is preoccupied with devising a means to acquire another sword from his master. Ideally one of superior quality, preferably a spiritual sword. After all, to confront the zombies unarmed, even with the assistance of Lu Linxia, fills him with trepidation. These are zombies, after all, green-faced, fanged, flesh-eating, blood-drinking entities impervious to blades and bullets. Master, such an important and daunting task requires a suitable weapon. Chen Yu called out loudly outside his master's cave abode. After much contemplation, he had yet to conceive a good plan and ultimately decided to visit his master. Hoping for a fortuitous outcome, a splendid sword, perhaps, Xian Yang frowned upon noticing the residual spiritual energy on Chen Yu's garments. Have you encountered a fool who insists on sparring with me? Did you win? Of course I won. At the pinnacle of the first realm, I had him pinned down. Chen Yu replied with pride. With a wave of his left hand, Xian Yang summoned a six-sided sword with a snow-white hilt and a long blade, which shot forth and embedded itself into a large stone, burying its entire length. Winning is essential. You want a weapon? If you can draw this sword, it shall be yours. Is it really that simple? Chen Yu's eyes lit up, already rolling up his sleeves. Indeed, it is that simple, Xian Yang affirmed. Approaching the sword's hilt, Chen Yu gripped it with both hands, placing a foot on the stone, and began to exert all his strength. Straining, his veins bulged, muscles tensed, and his face flushed, yet the six-sided sword remained immobile, as if it were an integral part of the stone. Master, is there a trick to this? After several fruitless attempts, Chen Yu weakly inquired. Didn't you claim to have been practicing swordsmanship? Consider how one ought to draw a sword. Xian Yang regarded him with amusement, clearly skeptical of Chen Yu's claims of practicing swordplay while in the mines, where he had little time beyond mining and resting. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Chen Yu respectfully clasped his fists in gratitude, then slowly bent at the waist, envisioning the stone as a sword sheath. One hand supported the stone while the other grasped the hilt. The essence of drawing a sword lies in understanding the purpose behind it, whether to kill or to save. When the conviction to draw the sword resides within one's heart, the sword will emerge swifter and more fluidly. Chen Yu gradually closed his eyes, posing the question of why he would draw the sword. Moments later, clarity dawned within him, to safeguard the path of longevity. In an instant, he opened his eyes. With renewed vigor, his right hand exerted force, and the six-sided sword was effortlessly drawn forth, without resistance, startling Xian Yang. With a darkened expression, Xian Yang tossed Chen Yu a completely white scabbard and departed, leaving a single remark. This sword is called Bailuo, a top-tier spirit treasure of the 3rd grade. Treat it well in the future. Thank you for the treasure, Master. Chen Yu beamed as he accepted the sword. Life is fate. It is what it is that I shall seek another sword for Feng Jian. After Chen Yu's departure, Xian Yang shook his head and sighed. Chapter 46. Rice Aroma Village admiring the new sword in his hand. Chen Yu found it utterly captivating. The sword measured 3 feet and 6 inches, harmonizing with the 360 cycles of the heavens. That it was 1 inch and 8/10 wide, resonating with half of the celestial polarities. The scabbard and hilt were pristine white, seemingly untainted by dust. Wielding it casually, he felt a slight stiffness, realizing the need for ample practice to attain familiarity. Every sword, even a bespoke one, requires a period of acclimatization to become an extension of its wielder, necessitating familiarity with its weight, length, and width for seamless manipulation. Thus, upon descending the mountain, Chinyu practiced repeatedly by his cabin, transitioning from drawing the sword to mastering 12 fundamental sword forms, and then sheathing it. Gradually diminishing the initial awkwardness, he felt that darkness enveloped the land. A filthy orange cat emerged from an unknown crevice, leaping onto the lounge chair and meowing insistently, signaling its hunger, that if I starve, who will accompany you in mining? Where have you been roaming? You're filthy, Chinyu retorted, observing the creature's disheveled state. Meow. The big orange cat blinked its adorable eyes, its green pupils fixated on Chinyu, exuding cuteness. All right, I'll prepare a meal. You can boil water yourself. Tonight, I'll give you a proper wash. You are, after all, a second-realm creature, not a wild beast. Despite its filthy appearance, Chinyu found it hard to scold the charming creature, gently setting it down. The following morning, with the dawn breaking, Chinyu arose early, placing the still sleepy big orange cat into the system space before heading to Fuping Peak to find Lu Linxia. He couldn't possibly expect her to seek him out, especially as she had come at his request for assistance. Emerging from his abode, Chinyu instinctively shivered. The chill in the air was palpable, with a layer of light frost covering the grass by the roadside. Upon reaching Lu Linxia's opulent residence, he lightly knocked on the door, but after a while with no response, he surmised she was still asleep. Patiently, he waited outside. What brings you to Fuping Peak, you rascal? A petite girl clad in fiery red scrutinized him with a tilted head. Li-chan, up so early? Chinyu greeted her. Not too early. Are you waiting for someone? I accepted a task regarding the zombie disturbances in Rice Aroma Village that I lacked the confidence to tackle it alone and plan to team up with senior sister Lu. Chinyu explained. Zombies? The task worth 200 contribution points. You're aware of it. Of course. That task has appeared several times without anyone succeeding. That I witnessed it myself while still in the outer sect. That I must be off now. You can continue to wait, but I have my own tasks to attend to, Li-chan said, waving her hand as she departed, bowing her back and heading down the mountain. Chinyu scratched his head. Sensing that this task might not be as straightforward as it seemed, he waited until the sun rose high, and the frost on the ground had nearly melted when Lu Linxia finally emerged. Momentarily taken aback upon spotting Chinyu, who had been dozing at her door. Senior Brother Chin, I overslept, Lu Linxia exclaimed, looking sheepish. No matter, I just arrived. Ready to depart? Chinyu replied nonchalantly, aware that it was merely a matter of waiting. After all, the person before him was his safeguard. Regardless of whether the zombies were formidable or not, he would first summon an earth puppet to gauge its strength, that if the puppet could withstand the zombies, they would proceed to exorcise the evil. Should the earth puppet falter and fall in a single blow, he would have no choice but to retreat. After all, one's life is paramount. All right, let us set off. I am all set, Lu Linxia declared confidently, patting her Qingquan bag, the contents of which were unknown, potentially stuffed with numerous talismans. Rice Aroma Village is not too distant from the Feiyun sect, and Chinyu and Lu Linxia rented 2 swift steeds from the sect's spirit beast yard to hasten their journey to the destination. Initially, Chinyu had intended to rent cranes, as they appeared far more impressive. However, with the exorbitant price of 1 spirit stone per day, he was deterred from renting them. Horses were significantly more affordable, at merely 1 or 2 silver coins for a month. The value was undeniable. The steeds of the Feiyun sect are well-trained, possessing docile temperaments, requiring neither Chinyu nor Lu Linxia to possess exceptional riding skills. Merely mounting was sufficient. That a single command of gallop would set them in motion. Run for a sprint, a short whistle for a slow trot, and a long whistle for a halt. Remember this password. Riding is quite simple. The two of us strolled leisurely, taking our time, enduring the elements as we journeyed for 2 days until we finally arrived at Daoxiang Village. Where is your village chief? Take me to him. I am a disciple of Feiyun sect, here specifically to address the matter of the local zombies. Upon reaching the destination, Chinyu casually inquired with a villager by the roadside while scanning the surroundings. The term village seemed somewhat inappropriate for this place, as it was more akin to a town, with a population of roughly 400 households that as dusk approached, Wisps of smoke curled into the sky from chimneys. The villager, who was initially busy drying salted radishes outside, was taken aback upon seeing Chinyu and his companion, and joyfully rushed toward the village center, abandoning his task. They have arrived. Oh, esteemed immortal masters. We have been eagerly waiting for your arrival, he exclaimed. Please, this way. After a brief moment, a hunchbacked old man, leaning on a cane, hurried over, grasping the reins of their horse and leading the way while ingratiating himself with flattery. No need for that. I shall handle it myself. Chinyu jumped down from the horse, feeling it inappropriate to have the elderly man, who was hunched and dependent on a cane, hold the reins for him. As a model youth who cherished respect for the elderly and care for the young, he could not bring himself to commit such an ungrateful act. The old man was momentarily stunned, then approached the horse beside Lu Linxia, preparing to take the reins, but was similarly declined by her. Have the esteemed immortal masters dined yet? My little brother will fetch some wine and dishes. We can enjoy a meal and chat. This zombie is quite cunning. It may have gained some intelligence, the old man said, nodding and bowing that there's no need for such formalities, that I was once from a poor family in this village. A meal of meat and wine would surely cost a fortune. Here, take this money. I am not in need of it. Buy more meat. As for the wine, I have no taste for that. Chinyu retrieved 30 taels of silver from his bag and handed it over. Ah, esteemed immortal master, you are far too generous. This is too much, the old man exclaimed, hastily waving his hands. Take it. I have a hearty appetite. Is there anything you wish to eat, junior sister Lu? My martial arts practice has yet to reach a critical stage. I do not require much sustenance. Whatever my elder brother decides is fine, Lu Linxiao replied nonchalantly. The village chief's surname is Zhang, and he is the third child in his family, hence the name Zhang San. At that moment, Zhang San was engaging in casual conversation with Chinyu and Lu Linxia, while his eldest son, Zhang Tai, had gone out to buy meat. Elder, what exactly is the situation with this zombie? Could you elaborate? Chinyu asked directly after sitting down at the village chief's home. This incident dates back 2 years. Initially, it was merely a case of some families raising chickens and ducks losing their fowl in the middle of the night. And we thought little of it, assuming it to be the work of petty thieves. However, as the chickens and ducks continued to vanish, it escalated to the point of fatalities. The first victim was old Zhao, who lived at the edge of the village, found mangled beyond recognition. At that moment, I suspected it was a case of zombies, so I hurried to report it to the town. After several layers of reporting, an esteemed immortal master arrived last year. Strangely, ever since that master came, the zombies vanished without a trace. But once that master left, within 2 months, the zombies returned, this time targeting the neighboring Xiaomai village. It seems the zombies possess a certain level of intelligence. They hide whenever someone from the immortal sect appears, only to resurface and feast upon the living once the immortal master departs. To date, at least 20 or 30 people have fallen victim to this zombie, causing widespread panic throughout the village, with every household reinforcing their doors and windows. Just look outside now, though it isn't dark yet. No one dares to be out. The old man feared that if this continued, the village might be doomed. Zhang San sighed. When was the last sighting? Has anyone seen the zombie? A month ago, my younger brother, Zhang Si, was the most recent victim. Someone did see it. A minor official from the county named Shen Liang, who encountered the zombie while helping with the autumn harvest. Following that, he suffered from a high fever for 3 days and was too frightened to return to the village. Zhang San replied after a long silence that I apologize. Is the body still around? Where is Shen Liang? Chinyu inquired that it has already been cremated, that my brother was torn to pieces. We could only hastily incinerate the remains. Shen Liang has returned to the county and continues to serve as a minor official in Huangta County, Zhang San lamented. This left Chinyu and Lu Linxia exchanging glances, perplexed by the peculiar nature of this zombie. Zombies were not typically characterized by intelligence. They were thought to be mindless creatures that roamed about devouring the living. Yet, this one seemed to know when the immortal sect sent someone and could effectively evade capture. Chinyu began to suspect that this might not be a true zombie, but rather some sort of monster. However, seeing the earnestness in Zhang San's account, especially given the death of his brother, made Chinyu hesitant to dismiss the matter as mere fabrication. He was at a loss for what to do, as he was not adept at solving such puzzles. Brother Chen, perhaps we should visit the county and inquire with Shen Liang? He has seen the zombie and may possess some valuable insights, Lu Linxia suggested after a moment of contemplation. That sounds reasonable. Let us stay here for the night and head to the county tomorrow. Chun Yu agreed, unable to conceive of a better plan. The village lacked sufficient provisions, and after a while, Zhang San's eldest son returned with several chickens and some pork and lamb. The kitchen prepared the meal. Chun Yu and Lu Linxia stepped outside to observe the sun setting, their brows furrowed in thought. Brother, this situation seems far more complex than it appears. There may be something amiss, Lu Linxia whispered. Casting furtive glances around them, I sense it too, but I cannot yet grasp the details. Frankly, I am not very skilled at critical thinking, Chun Yu admitted, scratching his head in frustration. Before we retire for the night, let's affix this talisman just in case, Lu Linxia said, handing Chun Yu a protective charm. What is this for? He asked. It serves as a warning. Affixing it to the door will create a small barrier. If anyone intrudes, the talisman will explode, creating a loud noise. What a marvelous item! Chun Yu exclaimed, delighted to receive it. The world of immortality was indeed fascinating, filled with an array of curious and delightful things. He wondered when he would be able to attain such powers himself, that he had contemplated enhancing his cultivation with the Ziwai Guiyuan heart method, but ultimately hesitated, knowing he would need to prepare a year's worth of spiritual energy to do so. How many spirit stones would that require? The meager wealth he possessed would hardly suffice. Pursuing such an endeavor would likely lead to his dantian drying up from lack of energy, thus severing his path to immortality forever. After satisfying their hunger, Chun Yu retired to the guest room, affixed the talisman, and released Daju. However, in the next moment, Daju darted back into the system space, having overheard the commotion outside concerning the zombies. What if I inadvertently get caught by a zombie tonight? Chun Yu worried that in his childhood, he had often regaled Daju with ghost stories, which instilled a deep-seated fear of ghosts and zombies within the creature. After arriving at Daoxiang village, Daju resolved never to leave the confines of the system space, reassured by the ample supplies stored there. Why venture out and suffer anxiety? Observing Daju's reluctance to emerge. Chun Yu felt exasperated that on such a cold night, he missed having a furry companion to keep him warm in bed. The night passed uneventfully, and the following morning, after bidding farewell to the Zhang family, Chun Yu and Lu Linxia rode toward the county, intending to seek out Shun Liang for information regarding the specific details of the zombie encounter. After they departed, Zhang San lingered at the entrance, gazing into the distance with a profound expression. Father, let us return indoors. Your health is delicate, and the chill outside is not good for you, Zhang Tai advised, draping an old coat over the elder. I can only hope these two are the individuals we have been searching for. In my old age, I can only contribute in small ways, Zhang San replied, leaning on his cane as he slowly made his way back inside. In the grand structure of the Dawei Empire, the hierarchy was divided into states, prefectures, cities, counties, towns, and villages. Dawei encompassed 13 states, each containing 7 prefectures, each prefecture comprising 16 cities, and each city hosting around 20 counties, with approximately 30 towns under each county's jurisdiction. Huanta County, where they were headed, belonged to Yuzhou, Yan Prefecture, and Yong'an City. The journey from Daoxiang Village to Huanta County was not particularly lengthy, and after half a day's travel, they finally arrived around noon. Upon seeing the dilapidated city walls of Huanta County, Chun Yu seriously doubted the structural integrity of the crumbling walls. They appeared so weak that a gentle push from a person could bring them down. The city gates were equally in a state of decay, giving the impression that they might collapse at any moment. Currently, the main gates were closed, leaving only a side gate open, where a few pedestrians queued to enter the city. However, before entering, they were inevitably subjected to petty extortion from the guards. Yet this posed no issue for Chun Yu and Lu Linxia. Flashing the Feiyun sex insignia, not only did no one dare to obstruct their passage, but they also cut to the front of the line and enjoyed a brief moment of privilege. Compared to the village, the county was undoubtedly more bustling, filled with a throng of people. Due to the regulations forbidding horseback riding within the city, the two could only lead their horses while inquiring about directions, eventually arriving at the county office that moment. The county office's main gate was tightly shut, and a drum stood outside unattended. With a sudden impulse, Chun Yu felt compelled to strike the drum. Having seen it in dramas where people would beat drums to air grievances, it seemed invigorating that he had not thought of this until seeing the drum. Something deep within him stirred. "Brother, what are you doing?" We still have business to attend to. Lu Linxia called out. Chen Yu raised the grievance hammer with both hands. Lu Linxia swiftly restrained him, exclaiming, "Let me give it a try. I've long been eager to test this instrument. After all, we must enter. It's akin to knocking on a door or beating a drum." Chen Yu, with his illogical enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Bang, bang, bang." The deep, resonant sound of the drum echoed forth. Ultimately, Chen Yu succumbed to his innermost desires and struck the grievance drum, reveling in the rhythmic beats until the gates of the magistrate's office swung wide open, revealing a beleaguered bailiff who stepped out with evident impatience. "What grievances are you drumming about? State your case later. First, come and receive 20 reprimands." The bailiff, emerging with a disgruntled expression, grumbled, "In this frigid weather, I was comfortably warming myself indoors. Why must these oblivious commoners come to beat the grievance drum at such an hour?" "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Chen Yu waved the inner disciple token of the Feiyun sect, a gesture that may or may not hold significance elsewhere. But in the entire Yuzhou, the authority of the Feiyun sect was undoubtedly formidable. "Do you truly think the reputation of one of the 10 great sects of the Dawei is a jest? Forgive my ignorance, esteemed master." The bailiff, upon seeing the token, fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly slapping his own face in penance. "Enough with the theatrics. Where can I find Xin Liang? Lead us to him." Chen Yu observed the bailiff with a discerning eye. His earlier demeanor suggested he had not been unaccustomed to wielding power over the common folk. Lu Linxia silently trailed behind Chen Yu, her head bowed, feeling somewhat out of place. Before joining the sect, she had been an orphan in a slum, surviving through sheer grit and a stroke of luck in the city's underbelly. Back then, the authorities had loomed like gods, and bailiffs were the arbiters of life and death. After joining the Feiyun sect, aside from improved living conditions, she spent her days in relative seclusion, drawing talismans at Fuping Peak to earn contribution points and spirit stones. Her mindset had not yet fully shifted from that of a street urchin to a revered disciple of the celestial sect. Witnessing Chen Yu's carefree interactions with the grievance drum and the suddenly submissive bailiff stirred an indescribable feeling within her. "I shall tend to your steeds, esteemed masters." "This way, please." The bailiff, upon hearing this, sprang to his feet, nodding and bowing in a sycophantic manner, although inwardly cursing. "What amusement is there for a distinguished master like you in toying with someone of my insignificant status? If you wish to enter, why bother with the grievance drum? A mere notification would have sufficed. The county magistrate would surely send a grand procession to welcome you. Just lead the way. You know Xin Liang, correct?" Chen Yu declined the offer to have the bailiff tend to the horses, eager to complete the troublesome task and return to the Feiyun sect for some leisure. "But of course, I know him." "Esteemed masters, this way, please." "Zhu Xiao, that fool is out there banging the drum. Has he received his reprimands yet? We must teach these commoners that officials should not be trifled with. What are these petty grievances worth?" "County Constable, these are the esteemed masters of the Feiyun sect." Zhu Xiao interrupted, his voice laced with urgency, drenched in cold sweat, his back nearly soaked through from fear. "Please spare my life. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. My words were not to be taken seriously. I have an 80-year-old mother and a toddler learning to walk." Upon hearing this, the county constable rushed over, kneeling before Lu Linxia and weeping loudly. "Stand up, that we have important matters to attend to." That Lu Linxia took a small step back, startled by the exaggerated display, as a corpulent man rolled toward her like a ball, creating quite a visual impact. "Take me to find Xin Liang. Do you understand? Your county is quite peculiar." Chen Yu inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow. "Understood." Zhu Xiao hastened to lead the esteemed masters. After some effort, they finally encountered the so-called Xin Liang, whose average height, appearance, and attire exuded an aura of utter ordinariness. Chen Yu felt that with a mere turn of his head, he could easily forget what this man looked like. "How may I assist the esteemed master?" "I am but a humble servant." The clerk, currently engaged in mundane tasks, appeared visibly anxious. "Everyone else, please leave." "Why are you lingering?" Chen Yu remarked, exasperated by the county constable and bailiff's lack of awareness. "I've heard you encountered a zombie near Daoxiang village. Could you elaborate?" Once the room was cleared, Chen Yu sat at a nearby desk, inquiring that I did indeed. "It was several months ago during the autumn harvest. I returned home to assist my family with the harvest and, while returning late at night, saw a figure crouched by the riverbank. Initially, I thought it was a villager setting nets. However, as I approached, I gradually discerned the creature, approximately 8 feet tall, with a green face and sharp fangs, clad in tattered funeral garments, emanating a foul odor, and it was gnawing on a chicken that I nearly died of fright and fled for my life. Fortunately, it did not pursue me, allowing me to return home. However, I fell gravely ill afterward and now dread walking at night. Shun Liang recounted, his face etched with terror as he detailed the encounter to Chen Yu and Lu Linxia. Are there any other details or useful clues? Chen Yu scratched his head, recalling his once sharp intellect. Perhaps years of comfort had dulled his mind, rendering him incapable of unearthing any leads that I can't recall much else. I was utterly petrified at the time and didn't pay attention to many details, Shen Liang replied, visibly anxious at Lu Shimi. What are your thoughts? Chen Yu turned his hopeful gaze toward Lu Linxia, wondering if she might possess a sharper mind. That Lu Linxia shrugged, expressing her inability to assist. She could help with talismans or engage in combat, but searching for clues was beyond her capabilities. Are there any records regarding this matter in the county? Yes, indeed. However, they are written by me and mirror what I just told you, with the addition of a list of victims, 27 in total. The local constables dare not investigate that. If you require it, I can promptly retrieve the records. Shun Liang replied respectfully. Then let us proceed to Daoxiang village together. I wish to investigate the scene, Chen Yu said, exasperated. What kind of county is this? A zombie appears, and they don't even bother to investigate. I am no specialist. I'm utterly in the dark and at a loss for how to proceed. That I can take you, but I have official duties to attend to. Shun Liang hesitated. Never mind. I will speak to your county magistrate. Prepare yourself, and we shall depart shortly. Very well, as you say, esteemed master. Gazing at the time, it was around 4 in the afternoon. That if they moved quickly, they could return to Daoxiang village by 9 or 10 in the evening. Ideally, they might encounter the zombie en route, deal with it, and leave. Esteemed master, please wait. The county magistrate has been informed of your arrival and is preparing a lavish feast to honor you. That I hope you will consider gracing us with your presence. The county constable rushed over, his face a mask of obsequiousness. You claim there are zombies in your county, yet you still indulge in lavish banquets. Chen Yu questioned, casting a sidelong glance, fully aware of the incompetence of these officials. In such a large county, are there no efforts made to investigate the appearance of a zombie? With esteemed masters present, what havoc could a mere zombie wreak? It is but a single creature, and at worst, it would only claim a few commoners. Once the esteemed master intervenes, it will surely be dealt with easily, the county constable replied, a smile plastered across his face. Commoners? Lu Linxia's eyes narrowed, her tone growing icy. Those words evoked painful memories of her past, recalling the days when, at the tender age of 7 or 8, she was a struggling orphan in a slum, because she was deemed too filthy. A noble lady out to enjoy the snow had ordered her thrown into the moat, declaring, commoners are just commoners. Filthy and wretched, Lu Linxia vividly remembered that day. The biting cold, the frigid water, and the swirling snowflakes. Enough of this. I find your bureaucratic arrogance utterly exasperating. All you do is rely on connections and neglect your duties. That can't you accomplish anything meaningful? Chen Yu, oblivious to Lu Linxia's discomfort, expressed his disdain for dealing with officials, finding the very thought repugnant. Yes, I will take my leave. The county constable, realizing his blunder, hastily retreated, inwardly cursing the ungrateful disciples of the sect. Isn't coming to the mundane world meant for enjoyment? Why the pretense of superiority? Wait, Shen Liang, I will require you for 2 days. Inform your county magistrate. Chen Yu called out to the retreating constable, I understand. Though the county constable inwardly grumbled, he dared not show it outwardly. While he and his peers regarded those commoners as beneath them, the inner disciples of the Feiyun sect surely viewed them as no different from the commoners they looked down upon. It is merely a matter of layers upon layers, the larger fish consuming the smaller ones. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that my background is not as formidable as yours. Let us depart, and make haste to return. Chen Yu rubbed his temples. In such weather, the thought of traveling was quite unappealing, especially with the biting cold wind against him. It's snowing, Lu Linxiao exclaimed, as delicate snowflakes began to descend from the overcast sky, gradually blanketing the gloomy atmosphere. This is troublesome. We cannot proceed under these circumstances. Let us seek an inn for the night, that we'll assess the situation. If the snow diminishes, we shall depart tomorrow. If it intensifies, we may be obliged to linger here for several days. The roads from the county to the villages are mostly rugged and uneven. When it snows, they become treacherous, and when the snow melts, they turn to mud, making travel exceedingly difficult. Currently, while the snow has just begun to fall, it is passable. However, should we find ourselves stranded midway due to heavy snowfall, we would be left in a most precarious situation. In this frigid climate, I can endure, but for Lu Linxia, it would be a different story. She is but a novice on the path of immortality, having only recently begun her journey, and although she has stepped onto the path of the celestial, she is still at its very beginning, her physical constitution not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. The fortification of a cultivator's body takes time, gradually nourished by spiritual energy, emphasizing a methodical and progressive enhancement that fundamentally differs from the martial arts approach to physical strengthening. What if we find ourselves trapped in the snow? Surely we cannot resort to some Clich D scenario of huddling together for warmth. If that were to happen, any future encounters between us would undoubtedly be fraught with awkwardness. It would be far better to eliminate such possibilities from the outset. And what of me? Shen Liang quietly inquired. Although he wished to remain inconspicuous, the circumstances did not permit it that I shall grant you a few days' respite. Once the snow ceases, I will seek you out, Chen Yu replied tersely. Ever since arriving at the county office, he had been irked by the bureaucratic demeanor within, with their incessant references to commoners as lowly folk, while they themselves hardly appeared to be of any nobler stock. By the command of the esteemed Master Xian, Shen Liang bowed respectfully. Come, junior sister Lu, let us find a place to dine. I have no desire to partake in the fare of this wretched county office. It makes me feel queasy. Indeed, as the wind and snow intensified, the number of pedestrians dwindled, those remaining quickening their pace, hurrying along. Meanwhile, in a small eatery by the roadside, Chen Yu observed the increasingly fierce blizzard outside while squatting down to enjoy his fried rice with great relish. For the establishment was entirely packed and offered no seating. Chen, senior brother, shall we not enlist some assistance? I fear we may have a difficult time, Lu Linxia suggested, also squatting at the entrance while eating noodles. Neither found their dining position to be undignified. Having grown accustomed to frugal living, they were devoid of such pretenses that I too sensed the difficulty. Is there no suitable person to aid us? Chen Yu concurred. What of Li Chan? Not a good choice. She is accompanied by a sycophant, and I am not keen on having too much contact with her lest that sycophant fixates upon me. Chen Yu rejected the idea without a second thought. Sycophant? Yes, that's Xiao Han. Typically, one might refer to such individuals as lickspittles, but given his prowess in competitions, he surpasses the average lickspittle and is thus a lickwolf. Chen Yu asserted with earnestness, however, that Xiao Han does visit Fuping Peak frequently to see junior sister Li Chan. It is rather vexing, and his demeanor appears somewhat problematic. Too obsessive, Lu Linxia casually remarked. What is wrong with his character? Chen Yu inquired eagerly. Always keen on gossip. Senior brother, do not tug at my clothing. Ah. Chen Yu, perplexed, turned to find a small hand grasping at his sleeve that a pair of tearful, large eyes gazed up at him, and a small mouth pouted in distress. The girl, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old, and dirted all over, timidly called out, Mama. Chen Yu was astonished, truly taken aback. His surprise was palpable, even causing the large orange cat from the system space to sit up with rapt attention. Mama, I'm hungry, the little girl implored before Chen Yu and Lu Linxia could fully comprehend the situation. Her big eyes brimming with tears. Your daughter? Chen Yu tentatively asked, unable to fathom how Lu Linxia, appearing merely 15 or 16, could have such a child. His mind raced, already crafting an elaborate backstory filled with love and conflict. Imagining a tale of maternal sacrifice in pursuit of the immortal path, leaving behind a father and daughter who would eventually reunite under tragic circumstances that, my sweet girl's heart, at such a tender age, yet so bold. Chen Yu mused, feeling a strange pang of affection for the girl, despite her disheveled appearance. Little one, you have mistaken your parentage, and such behavior is perilous. It makes you vulnerable to abduction. Lu Linxia cautioned earnestly, do you wish to eat? Chen Yu teased, waving the half-eaten fried rice in front of her with a mischievous grin. Yes, Daddy, I'm hungry. The girl wiped her mouth, her gaze fixated on the enticing fried rice. Good girl. Very good, boss. Another bowl of fried rice, and add a piece of braised meat. Chinyu called out to the bustling innkeeper. Chen senior brother? Lu Linxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. That is she truly your child? I can hardly believe it, though she is quite adorable, albeit a bit dirty. That as she spoke, Chinyu reached out, intending to pinch the girl's cheek. This motion startled the girl, causing her to retreat several steps. Her expression wary. That I just wanted a meal. You're trying to take me away, aren't you? Are your little feet cold? Call me daddy once more, and I shall buy you a pair of warm shoes. How does that sound? Chinyu smiled at the suspicious girl. Upon hearing this, the little girl wasted no time in fleeing, terrified of encountering a human trafficker. What if I run and have no shoes or food? She thought, viewing life as a gamble worth taking. Chinyu watched her sprint away with a wicked grin, causing her to hasten her pace even more, fearful of being caught. Come here, you little rascal. Is it necessary for me to intervene? Chinyu swiftly closed the distance, capturing the girl by the scruff of her neck and bringing her back. Big brother, I was wrong. I was just too hungry. Please let me go, she cried, her voice rising in volume, drawing the attention of many diners in the small eatery, leaving Chinyu feeling quite embarrassed. Do not be afraid. I am a good person. But bad people always say they are good. The little girl protested, still struggling to escape Chinyu's grasp. What is your name? Chinyu asked, disregarding her attempts to break free and speaking gently. Seeing no chance of escape, the little girl bit down on Chinyu's arm, refusing to relent, her eyes fixed on him with fierce determination. Enough of that. Why such a strong reaction? I merely wish to treat you to a meal. If you keep biting, there will be no fried rice for you, he said softly, hardly feeling the pain, well aware of his own resilience. Yet the girl remained undeterred, clinging to his arm with a fierce grip, her glare intense enough to seem as if she could kill him with her eyes. Thus, the two remained locked in an impasse, one gnawing, the other offering no resistance. Senior brother Chun, do not bully the child. Simply let her go, Lu Linxia urged him with exasperation. Dear guest, please show some mercy and do not hold this child accountable. She is pitiable, having lost her parents from a young age and now wandering the streets. As a favor, please release her this once, and I shall cover her meal. The flustered innkeeper rushed over, pleading on the girl's behalf. This little girl is known to the neighbors around here. She merely seeks a few coins. However, as times are tough, they can only spare leftover food, he elaborated. The fried rice is ready. I truly only wish to treat her to a meal. The payment is settled, Chinyu replied cheerily, unconcerned that it is ready. It is ready. I shall bring it to you right away. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, simultaneously gesturing to the little girl, urging her to release her grip. Did I ask this the last meal? The little girl, wiping her tears, gazed at the fried rice before her, topped with a generous portion of braised meat. That a wave of sorrow washed over her as she lamented her unfortunate fate. Once this meal is finished, I shall deal with you. Chunyu chuckled mischievously, attempting to frighten her. Woo woo woo. It's all right, Brother Chun is just teasing you. Lu Linxia gently pushed Chinyu aside and offered comfort. Really? Yes, he simply enjoys this sort of banter. Take your time eating and be careful not to choke. Lu Linxia reassured her. Can I have an extra piece of meat? Call me daddy, and I'll oblige. What a peculiar quirk, bullying a child. Lu Linxia shot Chinyu an exasperated glance. Speechless, I was merely jesting. Having treated me to a meal, you can at least tell me your name, right? Chinyu looked at the little girl, who was voraciously devouring her food. That I don't have a name. Everyone calls me a little beggar. The girl replied casually, then continued her meal. The cost of the meal was 51, with this little girl consuming 30 when all by herself, only pausing when she began to hiccup from fullness. Having eaten to your heart's content, it is time to be on our way. Observing the little girl's satisfied state, Chinyu resumed his playful intimidation. You're just trying to scare me. You're a good person. Ah, so now you recognize my benevolence? Come, let us buy you some shoes. Are you coming? Chinyu inquired, glancing at her muddy, slightly bluish feet. Why are you being so kind to me? You can't possibly be my father. Can you? The little girl gazed at Chinyu in astonishment, her mouth forming an O. Say daddy a couple of times for me to hear. Daddy, daddy, such a good listener. Now let us go buy you some shoes, Brother Chun. Well, as long as you're happy, the Lu Linxia contemplated reminding him of their mission, but decided against it. With the heavy snowfall, venturing out was impractical. Thus, Chinyu truly became a father figure, accompanying Lu Linxia and the little girl as they bought clothes and shoes. With the girl affectionately calling out Daddy intermittently, in the evening, the trio found an inn, securing 2 rooms. One for Chenyu and one for Lu Linxia, and the little girl. Lu Linxia requested a bathtub, filled it with cold water, and affixed a talisman beside it. Shortly thereafter, steam began to rise from the water, leaving the little girl in awe, her worldview seemingly shattered. The water temperature is just right. You may enter. Lu Linxia smiled as she tested the water. Will you take me with you? The little girl asked earnestly, her eyes fixed on Lu Linxia. This question left Lu Linxia momentarily stunned. Take her? How could they possibly bring her back to the immortal sect? What would she say? How would she explain it to her master? I understand now. I no longer want the clothes and shoes. Thank you, big sister. I had a wonderful time today. Noticing Lu Linxia's silence, the little girl's expression fell, her voice quivering as she spoke. Please accept the clothes. They were hard-earned, but if you don't want them, others will snatch them away, and I might end up beaten. It's better to have nothing at all. Chapter 51. A clever mind without these things, you won't survive the winter. After a moment of silence, Lu Linxia finally spoke. If I can't survive, then so be it. I've witnessed many deaths. In the old temple, people died daily, frozen, starved. Perhaps dying would be easier, free from cold and hunger, and I might even see my parents again. You wash up for a bit. I'll go ask Brother Chen what he plans to do. With that, Lu Linxia turned to leave. Meow, 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 meow. At that moment, Chenyu leaned back in his chair, a cat perched on the table, proudly meowing away, its words untranslatable but certainly profane. The orange tabby had never been fond of children, a sentiment rooted in past experiences in Xinghua village. Although Chenyu was feared by the adults, the village children were different. They often hurled stones and called him a monster, having heard unflattering tales from their parents. Consequently, the tabby seldom ventured out, preferring to languish in its home, practicing qi cultivation, only occasionally basking on the roof when the weather permitted, and avoiding the village children whenever possible. Calm down, calm down. You are undoubtedly my favorite little one. Why are you so jealous? Chenyu soothed the tabby while scratching its fur. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, prompting the cat to vanish into the system space as Chenyu rose to answer it. What are your plans for this little girl, Brother Chen? Lu Linxia inquired candidly. Chenyu hesitated, admitting he had not given it much thought. Initially, he found the girl endearing, but now, faced with Lu Linxia's question, he was at a loss. Bring her back to the mountain? His master would surely be furious. Lu Linxia recounted the little girl's words to Chenyu, deepening his silence. How could they save her? Money. Even if they provided assistance, what would happen in a few days? Taking her in? That was feasible for now, but what about later after they returned to the sect? Who could they trust to care for her? Chenyu lamented, unless I wish to engage in some underhanded dealings with the local officials. There is no way they would take her in out of goodwill. Even if they did, she would likely face relentless bullying. Chenyu felt a headache coming on. The saying goes, help others to the end. Send the Buddha to the west, but he couldn't simply abandon her after taking her in for a few days. With the zombie situation unresolved, they could afford to wait until the snow ceased. After Lu Linxia departed, Chenyu opened the window, a cold gust carrying snowflakes into the room. The snowfall had intensified, blanketing the streets, rooftops, and branches, threatening to cause a snow disaster if it continued for several more days. Chenyu gazed out at the heavy snowfall, lost in thought, longing for his cozy nook at Feiyan Sect, wondering if it would collapse under the weight of the snow, where he had hung 5 pounds of sausages to dry. The following morning, the snow had not abated. In fact, it seemed to be falling even more heavily. The neighbors, fearing the weight of the snow might crush their homes, hurriedly cleared their rooftops. Shall I give you a name? It's rather troublesome not knowing what to call you, Chenyu said, gently patting the little girl's head. Daddy, are you leaving? The little girl did not resist his touch, tilting her head to look at him. What are you thinking? With such heavy snow, you can't possibly leave. What name are you going to give me, Daddy? Of course, it must carry my surname. You shall be called Chen. Chenyu pondered, cursing under his breath as his knowledge of his past life seemed to have returned. After a lengthy contemplation, he wrote on the table with a flourish. Chen Yao, where Yao signifies beauty, preciousness, and purity. The bad news. Knowledge had indeed returned. The good news. Not entirely. You 1T understand that it's all right if I don't understand. I'll learn in time. Chenyu replied nonchalantly. But I have no time that you've just killed the conversation. The heavy snowfall persisted for 3 days before finally relenting slightly, though it seemed likely to continue. Chen Yu, feeling helpless, contacted Shen Liang to visit the inn. Have there been any other leads in the past few days? Any news regarding zombies in nearby villages or towns? Upon Shen Liang's arrival, Chen Yu inquired. Everything has been peaceful in recent days. The officials have received no reports. Shen Liang replied respectfully, Did I ask there anything else regarding the zombies that needs to be added? Any tidbit will do. Chen Yu prompted, feeling exasperated. Master Xuanjin, I have brought the case files with me. All the information is contained within. Please review it. Shen Liang bowed his head, presenting a scroll to Chen Yu. Chen Yu and Lu Linxiao examined it. The contents were indeed as Shen Liang had described, but the information was sparse, merely adding a list of victims, most of whom hailed from nearby villages and towns. The thought that the zombies were on the move only added to Chen Yu's frustration. Daddy, sister, do you both seem troubled? The little girl, Chen Yao, tentatively asked as she observed their furrowed brows. Yes, there is a zombie we cannot catch, Chen Yu replied, not lifting his gaze from the scroll. Daddy, I don't recognize the words on this scroll. Can you read it to me? Do you wish to help me catch the zombie? Very well, I shall read it to you. Chen Yu began to read aloud from the scroll, thinking that an additional perspective might prove useful. Once he finished reading, Chen Yao slowly asked, Why are all the people who died so old? Do zombies only feast on the elderly? In a moment of realization, Chen Yu seemed to grasp something elusive as he placed the dossier on the table and scrutinized it closely. Deceased, Wang Der from Daoxiang Village, met his demise at home in the dead of night, victim of a zombie attack, his body mangled and incomplete, aged 57. Deceased. Li Daochang from Xiaomai Village, encountered a zombie while traversing the night. His body shattered into pieces, aged 59. Deceased. Zhao Si, aged 67. Deceased. Wang Wu, aged 69. Shen Liang, could this be the work of a human? Chen Yu inquired upon reading this section. The constables had considered this, yet found no motive for the crimes. The households of these individuals had not been robbed, and they were not wealthy enough to warrant such brutal killings over mere dozens of coins. Shen Liang promptly replied, System, is there anything to enhance intelligence? This problem is exceedingly difficult. 2 longevity points, and I can lend you a clever mind for a day. Is it really that inexpensive? This brain must be a sham. In countless parallel worlds, there exist countless versions of you. The one that is comparatively more intelligent resides very close to this dimension, and there are no copyright disputes, hence no additional fees. Do you wish to proceed? Come on, 2 longevity points are just 2 longevity points. Let us finish this task swiftly. Longevity points reduced by 2. I've been transported again. No, my Linghua. I refuse to be transported. A voice resonated within Chen Yu's mind. Chapter 52. Chen Yu 2, what on earth? Borrowing an intelligent brain means directly pulling a soul from a parallel world into my consciousness. How crude. Chen Yu reflected, bemused by the voice echoing in his mind. It is not an infant. The body seems quite robust. The attire of those nearby suggests an ancient era that I lack control over this body. Is this a failed possession? What a ridiculous means of transportation. Another voice belonging to the soul within Chen Yu continued chattering incessantly. I can hear you. You are the one I rented from the parallel world using my 2 longevity points for just a day. Time is tight, and the task is pressing. Shall we converse, original body? What is the current situation? What are longevity points? Rent. Why am I being rented? Am I merely a commodity? What is this world? Who are you? The soul in his mind bombarded him with questions. Senior brother? What troubles you? In the room, Lu Linxiao observed Chen Yu, who appeared dazed and immobile, and questioned him with concern. Nothing at all. I've just had some thoughts. I need a moment to reflect and analyze calmly. Pay me no mind, Chen Yu replied dismissively, then approached the window to gaze at the falling snow, while inwardly attempting to resolve the matter of the unfamiliar soul within. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Yu, a traveler. Did I possess the ability to— Wait a moment, Chen Yu? I believe I was also named that once, long ago. I almost forgot. You are another version of me from a parallel world? Is this still the language of Huaxia? Ancient Huaxia? Which era is this? I can produce salt, manufacture glass, refine universal medicine, amoxicillin capsules, as well as soap and nitroglycerin. These items would be more than sufficient for either conquering realms or becoming a wealthy local lord. Dante, interrupt me. Let me finish. You already have these things, and this is not ancient Huaxia. I am not the first traveler. The last one I know of arrived 70,000 years ago, and he likely has already discovered these items, including having copied Tang poetry and song lyrics. He spent hundreds of years promoting the Huaxia language. This is a cultivation world. Have you read novels about it? The kind where one flies through the sky and manipulates mountains and seas. My master has assigned me a task. 70,000 years, truly a distant past. However, that predecessor lacked martial virtue. At least leave a few poems for posterity to boast about. What a shame. Please continue. I have a general understanding. You summoned me for this task, correct? Your system is impressive, pulling individuals from parallel worlds. I envy it. Why didn't I have a system when I traveled? Had I been granted a system back then, that incident would never have occurred. Never mind, carry on. Are you also a traveler? Indeed, from the XX world. Oh, it seems I can't articulate it. Never mind. I will return tomorrow. Now, let us discuss your troublesome task. Well, I am an inner disciple at a cultivation sect called Feiyan Sect, and my master assigned me a task regarding zombie sightings in Daoxiang Village. The clues I have gathered so far are: Chenyu recounted his experiences in detail, while presenting the dossier for Chenyu II to peruse. That I have a few avenues you could explore. First, have you contacted the sect to inquire about previous disciples assigned to this task? They must have some leads. Second, I sense something amiss with that Shen Liang. The likelihood of his involvement is as high as 80%. Why is there only one eyewitness? This seems entirely unreasonable. If there were indeed a scheme, he must know something. Third, the appearance of this little girl is too coincidental. Such serendipity reeks of a setup, although I have yet to discern the nature of the scheme. Fourth, the deceased are all elderly. This raises significant questions. Zombies lack intelligence and act solely on instinct. They would not specifically target the elderly for slaughter. Moreover, they vanish the moment someone investigates. This is not the work of zombies, but rather something with intelligence. Of course, it is not impossible that zombies in your world have developed sentience. However, this would mean Shen Liang could not have survived to encounter a zombie, and your master would not assign such a task to a novice cultivator like you. The logic does not hold. Fifth, why did your master specifically designate you for this task? He must know something. You could subtly inquire about this. After a moment of contemplation, Chenyu II meticulously chose his words. Impressive to deduce so much in such a short time. Where should I begin? Chenyu asked excitedly, realizing that his 2 longevity points were well spent. Does that even need to be questioned? You're truly clueless. Of course, you should start with Shen Liang, Brother Shen. Might you kindly articulate if there is anything wherein I could be of assistance? Chenyu gently inquired. We are merely seeking an individual. What sort of individual? One who is willing to champion our cause that I have searched for 3 years. Yet all disciples of the celestial sect remain aloof, and my hope in finding a lowly person has nearly evaporated. Championing a cause. As a mere clerk in the Yamen, do you truly believe the Yamen would disregard your grievances? Could you not appeal to a higher authority for redress? Perhaps general grievances might attract attention. Yet the plight of the lowly goes unnoticed by the Yamen, and even in Ian City or Yong'an Prefecture, one would find no aid that I in desperation. I devised this scheme, inviting disciples from the celestial sect. Shen Liang knelt and lamented. In these 3 years, has not a single disciple of the celestial sect seen through the facade. Chenyu furrowed his brow, pondering, surely that cannot be the case. Are disciples of the celestial sect truly so dull-witted? There are indeed some, came the reply, but weighed against their own interests, these celestial masters choose to feign ignorance, returning to their lofty abodes that I see. Chenyu mused that it became clear that the whirlpool of intrigue was simply too vast for them to wish to engage. However, it mattered little to Chenyu for he would depart the following day. And the deluge of troubles was not his concern. He was merely on a fleeting visit to the realm of cultivation, intending to indulge in a morsel of gossip before his departure. I do not comprehend. Chenyu timidly interjected in his mind. Please elucidate, do not speak in riddles. I am but a fool amongst you clever souls that this situation is akin to a trap. Shen Liang seeks a disciple of the celestial sect, one with a sense of justice and compassion, to advocate for his unjust plight. Zhang San is the first hurdle. If you display a poor attitude or treat him with disdain, you shall never encounter Shen Liang and will be promptly eliminated at this juncture. All your efforts would be futile, for there is no undead to be found. Where would you seek the undead? Ultimately, you would return to your sect, declaring your mission a failure. You must demonstrate the right attitude to Zhang San. Only upon satisfying him may you glean clues about Shen Liang. Regardless of your inquiries in the village, you will inevitably find yourself in the county to meet Shen Liang and peruse the records. This leads us to the second hurdle, where the bureaucratic officials in the county will assess your willingness to collude with them. If you acquiesce, even if you access the records, they may reveal no valuable information. The age of the deceased is too significant a detail to be disclosed, suggesting that there are likely two sets of records, one genuine and one fabricated. It should not be too difficult for a clerk to procure two sets. For instance, during my time in the hidden department, acquiring a false record was exceedingly simple. Then comes the third hurdle. Concerning the young girl you have taken under your wing, they will observe if you are attuned to the suffering of the populace. Should you remain indifferent or dismiss Chen Yao, you will still confront a false record regarding Shen Liang, indicating you are not the most suitable candidate for this scheme. They will continue to wait for the next disciple of the celestial sect. Chen Yu Air elucidated to Chun Yu E within his mind. That is not correct. I initially intended to visit the village. Chen Yao is in the county. If I go to the village, how can she test me? Chen Yui protested within the depths of his mind. Ah, are you so naive? What if there are 2 or even 3 Chen Yaos? There are beggars in the county. Surely there would be no shortage elsewhere. Yet you are remarkably astute, knowing nothing yet managing to progress. Chun Yu Air retorted, bemused that is this your analysis after such a brief moment? Surely it cannot be. What role did you play in that world to possess such insight? It is not my brilliance. It is your folly. They have already provided you with ample clues, and Chen Yao even offered you a hint, yet you still required 2 longevity points to engage me, that I was once quite clever. Truly, I merely find it challenging to adapt after an extended period of mental inactivity. Chen Yu defended himself. The exchange between the two within their minds appeared intricate, yet it transpired in an instant. A unique communion of souls that required no explicit articulation. Mere thoughts conveyed sufficed for understanding. Would the esteemed celestial master care to hear a tale? By all means. Chen Yu gently assisted the kneeling Shen Liang to his feet. Speaking softly, as time inexorably flowed. Chen Yu's furrowed brow deepened. Fists clenched at in Huangda County. There resided a magistrate named Hu Ran, who had a son called Hu Yao, being a child born to advanced years. He was showered with boundless affection, even when he erred. Thus, from a young age, Hu Yao cultivated a reckless disposition, indulging in misdeeds throughout Huangda County, confident that his father would always bail him out, which emboldened his impudent behavior. One day, while wandering, Hu Yao passed through Daoxiang village and upon observing the exquisite beauty of Su Jian's daughter, Su Nian, washing clothes by the lake, he harbored nefarious intentions, commanding his guards to abduct her. Su Nian's parents hastened to plead with Hu Yao for their daughter's release, only to be met with violence, as Hu Yao ordered his guards to slay them, subsequently strangling Su Nian to death. Hu Ran then fabricated a story, claiming that bandits had descended from the mountains to pillage, resulting in the tragic demise of the Su family, that Su Nian had a childhood sweetheart named Shen Liang, a minor clerk in the YMN, that they stood on the precipice of engagement. Upon discovering the truth behind Su Nian's untimely death, he could not accept that his beloved had perished unjustly while her murderer, Hu Yao, roamed free, living a life of debauchery and oppression. Hence, he conspired with others who had suffered at Hu Yao's hands, orchestrating a grand scheme to alter the records and falsely report the presence of zombies in Daoxiang village, luring disciples from the celestial sect to their aid. This also elucidates why the deceased were primarily elderly. Many of these elders had been victimized by Hu Yao, whether through land usurpation or the murder of family members. Yet they had no recourse for justice, in their twilight years, they allied with Shen Liang, using their lives to enact this drama. Some sought to escape Huangda County to seek justice at the provincial capital. Yet the treacherous roads were fraught with bandits, and many perished before reaching their destination. Even if fortune favored their journey to the provincial capital, the entire Yuzhou bureaucracy was complicit in shielding one another. Who would risk offending a colleague for the sake of a commoner? Moreover, this colleague had extensive connections. Chapter 54. Hu Yaodada, are you certain you can withstand the weight of your identity as a disciple of the celestial sect? Chun Yu Air probed, his curiosity piqued. IT should be bearable. I may return to face my master sire, yet I am known for my resilient demeanor. Chen Yue instantly comprehended and responded. That scoundrel Hu Yao, emboldened by his father's position as magistrate, acts with impunity, and who in this region does not loathe his name, wishing to rend him limb from limb. His deeds are too numerous to recount, and it is said that most wrongful convictions in Huangtu County stem from him. Alas, the entire provincial city is entwined in a web of corruption, protecting one another, leaving the common folk with no recourse but this desperate stratagem. I am aware this action may incite the ire of the Celestial Master, yet I cannot simply acquiesce. I implore you, noble master, to champion my cause. In the future, I shall toil endlessly to repay your immense gratitude. Even if it costs me my life, my brow shall not furrow. Seeing that Chen Yu remained silent for an extended period, Xun Liang knelt once more, his forehead striking the ground heavily, blood soon staining the floor. Ah, this is troubling. I must venture outside to inquire about the veracity of your claims concerning Hu Yao to be by the way. Do you wish for his death, or merely for him to confess? Chen Yue inquired. His intent cleared. At present, it is merely your word against his, and I am not entirely convinced. However, if there is indeed substance to your assertion, I shall assist you. Simply wishing for his death is too easy. Assassination or poisoning would be trivial matters. Demanding justice and a confession from Hu Yao, however, poses a challenge, especially for me. While disciples of the celestial sect hold esteemed positions, they cannot overly meddle in worldly affairs. Such matters are typically best left to the secular bureaucrats. I desire his death. Xun Liang's expression hardened, teeth gritted. However, noble master, Hu Yao is flanked by 2 guards, each possessing martial prowess at the first realm, aged around 40 or 50 years. One is skilled with the broadsword, while the other excels in spear techniques. Both were hired by Hu Ran at great expense to ensure Hu Yao's safety. Such a strategist must not be taken lightly if he were truly committed to justice. He would have reported this matter directly to the provincial capital rather than concocting this elaborate scheme that I understand. By this time tomorrow, there will be a resolution. Chen Yu assisted Xun Liang to his feet, instructing him to await developments while he stepped out to gather information that if Hu Yao was indeed as nefarious as claimed, such details should be readily ascertainable. Moreover, he did not believe that such a grand scheme would be built on a foundation of lies. There was no necessity for that if Hu Yao were truly virtuous, this scheme would not have unfolded as it did. Instead, he would have sought conflict with Hu Yao directly. Do you believe you can best him? What cultivation level do you currently possess? Chen Yu inquired curiously. I am at the mid-stage of the first realm. I believe few can match me within this tier, and those who choose to guard and protect are often without background or sufficient resources for martial arts. And what of your junior sister? Will you bring her along? I cannot involve her. Returning may result in punishment, and the crime of assassinating an official's family member, if discovered, carries severe consequences. It is unnecessary to drag her into this predicament. The very act of coming over to assist me is already a kindness, and to further impose upon her would be quite unbecoming. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu No. 1 declined, stating, Dong Dong, I believe you should not make decisions for others. Your role is merely to convey the truth to her, and then, from a place of suggestion, recommend that she return to the mountain gate. The choice of what to do next lies solely with her. After accompanying you on this extensive journey, she certainly deserves to know the truth. Calmly interjecting, Chen Yu No. 2 remarked, Dong Dong you possess a remarkable talent for persuasion. That is a given. Allow the system to restore control, and leave the fighting to you. Then, Dong Dong do keep a close watch. In the same realm, I have yet to fear anyone in a fight. Do hurry as my time is running out by tomorrow. It would be delightful to witness a spectacle before my departure. However, why am I treated as mere cargo, and at such a low price? Quite displeasing. Rest assured, Dong Dong I will ensure you are well taken care of. And you are not cargo. You are another version of myself, splendid. After reclaiming his body, Chen Yu No. 1 patted his chest and remarked, Whose daughter is that? I have never seen her before. She is truly enchanting. On the streets of Huangtu County, a remarkably well-dressed man, adorned in splendid attire, bore a handsome countenance, yet his eyes betrayed a lascivious glint. That moment, he was observing Lu Linxia, who was accompanying Chun Yao and purchasing food. Leaning slightly from his horse, he inquired of a nearby guard, Young Master Hu, she appears to be an outsider. Judging by her attire, she likely possesses some background. The guard subtly cautioned, then it may be best to let it be. Hu Yao waved his hand dismissively, his enthusiasm waning. Although he was indeed lecherous, he was not foolish. He would engage with commoners, but would avoid those who seemed to have connections from a young age. Hu Yao had learned well what types of people were worth provoking and which were not. This was a lesson gleaned from years of mischief. This snowfall is quite splendid. Come, let us venture into the slums. I find great pleasure in hearing the lamentations of the impoverished. With a gentle tug on the reins, Hu Yao directed his horse towards the slums. The slippery roads of snow made it impossible to gallop through the streets, which left Hu Yao feeling somewhat regretful that Liu Linxia furrowed her brow as she caught sight of the passing Hu Yao. Ever since embarking on her path to immortality, her sixth sense had heightened her awareness of danger, and she had indeed sensed the malevolent gaze directed at her moments prior. Yet, it was merely a glance. She would not confront him over such a trivial matter. That man is Hu Yao, the son of the county magistrate of Huangta County. He is arrogant and overbearing. Be cautious. Sister, he has constructed a garden of flowers to the east of the city, likely having appropriated countless parcels of land. He captures both beautiful men and women, frequently hosting officials and notorious ruffians there. Rumor has it that those taken there, regardless of gender, meet a dire fate. Chen Yao tiptoed and whispered in Liu Linxia's ear. Is no one going to intervene? Liu Linxia frowned and replied, I cannot say. I only know what I've heard. Matters concerning powerful individuals are beyond the concern of a humble beggar like myself. Let us speak of this later. They should have concluded their discussions by now. Taking Chen Yao's hand, the two of them, one large and one small, made their way towards the inn that as dusk fell. Chen Yu returned from outside, having not only discovered that Hu Yao was indiscriminately promiscuous, but also having infiltrated the garden of flowers, that he could not deny that this fellow certainly knew how to indulge. For the first time, Chen Yu comprehended how the wealthy indulge themselves, confining a multitude of handsome men and beautiful women within a lavish estate. Within, there were at least 100 well-trained individuals. Obediently submissive to their whims, T.O. Chen Yu, it felt less like a garden of flowers and more like a den of vice that I ventured out to gather information. I have a general understanding of the situation. Though it is somewhat complex, upon returning, Chen Yu resolved to be forthright with Liu Linx that in truth, the matter was not overly complicated. It involved a group of ordinary folk conspiring as I was preparing to turn my horse around. I was abruptly halted by the outstretched hand of a guard behind me. I was well aware of these two guards. They were two skilled warriors that my father had specially assigned to me. I extended due respect towards them, rewarding them generously with both wealth and women. These two were frequent visitors to the 100-flower garden, and nearly all the cultivation resources were provided by my family. Thus, I had no concerns regarding their intentions towards me. Their sudden obstruction likely indicated they had encountered some trouble. How much longer do you intend to hide, my lord? Your murderous intent is glaringly obvious. Do you take us for mindless fools? One guard brandished his waist blade, pointing towards a thicket and raising his voice that a quarter of an hour earlier, Chen Yu and Liu Linxia had arrived here in masks. Witnessing Hu Yao flaunting his prowess, this sight ignited a murderous rage within Chen Yu. He recalled his past as a wanderer and a beggar, and the sight of the shivering crowd in the biting cold stirred his bloodlust. It was this very aura of killing intent that the two warriors beside Hu Yao sensed. The sixth sense of a martial artist is exceptionally acute. How could they possibly overlook Chen Yu's unrestrained malevolence? Are you even capable? You were detected even while attempting a sneak attack. Chen Yu mused silently in his mind that he had initially intended to conceal himself behind the thicket, ambushing Hu Yao on his return path to strike him down with a single sword. However, he was discovered before he could even get close, resulting in a prolonged and frigid wait. Whether or not you possess intelligence is irrelevant. Soon enough, you shall cease to exist. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly, revealing his form, gripping a third-grade spirit sword in hand. Observing this, Liu Linxia wasted no time and instantly summoned two talismans, one for swiftness and another for strength, affixing them to Chen Yu, with the spirit sword in hand. Chen Yu charged at Hu Yao. Since he had been discovered, he saw no reason to hold back. He had slain before in this realm. The two guards exchanged glances, dismounting swiftly. One wielded a spear while the other brandished a blade, rushing towards Chen Yu from opposite directions. Inwardly, They cursed the inclement weather. Otherwise, they could have utilized their horse's momentum to pierce through even a peak realm martial artist. Yet on this slippery snow, a charge could easily result in a catastrophic fall. Chapter 56. Battle on a Snowy Night. Hu Yao smiled faintly, displaying no signs of panic. Being targeted for assassination was nothing new. He had witnessed far too many instances where self-proclaimed heroes sought to enact justice, though their fates invariably ended in tragedy. At this moment, he leisurely retrieved a bamboo-like object from his bosom and pulled it sharply, unleashing a burst of flame that soared into the night sky. That masked young lady, I recognize your attire from earlier today, that I had no intention of provoking you. Yet here you are, presenting yourself before me, Hu Yao remarked, his gaze filled with mockery as he observed Lu Linxiao from a distance. Do you truly believe you can assassinate me within my own territory? Lu Linxiao, fixated on the firework blossoming in the sky, remained silent. Instead, she summoned numerous ice arrows that materialized mid-air, shooting forth towards Hu Yao. However, Hu Yao was not so easily cornered. He quickly took cover behind several guards, using them as shields. At this juncture, Chen Yu had engaged in combat with the two First Realm warriors. His spirit sword clashed with the spear. An eerie rotational force surged through his hand. Had he not been prepared, that strike could have disarmed him. Yet, the spear-wielding guard was not without his troubles. Chen Yu delivered a decisive blow, cleaving the spear in two. Just as he was about to press his advantage and eliminate one of them, a waist blade descended upon him, forcing Chen Yu to evade. Spirit sword, at least of the third grade, the guard exclaimed, gazing at the severed spear in his hands. The presence of a third-grade spirit weapon in the hands of a first-realm martial artist was audacious indeed. Rumors had circulated about a male and female disciple from the Flying Cloud sect dealing with a zombie incident, making the origins of these two adversaries glaringly evident. The two guards exchanged astounded glances, comprehending the gravity of their predicament. That a silent agreement passed between them. Retreat was the only option. They could not afford to engage in a fight they could not win. The might of the Flying Cloud sect and the authority of the county magistrate were beyond their capacity to confront. They resumed their battle against Chen Yu. They quickly realized their folly. It was laughable. Defeating him was beyond their capability. Not only did they struggle to fend him off, but their very survival was at stake. His strength was astonishing, and his speed was equally frightening. Was this truly the level of a first-realm martial artist? Was there such a comprehensive martial technique available at that stage? Moreover, his swordsmanship was exquisite. Even without entering the celestial realm, the sharpness of a third-grade spirit sword was perilous enough to place them in grave danger. Every martial technique at the first realm has its strengths and weaknesses. For instance, Chen Yu's War Heaven Bodyguard technique enhances one's defensive capabilities. That a martial artist utilizing this technique at the first realm would possess superior resilience compared to others at the same level. Yet their speed and offensive power would be considerably diminished. Conversely, martial arts focusing on agility would yield remarkable speed, but would lack in both attack power and defense compared to their peers. Finding a technique that balances defense, strength, and speed would require thrice the effort to reach the first realm compared to others. The principle of a single path mastered is better than 100 paths dabbled and holds true. First realm martial artists seldom invest in achieving overall proficiency. It is merely a waste of time. Typically, they would only focus on solidifying their foundations during the third realm's bone forging period, compensating for their deficiencies thereafter. After all, the early stages of martial arts are about seizing time. Failing to ascend to the third realm during one's prime would render future breakthroughs nearly impossible, as vitality dwindles with age. With another sharp clash, the waist blade shattered under the strain of the spirit sword's assault. At this moment, one guard wielded a broken spear while the other clutched a severed blade, seizing the brief opportunity presented by Chen Yu's momentary retreat to make their escape. They were grateful for the Hu family's provisions over the years, yet it did not mean they were willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Whether they would survive this escape remained uncertain, but continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to their demise. The skirmish, though appearing prolonged, had lasted only a few exchanges before the two guards turned and vanished into the night. Chen Yu hesitated but ultimately decided against pursuing them. He needed to eliminate Hu Yao first. Delaying any further would mean the arrival of the officials. That Li Shi, Zhao Shi, my Hu family has treated you well. How dare you act thus? Hu Yao seethed, gritting his teeth as he watched the two warriors flee. Over the years, he had lavished them with gifts, money, and women alike. They had been granted free access to the 100-flower garden, and now they had simply run away. Hu Yao silently vowed that if he survived this ordeal, he would capture the two and flay them alive. Hurry! Young master is in danger. The officers rushed towards him. Led by a second-realm warrior, the personal guard of County Magistrate Hu ran. Now devoid of his earlier nonchalance, Hu Yao dodged the attack summoned by Lu Linxia's Earth Golem and hastily mounted his horse. Fleeing for his life, he could no longer afford to worry about the slippery ground. He prayed earnestly for his steed to be reliable and not falter. You cannot kill me. I have an esteemed title. According to the laws of the Great Way, any wrongdoings must be judged by the Court of Judicial Review. I am not worthy of death. Hu Yao shouted desperately as he fled. However, a horse could not outrun Qin Yu, who closed the distance in mere breaths. Enough of your prattle. Die. Qin Yu shouted, his spirit sword cleaving through both Hu Yao and his horse in one fell swoop, spilling innards and blood across the pristine white snow. Spare him, a voice cried out, yet it was too late. Hu Yao's eyes were already vacant in death. You insolent wretch! How dare you slay the family of a court official? Surrender at once and accompany me to the county office to face justice. An elderly man with the mastery of marksmanship lies in the finesse of one's stance, while the art of wielding a staff is defined by the swiftness of one's strikes. At this moment, the blow descending upon Qin Yu felt as though a small mountain was crashing down upon him, that he was compelled to stand atop the earthen puppet, gripping his sword with both hands, one hand clutching the hilt, while the other braced against the blade, barely managing to block the incoming strike. Despite this, Qin Yu felt his hands tingle with numbness, and his face flushed crimson, though he managed to deflect the blow. The overwhelming force caused the earthen puppet beneath him to shatter under the impact, sending both Qin Yu and Lu Linxia tumbling to the ground. Go ahead, I'll hold him off for a moment, and we'll follow shortly. Don't hesitate. Qin Yu instructed Lu Linxia while fending off the sweeping attack of the Qimai staff. Without a moment's pause, Lu Linxia summoned another golden-armored warrior, who charged alongside her towards the city wall. Once they broke free, they would be as free as fish in the vast sea and birds soaring in the sky. With a resounding crash, Qin Yu was struck and sent crashing into a nearby dilapidated building, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. The onlookers, beggars and drifters alike, were filled with terror, yet a flicker of excitement danced in their eyes. The cycle of heavenly justice was in motion. That scoundrel Hu Yao had indeed met his end. Deservedly so. Cough, cough, cough. Very well, round 2. This time, I shall unleash my full might. Emerging from the rubble, Qin Yu discovered that his mask had been lost in the fray, a cheap trinket he had purchased haphazardly along the way. With no expectations of its quality, such audacity, he thought as he prepared to face another sweeping strike aimed at him. However, a puzzling thought crossed his mind. Was this old man really only capable of this single move? Yet, with Lu Linxia absent, it was a blood-stained moment of desperation. Activate! A crimson aura began to coil around Qin Yu as he transformed into a streak of red light, evading the Qimai staff while lunging towards the elder. Did you time your strike perfectly? Deliver a decisive blow. In the system space, Diju readied himself, intently watching the unfolding scene, choosing the precise moment to make his entrance. Forbidden technique, the elder furrowed his brow. Inwardly cursing, I'm merely here for the coin. What else with the life-threatening antics? I even warned you from a distance. Why not just escape quietly while you had the chance? Instead, you turn back to unleash forbidden techniques. I am merely an old man of the second realm. What is it to me if Hu Yao lives or dies? He is not my son. Just kill him and leave. I'm just trying to earn a bit of money without risking my life. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, the elder's mind was a tempest of thoughts as he frantically sought an opening to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, the elder's staff moved with a ferocity that rendered him nearly invulnerable. With a contingent of soldiers converging on their location, Qin Yu could only sigh in resignation, lamenting that time was not on his side, that if only he had a bit more time, this old man, nearing his twilight years, would surely exhaust himself. Did I end that moment, he could only retreat swiftly towards the city wall. Stop right there, scoundrel, the elder bellowed, but he coughed up blood as if internally injured and did not pursue. Instead, he directed the approaching soldiers to chase after Qin Yu. Qin Yu caught sight of the elder's bloodied state and scratched his head, puzzled. Did I actually injure him? No, I was the one being suppressed. Nevertheless, he had no intention of returning, barreling through the ranks of soldiers armed with bows and crossbows, and soon vanished over the not-so-tall city wall, leaving no trace behind. Oldly, what now? It seems we can't stay in Huanta County any longer. The two fleeing guards exchanged wry smiles in the desolate outskirts. What can we do? We'll just find another place. With our level of strength, where would we find a position as guards that pays well? Oldly reassured. That's true, but it's hard to let go of Baiwa Garden, and Hu Yao has indeed treated us well, which leaves me feeling somewhat guilty. Are you planning to take revenge on his behalf? I was just speaking casually that a few incense sticks at Qingming and Chongyang to express our remorse would suffice. Revenge is best left aside. Oldly waved his hand dismissively. Thus, the two vanished into the snowy night, while Qinyu hurried after Lu Linxia, following the large footprints left in the snow. However, he needed to act quickly. The snow continued to fall, and the prints would soon be obscured. Where to now? It seems we left our horses at the Inn, and Lu Linxia remarked to Chunyu as he caught up, if we can't find the horses, we'll lose a spirit stone. What do you mean? Chunyu replied, bewildered. You have a horse, didn't I mention it? You did, sort of, so what do we do now? What else can we do? Let it go. Your precious daughter will take care of it. Of course, if Shun Liang is clever enough, she would have already fled with your daughter by now. That is a spirit stone. Just accept it. It's just one. Chinyu stated bluntly. Let us go. ILL, give the horse to my goddaughter, that we'll return to the sect, and I'll cover the spirit stone. Chinyu suggested to Lu Linxia, Idio, you really think my spiritual energy can sustain the golden armored warrior for long? Lu Linxiao retorted, exasperated. Without the golden armored warrior, trudging through this wilderness is treacherous. Who knows where the pitfalls lie? How do we return to the sect? Then let us find a place to rest for the night. Agreed. Let us move further away. If we linger too close, I fear the soldiers will catch up. It's best to avoid villages to spare others from trouble, Lu Linxia thoughtfully analyzed. Unbeknownst to them, the soldiers in the county had not pursued them. Rather, they were engaged in a grand show of vigilance within the city, conducting extensive searches. None had ventured outside the walls. Everyone was aware that Qinyu and Lu Linxia had scaled the crumbling city wall to escape. Yet all chose to turn a blind eye to that direction. They considered themselves clever, thinking, what good is it to chase after a martial artist or an immortal cultivator? Even if we catch up, what then? Can we defeat them? And if we can, who can guarantee we'll emerge unscathed from a confrontation with a martial artist? What does a month's salary as a soldier amount to? I have a wife and children to support. What is the point of risking my life? For now, they merely needed to put on a show for the county magistrate, claiming they had made every effort to capture the assassin. But the thief was simply too cunning to apprehend. The only one likely to be truly furious was County Magistrate Hu Ran, who had recently welcomed a son in his old age. Doting upon him, only to face the bitter irony of losing a beloved child. This moment, he resembled a raging lion, unleashing his fury in the county office, issuing 4 orders throughout the night, commanding the entire office to mobilize in search of the true culprit. Chapter 58. An unexpected encounter that night. The wind and snow outside showed no signs of abating. Within the county office, only Hu Ran sat despondently on the floor, pondering the identity of the assassin, that he knew it all too well. It could only be the disciple of Fei Yun's sect who had entered the city a few days prior. Moreover, with Chun Yu's mask shattered, his identity was undeniable. Yet, what good did knowing the killer's identity do? Did Hu Ran dare to apprehend him? Would he dare to seek justice from Fei Yun's sect? Ask why. How was that any different from the lowly commoners who came to him seeking redress for their grievances? If they were pleased, they would claim there was no one to be found. If displeased, they'd simply kill him. What could he do then? A county magistrate may seem powerful, but compared to a colossal entity like Fei Yun's sect, what was he? It was almost laughable, for most of his life. Hu Ran had turned a blind eye to justice, yet now he found himself yearning for it. Why should the disciples of Fei Yun's sect be allowed to brazenly assassinate a court official's family member in broad daylight, especially when that family member held a position of merit? Even if his son had indeed erred, it was not the place of Fei Yun's sect's disciples to intervene, that he was still young. Merely a boy in his 20s and perhaps lacked wisdom. What was wrong with playing with the lives of a few commoners? What harm was there in seizing a bit of land? Wasn't he that how the entirety of Yian Prefecture operated? Why should his son be singled out for death? As the night wore on, Huran seemed to age decades, ultimately swallowing his resentment and choosing to remain silent, that if he were to report to the capital and demand the apprehension of the disciples of Feiyun's sect, he would only bring misfortune upon himself. That Hu Ran was acutely aware of the nature of the officialdom. Those who sought to embellish their own positions were aplenty, yet few were willing to lend a hand in times of need. Retribution, it's all retribution. Huran's voice echoed desolately in the hall, filling the county office with an oppressive silence that no one dared to provoke the county magistrate's ire at that moment. Meanwhile, in a small wooden cabin nestled within a mountain forest, an atmosphere of tension hung palpably in the air as the two parties faced each other. After Chen Yu and Lu Linxiao fled the county, they sought shelter in the snow-laden night and stumbled upon this small cabin, likely built by hunters as a resting place. Though somewhat dilapidated, it offered refuge from the elements to their surprise upon entering. They found two guards who had previously been by Hu Yao's side, tending to a fire within. Lu Linxiao quietly produced a jade talisman, sensing that at this distance, she had no confidence in surviving against two experts at the same realm. Everyone knew that within the same realm, an immortal cultivator had no means of resisting a martial artist who closed in. Gentlemen, there is a time and place for grievances. If you wish to kill Hu Yao, then do so. Chasing us down is hardly appropriate, the Zhao surnamed martial artist said warily. You two have certainly committed your fair share of misdeeds while following Hu Yao. Haven to you, the Li surnamed martial artist retorted shamelessly. Brandishing a broken spear did I end this world. One must always pay their dues. You two accomplices in wrongdoing should be prepared to encounter misfortune today upon crossing paths with me. The words left his mouth. Chen Yu had already unsheathed his sword and swung it forward, simultaneously shielding Lu Linxiao behind him. Ding yo, how come I only notice that you usually appear timid? Yet the moment a fight breaks out, you become so reckless. Why didn't we just shake hands and call a truce, then take advantage of the element of surprise to launch a sneak attack? Chen Yu number 2 looked on in disbelief at the actions of Chen Yu number 1, the Ding. What are you afraid of? These two cannot possibly defeat me. With a single swing of his sword, the two could only barely defend themselves before being sent crashing against the small wooden cabin, creating a gaping hole in the already dilapidated structure. Chen Yu swiftly followed through the breach, seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Why resort to brute force when there are simple methods? Fine, I'll just watch your performance. On the other side, Lu Linxiao, whose spiritual energy was already waning, could only silently retreat, striving to maintain distance and not become a burden. It mattered not if she could assist, as long as she didn't complicate matters. That was enough. That don't think just because you are a disciple of the Feiyun sect that we fear you. There is not a soul around. No one would know if we killed you. The Zhao clan warrior rolled to the side to dissipate his momentum and charged forward with his blade. In battles among warriors, the one who loses their momentum and succumbs to fear is destined to lose. Just the two of you. Despite the approaching duo, Chen Yu remained unfazed, his sword poised with grace. Moving with agility, Zhao and Li, whose weapons had been shattered by Chen Yu previously, dared not confront his ethereal sword head-on. Rendered powerless against his strikes that in less than a moment, the one wielding a broken spear was decapitated by Chen Yu's sword, while the other, brandishing a fractured dagger, was left with numerous wounds. Enough. I admit my wrongs. I have committed heinous acts for years. Little brother, spare my life, and I shall turn myself in at the magistrate's office. The scoundrel pleaded, killing someone like me would only sully your hands. When the carriage was ready, you thought of paying the fare. When death came, you thought of filial piety. When your leg was broken, you thought of barking like a dog. Where were you before all this? Chen Yu paid no heed to the man's pleas and pierced him through with a single stroke. Ding yo. Once I depart, do remember to refrain from such recklessness. Always think through your actions. Approach challenges with steadiness. Even if you can win, don't rush in blindly. If you can outsmart, then outsmart, and if you can play the underdog, then do so. Recklessness will inevitably lead to downfall. This time, I'll look for some easy tasks upon returning to the sect, such as guarding the spiritual beast garden or tending to the herb garden. Just bide my time for a few millennia, for after all, you are immortal. Observing that the battle had concluded, Chen Yu number 2 remarked in his mind. I almost forgot. You're leaving tomorrow morning. Indeed, it seems you are truly another version of me. Sharing the same thoughts that I was also contemplating a leisurely existence for a few millennia, but my master forbids it. Moreover, these tasks are internal to the law enforcement hall, and disciples like us from other peaks cannot participate. Are you foolish? If you can't defeat them, why not join them? Joining the law enforcement hall is not an option. It operates as a separate entity directly managed by the sect leader, disallowing other peaks from interfering. What a ridiculous sect, not even allowing people to waste their days. Chen Shixiang, what troubles you? After the fight, Lu Linxiao approached the motionless Chen Yu and inquired that it's nothing. I'm just a bit unaccustomed after taking a life. Aren't you afraid, Lu Shimi? Not really, that I've seen many deaths throughout my life. Those who perish from freezing, starvation, or violence have become commonplace. Lu Linxiao shrugged nonchalantly. What did you do before ascending the mountain? Chen Yu entered the small cabin, hastily covering the gaping hole created during the fight with a wooden board as he casually asked. I was a beggar, going wherever there was food. Then I encountered my master, who was recruiting disciples near Lihua County. I was fortunate enough to be accepted. What about you? Lu Linxia kindled a fire to warm her hands as she inquired that I had initially planned to roam the martial world. But I barely left the village before nearly being captured by human traffickers that I ended up slaughtering them all and fled, eventually finding the philosopher Zhi Yuan, which led me to the Feiyin sect. Chen Yu pondered briefly. Now that I think about it, I've forgotten the name of that human trafficker-s caravan. Chapter 59. Returning to the sect. Diing, why, oh, calling Diing of the next morning as dawn broke. Chen Yu awoke in the wooden cabin and called out in his mind that Diing received. Diing received. Still here. I thought you had left. Are you foolish? You rented me around 11 in the morning. It's barely 9 now. There are still 2 hours left. By the way. Don't you cultivators meditate? Look at your Shimi. She has been meditating all night while you've been snoring away. It's different. She practices the path of immortality, while I follow the martial path. What's wrong? Can't you cultivate immortality? Not exactly. It's purely laziness. I find it uncomfortable to replace sleep with meditation. I'm not used to it. Chen Yu admitted. Truly, you are just like me. But still, you should practice a bit. You can't remain a mere novice for millennia. Chen Yu number 2 remarked exasperatedly that we need to find a way back to the sect. We've been away long enough. And the sect is magnificent, with pavilions and towers, and even celestial cranes that can seat over 10 people, not to mention the 1,000-meter-long flying boats. Unfortunately, I can't make it back in 2 hours. So I can't take you to see it. Chen Yu lamented. That's fine. I'm not particularly interested in it. Chen Yu number 2 replied nonchalantly. Gazing at the now quiet snowstorm outside, Chen Yu and Lu Linxia began their journey towards the Feiyin sect. At this moment, Lu Linxia had regained her spiritual energy and summoned a clay golem, allowing both of them to ride atop it as they made their way towards the mountain gate. 2 hours later, Chen Yu and Lu Linxia trudged along the snow-laden official road, with Lu Linxia's spiritual energy once again depleted, vividly illustrating the notion of charging overnight only to use energy for 2 hours. Based on Chen Yu's estimation, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to return. For just 200 contribution points, this was quite the ordeal. Diing, why, oh, calling Diing at this moment. There was no response in his mind. This left Chen Yu momentarily stunned, realizing that this time, Diing had truly departed. Returning to his own world, that a pang of melancholy washed over him, akin to a long-lost friend suddenly vanishing, leaving Chen Yu feeling rather low. This fellow. Not even a word before leaving. Next time I rent him, I'll be sure to give him a piece of my mind. Do you know what level of cultivation is required to fly in the sky? Chen Yu casually inquired, seeking someone to converse with as he felt uncomfortable. The 3rd level, I suppose. After all, immortality reaches the 3rd level, and one can fly once they attain the Golden Core stage. But I'm not sure about the martial path. Lu Linxiao replied, her body adorned with lightning talismans. Warmth talismans and speed talismans, keeping pace with Chen Yu. Never mind, the 3rd level seems far off, and I miss my little cabin by the lake. I wonder if the blizzard has collapsed it. I too long for my little loft. To return, take a hot bath, and then luxuriate in that thick quilt for a good sleep. Lu Linxiao agreed. It won't be long now, just a couple more days of travel, and we should be back at the sect. I swear I'll never venture out for tasks in winter again. It's simply unbearable. It's not so bad. We did rid Huangda County of a menace. Do you think anyone will praise us as heroes? Perhaps, who knows? But I killed him purely out of discomfort. This world is far too cruel to ordinary people. Chenyu replied calmly that a noble sentiment, Shi Xiao. As they journeyed, enduring the elements, they were fortunate that Deju had ample provisions. Under Deju's pained gaze, Chenyu and Lu Linxia consumed 2/3 of Deju's supplies before finally returning to the Feiyan sect. Shi Xiao, I'll head back first. I want to accompany you to submit the task. Lu Linxia, feeling utterly exhausted from the journey, said, Thank you profoundly for your tremendous assistance, Shimmy. With that, Chenyu took out the sect token and transferred 100 contribution points to Lu Linxia. After parting ways, Chenyu did not rush to submit the task. Instead, he first returned to inspect his lakeside cabin. To his relief, the little dilapidated house had not collapsed. Thus, Chenyu began rummaging through the peculiar talismans that Lu Linxia had given him. He activated a hot water talisman with Deju's help, affixed it to the bathtub, and enjoyed a delightful bath before finally sinking into a restful slumber, deciding to deal with the task the next day. One cannot deny that these talismans from the path of immortality are simply delightful. It made Chenyu contemplate striving to reach the first level of immortality to learn the art of talismans as well. You just killed Hu Yao like that. On Qishao Peak, Xinyang looked at Chenyu incredulously. His disciple had undergone a transformation, for he was usually so timid. What had prompted such courage this time? I despise those who prey upon the common folk. Ordinary lives are already fraught with hardship. Such individuals only add to their suffering that if I don't eliminate him, I want to find peace within. What if he were the son of a magistrate? Xinyang asked, his interest piqued. Kill him. And if he were the son of the emperor? Xinyang inquired further. First, I would diligently cultivate. Then, once my abilities have matured and I'm nearly certain of success, I would strike. In your eyes, what does it mean to have achieved mastery? I believe that since he is a prince, his bodyguards might be at the 8th or 9th level, that I wouldn't feel secure until I reach the 10th level before attempting to kill him. Chenyu pondered for a moment, then spoke with a feigned seriousness. Come on. Even if you're a prince, having someone at the 7th realm by your side is already impressive. Do you think the upper 3 realms are as common as cabbages? You at the 10th realm? If you could just reach the 6th realm, you'd be able to wake up laughing from your dreams. Xinyang flicked Chenyu's forehead with his fingers and chided him with a smile. All right, I'll explain the task to the task hall. You won't lose your 200 contribution points, but you still owe me 500. When will you repay me? Master, I just remembered something important. I must take my leave. Chenyu turned and fled, for he truly could not spare the 500 contribution points at that moment. Even with the impending 200, he would only have 400, and he still owed his senior brothers and sisters a staggering sum. He had no idea when he would be able to repay them. That little rascal. He even has a heart of compassion. Xinyang watched Chenyu dash down the mountain, murmuring to himself. Upon returning to his small wooden cottage, Chenyu resumed his lackadaisical lifestyle. The weather had been gloomy lately, with little sunshine and cold winds continually gusted outside his little abode. Chenyu glanced around his drafty dwelling inside. While it was well ventilated in summer, it offered no warmth in winter. Thus, he and the large orange cat busied themselves with renovation, ensuring that their home wouldn't leak in the harsh winter winds. The orange cat was in charge of chopping wood, while Chenyu focused on fine-tuning the details. After 2 months, gazing at the exquisitely crafted cottage before him, Chenyu embraced the orange cat with immense satisfaction. This was no longer a dilapidated shack, but a refined 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom wooden house. After sealing the doors and windows, no more drafts would intrude, and with the orange cat activating a heating talisman, the entire room felt as if it were air-conditioned. Such a life. Even a celestial being would envy. Orange cat, let me get you a comprehensive guide to talismans. You're at the foundation stage now and should learn some things. Chenyu said earnestly to the lazily lounging orange cat. It's not that I've run out of talismans. I just can't bear to buy more. Chapter 60. The cat who draws talismans. The orange cat widened its eyes in disbelief. What? I'm just a cat. I can tolerate being called to plow the fields, but now you want me to draw talismans. Do I have hands? These are paws. Paws. Can't you see? Calm down. Do you want some spirit stones? Just look at the wealth of those at Floating Peace Peak. We must learn from them that I have a plan, and once we succeed, we'll split the profits 70-30. Meow. Why do I only get 30% for my hard work drawing talismans? The orange cat protested. 30% is quite generous that I need to give 3% to Lu Linxia, and 2% will go to purchasing raw materials that you'll get 30%, which is fair enough. Meow, the orange cat exclaimed in shock. What? So 30% is all I get? Don't be upset. We have to pay for the sales channels. Is it right to take from others without compensation? We can't just freeload. Giving them 30% is still dependent on their goodwill. This is a long-term business, not just a one-off deal that if we don't provide benefits, how can we expect to be welcomed? I would even prefer if they charged us. If they don't, we'll owe them a great debt of gratitude, understand? Chen Yu explained to the orange cat. The orange cat lay on the ground with its head tilted, appearing utterly unmotivated. I am not human, but you really are a dog. Asking me to draw talismans for money, and only giving me 30%. 30% is quite sufficient that I've inquired. 10 puppet talismans can be sold for 1 spirit stone. The Earth Escape talismans are even more valuable, selling for 1 spirit stone each. Just think, with your foundation stage cultivation, drawing a few dozen Earth Escape talismans a day would be a breeze. That is far more lucrative than working in the mines. Chen Yu cradled the orange cat, stroking its fur while enticing it. Seeing the orange cat's tail perk up, he knew this silly cat was intrigued. Meow, can it really be that profitable? Would I lie to you? Absolutely, Chen Yu affirmed. Thus, the pair made their way to the scripture pavilion. After briefly explaining their situation to the disciple managing the pavilion, they were informed that they first needed to obtain a pet tag from the logistics department, as the pet had to be registered within the internal array of the Flying Cloud sect before any exchange could occur. This left Chen Yu somewhat embarrassed. Having been at the Flying Cloud sect for nearly a year, he was only now discovering that the orange cat was an unregistered entity. Consequently, he hurriedly took the orange cat to the logistics department, spending 2 spirit stones to register it. With a drop of cat blood on a small nameplate, and after hanging it around the orange cat's neck, the orange cat officially became a member of the Flying Cloud sect. However, it would not be eligible for any monthly stipend. After transferring his remaining 400 contribution points to the orange cat, Chen Yu returned to the scripture pavilion with his new companion. Emerging from the pavilion, he found himself once again devoid of upon hearing Chen Yu's words. He immediately lost interest. He currently had no shortage of exercise methods, only a lack of funds. Need to make money? I actually know of a place where one can acquire some. Big shot. Now that you mention it, I recall I still have 2 chicken legs left. In all honesty, Chen Yu retrieved his empty fishing rod and attached the chicken legs, watching as dozens of various fish in the water began to compete for the food. Big shot. Since all these fish belong to you, why are they fighting so fiercely? Look, that bream is flipped onto its back. Chen Yu pointed at the struggling fish on the surface of the water. What do you know? It's fun. Things taste better when they're fought over. You truly know how to have fun. Chen Yu observed the frenzy of fish competing for the food, and he had to admit it was indeed quite entertaining. After the 2 chicken legs were devoured, Chen Yu inquired, what good method is there for making money? Fool, walk along the riverbank downstream, approximately near the back mountain of the sect. There is a small waterfall. Beneath the waterfall, there is a deep pool. Dive down, and you'll find a cosmic bag with about 100 mid-grade spirit stones inside. A silver carp with a bone in its mouth swam leisurely on the surface while speaking, and away. Such a stroke of luck. Here, Lao who you eat. Today, indulge yourself. As Chen Yu spoke, he tossed several pieces of beef into the water, creating splashes that he then turned his attention away from the fish and began to run along the riverbank towards the waterfall. After half an hour, he finally reached his destination. Indeed, there was a small waterfall, not particularly tall, about 10 meters, with a deep pool below. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu stripped off his clothes and jumped in, only to clamber back up in less than 2 seconds, utterly flustered. The water was excruciatingly cold. He couldn't endure it at all. Chen Yu was certain that if he stayed submerged in that deep pool for more than 3 seconds, he would undoubtedly freeze to death. Lao Hu, are you there? I can't go down. Chen Yu lamented helplessly at the riverbank that 100 mid-grade spirit stones. This was akin to winning a 5 million lottery, yet he found himself unable to dive. He could only watch enviously from the shore. That I've told you the location. If you can't go down, that's not my concern, that I'm off. A fish darted out, splashing Chen Yu with water before diving back down. For the entire morning, Chen Yu pondered various methods, but ultimately had to temporarily give up, deciding to wait until next summer. By then, the deep pool would pose no challenge for him. Before nightfall, Chen Yu accompanied by the large orange cat, made his way towards his master's residence. This time, it was likely the most he had seen of his senior brothers from Qishao Peak, including his sixth senior brother, who had been traveling abroad. However, he had yet to meet his fourth and fifth senior brothers, and he had no idea where his seventh senior sister, Chu Xiaoyi, had gone. Sixth senior brother, Zhao Xiao, appeared to be around 30 years old, though he might be several decades older in reality. That moment, dressed like a scholar with a high, square cap and wide robes, Qin Yu was more inclined to believe this senior brother was a Confucian disciple on his way to take the imperial examination rather than a cultivator. They're all here? Lao Lu is back too? But what's with your outfit? Off to the capital for the exams. Master. This is the experience I've gained through years of travel. First, I disguise myself as a poverty-stricken scholar. Even if I encounter danger, I will be underestimated, giving me the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Even if there is danger, I can quickly pull out a talisman, and most people will think I'm a Confucian or Taoist cultivator. In that case, they will surely rush in for close combat, and then I can swiftly teach them what it means to be a washing marrow realm expert, Zhao Xiao said with great pride. Truly worthy of being the sixth senior brother. Qin Yu silently gave Zhao Xiao a thumbs up in his heart that you've reached the fourth stage of martial arts. Master has keen eyes. I've broken my bones 6,000 times. If I don't break through soon, my vitality will soon wane, that I'm making some preparations these days, and then I plan to head to the abyss. Master, what is the abyss? Qin Yu curiously asked, having heard of it several times before, always leaving him itching for more knowledge. You will be qualified to know once you reach the third stage. If you know before reaching that stage, the only result will be being watched by the abyss and then dragged into it. Once you know of the abyss, it knows of you. Do you understand? Xianyang said sternly to Qin Yu, "Did I understand, Master? Senior sister, who are these two? That one is Lao Ba, and that one is Lao Jiao." Zhao Xiao approached Zhangya and asked quietly, "The one who looks carefree, holding a cat, is Lao Ba. The one who appears perpetually lethargic is Lao Jiao." Zhangya replied in a low voice, "Why does Master always take in such oddballs? Master's greatest mistake was taking in you." This great oddball. Zhangya rolled her eyes. "Today, there is actually nothing much going on, just a New Year's celebration, that I invited you all to come over for a New Year's Eve dinner. Qishao Peak doesn't have many rules. Just sit freely. You are all brothers and sisters, so support each other, especially you. Xiao, as the eldest sister, you should set a good example and stop whining about being poor. Master, I'm truly poor. I'm not whining." Zhangya replied silently. "All right, everyone sit down. There is not much food today, but I've made some dumplings for everyone to enjoy and celebrate the new year," with a wave of his hand. Xianyang summoned a platter filled with steaming dumplings from the kitchen, garnished with vinegar and chili sauce, instantly whetting everyone's appetite. Although Xianyang said there were no rules, everyone still took their seats in order. Leaving the main seat for Xianyang, with Zhangya, Sun Qi, Xinzhu, Zhao Xiao, Qin Yu, and Feng Jian seated in order next to him. The table wasn't large, but it was sufficient for the small gathering. Master's cooking skills are superb, Xinzhu praised after taking a bite of a dumpling. After decades of eating, you say that every year, that can't you come up with something new? Lao Lu's attire suggests he well read. Master should ask him to write a couplet for us. That I hurried back, and my family hasn't even put up the couplets yet. What is wrong with my attire? In an instant, Zhao Xiao's scholarly robes vanished, revealing golden armor and a protective mirror beneath. Qin Yu watched while feeding the large orange cat dumplings. He couldn't help but exclaim how impressive Zhao Xiao was. What protection? Feng Jian suddenly frowned, wiping his mouth to reveal a spirit stone in his hand. "So it was in your bowl. No wonder I couldn't find any after eating for so long." Sun Qi, who had been devouring dumplings beside him, looked at the spirit stone in Feng Jian's hand, lamenting with clenched fists. "What about giving it to Sun Qi Xiao? Finders keepers." "I'll look again. Master usually puts 3 spirit stones in." Sun Qi resumed eating dumplings. Xianyang smiled as he watched his mischievous disciples, reaching into his robe to pull out several red envelopes. "Each one plump, one for each of you. Some large, some small. I want to take responsibility for bad luck. That little yellow cat can come and pick one too. If you're here at Qishao Peak, you're one of my disciples. That if Qin Yu bullies you, tell me, and I'll take care of it." Xianyang placed the red envelopes in his hands, smiling as he gestured for his disciples to come up and choose. Zhangya, seated beside Xianyang, was the quickest, directly selecting the most stuffed-looking one, followed by Sun Qi, who grabbed one at random. Qin Yu and the large orange cat did the same, not bothering to choose much, simply taking whatever was offered. After all, it was all about the festive spirit. Chapter 62, Refining Qi First Layer. I got one. Chun Yu felt something hard in his dumpling and spat it out, discovering it was indeed a spirit stone. Oh dear, only one left. Whoever eats this will have good luck for a year. It is quite accurate. Sun Qi stared at the spirit stone in Qin Yu's hand with regret. How accurate is it? Qin Yu asked curiously. Just look at your eldest sister. She comes every year and never manages to get one. Which is why she is so poor. Unlike me. Every year Sun Qi's words were abruptly cut off as Zhang Yu shoved a dumpling into his mouth. Eat yours. Can't you keep quiet with so many dumplings? As Zhang Yu forcefully stuffed dumplings into Sun Qi's mouth, she expressed her disbelief. This junior brother must be itching for a reprimand. Almost choking, Sun Qi suddenly had a joyful expression and spat out a spirit as Qin Yu lifted the large orange to the side of the table. Reminiscent of a heartless capitalist compelling workers to toil on New Year's Eve, as the large orange settled into its role. Qin Yu began to sit cross-legged on the bed, channeling the ZY Guiyuan heart technique. Waves of spiritual energy were drawn into his body, circulating through a complete cycle, and were ultimately absorbed into his dantian. The dantian gradually filled. Qin Yu's spirit soared. The past 2 months of hard work had not been in vain. Today Qin Yu, shall officially embark on the path of immortality. From this moment forth, my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. With a fierce roar, Qin Yu summoned all the spiritual energy within him to break through the barrier known as the divide between the mortal and the immortal. Yet, in an instant, the spiritual energy dissipated, leaving the dantian empty once more. Failure. 2 months of arduous cultivation had amounted to naught. Damn it. How infuriating. Is the path of cultivation truly this arduous? Although aware of the low success rate for breakthroughs, to fail on the first attempt felt utterly demoralizing. The large orange approached and gently patted Qin Yu's head, offering comfort. It's all right, failure in breakthroughs is common. Even I had to attempt 3 times before I officially stepped into the first realm. 2 months passed again. Today Qin Yu, shall once more strive to enter the path of immortality. With a furious shout, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him to break through the barrier once more. The spiritual energy scattered, and the dantian fell empty again. However, this time Qin Yu felt less disheartened. According to the probability, wouldn't the next attempt surely succeed? At this moment, the large orange had become adept at drawing certain first-tier lower-grade talismans, achieving a success rate of approximately 50%, particularly excelling at the warmth talisman, managing to draw 10 with 8 successes. Another 2 months passed. May the Buddha bless me. May the Jade Emperor bless me. May the 3 pure ones bless me. May this breakthrough go smoothly. Yet, Qin Yu found himself questioning his life. How could this be? It didn't make sense. This was the 3rd attempt, yet still failure. Was his talent truly so lacking? Was the probability genuinely this low? Another 2 months passed. May the myriad deities bless me. May the heavens bless me. May countless celestial soldiers bless me. Breakthrough. This probability must be false. It surely cannot be real. According to my master, each time I challenge the barrier, I have over a 50% chance of success. How could I have failed so many times? Outside the window, summer had just begun. The large orange was preparing cold talismans. Within the system space, a vast collection of talismans was stored, yet without entering the realm, the origin of these items remained unexplainable. Surely, I cannot tell Lu Linxiao that my cat can draw talismans. That would be more absurd than claiming my cat can perform a backflip. Yet another 2 months passed. Whether you bless me or not, I am giving up. Qin Yu circulated his spiritual energy once more to challenge the barrier. Suddenly, a sound resonated within him, as if something had shattered. The spiritual energy flowed into his limbs and bones, as if it were a natural occurrence. Did I ask this it? Qin Yu felt a sense of disbelief. Is this what it means to enter the first realm of immortality? As the spiritual energy surged, it was no longer trapped within the dantian. It could now be freely directed throughout his body. With a slight manipulation, he gathered the energy in his palm, releasing it outward, an unmistakable mark of a cultivator. From this day forth, I too am a qi refining practitioner. Chunyu was ecstatic. Now that he was a cultivator, it was time to purchase a communication talisman. The communication talisman, a third-tier spiritual talisman, cost approximately 40 spirit stones and was a common item in the cultivation world used for communication between practitioners. By simply speaking into the talisman and expending spiritual energy to activate it, communication could be established. However, there was a prerequisite. The other party must have left a mark on the talisman for it to work. Furthermore, the communication talisman had a distance limitation. Typically, a third-tier talisman could only be used within 100 miles that if the person who left the mark was beyond that distance, communication would be impossible. Fortunately, Chinyu received a monthly subsidy of 30 spirit stones. Otherwise, he could not afford it. Thus, Chinyu spent an entire day running about, seeking to exchange marks with his master, brothers, and sisters. Ultimately, he gathered a plethora of talismans to discuss selling them with Lu Linxia. While also exchanging communication talisman marks in the process that moment, the large orange had achieved an impressive success rate of 80% in drawing first-tier, middle-lower grade talismans, particularly excelling at the puppet talisman, which he could draw with remarkable skill. With foundational cultivation from the foundation establishment stage, drawing 100 talismans in a day was absolutely feasible. Congratulations, junior brother, on entering the path of immortality. As Chinyu arrived, Lu Linxia immediately recognized that he had entered the first realm of immortality, although his cultivation was still somewhat unstable, with the spiritual energy within him exceptionally lively. Come, let us exchange some communication talisman marks first. I've also drawn some talismans. See if you can help sell them. Let us split the profits 70-30 or 40-60. I'll ensure you don't suffer any loss. This talisman is drawn by you. Senior brother, Lu Linxia casually activated a puppet talisman, her expression one of disbelief. The talisman was brimming with spiritual energy, and the quantity was staggering. At least over 1,000, such a feat was beyond the capabilities of a first-layer qi refining practitioner, who could typically manage only a few talismans a day. Well, my cat drew it. Chapter 63. The Emergence of the Qing Suo Sword. Senior brother, you truly love to joke. However, if it's a one-time purchase, I'll consider it a favor and not charge you. But for long-term sales, I still recommend you rent a stall at the market below the mountain. You would earn far more than splitting profits with me. Lu Linxiao advised Chun, you'd at a stall at the market below the mountain. How much does it cost? Generally, a shop can be rented for around 20 spirit stones per month, while a simple space on the ground costs about 5 spirit stones monthly. If you manage to maintain such a quantity every month, it would be best to rent a proper storefront that I understand. Thank you very much. With that, Chinyu handed over 10 spirit stones as a token of gratitude. The cultivation world truly has many good-hearted individuals. Just look at how Lu Linxia declined a share of the profits and instead provided him with a sales route. Such kindness is hard to find. The sun blazed fiercely today. After leaving Fuping Peak, Chinyu arrived at the back mountain of the sect that on this scorching day, it was time to retrieve the Qinkuan bag from beneath the waterfall. Chinyu stripped off his clothes and dove headfirst into the pool, only to clamber back onto the shore in a flurry 2 seconds later. This water is strange. Under such a blazing sun, and with temperatures soaring to at least 41 or 42 degrees. The water remains ice-cold and bone-chilling. My body can hardly endure it. Just those 2 seconds left Chinyu shivering on the shore. Old lake, this water is wrong. Why is it so cold? Chinyu stammered. Of course, do you think spirit stones are easy to come by? It's down there, about 400 meters deep, on a protruding rock that if you have the ability, go get it. If not, just watch. A perch leisurely swam into view. 400 meters? So deep? Chinyu felt a chill run down his spine that he initially thought it was only a few meters deep. Who knew it would be that deep? Just the water pressure alone could crush him. Do as you wish, but I suggest you wait until you reach the 3rd realm to come back. That if you haven't reached the 3rd realm, you won't be able to go down. How frustrating. Fine. I'll go check out the market below the mountain. Chinyu sighed, knowing that relying on this unreliable lake for sudden wealth was too good to be true. This time, Chinyu wised up and did not bring his Qinkuan bag to the market. As long as he didn't bring it, no one could steal it from him. Truly, I am a clever and suave individual. Upon arriving at the market, Chinyu began to wander about, feeling no fear without his Qinkuan bag. Could a thief even enter the system space? The market below Feiyun sect was quite lively, recognized as a trading hub for scattered cultivators in the Yuzhou region. Moreover, disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall had a long-term task here to maintain order, earning 100 contribution points each month. Their main duty was to patrol the market and reprimand stall owners who refused to pay. There was no danger in wandering about, and should any risk arise, they would never be found. Chenyu envied this method of work. If only he were a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, he would definitely enjoy patrolling the market. Months later, a small talisman shop mysteriously appeared in the market. The shopkeeper was a young lad who enjoyed lounging in a recliner, napping. Most of the items in the shop were first-tier middle-lower-grade talismans, reasonably priced, yet abundant in variety, garnering a fair amount of popularity. Shopkeeper, I'd like another 100 fireball talismans. A burly man rushed in, slamming spirit stones onto the table. All right, a young attendant quickly nodded and scurried to collect the spirit stones, handing over a bundle of talismans. This young attendant was Du Wei, whom Chenyu had specifically brought back from the mining district. After all, Du Wei earned hardly any spirit stones in the mining area. Why not come and work with him instead? He paid him 10 spirit stones a month, which was certainly more than he earned in the mines, and much easier. Boss Chun, stop napping all day. Hurry and restock. We're running low on puppet talismans and strength talismans. Du Wei looked at Chenyu, still sprawled out on the recliner, speechless that it had already gone so quickly. Chenyu exclaimed in surprise that don't you know? Know what? A site of a golden core stage expert's demise has been discovered in the Baiqing mountain range. And now a crowd is scrambling over it. Are you crazy? I'm only a second-layer Qi refining practitioner. That would be courting death. It was rumored that several Foundation establishment stage scattered cultivators had already perished there. How terrifying! It's much safer here in my little talisman shop. If the talismans run out, I can always restock tomorrow. Chenyu is indifferent, as long as he can earn some money each month. He is not an ambitious person and has never contemplated becoming great or achieving glory. Since opening the small shop, the profit-sharing arrangement between Chenyu and Daju has been altered. Chenyu takes 60%, responsible for rent, raw materials, sales, and all other miscellaneous tasks, while Daju takes 40%, solely responsible for drawing talismans, producing only 100 each day. Drawing talismans is quite taxing on one's spiritual energy, and Daju typically finishes them by midday, leaving him time to bask in the sun and cultivate in the afternoon. Only a foundation-building practitioner could afford such leisure. If it were Chenyu, he would exhaust his spiritual energy after drawing just 3 to 5 talismans and would need 5 to 6 hours to recover. Today's days turned into weeks. News from the Baiqing mountain range trickled back, with reports of deaths and ambushes among practitioners. Chenyu found amusement in these tales. However, a particular incident catapulted the Baiqing mountain range into prominence, prompting even the disciples of the Feiyun sect to take notice. With a multitude of inner and outer sect disciples rushing there, several high-ranking members of the Feiyun sect also made the journey, all because a location where a golden core practitioner had passed away revealed one of the split swords of the legendary Qing Suo sword. A genuine artifact, not the rusted trinkets sold by street vendors. This sword, intricately inscribed with 9 sword formations, contains a true lineage of swordsmanship. 200 years ago, a figure from the sword pavilion began searching for a successor, dividing his treasured Qing Suo sword into countless pieces, scattering them across the Tianxian continent, awaiting a fated individual. Each split sword bears the intricate 9 sword formations. Whoever can decipher these formations will inherit the hidden legacy of the sword immortal, a treasure left behind by that renowned master. This is something that even the strongest of the 9 realms covet. For the past 2 centuries, this tale has become common knowledge in the realm of cultivation. Regardless of who acquires a split sword, they keep it hidden, never revealing it, even if they cannot decipher it, as it may become a treasured heirloom for their descendants. Thus, the split sword from Baiqing mountain range is the first to have its information disclosed. The entire Yuzhou was abuzz, with many renowned figures from both martial and immortal realms seeking a foundation-building practitioner named Su Shirwan, as countless witnesses claimed to have seen him seize the Qing Su sword at the sight of the Golden Core practitioner's passing, only to vanish thereafter. The Qing Suo sword, if I were to obtain it and decipher the 9 sword formations. Du Wei paced within the shop, muttering incessantly. Stop dreaming. Just look at the situation outside. I reckon even those of the 7th or 8th realms would find it too hot to handle, let alone us mere small fry. Chenyu, lounging in the sun, remarked dryly as he watched Du Wei's restless pacing. I know, but I can't help but fantasize. That sword holds secrets that could elevate one beyond the ninth realm. Du Wei sighed, lamenting how close he felt to such a grand opportunity. The Baiqing mountain range is merely 30 miles from the Feiyun Sect's marketplace. A distance that feels almost within reach. I can imagine the high-ranking members of the sect regretting their indifference towards the resting place of a Golden Core practitioner, now feeling it is an opportunity that has slipped through their fingers. Chapter 64. Confrontation. What's wrong? You look downcast this early in the morning. Qinyu inquired as he noticed Du Wei arriving for work that I failed to break through to the second level of qi refinement last night. Why is cultivation so difficult? Du Wei lamented, taking a small stool beside Qinyu and propping his chin on his hand. Isn't failure quite normal? I failed several times when entering the qi refinement stage. With our talents, we shouldn't overthink it. Just relax and see what luck brings, that if we're fortunate, we might reach foundation building and live a comfortable life. If not, we might remain in the qi refinement stage for our entire lives. Qinyu consoled Du Wei that that's not the point. You primarily cultivate martial arts, while I dabble in the immortal path. We are not the same, Du Wei argued. What is the difference? We are both insignificant figures. Let us not overthink it. Let us earn some spirit stones now. And when we grow old, we can return to our villages and become local tycoons, establishing a modest cultivation family and nurturing a promising son. We can leave the rest to the next generation. That's true. Did I miss my mother a bit? Du Wei reflected, nodding slowly. Shopkeeper. 10 puppet talismans and spirit shield talismans. A young man rushed into the shop. Brother, you seem in a hurry, Du Wei remarked, handing over the talismans with a smile. Isn't that obvious? The young man counted the talismans and turned to leave without looking back. You haven't paid yet. Qinyu called out that someone's trying to get something for nothing. Du Wei watched in disbelief as the young man ran off with the talismans. How audacious! Qinyu exclaimed, leaping from his chair, wielding a third-grade spirit sword and pursuing the thief. Do you think anyone can get away with stealing? The youth was swiftly tackled to the ground by Qinyu, the sword pressed against his neck. Brother, I forgot. I really have urgent matters to attend to. The young man pleaded. What matters? Speak, and first show me the money. I just discovered the whereabouts of Su Shirwan. I must try my luck. What if the Qing Suo sword ends up in my hands? The young man hastily produced spirit stones, handing them to Qinyu with a forced smile. You, a qi refinement practitioner, think you can compete for the Qing Suo sword against all those big shots? Are you out of your mind? Qinyu looked at him skeptically. Are you really willing to risk your life for this? Why not? Life is short, and if I don't take a chance, what is the point? The young man retorted. Whatever, just go. Qinyu examined the spirit stones in his hand, pocketed them, and returned to his reclined position in the shop. The Qing Suo sword is of no concern to him. Such treasures are best suited for those of higher realms. Half a month passed, and as Qinyu idly petted Daju, he overheard nearby shopkeepers boasting about Su Shirwan, just a few days prior. He had broken the first sword formation on the Qing Suo sword while being pursued by several powerful figures of the 5th and 6th realms, revealing the sword's spirit to the air, declaring that Su Shirwan had officially become the sword servant. Henceforth, only practitioners of the same realm may challenge him, and those above the 2nd realm are forbidden from intervening, with challenges permitted only once every 10 days, life and death disregarded. The sword spirit's decree deterred all powerful figures, as its rules reflect those of the sword immortal. The Qing Su sword was intended to scout for worthy successors, and seizing it was ultimately for the sake of obtaining the sword immortal's legacy and guidance. Who would dare defy the sword immortal's regulations? That would be akin to tying a noose around one's own neck. Thus, the prominent figures had no choice but to withdraw, sending their 2nd realm disciples to challenge Su Shirwan. This prompted Qinyu to ponder whether this individual truly was the legendary protagonist. However, this was of little consequence to him. First, he needed to visit the neighboring herbal shop and procure some supplements. With a small stash of spirit stones accumulated, it was time to invest in longevity elixirs once more. As night fell and the shop was closed, Qinyu made his way towards the lakeside cottage, only to be greeted by the sound of clashing weapons. Upon approaching, he recognized the combatants, Xiao Han, the Licking Wolf, and Feng Jian, the sword madman, engaged in a frenzied duel by the lake, their sword and blade energies intertwining as they danced from the shore to the water's surface and then into the air. Also present were his 2 senior sisters, Zhangya and Shinju, each munching on sunflower seeds while critiquing the duel. Senior sisters, what is happening? Why are they fighting? Chenyu asked curiously as he sidled up to Shinju. They re-competing for a spot in the sex exchange tournament. Those below the third realm, aside from the second realm challengers targeting Su Shiruan, are battling among themselves to identify their weaknesses and their opponent's flaws. Why aren't you anxious at all? Shinju offered Chenyu some sunflower seeds, regarding her lazy junior brother with curiosity. 9 years from now. What is the rush? Chenyu replied, puzzled. Those at the first realm must contemplate whether it's worth staying for 9 years. They need to assess the strength of other first realm practitioners in the Feiyun sect, Shinju explained. Those at the second and third realms are engaged in combat to identify their shortcomings. Discovering them now allows for improvement. If they only realize them close to the tournament, will they have time to amend? Zhanya picked up Deju by the scruff of its neck, cradling it in her arms while scratching its chin, much to Deju's delight as its tail wagged furiously. Have you participated in such events, senior sisters? I, your third senior sister, am a 4-time champion. What do you think? Shinju rolled her eyes at Chenyu while munching on seeds. That I recall the competition occurs once every 50 years. How old are you, senior sister? Mind your own business. Shinju kicked Chenyu away. Who has the advantage between the two of them right now? Xiaohan and Feng Jian were locked in a fierce battle, their clash stirring the lake into tumultuous waves. Chenyu, with his insufficient martial arts proficiency, could not discern who held the upper hand. His eyes struggled to keep pace with their swift movements, prompting him to inquire. Currently, Xiaohan has a slight advantage. But the disparity in weaponry is significant. Xiaohan wields a third-grade spirit treasure, the Jinghong Blade, while my junior only possesses a second-grade spirit treasure, making it unwise for him to confront Xiaohan directly. I wonder if my junior dares to summon his sword pellet. Should he refrain, he may very well face defeat. But what if he does summon it? Only a direct encounter would reveal the outcome. That's the sword pellet? Chenyu asked, gazing at the fleeting white light in the air. Indeed, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you'll be able to cultivate the sword pellet and embark on the path of a sword cultivator. His senior replied. Chapter 65. Point allocation complete. The confrontation ended in a stalemate, with neither party able to gain the upper hand. However, as his senior remarked, if Feng Jian's spiritual sword were also of the third grade, his chances of victory would have been considerably higher. Yet in reality, such hypotheticals held no weight. After the bout, Chenyu found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend the intricacies of their combat style, which was far beyond the understanding of an ordinary martial artist like himself. You two youngsters, hold on. Fighting is permissible, even to the point of death, but killing the fish of this spirit is absolutely unacceptable. As both combatants withdrew, the lake surged, forming a colossal face of waves that addressed the onlookers. You two are finished. Consider how to appease the spirit of the formation. The wave-formed visage bellowed. Zhanya and Shinju promptly retreated to watch from a distance, leaving the stage to the two young men who had stirred trouble. In truth, there was an unspoken warning. The formation spirit was notoriously petty. Formation spirit. Isn't it the lake spirit? Chenyu queried, utterly perplexed. Yes, this spirit does not recognize any formation spirit. I am the lake spirit, the guardian of this 800-mile lake. The wave-formed face proclaimed, its voice booming, I care not for your titles. If Xiao demands compensation, he must consult my blade first. Behold my sword. Xiaohan declared, summoning a multitude of sword lights around him. Then, as the waves crashed down, he vanished, directly submerged beneath the lake's surface. This brat dares to show disrespect to me, the spirit. He shall be suppressed. And you, what will you compensate me? The spirit lamented. You two have at least killed thousands of fish. My beloved kin and comrades. The formation spirit's sorrowful tone conveyed a clear message. Pay up, spirit of the formation. Please set forth a reasonable demand. Feng Jian replied with a wry smile, feeling as though he had been extorted for the first time in his life by a protective spirit of the sect. What formation spirit? I am the lake spirit. Young man, while one can indulge in many things, one must choose words wisely. That I do not require much from you. Merely 1,000 spirit stones will suffice. 500 each. The lake spirit thundered, commanding the waves to IT that moment. Xiaohan was still trapped beneath the water, struggling to surface, unable to escape the oppressive force, merely bubbling in the depths. Fortunately, as a third-stage martial artist, He was not in immediate danger of drowning. 500 it is. How shall I deliver it to you? Just toss it into the water. Then, under Chun Yu's envious gaze, 500 spirit stones were cast into the depths, creating a resonant splash. You better hurry and pay up, or you may never emerge from the water. The formation spirit warned, turning its attention back to Xiao Han submerged below. Bubbles rose continuously as Xiao Han valiantly fought against the water, refusing to yield. Well done. I admire your spirit, the formation spirit remarked as the towering waves dissipated, revealing a massive whirlpool on the lake's surface. Xiao Han, ensnared within this vortex, was spun around violently by the currents, leaving Chun Yu feeling as though clothes were being tossed about in a washing machine. The whirlpool spinning at a speed akin to that of a car, traveling 80 miles per hour. After what felt like an eternity, Chun Yu and the two sisters grew weary of watching that a colossal hand, seemingly formed from the clouds, descended from the sky, retrieving the dazed Xiao Han from the lake's depths. Old Yang, the person can leave, but the payment must still be made. The spirit shouted at the giant hand. The hand remained silent, merely dropping 500 spirit stones into the lake with a resounding splash. Is that the sect master? Chun Yu whispered. Shoo. As Chun Yu gazed at the now tranquil sky and calm lake, a sense of yearning filled him. This was the true essence of power, to fight with such grandeur. He dreamed of the day he too could stretch forth his hand and summon a colossal hand from the heavens. As Xiao Han was liberated, the two sisters felt the excitement had waned and quickly departed. Hand in hand, Chun Yu and Feng Jian also returned home, after filling a bucket with water and applying a hot water talisman. No need for Big Orange's assistance this time. Chun Yu activated it with a flicker of spiritual energy. Each talisman provided 2 hours of warmth, making it an essential item for bathing. These minor talismans made Chun Yu exclaim how cultivation transformed life. Glancing at the 400 ginseng roots in his possession, he estimated they would only suffice to enhance the front slash and bloodline of heaven. The requirements for the Battle Heaven protective technique were significantly higher, and this amount of ginseng would surely fall short. As for the Ziwei Guyuan heart technique, it was even more demanding. Chun Yu surmised he would need a year's worth of spirit stones for absorption, or else the enhancement would drain him dry. With a lingering thought of longevity points, Chun Yu once again submerged himself in the torrent of memories, tirelessly practicing swordsmanship day and night. Upon completing his point allocation, he sighed, feeling quite proficient in his sword skills. Why can't I learn the front slash? Must I adhere strictly to the progression? With 16 longevity points remaining, he allocated another point of longevity vanished. A technique called entanglement appeared in his mind. This technique allowed his sword to emit a peculiar rotational force, capable of disarming an opponent caught off guard or lacking sufficient grip. His swordsmanship advanced from a mere glimpse to a minor accomplishment. Once again, his longevity points dwindled. Did I end this wave of memories? Chun Yu finally began to practice the front slash. This technique involved synchronizing footwork with the moment of drawing the sword, creating the illusion of brushing past an opponent while simultaneously delivering a lethal strike to their neck. I've finally learned the front slash, but it sure consumes longevity points. Examining the remaining ginseng, he decided to allocate one more point to Bloodline of Heaven, as it was crucial for his future escapes. And he needed to master it thoroughly. The torrent of memories surged once more. Within this recollection, a crimson figure sprinted wildly, initially moving in straight lines before gradually weaving left and right, leaping as it honed its skill. As Chun Yu grew increasingly proficient in the Bloodline of Heaven, he found himself capable of integrating its movements into his swordplay. Suddenly, the memories came to a halt. A full year had passed in the blink of an eye. He opened his attribute panel. Name: Chun Yu. Lifespan: max talent, average strength, 17 speed, 9 defense, 27 cultivation techniques, Qi refinement technique, first layer, Ziwei Guyuan heart technique, first layer, Battle Heaven protective technique, first layer, great perfection, skills, blood vitality, bloodline of heaven, initial understanding, front slash, initial understanding, swordsmanship, minor accomplishment, longevity points, 13 system space, a heap of junk, chapter 66, Zhongxiu boss. You must learn to exercise moderation. At your age, it's perfectly normal to enjoy a bit of handiwork, but excess can lead to harm. The next morning, Du Wei observed Chun Yu, who had noticeably slimmed down overnight. appearing somewhat listless. Huh. What are you talking about? I'm just training in martial arts. My body is in excellent condition. Don't slander me. I understand. Every man practices martial arts. Du Wei feigned understanding with a knowing expression. You bastard. Chun Yu's face darkened. It was impossible to clarify the misunderstanding. Perhaps the absorption of medicinal herbs was simply too slow. If only he had pills. The weather that day was rather dreary. Overcast, with no sunlight to be found. Big Orange was absent, having made some friends within the Flying Cloud sect. Other disciple spirit pets, forming what they called a pet alliance, leaving early and returning late. Now, every morning, he tossed out 100 talismans, and the cats would scurry off, making Chun Yu lament the loss of his feline companions. That in the afternoon, as the sky darkened, light rain began to fall. Chun Yu, seeking shelter, grabbed a small stool and sat at the door, watching the crowd hurriedly packing up in the rain. Their frantic pursuit for survival stirred a sense of superiority within Chun Yu. After all, cultivating longevity afforded him a leisurely existence, free from haste. As I was pondering this, a tall figure appeared before Chun Yu, holding an umbrella that was his cousin, the disciple of the law enforcement hall. Zhong Xiao, who expressed a desire to spar with his junior brother. Is it in preparation for the grand competition years hence? Chun Yu thought to himself, contemplating whether it was worthwhile to remain at the first realm. What if we send someone else to fight instead? I've heard that Tian Peak's Gao Beibei is quite formidable. Perhaps you should challenge him first. Gao Beibei has been confined in the gravity chamber in the back mountain by his master. He likely won't emerge before the competition. What about Li Xiong? He is quite strong as well. Li Xiong fought with Zhao Zhonghai yesterday, and neither emerged victorious. Both are currently nursing their injuries at home. Are there any other challengers? I'm not particularly keen on fighting. Chun Yu timidly inquired, but if you're not vying for that spot, then it matters not whether you fight or not. Zhong Xiao replied. Then it must be a necessity to engage. If I do not contest for the exchange spot, my master will surely flay me alive. That's so. How shall we proceed? Chun Yu slowly rose, stretching his limbs. Follow me, Du Wei. Keep an eye on the shop. I am off to engage in a brawl. Chun Yu sighed, having just mocked others for toiling for a living, only to find himself in a similar predicament. In the pouring rain, Zhong Xiao and Chun Yu walked side by side towards the outer martial arena of the sect. The outer arena was closer to the market, while the inner arena was too far. Given the downpour, running back and forth would be too troublesome. At this moment in the outer martial arena, numerous outer disciples were training their bodies, under the guidance of an elder overseeing their practice. The scene was notably more vibrant than the inner arena, as the outer sect was renowned for its large number of participants. Let me ask again, what if someone gets injured or crippled? Chun Yu asked, observing the outer disciples as he followed Zhong Xiao to a platform. That would mean my skills are inferior. Zhong Xiao casually picked up a blunt broadsword from the arena and tossed Chun Yu a similarly blunt longsword. Exuding confidence that a surge of vitality enveloped him, showcasing his pinnacle strength at the first realm of martial arts. This sparring session was intended for preparation for future sect exchanges, and Chun Yu naturally could not employ the third-grade spirit sword, Bai Luo, to bully others. Thus, he could only accept the mundane sword, channeling his own vitality to invigorate his muscles and heart, accelerating his blood flow, a process commonly referred to as warming up. What is the purpose of this? Who are those two? I have never seen them before. An outer disciple inquired curiously. The outer sect was divided into 6 halls, and this time, Chun Yu and Zhong Xiao had arrived at the martial arena of the 3rd hall. As 2 unfamiliar figures ascended the platform, they naturally attracted a myriad of gazes, as it was a common pastime for all to gather and spectate. That tall, slender one is unfamiliar, but the other, somewhat handsome, appears to be from the inner sect's law enforcement hall. He must be here to engage in some sparring. Another disciple speculated that I am one small realm above you. You may strike first. Zhong Xiao disregarded the outer disciple's murmurs, already resolved to defeat Chun Yu within 30 exchanges. After all, the grand competition was 9 years away, and by then, Chun Yu would likely reach the pinnacle of the first realm. If they fought to a standstill now, would he not be at a disadvantage when Chun Yu achieved that peak in 9 years? Upon hearing this, Chun Yu did not hold back, charging forward with his sword. Although it was an ordinary sword, it was crafted from mysterious iron, granting it exceptional hardness, that as their sword and blade clashed, sparks flew. Chun Yu withdrew his sword, pivoting for another strike. Zhong Xiao frowned, realizing that while Chun Yu's strength was slightly weaker, his speed was lacking. That it appeared this fellow primarily focused on strength. Zhong Xiao used the blade to shield against Chun Yu's strike while beginning to retreat slightly, leveraging his speed advantage to launch a counterattack. Bringing his broadsword down upon Chun Yu's head, Chun Yu barely blocked the blow. The sword swung again, this time with even greater force, sending him staggering back several steps before he could regain his footing. The third strike was already descending, each blow faster and stronger than the last. This is the blood drink, seven blades cut. This is what I have trained, a disciple exclaimed, watching Zhong Xiao's sword technique with excitement. This technique is indeed impressive. It is powerful and relentless, and once it strikes, there are few in the same realm who can evade it. That sword-wielding lad is likely to lose, an elder commented on the duel unfolding on the platform. Chun Yu recognized that if he allowed Zhong Xiao to continue gathering strength, he would surely be struck down. That he needed to entangle him. In the next moment, with each block of his sword, Chun Yu transmitted a rotating force towards Zhong Xiao's broadsword, attempting to disarm him. Entangling technique. The elder overseeing the outer disciples watched the exchange with keen interest. Elder, what is an entangling technique? I have never heard of it. An outer disciple queried, while a crowd of other disciples leaned in to listen. The entangling technique is a rather advanced method of weapon usage, primarily aimed at disarming an opponent. That allows one's weapon to carry a rotating force. And mastering this technique suggests that this lad is close to achieving the sword intent. Perhaps in a good mood, the elder took the time to explain to the gathered disciples that moment. Zhong Xiao felt compelled to grip the hilt of his sword tightly, astonished internally. Has this lad truly only been in the Feiyun sect for a year? How could he possibly have trained so hard as to master the entangling technique in such a short time? How has he divided his time? This is simply outrageous. One must know that while martial artists do indeed practice techniques, in the early stages, they primarily focus on their respective martial arts methods. A person's energy is ultimately finite, especially in the first three realms of martial arts, where ascending in cultivation naturally limits one's ability to simultaneously refine offensive techniques. After all, there are only 24 hours in a day. No matter how diligently one trains, an extra hour cannot be conjured. Zhong Xiao, in his early stages, primarily focused on his own cultivation, only shifting his focus to offensive techniques after reaching the first realm's perfection. Nevertheless, according to his master, without at least 3 years of effort, mastering the entangling technique would be implausible. This moment, having executed 4 strikes of the blood drink 7 blades cut, Zhong Xiao found himself unable to continue. Unlike Chun Yu, whose training was systematic and methodical, akin to learning mathematics, first mastering addition and subtraction before progressing to multiplication and division, Zhong Xiao's approach was more typical among martial artists. Learn the technique first, and then practice it day after day to become familiar with the foundation. While this method of practice was indeed viable, it rendered the techniques unstable in the early stages. The inherently challenging longsword now felt unmanageable to Zhong Xiao, as though it might slip from his grasp at any moment due to Chun Yu's interference with the entangling technique. Flushed with effort, Zhong Xiao struggled to execute yet another strike. The blade connected with Chun Yu's sword. It slipped from his hands and flew away, but Chun Yu too was affected. The force of the blow shattered the stone slab beneath him, causing his veins to bulge. Seeing Zhong Xiao's sword fly away, Chun Yu let out a sigh of relief, disregarding the numbness in his arms as he thrust his long sword, its tip pressing against Zhong Xiao's throat. His arm trembled slightly, struggling to maintain grip on the sword. If Zhong Xiao were to land another strike with such force, I might even injure my arm. I lost? I lost. This cannot be. Zhong Xiao turned and walked away, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself as he left the platform without even bothering to open his umbrella, disappearing into the torrential rain. That was truly a remarkable display of strength. Chun Yu observed Zhong Xiao's retreating figure, gritting his teeth and flexing his arms, relieved that he had sufficient resilience. Otherwise, he might not have prevailed. Which peak do you belong to? The outer elder inquired amicably as he approached Chun Yu after the duel. Disciple of Qishao Peak. A disciple of Xinyang? You wield that sword quite well. However, you must compensate for the shattered stone slab beneath your feet. The elder pointed to the broken stone, his expression serious. I cannot believe this. Zhong Xiao, you rascal, come back here. Do not run. Chen Yu exclaimed as he attempted to pursue, seeking an opportunity to escape. However, he was swiftly intercepted by the outer elder. 20 spirit stones, what? Why not go rob someone instead? For this wretched stone slab? You demand 20. Chen Yu exclaimed in exasperation, recalling how he had laughed at Feng Jian and Xiao Han being extorted just yesterday. The tides had indeed turned. I am currently in the process of robbing. I am an inner disciple. Huh. I was once an inner disciple as well. Now hurry and pay up. Look, a flying sword. Chen Yu exaggeratedly pointed out the window. But the elder remained unfazed. That trick is outdated. Hurry and hand over the money, that if I have no money, then you may take my life. Chen Yu plopped down on the platform, betting that the elder would not dare to take action against him. Xinyang, your disciple has damaged my martial arena. Will you not pay up? The elder, unperturbed, began transmitting a message. What? You cannot be serious. Chen Yu rushed forward, intent on seizing the communication talisman, only to be swiftly pinned to the ground by an outer sect elder. Rendered immobile. Who did you fight? The elder inquired. Did you win? A voice emanated from the talisman, belonging to Xianyang, who expressed confusion that I fought someone from the law enforcement hall, a peak first realm cultivator. I believe his name was Zhong Xiao, that he performed admirably. I emerged victorious, but the martial arts arena was damaged. 20 spirit stones. That is indeed commendable, but I am out of funds. In the next moment, the communication was abruptly cut off as Xianyang unilaterally terminated the connection. Xianyang, if you fail to pay up, I shall detain this young man. The elder's expression darkened as he reactivated the talisman, exasperatedly beseeching, young man, cough up the money. Your master has abandoned you. After receiving no response from Xianyang, the elder turned to Chen Yu and declared, no money? I am impoverished. Chen Yu resolutely rejected the notion of being extorted, inwardly cursing Zhong Xiao for his cunning ways. He had played the fool and left him in this predicament. That no money? Very well. I shall take you to see the sect leader. Let him adjudicate this matter. By the way, the sect leader is my senior brother. You are tarnishing the reputation of Fei Yun's sect. Spare me. When I was still an inner sect disciple, Fei Yun's sect had already adopted such practices. Do you not know that damaging property incurs compensation? 20 spirit stones for a mere broken slab? What a trivial slab. That was a Wu Dao stone. Charging you 20 is quite reasonable. Are you trying to deceive me? Before it shattered, it could have been one thing or another, but once broken, it is what it is, at most 5 spirit stones. Otherwise, you may as well kill me. Chen Yu retorted defiantly, embodying the spirit of a pig unbothered by boiling water. Fine, 5 it is. Hand over the payment, the elder replied with a grin. After the transaction, Chen Yu swiftly darted away, shouting, Zhong Xiao, come out and face me. What are you staring at? Go train. You lot have made no progress whatsoever. The elder pocketed the 5 spirit stones and scolded the outer sect disciples to as Chen Yu braved the torrential rain. He sprinted to the law enforcement hall, only to be informed that Zhong Xiao had hastily taken on a task and left the mountain. What a performer. This Zhong Xiao is truly an actor. I thought he was downcast from losing, but who would have guessed he was so cunning? His acting skills are worthy of an Oscar. Now it was Chen Yu who felt despondent, returning to the talisman shop with a heart heavy with despair. Losing is merely losing. What is the big deal? Upon witnessing Chen Yu's demeanor, Du Wei assumed he had been defeated and comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. I did not lose. Chen Yu thought of how he had won, yet still had to pay, which only deepened his discontent, that if he didn't lose, why the long face? Du Wei queried, puzzled, shouldn't winning bring joy? What does this mournful expression signify? Sigh. You wouldn't understand. Chen Yu returned to the entrance, took a seat on a small stool, and began to lament, resulting in a dismal afternoon with not a single customer. Further souring his already foul mood. My spirit stones. That night, Chen Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest, his simmering anger over the 5 extorted spirit stones growing with each passing moment. Is it so easy to run a small business? Thus, Chen Yu began to stake out at the law enforcement hall daily. Though I cannot confront the outer sect elder, can I not challenge you? Zhong Xiao, if you have the guts, stay out. If I catch you, you can expect to be beaten thrice a day until you return my 10 spirit stones. Why 10? Do you not understand rounding up? Thus began the next 8 years. The first year consisted of the mundane cycle of eating, sleeping, tending the shop, and confronting Zhong Xiu. The second year repeated this cycle, as did the third and the fourth year. Zhong Xiu mastered the entwining technique and became proficient in the blood-draining seven blades. And Chen Yu realized he could no longer best him. In the preceding years, it had been Chen Yu seeking out Zhong Xiu at the law enforcement hall. Now it was Zhong Xiu who sought out Chen Yu at the talisman shop, transforming the routine into eating, sleeping, tending the shop, and being bested by Zhong Xiu. The fifth year continued the cycle, as did the sixth year, during which Chen Yu accumulated a considerable fortune and developed the War Heaven Guardian technique and the forward slash, continuing the pattern of eating, sleeping, tending the shop, and confronting Zhong Xiu. The seventh year followed suit, as did the eighth. Gao Beibei has emerged from seclusion. I believe we ought to confront him together, that we know each other well enough, and continuing this rivalry seems pointless. Zhong Xiu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, declared earnestly, "Out of seclusion, no rush. I simply wish to face you. When will you return the 20 spirit stones? I will not strike you until then." Wasn't he at 10? Why the increase? Nonsense. It has been 7 or 8 years. Can I not charge some interest? Chen Yu retorted confidently. Now at the peak of the first realm in martial arts, having made slight progress in the forward slash and with his swordsmanship reaching a respectable level, he had accumulated enough experience over the past 8 years to take on Zhong Xiu whenever he pleased. Want money? Don't even think about it. If we are to fight, let us fight. No one is afraid. Zhong Xiu lunged forward with his blade, while Chen Yu, unperturbed, had become so familiar with Zhong Xiu's techniques over the years that they had nearly formed muscle memory. Another day of soundly thrashing Zhong Xiu filled Chen Yu with joy as he hummed a tune on his way home. Zhong Xiu, have you been beaten again? Zhong Xiu limped back to the law enforcement hall, where a group of seniors teased him about his disheveled state. Why do you tarnish one's reputation without cause? Zhong Xiu retorted defiantly that if I was beaten, so be it. I will train hard and return the favor. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhong Xiu's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he insisted. It was merely a spar. The young man was only slightly more skilled. The ensuing conversation about martial arts contests and minor missteps prompted further laughter, filling the law enforcement hall with mirth. Zhong Xiu, I have emerged from seclusion. Do you have time to lend a hand? As everyone laughed, a burly figure entered the law enforcement hall and spoke candidly. The man, with a bronze physique and bulging muscles reminiscent of solid rock, exuded a robust aura. Gao Beibei, the first to seek me out after emerging from seclusion. Do you think I'm easy prey? No, I just finished a bout with Li Xiong before coming here. Gao Beibei replied nonchalantly that I can fight. If I cannot defeat that little freak Chen Yu, how could I possibly lose to you? Follow me. Zhong Xiu led Gao Beibei to the spot where he frequently sparred with Chen Yu. With a spear in hand, Gao Beibei stood tall and resolute, perfectly in sync with his weapon. In an instant, he struck, aiming the spear directly at Zhong Xiu's face. Unfazed, Zhong Xiu brandished a large blade with fierce vigor, each time deflecting the spear accompanied by an unusual spinning force. Both combatants understood that they had both grasped the entwining technique. Thus, their respective strengths would cancel each other out, relying on whose skill in entwining was superior and who could adapt better. The clash of blade and spear erupted in a shower of sparks. Dragon in the sea. Gao Beibei roared, a fierce force enveloping him as he and the spear surged forward, conjuring numerous spear shadows that confined Zhong Xiu's escape. Blood-draining 7 blades. Zhong Xiu, eyeing the multitude of spear illusions, steeled himself, launching an all-out assault with his blade aimed at Gao Beibei's head. Gao Beibei, realizing the stakes, thought to himself, this reckless move could cost me dearly. While I might penetrate Zhong Xiu, I could also meet my end here. Whether he lives or dies is uncertain, but I would surely perish. Understanding his choice to endure Zhong Xiu's strike was a gamble. Zhong Xiu knew he had made the right call. Unlike Chen Yu, who would dodge an attack, Zhong Xiu was prepared to follow through. The ensuing 6 strikes would only grow in speed and power. As Zhong Xiu unleashed each strike, Gao Beibei could only retreat, his hands shaking from the force of the 4th blow. By the 5th, his arms were bloodied and torn, and by the 6th, he found himself half kneeling, the ground beneath him sinking 4 inches. Have you had enough? Is this what 8 years of seclusion has yielded? Zhong Xiu refrained from delivering the seventh strike, for he knew he could not fully control it. Should he accidentally kill Gao Beibei, it would spell trouble. Panting, he gazed at the half-kneeling Gao Beibei and said, 8 years ago, you were not this strong. Gao Beibei scrutinized Zhong Xiu earnestly, remarking, am I not allowed to grow? You were in seclusion at the first realm. It's laughable. One might think you were cultivating celestial arts. Zhong Xiu sheathed his blade and turned away, inwardly pleased with his strength. Tomorrow, I shall confront Zhao Zhonghai, seeking to bolster my confidence before troubling Qin Yu again. Hey, Big Orange, where are you off to? Qin Yu had yet to return to his lakeside cottage when he spotted Big Orange leading a pack of dogs, cats, and a large rat toward the horizon, completely ignoring Qin Yu and hastening their pace. Woof woof? Out Yin, was that fellow calling you? You called Big Orange? Aren't you supposed to be called Cat Out Yin? Meow, I don't recognize him. You must have mistaken the cat. How could I, Out Yin, possibly possess such a lackluster name? Enough of this, let us gather. Today, we must ensure that we pluck every feather from that wretched bird. Chun Yu scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Tio the mountain. At that moment, a communication talisman in Chun Yu's hand vibrated. Master, I shall arrive shortly. Next month, the sect will commence a grand competition, selecting 9 individuals, 3 from each of the lower 3 realms. Do you have any confidence in yourself, young man? Xin Yang inquired as Qin Yu approached at Master, may I ask how this competition will be conducted? Is it yet another chaotic duel within a phantom realm? Chun Yu asked timidly. Within the phantom realm, it shall be one-on-one. Winning a match grants you 1 point, while losing deducts 1 point. You may challenge anyone, and the challenged must not refuse. Ultimately, the 3 individuals with the highest points from each realm will proceed to the capital of Dawei to participate in the exchange tournament. Can I focus on challenging a single individual repeatedly? Qin Yu inquired. Do you truly believe that is feasible? I doubt it. If you already know, why ask? Master, will there be any rewards if I secure a spot? You know, I still owe a considerable sum of money. Currently, they are exchanging spirit stones for contribution points, and they're charging an exorbitant rate, 3 spirit stones for a single contribution point, that I have only managed to accumulate 2,000 points thus far. Qin Yu spoke with utmost respect, that if you manage to secure the top position in the sect, you will receive a reward of 1,000. I will personally grant you 500 should you triumph in the exchange tournament. The sect will reward you 3,000, and Dawei will bestow a plethora of rewards upon you, that if you can leave your name in the Tongtian Tower, I would have no qualms in granting you 10,000 contribution points. Xin Yang replied, speechless. The Tongtian Tower? What manner of place is that? Qin Yu asked, puzzled, having never heard of it. When you arrive in the capital, you will naturally see it. That towering structure piercing the clouds is the Tongtian Tower. Its height is immeasurable, and no one knows who built it, nor how many levels it contains. However, every 100 levels represents a realm that if you can conquer all 100 levels, you may challenge the remnants of the strongest 10 individuals throughout history. If you defeat one of them, you may leave your own divine thought within, achieving eternal fame, that if you manage to leave your name there, I could boast to others that Chun Yu is my disciple. Xin Yang continued that if you go to the capital, visiting the Tongtian Tower is a necessity. From the 80th level onward, each trial grants substantial rewards that I essayed a true test of manhood to ascend all 100 levels. Chun Yu scratched his head, perplexed by such a crude analogy. Xin Yang smacked Qin Yu lightly on the back of his head, exasperated. Are those who leave their divine thoughts within truly formidable? Is that even a question? If they weren't strong, they would have been eliminated long ago. Only 10 names can be inscribed at each realm, and those who achieve this are not merely prodigies, but titans who have dominated an era. Have figures like the Sword Immortal or Martial Emperor left their names there? Can the divine thoughts within communicate? Qin Yu asked curiously, eager to meet a fellow compatriot that I have no idea, among our Feiyun sect. The furthest anyone has gone is your 3rd senior sister, who conquered 83 levels in the 3rd realm, earning a tome of blood mist divine concealment that I in the 4th realm. She conquered 81 levels. Acquiring a pair of Qingming boots, senior sister Shun, is that powerful? Qin Yu exclaimed. Your 3rd senior sister was once hailed as the most outstanding prodigy of Feiyun sect, a 3-time champion that I didn't sense such an air of superiority. She seems quite approachable, without any semblance of arrogance, Qin Yu reflected. Indeed, she has always treated me well. That is the charm of our peak. If you venture outside, your third senior sister wouldn't even deign to glance at others. I never noticed. Truly, I never did. Master, how many levels have you conquered? If you can't speak wisely, then refrain from speaking at all. How goes your practice of the forward slash? Xianyang casually delivered another gentle smack to Chen Yu's head. If I had conquered many levels, I would have boasted long ago, rather than waiting for your inquiry. Please, master, offer your guidance. Chen Yu retreated 2 steps, drawing by Luo and charging at Xianyang, that I in an instant. He reached Xianyang's side, and just as they were about to pass each other, Bai Luo was drawn, only to be firmly grasped by Xianyang. The power is commendable, but your speed could use improvement. The forward slash emphasizes swiftness. Nevertheless, reaching this level of swordsmanship after these years is quite impressive. That it seems that even if you were to open a talisman shop, you haven't slacked off, Xianyang mused. Sensing the power transmitted through the sword, nodding in satisfaction. With just this strike, you could likely eliminate 90% of opponents in the first realm. Of course, Chen Yu could be even faster now. For instance, after activating the bloodline of the Scarlet Sky, the forward slash approaches the speed of sound, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone in the first realm to react before he strikes. Demonstrate the fundamental sword techniques for me. All sword techniques stem from this foundation. It is the root of swordsmanship that if this is lacking, you will struggle to learn advanced techniques. Understood. Chen Yu sheathed his sword and charged at Xianyang once more. From the moment he drew his sword to the execution of the 12 fundamental techniques, his movements flowed seamlessly. Although each strike was effortlessly blocked by Xianyang's finger, it did not hinder Chen Yu's fervent display of his swordsmanship. For a full 2 hours, Chen Yu did not pause for a moment until Xianyang finally spoke, halting the practice. Enough. In the first realm, few possess your physicality, endurance, and strength. You may leave, after testing Chen Yu's capabilities. Xianyang silently acknowledged his prowess. Among those in the same realm, it is likely that none can rival this lad. Even those in the early stages of the second realm may not stand a chance against him. Feng Jian, ascend the mountain. After Chen Yu descended, Xianyang sent a communication to Feng Jian. The 2 disciples must not be treated unequally, as both were to participate in the exchange tournament. Having assessed Chen Yu, Xianyang felt confident. Now, it was time to focus on Feng Jian. The arena in the third realm would not be easy to navigate, as there were far too many contenders lingering in that realm. Who was he fighting? Upon returning to the lakeside cabin that evening, Chen Yu noticed the deflated orange cat, its fur seemingly ravaged, with patches missing here and there. He approached, stroking the cat while offering consolation. Meow, meow, meow. The orange cat cursed vehemently, expressing that a certain bird had acted dishonorably, having called for reinforcements despite the agreement for a fair one-on-one duel. The situation escalated from a single confrontation to a chaotic skirmish involving numerous birds, leaving the orange cat's faction at a distinct disadvantage. You foolish creature, why did you insist on fighting during the day? If you had waited until night, your night vision would have easily outmatched those wretched birds. Chen Yu stroked the cat's head. Upon hearing this, the previously dejected orange cat perked up, its tail wagging joyfully. It patted Chen Yu on the shoulder and dashed out of the house, likely seeking vengeance with its companions. By the following morning, the orange cat triumphantly returned, its paws adorned with a significant clump of feathers, proudly flaunting its conquest before Chen Yu. Did you win? Meow. However, that very afternoon, Chen Yu learned that a certain elder's prize Xianyang had been utterly stripped of its feathers the previous night. Once a majestic creature, it now resembled a plucked chicken and was in a furious rage, vowing to hunt down the feather thief and exact revenge. Due to this incident, the orange cat had taken refuge in the system space for several days, demonstrating a remarkable sense of loyalty. However, this also led to an increase of 50 talismans in Chen Yu's shop each day, as the orange cat delivered a form of protection fee from its hidden sanctuary. This matter undoubtedly involves Shozhou as long as it pertains to the spirit pets of the Feiyun Sex Beast Alliance. Every beast is implicated, and none shall escape. It all began when a certain troublesome cat proclaimed that today it would gather its companions, plucking feathers for the Alliance, vowing to share both fortune and adversity from that moment forth. With the act of feather plucking, we would become sworn brothers. Consequently, that night, a line formed as various beasts awaited their turn to receive feather removal services from Xianyang. The reason for their enthusiasm was that this Xianyang had been a nuisance, flaunting her ability to fly, provoking others by pecking at one beast's head today and tugging at another's tail tomorrow. Unable to retaliate or outrun her, who wouldn't be infuriated? Every beast in the alliance had suffered a peck from this insufferable bird. Thus, upon hearing that Xian Yin had been captured, most of the beasts hurried out that very night to partake in this exhilarating event. Upon learning the details, Yang Yu could only scowl and protect his own offspring. After all, who could blame him for this foolish dog was his to care for? And furthermore, it was the leading dog of the Feiyun Sex Beast Alliance. Otherwise, Yang Yu would have been indifferent to this trivial matter. With the sect leader's decree, even Elder Duan, despite his displeasure, had no choice but to acquiesce, secretly vowing to train Xian Yin rigorously upon returning, so that once her feathers regrew, she could pluck the fur of those beasts in turn. After this incident concluded, Daju resumed its carefree escapades, now reveling in its role as the feline strategist within the Spirit Pet Alliance, which filled it with immense pride, causing its tail to rise high each day. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's talisman shop returned to its routine of producing 100 talismans a day, with not even one more. As the time for the exchange competition drew near, disciples below the third realm within the sect engaged in increasingly fervent sparring, seeking to identify both their opponent's weaknesses and their own. Everywhere, one could witness disciples in combat, as well as those who had broken items and were subsequently extorted by the elders. With the appearance of the 8th grade spiritual treasure, the illusory spirit mirror, the sect officially began to determine the internal quota. This time, the illusion was divided into 3 layers, with the first layer accommodating the most participants, as many merely wished to gauge their standing against the sect's prodigious disciples. Typically, they had no opportunity to spar with such individuals. Yet this grand competition allowed anyone to register, regardless of inner or outer sect status, as long as they reached the first realm. Even those at the first layer of Qi refinement were permitted to participate, providing a chance for all disciples to hone their skills. As Chen Yu surveyed the sea of people within the illusion, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Above each participant's head, a number floated, indicating their sequence number, which was randomly assigned within the illusion for ease of locating challenge targets. Another number represented their score, all currently at 0, that winning a match added 1 point, while losing deducted 1, with no limits on the number of challenges or being challenged. Except that one could not challenge the same individual repeatedly. Countless arenas hovered in the air, and one could initiate a challenge simply by calling out a sequence number, leading to their transportation to a designated arena. If the chosen individual was already engaged in a challenge, the illusion would notify them of their current status, allowing them to wait or select another opponent. However, during the waiting period, one could not refuse challenges from others. Each participant also had a floating scoreboard beside them, displaying the states of those sequence numbers. Those currently engaged in challenges would appear in red, alongside records of previous encounters and their outcomes. The weapons used in the competition were provided by the illusion, consisting of various weapons and talismans, all around the mid-tier of the first realm. Talismans could be obtained without restriction, but a maximum of 20 could be used per match. Exceeding this limit would result in disqualification. After each battle, one would recover their spiritual energy and injuries, but the fatigue endured would linger, a mental exhaustion that could not be alleviated. The entire illusion would last for 12 hours. And the 3 individuals with the highest scores at the end would secure their spots in the exchange competition. This contest would comprehensively test an individual's strength, reflexes, endurance, and cognitive abilities, emphasizing a war of attrition. Each engagement would exact a significant toll on one's spirit, making the selection of opponents crucial, initially clearing out weaker foes to build momentum while preserving one's mental state. The total number of participants provided by the illusion was 376, meaning the highest possible score would be 370-5. To achieve a perfect score, one would need to challenge at least 15 opponents per hour, spending no more than 4 minutes on each. With no breaks throughout, As Chen Yu glanced at his sequence number, he found himself at 100. Acceptable, a good omen. At that moment, he noticed the floating board. Numbers 1 and 2 were both in red, indicating they were currently engaged in challenges. Challenge number 3, Chen Yu declared, commencing with the third opponent. Instantly, he was transported to an arena in the clouds. Greetings, senior brother, good morning. My name is Fang Huahua. The girl across from him waved and greeted enthusiastically. Hello, I am Chen Yu. Shall we begin? Chen Yu inquired politely, eyeing the girl. Indeed. Let us commence with a wave of her hand for talismans activated instantaneously, a puppet talisman and 3 fireball talismans, an archetypal setup for a talisman practitioner. With the puppet handling damage while the fireballs harass the opponent, leaving her with several defensive talismans for protection. Step forward and strike. In an instant, the girl transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing from sight. Chunyu sheathed his sword, thinking little of it as he called out, "Challenge number 4. Encountering me is your misfortune." Haha, I am Zhao Zhonghai. A middle-aged man wielding twin daggers glared at Chunyu with ferocity. Oh, I've heard of you. I am Chunyu. Chapter 71. The contest proceeds. I was careless. I concede. Zhao Zhonghai transformed into white light and vanished, realizing that engaging Chunyu in combat would almost certainly lead to defeat. Though stamina would recover, mental fatigue would set in. A consideration for the 12-hour bout ahead, it was wiser to preserve one's mental state and tackle weaker foes instead. Challenge number 5, Chunyu declared, relieved that he would not have to engage in a fierce battle just yet. Challenge number 1, challenge number 7, Chen Shixiang, long time no see. Greeted Hitsong, number 147, a decade ago. Hitsong had faced misfortune in the grand contest. Relegated to the outer sect, but 3 years prior, he had fought his way back with sheer strength. Indeed, it has been a while, Chunyu nodded, noting Hitsong's score of 12 points. Let us battle. With a flick of his hand, Hitsong unleashed a blade of wind. Chunyu stood firm, allowing the wind blade to strike him without flinching, emerging unscathed. Concede truly, in the first realm, even my defenses cannot be breached by you, Chunyu remarked, scratching the spot that had been tickled by the wind blade. Once more, Hitsong, face twitching, summoned forth a flurry of wind blades intermingled with fireball spells aimed at Chunyu. Unfazed, Chunyu charged forward, drawing his long sword to be by the time he sheathed it. Hitsong had transformed into white light and vanished. Challenge number 148. Chunyu sensed his own mental fatigue creeping in, a weariness settling over him. Is that not little you? Come, let me show you the ropes. Spotting Chunyu, Zhong Xiao, who was also fatigued, brightened instantly and charged at him with a large blade. Blood drink, 7-blade slash. Curse it, why is it you rascal? Upon seeing Zhong Xiao, Chunyu's spirit surged that I cannot lose to this brat. Step forward and strike. In a heartbeat, Chunyu collided with Zhong Xiao. They were well acquainted, having sparred for 8 years. Each other's techniques were second nature to them. However, this clash nearly cost Chunyu his throat, dodging just in time to avoid being eliminated. Zhong Xiao had unexpectedly unleashed a forbidden technique. You dishonorable scoundrel. Chunyu berated as he retreated, witnessing Zhong Xiao engulfed in flames. This was the forbidden technique, Infernal Demon Manifestation. It could significantly enhance one's overall strength, at least doubling it. Yet the aftereffects were severe. Each use inflicted excruciating pain, leaving the body ravaged by flames. Prolonged use could even lead to death, and if one survived, recovery would take years, especially for someone of the First Realm's constitution. Prepare to die. Zhong Xiao laughed maniacally, reveling in the thrill of chasing Chunyu, who was now fleeing in panic, seeing Chunyu in such disarray. Zhong Xiao felt the flames coursing through his body were not so painful after all. I am not incapable of using forbidden techniques. Bring it on. Crimson Line of Heaven, come forth. Face me. Zhong Xiao swung his blade. But Chunyu's speed was too great, making him uncatchable for opponents of the same realm. Face the consequences. I'll make you regret it. Chunyu had already witnessed this forbidden technique in the Sutra repository. So now it was merely a matter of waiting. Sooner or later, Zhong Xiao would be unable to endure the excruciating pain. Come, face me in a fair battle. Zhong Xiao grimaced, the flames beginning to spread towards his internal organs, the agony intensifying with each passing moment. Absolutely not. Without hesitation, Chunyu activated the blood-red line of heaven, darting away just as he was about to be caught. Fortunately, the arena was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, these two combatants would have truly struggled to navigate. Damn it, this is unbearable. Ultimately, Zhong Xiao could no longer withstand the increasingly tormenting burn and ceased the forbidden technique, the blood-red line of heaven. / Upon seeing Zhong Xiao, now charred and blackened, Chunyu swiftly unleashed his most formidable move to finish him off. Damn it, you hid this trick well. Chunyu touched his neck, which had nearly been severed, feeling a rush of fear. After calculating the time, he realized the blood-red line of heaven had been active for approximately 3 breaths. 3 years of life within the illusion had vanished. Challenge number 149. Challenge number 150. One challenge after another. As he fought on, Chinyu felt physically well, yet lacked the motivation to continue. All he desired was a place to rest. Glancing at the scoreboard, he saw he had 199 points, currently in second place. Noticing the time, he realized he had fought for 12 continuous hours. It's time for a break, then I'll complete one more match to round it off, then rest while waiting for others to challenge me. Challenge number 201. Chinyu? Wang Han said somewhat dejectedly, as he currently held only 154 points. Although this score was unattainable for most, it was insufficient to secure the first realm's qualification. Ultimately, he had lost the gamble, squandering 10 years of life. Brother Wang Han, I'm going in, Chinyu declared, rushing forward that I end the path of the immortal way. The first task was to close the distance. Once ensnared by various puppets, it would only result in pure punishment. For an ordinary person, this was inconsequential. But Wang Han had achieved perfection in the first realm of the immortal way and had prepared for this grand exchange for a decade. Chinyu deemed it wise to exercise caution. 5 puppets emerged simultaneously: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 elements converging, accompanied by a formation plate activated by Wang Han. The ground began to rapidly inscribe incomprehensible runes to Chinyu, although he could not decipher them. Chinyu resolved not to allow Wang Han to proceed any further. This clearly indicated a grand formation, and it was best to eliminate this opponent swiftly. Blood-red line of heaven. / He charged forward with reckless abandon. The puppets unable to hinder him for even a moment until he reached Wang Han and unleashed a strike. However, this blow was intercepted by an invisible barrier, the rebound force causing Chinyu to stagger back several steps to steady his turbulent energy. Junior Brother Chun, your physical body is truly formidable. This formation possesses a built-in rebound force, yet despite your utmost effort, you inflicted no harm, Wang Han remarked with a wry smile, observing Chinyu's slightly unsettled energy. A formation? This is my first encounter with one, Chinyu replied earnestly. Few utilize formations in the first realm. They are exceedingly challenging to master. It took me a decade to barely grasp the basics. However, due to my spiritual energy issues, it cannot last long, as long as you can endure within for 2 minutes. This formation will collapse on its own, Wang Han declared candidly. That moment, flames began to rise slowly where Chinyu stood. The 5 puppets behind him melting away, their forms vanishing as countless flames ignited within the arena, heating the surroundings. 2 minutes. I doubt this contraption can hold me for that long, Chinyu asserted, as the flames beneath him grew increasingly intense. Yet he paid them no mind, merely discarding his long sword and mechanically delivering punch after punch against the barrier. The shimmering surface rippled with each strike, prompting Wang Han to furrow his brow. Each blow drained a considerable amount of spiritual energy to repair the barrier. Should it shatter and allow a martial artist to close in, the outcome was too dreadful to contemplate. At this moment, the flames enveloped Chinyu entirely, transforming him into a fiery figure, his face contorting as the formation morphed into a colossal furnace ablaze with flames, distorting the very air around him. Break for me! The barrier was riddled with numerous cracks, and though Wang Han endeavored to mend it, Chinyu did not wait for his repair efforts to succeed. He forcefully shattered it and burst forth from the formation. I concede, Wang Han exclaimed as he saw Chinyu charging toward him, hastily adding, for being struck dead by someone raising their fist was hardly a dignified. Indeed, Wang Han dissipated in a white light. The flames clinging to Chinyu extinguished, and his scorched, injured body began to self-repair, shortly returning to peak condition. That hurt like hell, Chinyu grimaced, sitting down on the ground for a brief respite, feeling the fatigue weighing upon him. The scoreboard now displayed the first place with 215 points, and challenges were still ongoing. Chinyu held second place with 200 points, while the third place had 198 points. Barely 2 minutes after sitting down, Chinyu was transported to another arena. Damn it, boss, Du Wei exclaimed upon seeing Chinyu appear, momentarily stunned. Not bad, over 60 points, Chinyu remarked, glancing at Du Wei's score with admiration. Need a break? You seem quite exhausted. Wow, 200 points, boss, you're impressive, Du Wei gasped. Their matches in the arena could last a maximum of 15 minutes. If no victor emerged within that time frame, the result would be a draw, with no points awarded or deducted. Good brother. Let's fight again in 10 minutes. Qin Yu readily agreed to this proposal. Boss, you're vying for that qualification. When you return to the capital, you must tell me all about it. I hear the capital is bustling with life, and opportunities abound. Even a beggar could be a formidable powerhouse. Du Wei chatted amiably beside Qin Yu. Who knows, but as the nation's capital, it shouldn't be lacking. Whatever treasures I find, I promise to share upon my return to O. By the way, I encountered that first-place contender. He is number 307, named Gao Beibei. His spear is quite formidable, so be cautious. Gao Beibei? I've heard of him, though we haven't clashed, and I don't foresee any issues. Qin Yu recalled that this individual had fought with Xiao'er, but had been bested, while Xiao'er had in turn taught him a lesson. Given this, it seemed unlikely that Gao Beibei could prevail against him. The two conversed casually, as if they were still in the Daoist talisman shop. After a while, Du Wei stood up. Boss, good luck. I concede. With that statement, Du Wei transformed into white light and vanished. Let us continue. Challenge number 202. Qin Yu rose, feeling increasingly drowsy with each moment of rest. He needed to keep fighting. Challenge number 203. Challenge number 204. Qin Yu rubbed his face, striving to stay alert. Challenge number 300. Challenge number 301. Gao Beibei. Are you going to fight from start to finish? Gao Beibei introduced himself, glancing at Qin Yu's score of 305 points. Goodness, you haven't lost a single match thus far. Qin Yu, let's wrap this up quickly. I'm exhausted, Qin Yu replied, observing Gao Beibei, who also appeared fatigued. Exhausted. It seems your martial will isn't particularly resolute. Gao Beibei chuckled, then charged at Qin Yu with his spear. Whether resolute or not is irrelevant. What matters is winning against you. Blood-red line of heaven, /. A flash of crimson vanished in an instant as, oh swift, was Gao Beibei's final thought before he transformed into white light, leaving the arena. Presently, Qin Yu preferred to resolve matters simply, opting not to employ a second strike when a single move sufficed. Next contender. Number 320. Number 330. Number 340. Almost there, just over 30 opponents remain, and then I can return and sleep. Junior Sister Lu, long time no see. Qin Yu greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while. Brother Qin, when you return from the capital, do tell me about the interesting places there. Lu Linxiao remarked. Aware that the first place was undoubtedly Qin Yu's. Shall we begin? Not taking a break? No, just a few dozen left. Let us finish this. All right then, best of luck, brother. With that, Lu Linxiao transformed into white light and vanished. Number 355, number 365, number 375, number 376. Goodness, brother, have you fought through the entire lineup? A clean sweep? An outer sect disciple marveled at Qin Yu's score of 374. You're the last one. I am Qin Yu. Zhang Pan, please enlighten me. The disciple replied, cupping his hands in respect. The next moment, a flash of crimson streaked across the arena, and Qin Yu felt utterly drained. He had finally completed the matches. It had been an interminable 22-hour ordeal of relentless fighting. Glancing at the scoreboard, he confirmed that first place belonged to him without a doubt, with 375 points and a perfect record. The second place should belong to Gao Beibei, with a score of 364, still engaged in battle. Having lost a few matches, the exact number remains uncertain. The third position may be occupied by Zhong Xiao, or possibly Li Xiong or Zhao Zhonghai. The final standings will only be revealed once the qualification matches conclude. For now, one can only observe the kill counts, without any specifics on who they belong to. Qin Yu was transported down from the arena, casually seeking a quiet spot to await the conclusion of the grand competition. At this moment, numerous disciples were chattering animatedly on the ground below. Not everyone was here to seize a spot. A significant portion merely sought to revel in the excitement. Some engaged in challenges when possible, while others gathered in small groups with close friends to boast and share stories. Nevertheless, most gazes inevitably drifted toward Qin Yu, whose score of 375, gleaming in gold atop his head, was simply too dazzling, prompting Qin Yu to marvel at how this mirror spirit truly knew how to play. While others bore white numbers overhead, his was golden, enhanced with a special effect. Fatigued, Zhong Xiao scampered over with enthusiasm. Have you finished your matches? Qin Yu inquired, astonished. Not yet, just taking a breather. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. There are still 2 hours left, so I'll rest for half an hour, as there isn't much time remaining. But you truly impressive, finishing them all at once, Zhong Xiu remarked with a hint of exasperation. I nearly exhausted myself. I'll need to sleep for 3 days and nights upon returning. That my eyelids are nearly too heavy to lift, he added. Chapter 73. The qualification spots decided you. How do you usually cultivate? Do you possess some secret technique? Being at the pinnacle of the first realm is one thing, but how is your swordplay so exceptional as well? Given our relationship, it wouldn't hurt to share a little. Would it? Zhong Xiu asked discreetly. Perhaps this is simply the nature of a genius. Qin Yu shamelessly boasted, though the truth lay entirely in his attribute points. Nonsense, as if everyone isn't a genius in their own right. Even among geniuses, there are disparities. Damn it, you're making me feel inferior, Zhong Xiu grumbled, then began to meditate. After a considerable time, he resumed his challenges. An hour later, Gao Bei concluded her matches and joined Qin Yu. Her score at 372. Did you lose a few? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. That I lost one to you and drew with Zhong Xiu, Gao Bei replied. Then it seems we 3 are the finalists. That should be the case, barring any surprises. The outcome hinges mainly on Zhong Xiu and Zhao Jianghai's match, Gao Bei analyzed. Well, I can't say for certain. Zhao Jianghai conceded to me without a fight. So I haven't faced him. That you're truly peculiar. That kind of swordsmanship at such speed is unattainable without at least a decade of rigorous training. How old are you? 18 or 19? Perhaps, Gao Bei remarked, her expression incredulous. However, this seemingly innocuous statement sent alarm bells ringing in Qin Yu's mind. He had reported his age as 18 upon joining Feiyun's sect, and having spent 10 years there. He should logically be 28. While he still appeared youthful, this might not raise suspicions now, but what would happen in 10 years, 20 years, sooner or later, his anomaly would be discovered. That it was high time to elevate his celestial realm and seek out longevity elixirs or techniques for altering his appearance. The celestial path represented longevity, and the higher 1S realm, the slower the aging process.